I'm in Hollywood Chapter 1 to Chapter 71. Hey, Eric, steaks for table 9. Oh, okay, Eric answered and clumsily brought 2 steaks to a couple by the window. After that, he returned to his original position and continued to stare blankly at the counter. It was July 13, 1988, the 3rd day of his rebirth. The location was an Italian restaurant in North Hollywood, Los Angeles. Eric turned his head and looked at the faint figure reflected in the glass window not far away. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a sharp face, a high nose bridge, and short blonde hair. This was his current self. A few days ago, Eric was still an advertising director in Shanghai, across the Pacific Ocean in 2014. At the age of 24, he graduated from a famous film and television academy in the country. He was determined to become a famous director internationally. After 10 years of hard work, he finally understood that reality was too cruel. With his solid professional foundation, he still became a famous advertising director in Shanghai. In any case, he was still famous, wasn't he? He got married at the age of 35. A year later, his son was born. He finally settled down and changed his dreams into money for milk powder. A few years later, at a class reunion, he was drunk by a group of classmates who he hadn't seen for a long time. Then, he fell asleep in the memories of the past. Just like the beginning of all horror stories, when he woke up, everything was different. He found that he had returned to 25 years ago and became a high school student named Eric Williams. He had just graduated from high school this year, and, Eric, are you okay? A chubby hand rested on Eric's shoulder and patted him gently. Eric turned around and saw the restaurant owner, Jeff Jones. I'm sorry, Jeff. I was distracted again. It's okay, Jeff rubbed his hands, as if he was thinking about how to phrase it. He continued, I'm very sorry about what happened to Ralph, but life has to go on, right? Cheer up, Eric. Ralph Williams, Eric's father, was an excellent Italian chef who had worked in this restaurant for many years. Although his cooking skills were excellent, Ralph had a very bad habit, drinking too much. According to the memories left behind by the original owner of this body, Ralph's hobby might have something to do with Eric's mother, whom he had never met. In the words of the later generations, he was also a man with a story. The matter was simple. A month ago, Ralph died of acute alcohol poisoning due to excessive drinking. Thank you, Jeff. If it wasn't for your help, I really don't know what to do, Eric said. After Ralph died, Eric's life fell into chaos. Originally, Eric had applied to the University of California. However, Ralph's death had caused Eric's hopes of going to university to dwindle. Even if it was a public university, it would still cost about $20,000 a year, not including other expenses. As Ralph's boss and friend, after Jeff and Eric had a discussion, Eric began to work as a waiter in the restaurant. After all, as Jeff said, life had to go on. Ralph has worked here for so many years, this is what I should do. But I can only do this much, the rest will depend on your own efforts. Eric gratefully nodded. Seeing Jeff turn around and leave, he thought about his words and fell into deep thought. In the unseen world, since some unscrupulous god sent him to Hollywood more than 20 years ago, if he continued to be an unknown restaurant waiter, that god would definitely be angered to death. 3 days ago, after understanding his situation, Eric was excited, but after the excitement, he was at a loss. In his previous life, as a top student in the Film and Television Academy, he didn't realize his dreams and finally bowed his head to reality. What's more, now he had neither a diploma nor a background. Even if he went to a movie company to apply for the lowest position, he might not succeed. After a busy day, Eric drove out of the Italian restaurant. The car was a Ford left behind by Eric's cheap father. After Ralph's death, Eric wanted to sell the car to support his family, but after accepting the waiter job, he kept it. After all, the United States was a country on wheels. Without a car, many things were inconvenient. When he passed by a movie theater, Eric saw the poster of First Blood 3 in front of the theater. Against the backdrop of snowy mountains and helicopters, Stallone, who was in his prime, wore a tank top, showing off his muscles that could make female fans scream. Eric parked the car in a parking lot not far away. After asking around, he found out that a show was about to start. Eric bought a ticket and walked into the theater. Because it wasn't prime time, there were only about 30 to 40 people in the 200-seat theater. Eric found his seat and sat down. Soon, the theater fell into darkness. After the introduction, the movie officially began. Colonel Tuvan invited Rambo, who was living in seclusion in Thailand, to go to Afghanistan for a mission, but Rambo rejected him. After Colonel Tuvan was captured, Rambo armed himself again to save his good friend. In his previous life, Eric had seen all of Stallone's movies, and most of them more than once. The reason why he bought a ticket was that Eric remembered Stallone's experience, and at the same time, he remembered his past. In those 10 years, whenever he wanted to give up, he would use some inspirational stories to motivate himself, including Stallone's legendary acting career. The movie continued. Eric collected his thoughts and focused on enjoying the movie. Gradually, Eric, who was originally relaxed and leaning against the back of the chair, straightened up his back. Because he had seen this movie before, whenever the plot progressed, Eric would subconsciously think about what would happen next. Then, he magically found that as he thought, the next scene of the movie would appear clearly in his mind. In other words, he remembered every scene, every line, and even every piece of the soundtrack. Gradually, Eric became excited. He closed his eyes and randomly picked Cameron's Titanic to recall. The result was the same. He could remember every minute and every second of the movie. He picked a few more movies that he had seen before, and it was the same. Eric tried to recall some of the movies that he had only heard of but had never seen before. A miracle did not happen. It seemed that he could only remember the movies that he had seen before, but that was enough. When he had just been reborn, Eric had thought about taking over some of the movies from his previous life. However, he had been a professional director in his previous life. Of course, he knew how difficult it was to do this. The most he could do was to write some similar scripts. But now, after discovering that his mind was clearly filled with all the memories from his previous life, Eric knew what it meant. As long as he had the right conditions, he could almost perfectly replicate the classic movies that he had seen in his previous life. Because of his excitement, Eric's cheeks were hot in the dark, and his fingers were slightly numb. In the end, Eric could not help but slap the armrest of the chair. He blurted out, F***ck. The pain in his palm pulled Eric back to reality. Seeing the dissatisfied looks from the audience, Eric smiled embarrassedly. 100 minutes of the movie passed quickly. Longbow successfully rescued his good friend. He waved his sleeves again, hiding his credit and fame. However, Eric, who was sitting in the dark, obviously did not notice this. Instead, his mind was racing as he thought about many things. In his previous life, he did not have such a good memory. Like a normal person, he had to read an article many times before he could memorize it, and he had to listen to a song many times before he could sing it. Obviously, this was a huge fortune given to him by some unscrupulous, cute god. Carrying the ambition of reaching the peak of his life, Eric walked out of the theater and hurriedly drove home. He knew that with such a huge amount of resources in his mind, if he failed like he had in his previous life, he might as well choke himself to death with a basin of tap water. Eric gently put the heavy second-hand typewriter on the desk and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He missed the thin and light laptop from his previous life. It was the second day after he found his memory. After a day of thinking, Eric had a preliminary plan for his future. Therefore, he specifically asked for a day off from Jeff. After shopping for half a day, he bought the second-hand typewriter. This was essential to the realization of his plan. After dealing with Ralph's funeral, Eric only had a few $100s left in cash. In Western countries with good welfare systems, people never had the habit of saving money. After his rebirth, Eric was glad that the mortgage on his house was paid off. Otherwise, because he couldn't pay the mortgage, if the house was repossessed, he might have to sleep on the streets. In this way, the money to buy the typewriter was an advance of 1 month's salary from Eric to Jeff. To realize his dream, he must first enter the Hollywood circle. Directly becoming a director was out of the question. Being an actor was also not a suitable path for him. After thinking about it, the most suitable path for him was to be a screenwriter. Although people always said that the status of screenwriters in Hollywood was low, in fact, It was not because the top screenwriters all changed careers to directors and producers. This was no different from the Hong Kong movies that were in full swing on the other side of the ocean. Putting a piece of paper into the typewriter, Eric raised his hand and typed a line of letters on the keyboard, Jurassic Park. Yes, it was the most profitable movie series in the 90s. Eric still remembered his previous life. He bought the Jurassic Park DVD from a vendor selling pirated DVDs and watched it with a group of friends. When the lifelike dinosaurs appeared on the TV screen, the feeling could only be described with one sentence: my friends and I were stunned. In his memory, the novel Jurassic Park was published in 1990. The novel was only about 100,000 words, so Michael Clayton must not have started writing it yet. Eric took it for himself with a clear conscience. If he did not take it, he would be punished. As for Michael Clayton, a character with such a fantastic life experience, there was no Jurassic Park or Cretaceous Park. Eric's mouth slightly curved up. He recalled the past while typing on the keyboard. He was not writing the script for Jurassic Park, but the novel. In his previous life, after watching the movie, he was curious and seriously read the Jurassic Park novel. Now, with the memory of a high school student with good grades, it was more than enough to translate the Chinese version into English. The reason why he did not directly write the script was that if he directly wrote the script and sent it to the movie company, it would most likely be thrown into the garbage bin like waste paper. The Hollywood movie companies received scripts every day could basically be counted by the weight. On the other hand, Eric wanted to firmly control the film rights of this series in his own hands. Even if he wrote the script now, it would be picked up by a discerning film company and made into a movie. In the end, those film companies would be the ones to reap the most benefits. As for Eric, in addition to the tens of thousands of dollars for the script, he would receive an additional bonus at most. Eric would definitely not do something like this that would cause him to lose money. Once the novel was published, Eric would be able to firmly control the film and television rights in his hands. He would then wait for the right time to sell it and maximize the benefits he could obtain. Time always flies when immersed in work. When the sky was completely dark and Eric could no longer see the letters on the keyboard, he realized that he had unknowingly written for 4 to 5 hours. His stomach also began to growl. Standing up, Eric looked at the thick stack of manuscripts on the desk and stretched with satisfaction. At this speed, he would be able to finish the manuscript in about a week. After all, he still had to continue working at Jeff's restaurant, otherwise he would starve. Eric went into the kitchen and made himself a simple dinner. Rice and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a typical Chinese home-cooked meal. As for the remaining bread, cheese, peanut butter and the like in the fridge, Eric usually ate them as snacks these days. Although he inherited the memory of the original guy, the eating habits of the East were deeply ingrained in his bones. After eating a simple dinner, Eric went to the balcony on the second floor and leaned against the railing to look at the surrounding night view. The apartment he lived in had a small yard of less than 200 square meters. It was a 2-story house with some unknown plants in the yard. There was no mistress. His father, Ralph, was also a person who did not care about trifles, so the father and son's life had always been rough. In his memory, the father and son moved from London, England, to Los Angeles when they were about 7 or 8 years old. Eric did not remember why Ralph did this. He was too young at the time, and according to the clues in his memory, Eric could not figure it out, so he was too lazy to think about it. After moving to Los Angeles, Ralph dragged little Eric around for only 2 days. Then, with the introduction of a real estate agent, he bought the small yard. Everything seemed chaotic. Eric smiled. It was the cautious Asian concept in his bones again. After staying on the balcony for a while, he was about to go back to the study to continue writing Jurassic Park. Suddenly, he heard a ping sound, as if glass had fallen to the ground. Eric looked at the neighbor's house to the west. It was the home of the Runkle couple, a couple in their 40s. The couple had 3 children. The eldest son was already in college, the daughter was studying in boarding school, and the youngest son was only 7 years old. The couple might have encountered a midlife crisis, and they often quarreled during this period. Although Eric's family and the Runkles' family had a good relationship, Eric did not plan to intervene. The couple was very restrained and did not have a record of fighting. If he rushed to intervene, it would only make the other party feel awkward. After a hasty and vague argument and the sound of a few glass breaking, the door of the Runkles' house was pushed open with a bang. The master of the house, Charleston Runkle, rushed out of the door in a shirt, his hair disheveled. He ran 2 steps and turned his head to the woman in the door and shouted, "Enough, I've had enough, damn it, you bitch. If I didn't move to Los Angeles to marry you, I might have been a senior executive of General Motors. Look at you now, oh my God." "Go to hell," Mrs. Runkle, who usually spoke softly, said in a high-pitched and sharp voice. "Of the 3 men who pursued me with you, one is now a California senator, and the other is selling oil in the Middle East. Do you know about oil? The profit of one ship is equivalent to 100 years of your salary. I'm the one who should be regretting it. Now, go sleep in your General Motors car, my dear senior executive of General Motors." After Mrs. Runkle finished speaking, she threw out a black coat and slammed the door shut. Charleston Runkle picked up the coat and patted it. He stood up and looked up, just in time to see Eric standing on the balcony. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Eric," Charleston smiled embarrassedly and said to Eric. "It's okay, Charleston. Do you want to come to my house?" Eric said. Charleston shook his head and said, "No, thank you. I plan to go to the bar. When I come back later, Mary's anger should be appeased." After Charleston finished speaking, he nodded at Eric and started his car and drove away. When Eric returned to the house, he remembered the scene of Runkle and his wife quarreling. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He sat at the desk and put a piece of paper into the typewriter. The idea just now gradually became clear. For the past 2 days, Eric had been thinking about what he should write for his first script. Now, he had an answer. That script was tailor-made for him. Well, because of the age difference, a lot of details needed to be changed. However, these were not problems. The selling point of the script was not those details. Jeff, the owner of the Italian restaurant, found that Eric seemed to have changed into a different person these days. He was no longer in a daze. Instead, he was full of energy. He was no longer as awkward as before when he entertained guests. Occasionally, he would even make a few harmless jokes with the guests. There was even one time when Jeff found that Eric was actually skillfully using a somewhat playful but not offensive tone to tease a single lady in her 30s. When they settled the bill, he received 3 times the tip from the lady. "Eric, did something good happen? I found that you have been abnormal recently?" During a break, Jeff finally couldn't help but ask. He was still very concerned about the child left behind by his old friend. "Is it obvious?" Eric was stunned and asked. Jeff smiled and said, "Of course, it's written all over your face. Maybe, it's because I found a goal to strive for. You know, once a person has an ideal, the whole person will become very excited." "Oh, what ideal? Can you tell me?" "Of course," Eric replied, "I decided that I want to be a director in the future. Hey, I've been writing my first script recently. I'll finish it in 2 days. Director? Director?" Jeff was a little surprised. He subconsciously wanted to persuade Eric not to bite off more than he could chew, but then he remembered that this child had just gotten rid of the grief of his father's death and found a goal to strive for. So, he swallowed his words. Eric's body contained the soul of a middle-aged man. Jeff's face only moved slightly, and Eric knew what he wanted to say, but he smiled and didn't care. After all, this was Hollywood. Every year, tens of thousands of people from all over the world came here to pursue their movie dreams, but very few succeeded. It was normal for Jeff to have this idea. That when you finish writing the script, you can show it to me. You know, I once wanted to be an actor. Don't look at me now. Jeff patted his huge beer belly and continued, "I was very handsome back then. You know, I once auditioned for a small role in The Godfather. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed." Eric was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect Jeff to have such a past, but he was soon relieved. This was Hollywood, the world's largest film factory. Nothing was impossible. Stallone had also filmed Italian Coach. "No problem. You can give me some suggestions when the time comes," Eric replied. He could ask Jeff to check if there were any loopholes in the script. Although Eric had tried his best to edit some things that appeared after 1988 in the script, he could not guarantee that there would be no mistakes. And as an outsider, Jeff could easily discover some things that were out of place in the script. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while. Several guests walked into the restaurant, and Eric hurriedly went forward to greet them. The day's work passed quickly. Eric returned home, had a quick dinner, and began to busy himself with the novel and script of Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park was basically finished, and now it was the final proofreading. Eric planned to take some time tomorrow to make a few copies and submit them to several publishing houses. However, he only wrote an outline of the script and some notes that needed to be modified. For Eric, who had the complete image in his mind, it only took him 2 nights to finish writing the script. The next morning, Eric left home at 7 o'clock in the morning. He planned to make a copy of Jurassic Park and mail it out. He had prepared the address of some famous North American publishing houses in advance. Of course, even if these large publishing houses rejected Eric's manuscript, he would not be disappointed. After all, there were tens of thousands of big and small publishing houses in North America. There was bound to be one that would be willing to publish this novel. Although Jurassic Park once rushed to the top of the New York Times bestseller list, Eric did not care about the royalties of Jurassic Park. He only wanted the film and television rights in his hands after the novel was published. "Hello, how can I help you?" As soon as he walked into a printing shop, a thin black female clerk greeted him warmly. Eric took out the manuscript from his bag and said, "I want to make a few copies of this manuscript." The black girl looked at the thick manuscript, and her eyes lit up. Her smile became even brighter. "Sir, can I have a look?" "No problem," Eric said as he handed the book over. The black girl did not pay attention to the content of the manuscript. She skillfully counted the pages and said, "There are about 300 pages. I'll count it as 300 pages. Each copy is $30. "Sir, how many copies do you want?" $30. The corner of Eric's mouth twitched. He sighed inwardly at how expensive it was. He only had a few $100s left in cash, and this was under the condition that he paid a month's salary in advance. After shamelessly bargaining, the two of them agreed to make 4 copies for $100. After paying, the black girl politely made a cup of coffee for Eric. Then, she took the manuscript and started making copies. Eric held the cup of coffee in boredom as he watched the black girl operate the photocopier. He secretly calculated the time. It would be done in about half an hour, and it would not affect his work at the restaurant. Although the restaurant would only get busy after 10 o'clock, Jeff would not deduct his salary even if he was late. However, friendship was friendship, and work was work. Eric knew that if he wanted to maintain a good relationship with Jeff, he had to play his part. After about 10 minutes, the door of the printing shop became slightly dark. Eric raised his head and saw a brown-haired white man walking in with a leather bag. The man was about 40 years old. He was less than 1.7 meters tall, but he looked very sturdy. He had brown stubble on his chin, a high-nose bridge, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His forehead was slightly bald, and he exuded a gentle and scholarly aura. "Welcome, sir. Can you wait for a moment?" The brown-haired man nodded and politely greeted Eric. He sat down beside Eric. The black girl temporarily stopped what she was doing and quickly poured a cup of coffee for the brown-haired man. "Sir, it will be done in about 10 minutes. Please have a cup of coffee first." The brown-haired man took the coffee and thanked her. He followed the black girl's figure and saw the thick stack of manuscripts. His expression changed slightly. There were only 3 people in the shop. The man couldn't help but look at Eric. "Pardon me for asking, but is that your manuscript?" Eric nodded and said, "Yes, it's a novel. I just finished it. I plan to make a few copies of it." "You look like a high school student. You're really good. I couldn't do this when I was your age." "Thank you. Actually, this is my first novel. I don't have much confidence in it." "No, you have to believe in yourself." "Well, can I take a look at your novel?" the brown-haired man said. He took out a business card and handed it to Eric. It just so happens that I have a small publishing house. Eric took the business card and looked at it. Michael Kraus, the manager of Night Elf Publishing House. Eric's eyebrows could not help but twitch. Fortunately, it was not Michael Clayton. Eric could not help but complain about the lack of creativity in Westerners when it came to naming. In his memory, in Eric's high school class, there were 2 students named Jack and 2 named Jessica. When the scope was expanded to the whole school, there were even more people with the same name. Even when their son was born, they were too lazy to give him a new name. They just called him Robert Downey Jr. anyway. Looking at it won't make you pregnant. Eric took the photocopied manuscript and handed it to Michael Kraus. The other party took the manuscript, glanced at the title, and said casually, Jurassic Park, a very interesting name. Eric smiled slightly and did not answer. Michael Kraus did not say anything and flipped through the manuscript. As he read more, Michael's casual expression gradually became serious. Although he just praised Eric, he did not think that Eric could write a wonderful novel at his age. In his past work experience, almost all of the best-selling authors were people who were full of life experience and rich accumulation of knowledge. After quickly and carefully reading the manuscript in his hand, Michael carefully sorted out the scattered manuscripts and looked up at Eric. His eyes were full of surprise, excitement, joy, and some determination. Young man, can I know your name? Eric Williams, Eric answered directly without pretense. With his rich experience in his previous life, how could he not see Michael's expression? Although he did not plan to give Jurassic Park to a small publishing house, it did not prevent him from getting to know Michael Kraus. In case Jurassic Park was really rejected by a well-known publishing house, this was also an option. It's like this, Eric. Can you hand this book over to my publishing house? Michael Kraus didn't hide his intentions and said straightforwardly. Eric looked at the black girl who had finished printing and was binding the manuscript, then said to Michael Kraus, I'm sorry, Michael. Although I appreciate your recognition, you know that I want to try my luck at some of the bigger publishing houses. Just like every parent wants their child to be admitted to an Ivy League school, don't you think so? Michael's expression didn't show the slightest displeasure of being looked down upon. He smiled and said, Eric, do you have a full understanding of those big publishing houses? Maybe we can find a place to talk. I know a coffee shop not far away. I'll treat you. How about it? Eric took the manuscript that the black girl had bound and put it in his bag. He directly refused, I'm sorry, Michael. I'm going to be late for work. If the manuscript is rejected by those publishing houses in the future, I'll contact you. After Eric finished speaking, he took his bag and walked out of the printing shop. He started the car and drove to the Italian restaurant. Michael, who was in the printing shop, only hesitated for a moment. He immediately rushed out of the shop and drove to follow him. He had an intuition that if he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for the rest of his life. 30% of this intuition was because of the novel called Jurassic Park and 70% was because of Eric, this young man. Although he only read the first half of the novel, Michael was surprised to find that Eric not only incorporated a lot of genetic engineering, chaos theory, nanotechnology, and other high-tech factors into the novel, but also didn't lose the interest of the novel at all. The plot was full of twists and turns and was fascinating. It wasn't that he hadn't seen many examples of incorporating high-tech into novels, but most of them were very awkward. Some novels were even written as popular science books. That kind of novel obviously didn't appeal to all kinds of readers. Eric parked the car in the parking lot. He turned around and saw a black car parked not far away. Michael Kraus got out of the car. Apparently, he had followed him. This satisfied the vanity in Eric's heart a little. Unknowingly, he also had a good impression of Michael. Hey, Eric. Michael waved his hand at Eric. Just as he was about to speak, Eric pointed at his watch and said, Michael, look, it's almost 9 o'clock. I work as a waiter in this Italian restaurant. Perhaps you don't mind ordering another breakfast? The restaurant is very quiet before 10 o'clock, so we have an hour. Michael nodded and followed Eric into the restaurant. Eric changed his clothes and came out. Michael was already sitting by the window with breakfast in front of him. He was almost done eating. I explained to Mr. Jeff, but you have to hurry up. Eric sat down opposite Michael and said with a smile, although I'm young, I'm not that easy to convince. Michael smiled and said, I believe that after you listen to my explanation, you will definitely let me work on that book. As I said earlier, you might not be familiar with those large publishing houses. It just so happens that I once worked at Simon & Schuster for 11 years. I started from the most basic position of review editor, but I failed to compete for the position of department manager, so I left and founded the Night Elf Publishing House. What does this have to do with what we are going to talk about? As a loser in his previous life, Eric was most afraid of people talking about his struggles. He couldn't help but interrupt. Don't worry, young man. I just want you to know that what I'm going to say next is true. You know, when I first worked as a review editor, I had to review tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of words of manuscripts every day. Although there were a lot of terrible manuscripts, there were also a lot of manuscripts that were worth publishing. At most, the number of books published in a year has reached 2,000. You can imagine, as a newcomer, how much publicity and marketing resources can you get from these thousands of books even if you publish them. After Michael finished speaking, he stopped and took a sip of water to give Eric some time to think. Eric acknowledged Michael's words in his heart, but he didn't say anything. He just signaled Michael to continue. Michael slightly raised his hand and said as if he was giving a speech, although my publishing house is small, I have a lot of experience in book publishing and marketing. Moreover, my publishing house mainly publishes science fiction, adventure, and thrillers. Although I only publish 10 or so novels a year, I already have a certain reputation in the industry. If you give me Jurassic Park, then in the next period of time, I promise to use all the resources at my disposal to publish this novel. In the shortest amount of time, this novel will become famous. Based on my experience, if I put all my effort into it, this novel will very likely rush into the bestseller list. Michael showed all his trump cards and then quietly waited for Eric's decision. Eric was originally a bit distracted by Michael's boasting. Even if he had all the resources at his disposal, how much power could a small publishing house have? Deep down, he was already a middle-aged uncle. In the complicated social circle of his previous life, he had seen all kinds of strange pigs running all over the world. Of course, he wouldn't change his mind just because of Michael Krause's words. However, Michael's words actually poked Eric's heart, made Jurassic Park famous in the shortest amount of time. No matter what era it was, fame was an invisible but very useful resource. Eric now wanted to realize his plan. His biggest weakness was his age. A young man would naturally give people a feeling of untrustworthiness. But if he had enough fame, this weakness would be covered up very well. If an 18-year-old high school student became a director, everyone would criticize him for acting recklessly and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. But if an 18-year-old genius writer made a movie, the result would definitely be different. There would definitely be criticism, but more people would definitely say, "Oh, that genius kid is doing something amazing again." Eric probed, "I have to say, Michael, I'm really tempted by your conditions. But this is only your side of the story. I don't know anything about your publishing house." "This is easy to prove," Michael said calmly. "On the recent New York Times bestseller list, there's a book from my publishing house on the list. Although it's last, 20th Century Fox has already bought the movie rights of this book. It's very likely that it will be made into a movie in the next few years." Eric believed Michael's words. He didn't need to lie about something that could be easily exposed. He said, "Then, how about we take some time to talk about the specific cooperation?" Michael was stunned and said in surprise, You agree?" "Yes," Eric nodded and smiled. "To be honest, I can't wait to see my novel made into a book." "Then, how about tonight? I think you might need to work now." Michael pointed at the gradually increasing number of customers in the restaurant. After the two agreed on a meeting place, Michael left the restaurant with satisfaction. "Eric, what did you talk to that person about just now? You seem very happy now?" Jeff asked. Just now, Eric only said that he had something to discuss with a friend, so he was a little curious. Eric handed the menu that the customer had just ordered to his colleagues in the kitchen, and then said to Jeff, who was a guest waiter, "Good news, Jeff, that person just now is the boss of a publishing house. I'm going to publish my novel soon." Jeff was a little confused and said suspiciously, "Novel? Didn't you say yesterday that you were writing a script? Why are you writing a novel now? Have you given up your dream of being a director so quickly and decided to become a writer?" Eric said, "Of course not, my goal won't change easily. Being a director and writing a novel don't conflict, right? By the way, my novel is in my backpack in the dressing room. Jeff, you can take a look and give me some advice or something." Jeff turned around and walked to the dressing room with doubts. He thought that Eric's novel was just a short story of a few thousand words. When he saw the thick manuscript, Jeff's eyes almost popped out. It had to be more than 100,000 words. He had never written so many words in his life. After the busiest lunch hour at noon, they were a little more free. The restaurant staff found that the boss seemed to have disappeared continuously for several hours. This was a very rare thing for the fat man who liked to wander around and show his existence. When the staff were discussing whether to look for the boss, Jeff came out of the dressing room and patted Eric's shoulder. "It's a very good novel. I'm sure of one thing now, you will resign soon." After saying these words, Jeff calmly left. As soon as the boss disappeared, a group of people gathered around Eric and asked him what had happened. So throughout the afternoon, waiters and even kitchen staff took time to go into the dressing room and read Eric's manuscripts. Even after work, a beautiful waitress in the restaurant asked if she could take the manuscripts home to read. Although the beautiful girl's eyes made Eric a little restless, Eric could only politely decline her request. Although the photocopied novels were no longer useful, lending them to her was no big deal. After all, the novel hadn't been published yet, and he didn't want anything to happen before it was published. Taking someone else's work as one's own was a common thing since ancient times. He had personally experienced this in his previous life. In a coffee shop in North Hollywood, Eric and Michael were discussing the details of the cooperation on Jurassic Park. Eric did not argue about the royalty share. He took the 7% royalty share that was common for newcomers. The two only negotiated and confronted each other about the film and television rights of the novel. With Michael's experience in the industry for more than 10 years, of course, he could see the huge potential of this novel in film and television adaptation. In addition, Eric did not raise any objections to the royalty share, which made Michael feel that Eric was very young and easy to fool. Therefore, he proposed that Night Elf and Eric share the film and television rights, and the film and television rights were fully represented by Night Elf Publishing House. After patiently listening to Michael's proposal, Eric resolutely refused. "That's impossible, Mr. Krause." Michael Krause was taken aback. He seemed to be unable to react to Eric's decisive refusal. After adjusting his emotions, Michael Krause said, "Eric, listen to me, I just sold a novel from our publishing house to 20th Century Fox. That's millions of dollars in adaptation fees. If the author negotiated it himself, he might not even get $500,000. This is the advantage of a publishing house." Then the two talked for more than 10 minutes. Michael Krause tried to persuade Eric to accept his conditions and took the initiative to reduce the publishing house's share of the film and television rights. In the end, Michael Krause was disappointed to find that this kid was not a greenhorn. He was a veteran who had been in society for more than 10 years. Although he was not familiar with the various twists and turns of the publishing world, he could keenly perceive some of the mysteries hidden in the seemingly favorable conditions. What surprised Michael even more was that this young man was not at all impulsive like other young people of his age. Even if he had discovered the trap, he did not point it out directly, nor did he act rashly in the heat of the moment. Instead, he subtly hinted that he understood the trap. In the end, Michael smiled bitterly and gave up his plan to interfere with the film and television rights of Jurassic Park. The negotiations that followed naturally went smoothly, and the two of them quickly signed a cooperation agreement. "Nice working with you, Eric. I believe you won't regret letting me manage Jurassic Park." After signing the contract, Michael turned back into the scholarly uncle who made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was as if the shrewdness and slyness on his face during the negotiation were just an illusion. "Happy cooperation, Michael." "I hope so too." The two shook hands and sat down. After chatting for a while, Eric asked casually, "Michael, do you have any connections in those film companies?" Michael Krause raised his eyebrows. Of course. Why else would I recommend my novel to 20th Century Fox? In fact, I also know some people in other film companies. You know, when I was at Simon & Schuster, I was responsible for cooperation with film companies in the book copyright area. So, Eric, give the film and television rights of Jurassic Park to Night Elf. I can directly recommend the novel to the producers of the 6 major film companies. Eric shook his head and said, let's not talk about this issue. Michael, I won't give up a single cent of the film and television rights of Jurassic Park. However, I'm currently completing a script. If possible, I hope you can help me recommend it. The hope that Michael Klaus had just ignited was extinguished again. He was not very interested in the script that Eric was talking about. However, out of politeness, he still asked patiently, can you tell me the general plot of the script? It's like this. Eric sorted out his thoughts and said, 18 years ago, 17-year-old Mike O'Donnell was about to participate in a very important basketball game because as long as he performed well, he would be admitted to the Ivy League University with a generous scholarship. However, before the game, his girlfriend suddenly told him that she was pregnant. So, during the game, Mike resolutely threw away the basketball in his hand and turned to leave the court, choosing to take on his responsibility. 18 years later, the glory of the past disappeared with the wind. Mike became a middle-aged man with a failed career. At the same time, his marriage with his wife, Scarlett, was about to come to an end. Eric did not go into too much detail. He only briefly recounted the story. After he heard the argument between Runkle and his wife, he quickly thought of Back to 17. To realize his plan, this movie was the most suitable. A 17-year-old young man with the soul of a middle-aged man hidden in his body. This was simply tailor-made for Eric. Michael Krause's eyes became brighter and brighter. He was very optimistic about the young man Eric, but he did not expect that Eric would immediately give him another surprise as soon as he got the novel Jurassic Park. Movies like Back to the Future or Transformation had just become popular in recent years. It was not as common as later generations. Therefore, as long as the quality of the movie was good, it would usually achieve good box office results. Not to mention the annual box office champion Back to the Future in 1985, just this year alone, there were 2 movies in this category that had achieved good box office results. One was Back to 18 in April, and the other was Flying Across the Future, which was only released for 2 weeks and had already recouped its costs. The final box office was likely to exceed 100 million yuan. This movie also made Penny Marshall the first female director in North American film history to surpass 100 million yuan at the box office. This is a good script, Eric. But don't you think that there have been too many time travel movies in recent years? Besides, you're just a newcomer with no fame. In order to take the initiative in the negotiation, Michael certainly had to play a little tricks. The negotiation of the film and television rights of Jurassic Park just now made him feel frustrated. Eric smiled slightly. Of course, he could see that Michael was pretending. He directly stretched out 5 fingers and said, 50% commission. What? Michael was a little incredulous. Why was this guy suddenly so generous? Did he hear it wrong? Eric repeated, Michael, you didn't hear it wrong. If the script is successfully sold, I can give you 50% of the script's remuneration as commission. However, I have a condition. Sure enough, there was no free lunch in the world. When Michael heard Eric's last sentence, he was slightly relieved. Things seemed to be back on track. The other side was still the shrewd little guy. Tell me about it. I want to be the male lead of this movie, which is the young Mike O'Donnell. That's impossible. Michael subconsciously said, even the director may not have the power to decide the role of the movie, let alone a newcomer screenwriter like you. In the distant East, there is an idiom called man proposes, God disposes. Eric said, if you don't try, how do you know it's impossible? Besides, with the release of Leap to the Future, this possibility will become even greater. Michael Krause was a little confused. What does this have to do with Leap to the Future? Eric casually stirred the hot coffee in front of him with a spoon and said, I think that the box office of this movie is likely to exceed 100 million. If that's the case, for a similar genre and a good enough script, maybe someone will consider my condition. Michael Krause had not seen the movie Leap to the Future, but he still believed Eric's words and said, "Okay, Eric, I can try, but the commission, Michael, you're too greedy." "Do you want to get more than me, the original author?" Michael could not help but touch his nose with his index finger and said with a rare embarrassment, "It's not as serious as you say. And if you're the male lead, even if you're a newcomer, your salary will be around 500,000 yuan. I think it's not bad to get 200,000 yuan for the script." Although he said this, Michael Kraus did not mention the commission. When they were saying goodbye outside the coffee shop, Michael Kraus suddenly said, "Actually, Eric, I have an illusion that you're really suitable for the role of the male lead in your script. Because when we were talking about the contract, I felt like I was negotiating with someone my age and not an 18-year-old high school student." Eric smiled, "Don't worry about these details, Michael. I'll give you the script in 2 days. I hope you can bring me good news." After finalizing the publication of Jurassic Park, Eric spent all of his spare time writing and editing the script for Back to 17. Back to 17 mainly expressed the discussion of family, love, friendship, and life choices, so it wasn't inappropriate to use it in this era. However, the various geeky elements and thumb culture in the movies in his previous life needed to be changed. After all, Big Brother wasn't popular yet, and personal computers were still in the transistor era. Eric changed Ned's setting to be a successful entrepreneur, as well as a hardcore movie fan who liked to collect all kinds of movie props. Of course, this was limited to movies that had already appeared in this era. The lines of the movie Lord of the Rings could only be changed to other movies. For Eric, who had a large number of movies in his head, this was a piece of cake. After completing the script, Eric handed the script to Jeff as promised. Ever since he saw Eric's Jurassic Park, Jeff no longer underestimated the orphan left behind by his good friend. He carefully read the script a few times and found some mistakes in it. For example, when the main character returned to school wearing Kevin Federline's hippie t-shirt, Jeff curiously asked who Kevin Federline was. Eric carefully searched his memory and found that this sweet Britney's second ex-husband was still a 10-year-old boy. After correcting some of the mistakes that Jeff found, Eric quickly handed the script to Michael Kraus. After finishing a novel and a script, Eric didn't rush to write a third novel. Instead, he started practicing basketball. Eric didn't have any foundation for the fancy basketball used in the movie, so he had to start practicing from scratch. There were many basketball scenes in the movie. Although Zac Efron's performance in the movie in his previous life wasn't outstanding, there were a few basketball scenes that were remarkable. Especially the scene in the student cafeteria where he used the fancy basketball to teach the bad boy Stan a lesson. It left a deep impression. A week later, Eric, who had been practicing on the community basketball court for 2 hours, walked into his house with fancy basketball moves. He could hear his phone ringing from afar. In the past few days, Eric had been receiving calls from Michael one after another, roughly introducing the publication of Jurassic Park and the script of Back to 17. The publication of Jurassic Park went smoothly, and Eric would soon be able to see the sample book. However, Back to 17 was not so lucky. Although the film companies that received the script were very interested in it after reading it, most of them directly gave up on the script after hearing that the scriptwriter insisted on playing the male lead. This was actually a very normal thing. No one would easily risk tens of millions of dollars of investment. Eric even suggested that Michael should not set his sights on the big 6 film companies, and that he should try those second-tier film companies instead. "Hello, this is Williams's house." Eric picked up the phone and said after adjusting his short breath. "Hello, Eric, this is Michael." Eric smiled calmly and said, "Michael, it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. You must have good news to call at this time, right?" Michael on the other end of the phone couldn't help but complain, "Don't mention this. Damn it, I've called many times since 8 o'clock, but you haven't picked up." "Oh, sorry, Michael. I'm playing basketball at the community sports court." "Playing basketball, wow, Eric, it seems that you are determined to win. I remember that there are a lot of basketball scenes in the script." "Of course, I still have the same saying. Man proposes, God disposes. Not only am I practicing basketball, but I'm also practicing in front of the mirror for an hour every morning. Eric, I admire you a little. Few people are willing to do so much preparation when they have no idea what to do." How about you take a day off tomorrow? We'll go on a date. Eric's hand trembled slightly and the basketball that was spinning on his right index finger fell to the ground. It bounced and made a few muffled sounds. Is this good news? Of course, lucky guy. I received a call from Mr. James Brooks from 20th Century Fox today. They are very optimistic about the script and didn't directly reject your conditions, but you have to pass the audition. This is really, thank you so much, Michael. You're welcome. Michael smiled and said, of course, you have to understand that the other party agreeing to the audition is equivalent to accepting your conditions. But if your performance in the audition is too bad, it can only be said that it's a pity. Absolutely not, I'm fully prepared. Eric was excited the whole night. Early the next morning, Eric drove to the meeting place with Michael Krause. This is the filming base of 20th Century Fox? Eric looked at the huge warehouse-like studio with yearning in his eyes. Michael closed the car door and walked over. He stood side by side beside Eric and looked up at the studio. Yes, it's spectacular, isn't it? But Warner's studio is even more spectacular. Well, you must have seen it before. If you have the chance, you can visit it. Eric's mind flashed with the familiar title of the movie produced by Warner. He nodded and said, I will. The two followed a staff member to the door of an office. The guide knocked on the door and said a few words before inviting them in. Seeing the two of them enter, a middle-aged man and a woman who were discussing something in the office stood up and greeted them. Michael Krause stepped forward and shook hands with the two, then introduced, James, Penny, this is Eric Williams. Eric, this is the producer, Mr. James Brooks, and this is the director, Penny Marshall. After the introduction, Michael Krause smiled at Penny Marshall and said, you may not know, Ms. Penny, but a week ago, Eric said that you may be the first female director in the history of American film to surpass 100 million yuan at the box office. Eric shook hands with James Brooks first. James just shook hands with Eric lightly and withdrew his left hand in less than a second. Eric was keenly aware that this well-known producer didn't seem to like him very much. After a slight thought, he understood what was going on. For a producer who monopolized the production process of the movie, the guy who recommended himself as the male lead was definitely not liked. Without showing any inappropriate expression, Eric turned to Penny Marshall. She was a blonde white woman in her 40s. She was very fat, so although she was a director and an actress, the roles she played were the kind of small side roles that were not easy to find in the cast list. Hello, Ms. Penny, I like your Flying Over the Future very much. Thank you for your praise, Eric. Penny Marshall's expression didn't change much. With the continuous release of Flying Over the Future, everyone knew that the box office of this movie was already set to exceed 100 million yuan. In the past week, the weekly box office of the movie not only did not decrease, but it also increased. This was the fourth week of the movie's release. Many movies that were released at this time were likely to be forced to stop due to low attendance. After the mutual introductions, Eric realized that James Brooks and Penny Marshall were looking at him with scrutinizing eyes. Obviously, if the cooperation was successful, James Brooks and Penny Marshall would be the producer and director of Back to 17 respectively. Eric wasn't nervous at all. With a confident smile on his face, he sat down on the sofa with Michael Krause. The beautiful female assistant brought in a few cups of coffee and left the office. James Brooks didn't drink the coffee. Instead, he crossed his arms on the table and said, Eric. Mr. Eric, your movie script is indeed excellent, but I have to say that the conditions you proposed are a bit harsh. We learned from Michael that you are only a high school student and have no acting experience. So at first, we were going to refuse, but Mr. Barry Diller happened to see your script. He liked the ideas expressed in the script and specially approved your request. Of course, you have to pass the most basic audition. If you pass, you have to undergo short-term acting training. Eric nodded his head in agreement. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his script to be approved by Barry Diller. Of course, he knew who Barry Diller was. In his previous life, Disney's CEO Michael Eisner and DreamWorks Animation's helmsman Katzenberg used to be one of Barry Diller's assistants when he was working at Paramount. Barry Diller had dominated Hollywood for more than 30 years. From the rise of Paramount to the prosperity of 20th Century Fox, from the domination of the film industry to the structure of the TV network in America, and later the rise of online media, he left his mark that couldn't be erased. After thinking about it for a few seconds, Eric realized that he was in James Brooks's office when Michael Krause gently poked him. James Brooks's eyes were filled with slight dissatisfaction. From the beginning, he was very resistant to Eric. In the production process of Hollywood movies, the producer usually had the final say, from the selection of the role to the post-production editing. Eric's request for him to be the male lead was undoubtedly depriving him of some of his rightful power. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was distracted." Eric quickly apologized. "It's okay, young man." James slightly emphasized the word young man and then said, "Then, before we discuss other things, let's audition first." Eric followed James and the others to a small temporary studio. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Eric was slightly excited. He silently said to the movie equipment around him, "Just you wait, babies. This time, I must become a movie legend that everyone looks up to. I want future generations to remember Hollywood, just like Barry Diller's biography. When people talk about Eric Williams, they will say that he is Hollywood." As the author of the script, he skipped all the questions about the understanding of the role during the audition and directly started the performance. In his previous life, Eric had also been an actor and had appeared in many movies and TV shows. After all, in that circle, if one of his friends had an actor in a production team that matched his image, he would often be pulled over to play a small role with a phone call. He could get a salary of 8 to 10,000 yuan and expand his network. Who knew when he would run into an opportunity? Penny Marshall randomly selected a few scenes for Eric to perform. The first few scenes were very simple. Eric had already practiced for a few days in private. In addition, with the clear image of the original movie in his mind, Eric easily performed. This surprised Brooks and Penny Maxier, who were watching from the side. Eric's performance didn't seem like a newbie with no acting experience at all. If he was at this level during the official shooting, Eric wouldn't even need to go through the short-term training. He could just start preparing for the movie directly. "Next, Eric, try this scene." Penny smiled and handed Eric a script. From her expression, Eric was sure that he had passed this stage. He felt relieved. He was also afraid that he would make a mistake. He looked at the script in his hand. It was the scene on the school stage where Mike comforted his daughter who had broken up with her boyfriend. This scene contained Mike's favorite and one of the movie's most classic lines. "Miss Penny, I need an actress to act with me in this scene." "Of course," Penny Marshall said. She then said to a female staff member next to her, "Teresa, come and act with Eric." This scene was more than 2 minutes long, so Eric and the girl named Teresa prepared for a few minutes. Teresa only needed to roughly remember her lines. After all, she was just a prop. Eric, on the other hand, was seriously experiencing the various emotions shown in this scene. The concern when he saw his daughter cry, the madness when he heard that his daughter might have done something bad with Stan, the clumsiness when he comforted his daughter, and the helplessness when his daughter pounced on him. After they were ready, a staff member shouted action, and the performance began. Maggie sat on a prop box and pretended to cry. Mike stepped forward with a concerned look on his face. "Hey, Maggie, what's up? Go away." Maggie hid her hands in her sleeves and ignored Mike's crying. "Hey, what's going on?" Mike sat down next to Maggie. "What are you doing?" "Touching my head and saying I told you already, didn't I?" No, I won't." Mike quickly explained, "I just want to know what happened." "Stan dumped me." "Stan dumped you?" Mike raised his eyebrows slightly. The surprise on his face disappeared in a flash, and then it turned into anger and disbelief. When a father found out that his daughter had broken up with a scumbag boyfriend, of course, he would be happy. But when he realized that it was the man who dumped his daughter, he became angry and disbelieving. In a father's mind, since his daughter was so good, it should be his daughter who dumped the scumbag. What right did the scumbag have to dump his daughter? James Brooks and Penny Marshall, who were watching Eric's performance from the side, were shocked. If Eric's performance earlier could be considered a 60, then this change in facial expression alone could raise Eric's performance to a 90. James started to approve of Eric. To be able to reach his position, he was definitely not the kind of person who would not change his mind once he developed a bad impression of someone. The performance of the two people in the arena continued. Hearing that his daughter might have done something bad with Stan, Mike instantly went crazy. After making sure that nothing bad had happened, he hugged his daughter and scratched his head awkwardly, trying to find the words to comfort his daughter. When you were young, every little thing was like the end of the world. Actually, that's not the case. Everything has just begun. Along the way, you might meet a few scumbags, but one day, you will meet a boy who will hold you in the palm of his hand and surround you like the sun, rising and falling. Really? Of course. You are so considerate. Maggie threw herself into Mike's arms. When Mike found that his daughter's mood towards him was not normal, he hurriedly shrank back, grabbed his school bag and stood up. While inviting his daughter to his party, he resisted his daughter's pouncing. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as the two finished their performance, James Brooks and Penny Marshall could not help but applaud. With their professional vision, of course, they could see how outstanding Eric's performance was. The staff next to them saw the actions of the director and producer and also applauded. Michael Krause grinned and clapped. Although he also felt that Eric's performance was outstanding, after all, he was not a professional. However, he knew from the actions of James and Penny that Eric had passed the audition. This meant that the script of Back to 17 was successfully sold and he could get at least $100,000 in commission. Although he owned a small publishing house and had good results, his total net worth was only $4 to $5 million USD, most of which was in real estate. Getting $100,000 in one go was a huge sum of money for him. After passing the most crucial part of the audition, a lot of things became logical. Eric sold the script for $250,000 and $500,000 respectively and signed the actor's contract. The price of the script was $50,000 higher than expected. This was what Michael had fought for. After all, half of the money belonged to him. As for the remuneration, although Eric's performance was outstanding, he was still a newcomer. $500,000 was reasonable. In the blink of an eye, Eric found that he had more than $600,000. Although the remuneration would be paid after the filming was completed, it still gave him an illusion that it was a lifetime ago. If he had so much money in his previous life, he would definitely have made his own movie. Unfortunately, among the many hard-working people in the industry in his previous life, there were only a few who really became directors. After signing the contract, Eric took the check and left Fox's studio. All that was left was the preparation work for the movie. Although he wanted to get involved and gain some experience, he had just won the favor of the producer and director. He didn't want to give them the illusion that he was meddling in the movie. As for the original plan of the acting class, it was cancelled. In Penny Marshall's words, Eric's performance was perfect. There was no need to waste time on those beginner acting classes. As for the small flaws in his performance, they could be corrected during the filming. He went to the bank with Michael Krause and paid Michael $125,000 after cashing the check. Eric did not feel too bad about this amount of money. Although Michael did not do much, it was enough for him to recommend the script to the right people. If he relied on himself without any connections, who knew when he would be able to sell the script, not to mention the condition that came with it. Then, Jeff resigned as expected. After all, they had worked together for more than a month. Eric invited his colleagues to a small party at home. Jeff and a few older colleagues did not attend. After a night of partying, Eric was drunk by his colleagues and fell into a deep sleep. The moment he woke up, he felt as if his head was stuffed with a stone. After shaking his head a few times, Eric subconsciously reached for the phone next to his pillow. He quickly understood his situation, smiled, and sat up. It was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. This was Eric's bedroom on the second floor of William's house. The blazing summer sun unscrupulously shone through the glass door of the south balcony into the bedroom. It was already August, and before noon, people could already feel the sultry heat of Los Angeles. More than half a month after his rebirth, Eric had been busy with all kinds of things. His whole heart was floating in the air. He didn't even have time to look at the new world he was in. Now that everything had a good start, his whole heart was at ease. The bedroom was very big, more than 30 square meters. After putting in the big bed, wardrobe, desk, museum shelf, and other messy things, it still seemed empty. In his memory, Ralph had thought of dividing the bedroom into 2 rooms, but in the end, he didn't do it because there were only 2 of them in the house. There were enough rooms, and he didn't know what to do with another one. This seemingly sad reason made Ralph depressed for many days, but until his death, Ralph didn't have any action of looking for a wife. He didn't know if every alcoholic man had such a heart-wrenching past. Walking down to the 2nd floor, Eric spent half an hour tidying up the messy living room after the party. After breakfast, he drove out of the house. After spending a few hours, he first went to the store to order a Strauss piano. After leaving the address to the delivery man, Eric went to the bookstore to pick up a thick stack of music arrangement books. Eric didn't want to be a singer on a whim. He did this just to prepare for the movie soundtrack in the future. There were so many classic movies in his mind. If he wanted to perfectly restore them, he had to know some basic music arrangement knowledge. At least, he had to reach the level of being able to write the music in his mind into a staff. Otherwise, he couldn't hum it in front of those professional movie soundtracks in the future. Hollywood was different from the Eastern Mainland's entertainment circle. Many directors in the mainland would look for a composer when they were preparing the soundtrack for their movie. The composer would look at the footage and provide some music. The director would listen to it and clap his hands. And in Hollywood movies, music was a very important part, so the production was always refined. Not to mention the background music, just the theme song alone had emerged from countless classics. Many classic movie interludes were even world-famous, such as Unrestrained Melody from Ghost, My Heart Will Go On from Titanic, New Divide from Transformers, Young and Beautiful from The Great Gatsby, Let It Go from Frozen, and the good songs in Juno could fill an album. When he returned home with the books, the delivery man quickly brought the piano over. Eric directed the man to bring the piano to the study on the west side of the living room. Although it was called a study, there was not even a bookshelf. There was only a large desk and some other miscellaneous items. Eric's books were all in his bedroom upstairs. Ralph didn't have the habit of reading at all. After the piano was set up, as usual, it was time to try it out. Eric sat in front of the piano and placed his hands on the keys in a very stylish manner. Then, under the horrified and disdainful gazes of the delivery men, he started playing an off-key song, Happy Birthday. Eric glanced at the dumbstruck delivery man and sighed inwardly. Little guys, you're scared. With my standards, I can be considered as both virtuous and artistic in the circle in my previous life. In order to punish the delivery man for looking down on him, Eric directly cut the tip he planned to pay in half. However, the delivery man obviously didn't notice this. Until they got into the car, the tall and skinny white man was still muttering, Strauss, 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 that's more than 20,000 USD Strauss. His tone was filled with the feeling of a 28-year-old girl marrying an 82-year-old grandpa. This made Eric feel a little embarrassed, but also helpless. He couldn't possibly go up and tell him, Old Yang, don't worry, I'll take good care of Xier. What, audition? Eric asked in confusion, Penny, hasn't my role already been decided? After staying at home for a few days, he spent every day studying music, practicing basketball, and acting. Eric thought that this situation would continue until the movie started shooting. However, after 3 days, he received a call from the director, Penny Marshall. Of course, Eric. I want you to audition for other roles. After all, you're the scriptwriter, so you can give some advice on the role selection, right? Eric cursed in his heart. He probably could only give some advice, but he couldn't make any decisions. However, Eric readily agreed to Penny Marshall's request. He originally wanted to participate in the production of the movie to gain some experience. He drove to Fox's filming location. He saw Penny Marshall and James Brooks. Movie casting was a big deal. Of course, the director and producer had to be present. It was still the same room where he auditioned a few days ago. There were a few other staff members participating in the casting, but Eric was the only young man. There were still more than 10 minutes before the audition began. Penny Marshall took the initiative to talk to Eric about the preparation of Back to 17. The success of Flying Across the Future made 20th Century Fox very confident in our movie. They offered a budget of $20 million US. However, they hope that we can finish production as soon as possible and release it during Thanksgiving. Therefore, we have to finish the preparations within 2 weeks and finish shooting the school scenes before the end of the summer vacation. Eric took the audition list from the staff and thanked them. When he heard Penny Marshall's words, he said, "As long as the shooting goes smoothly, 3 months is enough for the movie. There are only a few simple special effects scenes in the movie. It won't take long for post-production." Penny Marshall nodded. "That's true. However, we still need to reserve some time for publicity." "By the way, Penny, which roles are we interviewing today?" Eric asked. "Here's the thing. We have invited Dan Aykroyd and Susan Sarandon for the adult role of Mike O'Donnell and Scarlett O'Donnell respectively. James recommended a friend of his for the adult role of Ned. Today, we are mainly interviewing Mike's children, as well as some other young actors in the movie. Therefore, I think you should come and take a look." Although Eric already knew that he, as a screenwriter, was destined to have no say in the selection of other actors, he was still a little depressed when he heard that several actors had been decided without his knowledge. Fortunately, the 2 actors mentioned by Penny Marshall were very much in line with Eric's expectations. As for the role of Ned, James Brooks would never treat the investment of $20 million as child's play. Presumably, the actor would not be too bad. However, Eric was still a little unwilling. He secretly vowed that he must have the right to speak in his own movie in the future. This feeling of being marginalized was really terrible. Depressed, Eric was no longer in the mood to chat with Penny Marshall. Penny Marshall did not notice Eric's abnormality. She turned to the other side and whispered something to James Brooks. Bored, Eric flipped through the list of actors for the audition. The first few names were all male actors, and the pictures were all young and handsome. After flipping through 7 or 8 names, Eric finally found a familiar name, Brad Pitt. Furthermore, the role they were auditioning for was actually Alex. In the original movie, Alex's image was that of a weak bottom. Eric felt that the original version was a little too weak. That small body was a little out of place on the basketball court. According to his analysis, the reason why they chose that thin and weak boy instead of a slightly taller and more handsome male voice was because, other than the need for the plot, the director was definitely worried that this supporting character would suppress the main character, Zac Efron. Zac Efron was only 1.75 meters tall. This height was considered very short among Westerners, especially among Western actors. The audience who watched the movie in his previous life could clearly feel this. Looking at the 25-year-old Pitt who still looked like a high school student in the picture, Eric suddenly felt that it was not bad to let Pitt play the role of a tall and strong man who was bullied everywhere. In the end, he could turn the tables and shine on the basketball court. Furthermore, Eric was completely confident that his performance would not be suppressed by Brad Pitt. In the future, when Pitt became famous, people would realize that he had acted as Eric Williams' son. Wouldn't that be very interesting? The corners of Eric's mouth curled up slightly. He continued to flip through the list. After that, he did not find any male actors that he was familiar with in his previous life. Next was a thick stack of information on actresses. When he saw the first one, Eric's jaw almost dropped. It was Angelina Jolie. The whole family was here today. Thinking back, Eric realized that Julie should have just graduated from an acting school this year and was preparing to enter high school. She would only start her modeling career next year. He had no idea why she would appear on Maggie's audition list. Western women developed very early. In the picture, the 13-year-old Julie was already slender and elegant. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, and her signature sexy lips. She had already begun to exude a faint wild aura. Eric was not optimistic about Julie's audition results. Her participation in the audition might have been the result of her father's influence. As he continued to flip through, Eric found another very interesting girl. "Hey, Penny." Eric turned his head with the information and asked, "What's up with Drew Barrymore? The terrible things she has done in the past 2 years. You know it too. Maybe she's not suitable for our school comedy?" Penny Marshall looked at it and smiled helplessly. "Steven recommended her." that woman shamelessly begged him. He was so annoyed that he recommended her. However, Steven also hinted that we don't have to consider him at all. So, you understand. Steven Spielberg? Penny Marshall nodded. Yes, you know. Steven is Drew's godfather. Eric nodded. Then, the woman that Penny's tone was full of disgust should be Drew's greedy mother. In just a few minutes, through the clues that Eric heard and saw, he found that Hollywood's selection of actresses was not as fair and transparent as the media said. It was still full of all kinds of relationships and games. Just as he was about to flip through the list, Penny Marshall patted Eric and said, "Okay, Eric, tidy up. The audition is starting." Eric had to arrange the list of actors in order and wait for the next audition. He thought that he would be a decoration. At most, he would provide one or two dispensable opinions and ask a few questions symbolically. Unexpectedly, the first young actor came in and answered a few questions. After the performance began, Penny Marshall said to Eric with a smile, "Eric, go up and act with Mr. Watson." Eric shrugged, looked at the script and walked forward. The fifth actor walked out of the audition room. Eric sat back in his seat and complained jokingly, "Penny, I thought you called me to be a referee. I didn't expect it to be a basketball on the court." Haha, it's a very interesting metaphor. Don't complain, Eric. It was James' idea. He complained that I cancelled your acting class. Finally, we discussed this method to let you practice acting. Eric pretended to be angry and glared at James Brooks, who acted as if nothing had happened. He complained, "Then why didn't you say it directly? You know it now, don't you?" Penny Maxier smiled. "Okay." Eric spread his hands speechlessly. Cheat-in. Com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Cheat-in Originals. This Brad Pitt seems to be a little taller than Eric, and a little older. The last audition candidate, Brad Pitt, walked out of the room. The audition stopped for a while, and James Brooks began to discuss with a few of the people in charge. Penny Marshall said, "Yeah, number 7, Blake Quinn, is not bad." The other people in charge also expressed their opinions. Eric looked at number 7's profile. He was a blonde 17-year-old Caucasian youth, 1.7 meters tall, and a little thin. He indeed matched the image of Alex in his previous life, but it was not what Eric wanted. Eric could not help but say, "Penny, I think Blake Quinn is too weak." Although he matches the image of a bullied high school student in the early stages of the movie, in the later stages of the movie, such a thin and weak boy showing off on the basketball court will be very abrupt and give the audience a false feeling. I just graduated from high school, and I know very well that it is impossible for such a thin and weak boy to appear on a high school basketball team, let alone be chosen by a scout. James Brooks heard Eric's analysis and nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Eric, which actor do you think is suitable? What about Brad Pitt? Penny Marshall said, "But Brad Pitt is a little taller than you." Eric shrugged and said, "Height is not a problem. It is very common for children to be taller than their parents. Moreover, his image can make the contrast between Alex and before not seem so abrupt." James asked, "What do you mean?" "First, we have to confirm that Brad Pitt's acting is not a problem. Although he has not starred in a movie, he has acted in many TV dramas, and his performance in the audition just now was not bad. Therefore, he can completely show Alex's self-abased and weak character in the early stages of the movie. Later, with Mike's encouragement and training, he will bravely show himself and pursue his girl. Look, he has this kind of potential to begin with. After he explodes, the audience won't feel that it's fake. Instead, they'll feel that, oh, Alex is just like that." Several people around him nodded in agreement with Eric's point of view. Eric could see that James Brooks was also a little moved, but he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he said, "Well, we'll discuss this later. Let's start the audition for the actress." The first one to audition was naturally Angelina Jolie. The girl was natural and unrestrained when she answered the questions, but her performance wasn't satisfactory. It was full of the exaggerated style of a stage play, causing Eric to almost fall into a ditch. If Eric had the power to choose actors, he might give Julie a small role. After all, it was very interesting to collect future superstars in his movie. Unfortunately, he didn't have much say at this time. After a few more girls, Drew Barrymore walked in. She had her trademark sweet baby face and wore a white tank top that exposed her navel. The black shoulder straps of her undershirt were faintly discernible from time to time with her movements. Below, she wore a white pleated skirt that reached her knees, revealing part of her calves. She wore black leather boots on her feet. If one only looked at her appearance, she was just a young and beautiful girl who matured prematurely. No one would associate her with words like alcohol and drugs. Sitting down on the chair opposite, Drew Barrymore stroked the hair in front of her forehead and found the young Eric sitting next to several middle-aged men and women in their 40s and 50s. Because the level of the reference was too low, his young and angular face was unusually handsome in her eyes. Drew's red lips curved into a mischievous smile and she naturally threw a glance at Eric. James and the others frowned and looked at Eric at the same time. Eric looked back innocently. "Hey, why are you staring at me? I'm innocent." In the end, James said, "Okay, Drew, calm down. Let's start." "No problem, Mr. Bruce." With a sweet smile, Drew instantly turned into a well-behaved girl next door. Eric really wanted to shout, "Watch out for my stick, old son, will take care of you." "Stop, Maggie, I'm not that kind of person." The scene was in Ned's bedroom. Maggie and Mike had another scene together. Mike kept dodging his daughter's pouncing. "No, you are." "No, I'm not." "You're a good person." "You're different from them." "I'm very different from them." "I'm very different from them," Mike said in a fluster. The little lion, who was in heat, suddenly understood something. She couldn't help but sit on the bed in disappointment. With a distressed look, she said, "Oh, I understand." "What? What do you understand?" "Your hair is already so neat, but you still want to make it more conspicuous." "What did you say?" Mike was even more puzzled. "I mean, buddy, are your jeans too skinny?" Mike looked down in confusion and suddenly said, "No, I'm not gay. I'm in love, Maggie. I fell in love with a girl when I was 17. Maggie, who was relieved, stood up and quickly asked, "Is she from our school? Do I know her? What's her name?" "I want to know her name." "Okay." Maggie leaned close to Mike and rubbed his face like a mother. "Tell your girlfriend to keep an eye on you." Ow, ow. Everyone in the room was fascinated by the two people's performances. If it wasn't for the setting, it wouldn't have mattered if the two people's performances were directly used in the movie. Some people couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that God was really unfair to give these two people such outstanding acting talent. The person in charge of the audition had been in the industry for many years and had seen many actors who had acted for many years. It wasn't that they didn't work hard, but they still received a lot of bad reviews. But these two young people seemed to be born with a natural talent for acting. What they didn't know was that Drew's talent was genuine, but the other guy was cheating. He had accumulated some acting experience in his previous life, and with the scenes in his mind, if he didn't act well, he would have to take a test of his IQ. "Eric, your performance is really outstanding. I heard that you're the screenwriter of this movie." "That's amazing." When the scene ended, Drew looked at Eric curiously. Eric nodded. "Thank you, but you're better than me, Miss Drew." "Thank you for the compliment." Drew generously reached out her small hand. Eric also reached out his hand and shook hers. At the same time, he felt the girl tickle his palm twice. Eric smiled. He didn't feel good about himself and thought that this was a special hint. Maybe Drew just felt that he had the right to choose the role, so she wanted to use this teasing method to make him slightly more inclined towards her. But she didn't know that she was only called to practice her acting. After Drew Barrymore left, the people in charge were silent. They all knew how Drew got the audition opportunity. Originally, they just wanted to deal with it, but in the end, she was naturally eliminated. Unexpectedly, Drew was the one with the best performance so far. For the rest of the audition, everyone, including Eric, was a little absent-minded. After nearly an hour, when it was close to noon, Eric finally realized that there was only one audition form left. He casually glanced at the name, Jennifer Aniston. Wow, in less than a second, Eric reacted and exclaimed in his heart. America's sweetheart, in real life, James Brooks said, Miss Jennifer Aniston, can you introduce yourself first? Jennifer Aniston keenly felt that the only young man opposite her was looking at her strangely. It was a slightly fanatical emotion, which made her feel a little proud and a little reserved. After introducing herself, the director let the boy act with her for a few scenes and then ended the audition. It was obvious that the people at the audition were a little out of it. Maybe they had already decided on the actor. Jennifer Aniston thought in disappointment. Her parents were both in the industry, so she knew more about the industry than outsiders. However, she still tried her best to complete her performance. It would be good if she could get a few small roles. Only. When Jennifer Aniston left the audition room, did Eric reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Just like the information he saw in his previous life, Jennifer Aniston was indeed a little plump, but she couldn't be considered fat. Moreover, with a height of 1.67 meters, after wearing high heels, she still had a graceful figure of a young girl. However, because of the factor of fat on screen, Jennifer Aniston's shortcomings would be magnified. Why, Eric, do you like this girl? I have to say, her smile is really sweet. Penny Marshall's teasing voice suddenly sounded beside him. The others also noticed Eric's gaffe and laughed. Eric came back to his senses and scratched his head awkwardly. Penny, don't laugh at me, James Brooks organized the information in his hands and laughed. How can I laugh at you, Eric? If you like her, maybe you can chase after her and send her home. You see, the audition is over. Of course, if you want to stay and have a working meal with us old guys, then forget it. I think, let's forget about it. Eric felt that if he did this, it would be a little abrupt. It would be bad if he caused Jennifer Aniston to dislike him. Hey, Eric, be bold. James Brooks encouraged him. In this vast sea of people, once you miss some good girls, it will be difficult to meet them again. Although this girl's body is a little plump and affects her looks on screen, her sweet smile can make up for it. So if you chase after her now, I can give her a small role as one of Maggie's 3 good friends. This will give you more opportunities to interact with her. Really? Thank you so much, James. I'll leave first. Eric originally wanted to ask James to give Jennifer Aniston a chance, but before he could think of how to ask, James Brooks took the initiative to bring it up. After Eric finished speaking, he quickly packed his backpack and rushed out of the room amidst the encouraging laughter of everyone. Jennifer Aniston absent-mindedly stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi. She wasn't very disappointed with the audition. She didn't have much hope in the first place. After graduating from the Performing Arts School last year, she had acted in a few stage plays one after another. By chance, she heard about the recruitment of actresses for this movie and tried to submit her resume. She didn't expect to get the chance to audition. Just as she was about to flag down a taxi, she heard someone call her name from behind. She turned around and saw the strange boy in the audition room who was staring at her fiercely. Hello, you are that. Jennifer Aniston subconsciously waved her hand twice, only to realize that she didn't know the other party's name. Eric reached out his hand and said, Miss Jennifer Aniston, hello, my name is Eric Williams. Jennifer Aniston reached out her small hand and politely smiled, hello, Mr. Williams. Eric looked at Jennifer Aniston's sweet smiling face up close and was slightly absent-minded. He even forgot to let go of Jennifer Aniston's hand. Mr. Williams, you. Jennifer Aniston slightly struggled. Feeling the warmth from the big hand, she was a little embarrassed and stared at Eric reproachfully. Oh, sorry, just call me Eric. Miss Jennifer Aniston, can I call you Anne? Eric withdrew his hand and awkwardly scratched his head. He thought to himself, although I didn't have a lot of experience with women in my previous life, I was still a womanizer. Why am I acting like a young boy now? It must be the hormones of this body. Yes, it must be so. Jennifer Aniston was doubtful with a hint of vigilance. Okay, Eric, but we don't seem to know each other, right? Eric put away his thoughts and smiled. Don't we know each other now? All friends are strangers at the beginning. And it's already noon, can I invite you to lunch? That's too abrupt, Eric. We've only exchanged a few words. Jennifer Aniston refused. Then I'll send you home. Eric settled for the next best thing. Alright. Jennifer Aniston was stunned for a moment. She had already rejected him once. Jennifer Aniston, who was never good at rejecting others, subconsciously agreed. In fact, Eric was just using a little social trick. If he had offered to send the girl home right from the start, what would he do if he was rejected? He couldn't pester her, right? That would only have the opposite effect. The two of them got into Eric's car together. After asking for the address, Eric started the car and drove towards the destination. Jennifer Aniston couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Eric, are you a staff member of Back to 17? Eric held onto the steering wheel and nodded. "Yeah, I'm the scriptwriter and the male lead of this movie." "Wow, that's amazing. You should be the same age as me. I've only played a few small roles in a few stage plays." Eric smiled and said, "I'm just lucky." "By the way, you said you're acting in a stage play?" "Oh, yeah." When it came to things that interested her, Jennifer Aniston immediately opened her mouth and chattered on. Eric interjected a few words from time to time, making Jennifer Aniston chuckle. How could a 19-year-old girl who had just entered society for less than a year be a match for Eric, who had the soul of a middle-aged man hidden in his bones? Under Eric's subtle guidance, Jennifer Aniston gradually opened up as the conversation progressed. She even began to talk about her current life in Los Angeles. "Although working in a convenience store is very tiring and I have to stand for at least 8 hours a day, I feel that my life is very fulfilling now. From time to time, I can act in some stage plays and participate in some auditions. I believe that even if I don't rely on my irresponsible father, I will be successful one day." Although Eric knew that in his previous life, Jennifer Aniston finally joined the television industry under the introduction of her father, in the parallel universe, it was already 2 years later. In his memory, Jennifer Aniston in his previous life resented her father for abandoning her and her mother when they were young. For more than 2 years, she refused her father's help and wasted more than 2 years in Hollywood. In the end, Jennifer Aniston's father, John Aniston, took the initiative to do something to ease the relationship between father and daughter. Only then did the stubborn Jennifer Aniston accept his help. When she got the role in Friends, Jennifer Aniston was already 25 years old. In Hollywood, once an actress passed the age of 30, if her career didn't improve, it would be difficult for her to develop further. It had to be said that Jennifer Aniston was still very lucky. At this time, when Eric heard Jennifer Aniston's words, he still encouraged her, "I also believe that. In the audition just now, your performance was very outstanding. There weren't too many traces of stage play and it seemed very natural." Well, at the beginning, when a girl participated in the audition, her stage play style almost brought me in. Speaking of the audition just now, Jennifer Aniston suddenly became silent. After a while, she softly asked, "Eric, was the role of Maggie already decided before my audition?" "I have to say, Anne, your eyesight is indeed very sharp. I found that you were a little absent-minded. Maybe you were just going through the motions." Eric didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "If nothing unexpected happens, Maggie will probably be played by Drew Barrymore. Her performance in the audition was very good." "Drew Barrymore, the cute little girl in E.T.? She should be 13 years old now. Isn't Maggie a high school student about to go to college?" Eric curiously asked, "Why, Anne, when you were waiting for the audition, didn't you see Drew? She is now a big girl, although, well, she is indeed only 13 years old." Jennifer Aniston was a little embarrassed and said, "Well, for today's audition, I changed shifts with my colleagues last night. I was on duty until midnight, so I came a little late." "It's okay. Actually, I don't know if I should tell you." Jennifer Aniston looked up curiously and asked, "What is it?" "After you left just now, they all saw that I like you." Jennifer Aniston's small mouth suddenly opened. She was a little surprised by Eric's directness and became a little hesitant, and then? "James, who is the producer of this movie, said to me that some good girls, once you miss them, you will never meet them again, so he encouraged me to chase after them. He also said that if I did so, he would give you a role and create more opportunities for us to get along." Eric exposed James in one breath and secretly apologized to James Brooks, thinking that it was not easy for him to pick up a girl. I. Facing Eric's confession, Jennifer Aniston was a little flustered, but at the same time, there was a trace of sweetness in her heart. Eric saw Jennifer Aniston's panic and quickly said, "No, you don't need to feel burdened, Anne. We are friends now, aren't we? It's normal for friends to help each other. Actually, the role is nothing. It's just one of Maggie's 3 good friends and a few minutes of screen time. But if you accept it, it will provide you with qualifications for future auditions. I believe that my movie will definitely achieve good results." "Thank you, Eric. I really don't know what to say." The car drove for more than 10 minutes and arrived at a residential area in Burbank. Jennifer Aniston pointed at the intersection in front and said, "Eric, I'm here. Just park there." The car stopped at the entrance of a somewhat narrow alley. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. Jennifer Aniston did not move to get out of the car. Eric was certainly not stupid enough to ask Jennifer Aniston to get out of the car. After sitting quietly for a while, the atmosphere in the car gradually became a little ambiguous. In the end, Jennifer Aniston gathered her courage and said, "How about I treat you to lunch, Eric? There's a small restaurant in front. I often eat there." Eric felt relieved and said, "How can that be, Anne? It's not appropriate for a girl to treat you." "Of course, I'll pay the bill. Let's go. You lead the way." Jennifer Aniston finally accepted the role. In the following period of preparation for the movie, the two of them talked on the phone almost every day. The content of their conversation was very scattered. For example, someone stole from the convenience store where Anne worked. She was almost late because she was too sleepy in the morning. She found a few cockroaches in her closet and so on. Eric also talked about trivial things in his life from time to time. At the same time, he comforted the loneliness in the heart of a girl who was alone in a foreign land. Although Jennifer Aniston was in contact with many people, she did not have many friends that she could confide in. In a short period of time, Eric had become her spiritual sustenance. Eric knew that as long as he confessed, Jennifer Aniston would definitely agree to be his girlfriend, because the girl occasionally began to act coquettishly to him on the phone. However, Eric was not in a hurry to do so. He did not want Jennifer Aniston to have any bad associations between the movie role and being his girlfriend. Therefore, he had to at least wait until the filming of Back to 17 was over. Anyway, the girl could not escape from him in her current state. Therefore, Eric only needed to wait for everything to fall into place. During this period, another thing had taken shape, and that was the publication of Jurassic Park. After signing the contract with Michael Krause for more than half a month, he finally got the sample book of Jurassic Park. The cover was a Tyrannosaurus Rex chasing a running off-road vehicle. It was quite a sci-fi idea. The inspiration came from the movie Jurassic Park in his memory. Michael Krause thought it was great. The combination of ancient dinosaurs and modern off-road vehicles set a suspense for the readers just by the cover. Eric specially asked for an extra copy and gave it to Jennifer Aniston. These days, Eric had unknowingly left an image of a gentle and considerate boyfriend in Jennifer Aniston's heart. For Jennifer Aniston, who had lacked fatherly love since she was young, this had a strong impact on her. After receiving the copy of Jurassic Park, Jennifer Aniston, who admired Eric's screenwriting and acting skills, suddenly had a little admiration in her eyes. Naturally, she labeled Eric as a genius in her heart. The preparations for Back to 17 were still in progress. During this period, Eric participated in several preparations and met with the other actors in the crew. As for the role of Mike's son, the crew did not choose Brad Pitt. Of course, they did not choose the skinny boy named Blake Quinn either. Instead, they chose another slightly stronger 18-year-old boy. Eric did not have any complaints about this, because he later met Jennifer Aniston. Because of certain issues, Eric did not have a good impression of Pitt, who had abandoned Jennifer Aniston in his previous life. Eric even had a wicked thought. In the future, when he became a famous director, would he let the superstar couple of Pitt and Julie, from his previous life, play a supporting role in his movie? Yes, Jennifer Aniston would definitely be the lead. Everything went smoothly. On August 16, 1988, after Eric's rebirth, the first movie that carried the ideals of his previous life officially started production. Cut, very good. Eric, take a break and get ready for the next scene. Penny Marshall clapped her hands and told the crew to get ready for the next scene as soon as possible. At this time, Eric was wearing a wet loose suit and was acting out the scene where he asked about the old janitor's whereabouts in the school corridor. It was the afternoon of the first day of shooting. The location was a private high school in Beverly Hills. After the high school's board of directors understood the content of the script, they readily agreed to provide the crew with a filming location for free. However, the premise was that the name of Hyde High School in the script had to be changed to this high school's name. This was a win-win situation. The crew would get the location for free and save a lot of money, and the high school would be promoted through the film. After a simple discussion, the crew agreed to the school's board of directors' request. In the morning, they tried to shoot some simple scenes and the results were good. Therefore, in the afternoon, they began to shoot the scene where Mike transformed and went to the school to look for the old janitor. Eric, your outfit is too shabby. You look like those dirty homeless people in the downtown area. Drew Barrymore sat on a chair with his legs crossed and mocked without a care for his image. Of course, Eric didn't care about the words of a 13-year-old girl. He casually replied, "Hey, Maggie, that's not something a girl should say." Drew curled his lips. "Humph, as an 18-year-old virgin, you really talk big." At this time, Jennifer Aniston happened to come over with a towel. Hearing Drew mocking her sweetheart, she immediately retorted, "You're 100 times better than those bad women." Drew didn't care about Jennifer Aniston from head to toe. Then, he opened his big eyes and revealed a mocking smile. He deliberately twisted his slender waist seductively on the chair. It had to be said that this move was very lethal. Jennifer Aniston was a little self-conscious about her voluptuous figure, let alone in front of the boy she liked. She immediately threw away the towel in her hand and pounced on Drew like an angry cat. Although Jennifer Aniston had a sweet face, if she didn't have a shrewish personality, how could she protect herself well in Los Angeles, seeing that a catfight was about to break out? Eric hurriedly stopped Jennifer Aniston and pulled her little hand to sit beside him. He intimately bit her ear and whispered something. Jennifer Aniston cutely shrunk her neck and felt Eric's breath. After a while, she giggled and lightly punched Eric's shoulder. She said coquettishly, "Eric, you're so bad. How could you say that?" Drew secretly pricked up his ears, but didn't hear what Eric had just said. He could only wrinkle his little nose, pretend not to care, and turn his head to the side. "Eric, get ready for the next scene." "Okay, Penny." Eric patted Jennifer Aniston's little hand, stood up, and walked to the set. As for why Drew was targeting Eric, it all started in the morning. Because it was a school scene, Drew and Jennifer Aniston had joined the set at the beginning. Although Eric and Jennifer Aniston hadn't revealed their relationship, everyone could see that Jennifer Aniston was attached to Eric. Regarding this, some people teased, some envied, and of course, there were also people who didn't like it, such as Drew. He didn't know why, but whenever he saw the two of them together, even if they weren't doing anything intimate, Drew would feel inexplicably uncomfortable, especially when Jennifer Aniston occasionally showed a happy little girl's face. Therefore, Drew couldn't help but mock Eric. In just one morning, everyone in the crew knew that Eric and Drew had a conflict. However, when the two of them appeared in front of the camera together, they were very professional, and there were very few NGs. Because it didn't affect the filming, Marshall only hinted to Eric to be a little more tolerant of Drew. After knowing Eric for half a month, Marshall had already discovered that Eric was far more mature and steady than his peers. "Hey, big fat girl, what did that guy say to you just now?" Drew couldn't help but pretend not to care and asked casually. "Poor guy, I'm warning you." After Eric's counseling, Jennifer Aniston didn't react as strongly as before, but because the boy she liked wasn't by her side, her words became bold. "Poor guy, me?" Drew's heart slightly trembled, but on the surface, he revealed an expression of disbelief as he looked at Jennifer Aniston. "Uh-huh." Jennifer Aniston slightly raised her cute chin and proudly squeezed out a syllable. "Uh-huh, that's funny. I'm one of the female leads of the movie, and you're just a small character with a 2-minute scene. What right do you have to call me a poor guy?" Jennifer Aniston said, "So what, even if you're the female lead, you're just a money-making tool in your mother's hands. But I'm different. Although I'm just a small character, I have freedom, I have dreams, and I have a talented, gentle, and considerate boyfriend. He's only 18 years old, but he wrote a script and acted as the male lead, and he's about to publish a novel. As for you, your father treats you as if you don't exist, and your mother treats you as a money-making tool. You're not reconciled, but there's nothing you can do. You can only give up and indulge yourself, drinking, taking drugs, and even promiscuous sex. You even foolishly thought that these were a rebellion against reality. When you saw me being intimate with Eric, you, who lacked love, became jealous. So you're just a poor guy who has no one to love, and no freedom. Boom, as if an atomic bomb exploded in his mind, Drew felt like he was suddenly stripped naked and thrown in the middle of a busy city, without any privacy to speak of. No matter how mature he appeared to be, Drew was only a 13-year-old girl. Most girls at this age had just entered junior high school. They were ignorant, curiously looking at the new world around them, and looking forward to their upcoming first love. Jennifer Aniston's analysis of the human heart tore open the wound that Drew carefully buried under the fragile disguise. Seeing Drew suddenly become silent, Jennifer Aniston, who thought she had won, revealed a satisfied smile. If Eric was here, he would definitely stop Jennifer Aniston from saying such words that a 13-year-old girl couldn't bear. After successfully completing a few scenes, Eric returned to the rest area again. He was surprised to see Drew curling up her legs in front of her body and burying her head in her arms. She was silent. He curiously asked Jennifer Aniston, "And, what's wrong? Why are you two so quiet?" Jennifer Aniston proudly said, "Hey," she was speechless by my refutation. "Oh, and, you're really good. Drew's clever little mouth isn't that easy to deal with. Well, let's go. You're going on stage. Do well and try to leave a good impression on the director." "I will." The two of them walked intimately towards the filming location. This small disturbance seemed to have passed quietly, but was it really so? In the following scenes, Drew didn't show any abnormalities. She just spoke a lot less and didn't pick on Eric anymore. Eric, who put all his attention on the shooting of the movie and Jennifer Aniston, didn't notice Drew's abnormal behavior. Unbelievable, the shooting went so smoothly. After finishing the last scene of the day, Penny Marshall took the shooting schedule and sketched it with a pen. She said to Eric, "Originally, we planned to finish the shooting of the school scenes in 10 days. But according to this progress, it might take less than a week." Although I said it many times during the audition, I have to say, Eric, your performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you really have no acting experience? Eric smiled and said, "Of course not, Penny. Actually, I lied. I acted in many movies in my previous life. Although I wasn't the lead, I still accumulated a lot of experience. Fortunately, I still haven't forgotten it in this life." "Wow, in your previous life, this is the theory of Eastern Buddhism, right?" Penny Marshall took Eric's honest words as a joke and said, "Well, your little girlfriend is waiting for you. Go, don't be late tomorrow." "See you tomorrow, Penny." "See you tomorrow." Eric started the car and left the shooting location with Jennifer Aniston. No one noticed that Drew Barrymore, who was standing alone in the crowd, stared at the car in the distance and murmured with resentment, "Wait and see, Jennifer Aniston, you little bitch. You hurt me like this, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll make you regret every word you said today." "Eric, do you also think that I should lose weight?" Jennifer Aniston, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, blushed and looked out of the window. She seemed to be looking at the traffic flow as she casually asked. Eric pursed his lips and organized his words, "And, in my eyes, you will always be the most beautiful. But I think that if you want to have a bigger development in Hollywood, you should at least lose weight to about 100 pounds. Humph. Stinky man who doesn't mean what he says, you finally couldn't help but say it, right? You also think that I'm fat." Jennifer Aniston snorted, but there was no anger in her tone. Instead, there was a hint of coquettishness. Eric was speechless. "You're the one who asked." "Okay, I apologize." "In order to express my apology, how about we go to eat Italian food?" Jennifer Aniston hesitated and said softly, Why don't we go to my house? I just learned how to cook a few dishes. You can try them for me." Eric said without hesitation, "It would be my honor." This was the first time that Eric came to Jennifer Aniston's little house. It was a very exquisite one-bedroom with various warm decorations and dolls. The air was filled with the unique fragrance of a girl's house. Eric wanted to help, but he was driven out of the kitchen by Jennifer Aniston. He could only sit in the living room and read Jennifer Aniston's fashion magazine. An hour later, Jennifer Aniston brought the last dish of soup to the table. She clapped her hands and said proudly, "How is it?" Eric sniffed and praised, "It's great. It's appetizing just by smelling it. I can't wait." "Hee, thank you, Eric." The two of them sat down and enjoyed the soup together. It had to be said that Jennifer Aniston's cooking was really good. While eating, Jennifer Aniston suddenly stood up and said to Eric, "By the way, Eric, when I went downstairs to buy condiments, I saw something about you. Let me show it to you." With that said, Jennifer Aniston stood up excitedly and took out a newspaper from her convenience bag. She returned to the dining table and spread the newspaper in front of her. While Eric was wondering what Jennifer Aniston was doing with the newspaper, Jennifer Aniston began to read with a little pride. Eric Williams, in Jurassic Park, with his own genius creativity, genetic engineering, embryo theory, and other scientific foundations, he showed us a highly operable concept of dinosaur resurrection. And through the hands of Dr. Hardman, he created a shocking dinosaur paradise on Nubra Island. However, this was just the beginning. The appearance of the chaos scientist, Malcolm, brought us into another possibility. Jennifer Aniston read until here, skipped the middle section of the book review and directly skipped to the end. What's even more surprising is that the author of the novel, Mr. Eric Williams, is only 18 years old this year. Moreover, according to our understanding, this genius boy has a rather bumpy background. Eric resisted the urge to cover his face. Without a doubt, what followed next was the great American dream. Of course, Eric also added in the classic scene from the talent shows in his previous life. He reached out and took the newspaper from Jennifer Aniston and said, "Okay, and stop reading." Jennifer Aniston waved her small hand unhappily and tried to snatch back the newspaper. Hey, we're about to get to the point. They're praising you. Hey, why do you look so weird?" Actually, Eric crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it directly into the trash can next to the dining table, then said, "If you want to hear it, I can recite it to you." Jennifer Aniston's small mouth opened slightly and looked at the newspaper in the trash can. "So you've read it?" "But I haven't read it yet." "Eric, you're really despicable." "It's not like that. Actually, I wrote this article." Jennifer Aniston was shocked. "Wow." Eric said somewhat guiltily, "Isn't the novel published?" "In order to promote it, we usually hire people to write some book reviews and publish them in the newspaper. A few days ago, Michael came to me and said that no one knows his novel better than I do. He asked me to write a few book reviews and publish them. Coincidentally, the one you just read is one of them." "Wow." Eric shrugged and said shamelessly, "Actually, it's nothing. And this is a very normal promotion behavior. Everyone does it." "Eric, yes? You're really too shameless." After Jennifer Aniston finished speaking, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed loudly on the dining table without caring about her image. After that, of course, there were no more performances. Jennifer Aniston used the reason that her pure heart was tainted by Eric's shameless behavior as an excuse to chase Eric out of the house right after dinner. 3 days later, Jennifer Aniston finished her scenes in school. She only had to show her face in 2 party scenes, but that had to wait until the school filming was completed. Therefore, Jennifer Aniston temporarily returned to the convenience store to be a salesperson. At the same time, Eric noticed that Jennifer Aniston had been listless for the past 2 days. After asking, he found out that Jennifer Aniston had started to become listless. If not, it was because she was hungry. Eric advised her not to be so anxious, it would hurt her body, but it didn't work. In addition, Drew occasionally looked at him with faint eyes on the set these days, like a hungry kitten that could pounce on him and bite him at any time. This kind of classic scene in horror movies made Eric feel very frightened. Moreover, when Jennifer Aniston wasn't paying attention, Drew would sneak up on him. On the first day of filming, Drew mocked and ridiculed his performance. Eric just smiled and let it go. Even if Drew was still like that, Eric wouldn't care. But looking at Drew's current state, Eric really wanted to ask her, "Great aunt, what kind of godly development is this? Can't you just directly stab me?" The second day after Jennifer Aniston left the set, on the set. "Eric, do you want water? Can I get you a bottle?" Drew asked Eric sweetly during a break in filming. Eric subconsciously refused. "Oh no, thank you, Drew. I'm not thirsty." Drew didn't insist. Soon, Drew came over with 2 bottles of purified water and directly threw one to Eric. "Here, take it." Eric had to take it. Drew sat down on the chair next to Eric and gently moved the chair to Eric's side. She basically leaned on Eric before stopping. "Well, Drew, maybe we should talk. I want to know what happened. You know, I have a girlfriend." In fact, these words were just an excuse for Eric. The main reason was that Eric was not interested in Drew's chaotic life. "It's very simple. I like you," Drew said directly as she moved her face closer. Pfft, Eric spat out a mouthful of water. This girl was really direct. But I. If he said that he didn't feel anything after being confessed to by a beautiful girl, it would be too pretentious. Eric was speechless for a moment. Since the topic was out in the open, Drew didn't have to be so secretive. Anyway, Jennifer Aniston had left the set. Drew could brandish her little hoe with great fanfare. "Eric, can I be your girlfriend? Actually, I only had one boyfriend. It's not as bad as people say." "Drew, don't be like this." Eric was thinking about how to reject Drew when Penny Marshall's heavenly voice rang out. "Hey, you 2 little guys, stop being so lovey-dovey. Get ready for the next scene." Eric quickly responded. He broke free from Drew's arm and walked to the set. Drew looked at Eric's back as he left. The flirtatious look on her face quickly disappeared and turned into a faint resentment. "Jennifer Aniston, just you wait. I want you to see me take away your most precious thing with your own eyes. You call me a pitiful person, but let's see who's the pitiful one in the end." A week later, the school scene was completely finished, and the crew began to shoot other scenes. Wow. Susan Sarandon walked up to Eric. She reached out her hands and pinched Eric's face. "You look so much like my husband, don't you?" "Uh-huh." Eric snorted. "That's my ex-husband." It's really strange." Eric agreed. "What's going on?" Susan continued. At this time, Penny Marshall, who was watching the monitor, shouted, "Cut, Eric, you're laughing again. This is the 5th time. Can't you restrain yourself a little?" In people's minds, it was normal for a director to have a bad temper. In the face of the actors' repeated NGs, wasting the crew's time and money, no matter how good a person's temper was, they would be so angry that they wanted to cut someone with a knife. In this situation, Eric could only apologize again and again. "I'm sorry, Penny. I promise, next time I will try not to laugh." Penny Maxier rolled her eyes. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Eric had made a promise. "Everyone, bury yourselves and prepare for another round." Susan Sarandon, who was next to Eric, said, "Eric, when I rub your face later, you can try to look away. Don't focus on me." "Okay, Miss Sarandon, I will try." To be honest, this scene was not very funny, but for some reason, Eric could not help but laugh. When they started shooting again, Eric followed Susan Sarandon's advice and held back his laughter. After 6 takes, this scene finally passed. During the break, Eric walked to Susan Sarandon and said, "Miss Sarandon, thank you so much for just now." "It's nothing, Eric. Just call me Susan. In fact, you are talented. I have never seen an actor as good as you in his first acting." "Oh, thank you." Susan, can I ask you a question?" "Please speak." Eric said, "I want to know, Susan, how do you maintain such a good figure?" "Wow, Eric, can I take that as a compliment?" Susan Sarandon raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. Noticing Susan Sarandon's meaningful smile, Eric suddenly remembered that the beauty in front of him was a famous Hollywood woman who liked to eat young men. She had found several boyfriends who were more than 10 years younger than her. She even planned to marry her boyfriend who was 32 years younger than her when she was in her 60s. No, Susan is actually my girlfriend. She's on a diet recently, so I was wondering if I could get some advice from you. Oh, I see. Losing weight is not an easy task. I happen to know a good fitness consultant. She runs a women's fitness club in Beverly Hills. At the same time, she is an excellent nutritionist. You can take your girlfriend to her for some consultation. She will make a reasonable weight loss plan for your girlfriend. Then, Susan, can you leave me an address? Of course, no problem. Susan Sarandon asked her assistant for a pen and paper. She quickly wrote a note and handed it to Eric. Eric put the note away, thanked her, and turned to leave. Just as he walked to his resting place and sat down, Drew quickly pulled her chair next to Eric. She sneakily leaned over and said, "Hey, Eric, what did Susan just write for you? Is it a date address?" Eric pushed Drew's face away and said, "Of course, you also saw it. A 13-year-old girl like you shouldn't waste your energy." Huh. Drew chuckled. She was just joking. Eric's generous admission was tantamount to denying this possibility. She then said, "I heard that children who grew up without a mother have an Oedipus complex. Are you like this too?" Obviously, Drew had done some research on Eric's family situation. "Hey, Drew, this is not a good topic." Drew thought that Eric was angry when he heard about his mother, so she stuck out her tongue. "Eric, after work today, can you treat me to dinner?" Eric shook his head and said, "No, if you want to treat me, you should treat Anne. That big fat girl, are you going to raise her into a Tyrannosaurus Rex?" Eric was a little curious. In this era, people already used the word Tyrannosaurus to describe fat girls? Tyrannosaurus Rex? "Drew, don't you think it's inappropriate to talk about my girlfriend in front of me? If you were a man, maybe I would beat you up right now." "Humph, don't think I don't know. You two aren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet. I heard about her audition. Her role was given to her by James because of you. With the big fat girl's pride, she won't be your girlfriend now. At least wait until the filming is over." What a hypocritical woman. "Drew," Eric said with a serious face, "if you say that again, don't think I'll talk to you again." Okay. Drew raised his hands in surrender and said, "Then I'll treat you to dinner, okay? After dinner, we can find a place to talk about your book Jurassic Park. It's really well written. I officially announce that I'm now a fan of Mr. Eric Williams' books." Eric said, "Stop fooling around, Drew. Will your mother allow you to mess around? That woman." Drew's face was full of disgust. "As long as it's not time to sign a check, she won't care about me." It seemed that Drew Barrymore's prejudice against his mother was deeply ingrained in his bones. No wonder in his previous life, after Drew turned 16, he completely broke with his family. There were a lot of scenes involving Eric today. Even with his young body, he couldn't take it. After work, he walked to the parking lot, feeling a little tired. Soon, he realized that Drew was chasing after him like a shadow. "Hey, Eric, you promised to treat me to dinner. Don't run away." Eric stopped and said, "Drew, don't be unreasonable, okay? When did I promise you? Go back." "No." Drew grabbed Eric's arm. Her originally rude and unreasonable expression quickly turned pitiful. "I've already sent my assistant away. You won't be at ease with a little girl going home alone, right? What if I meet bad people? Will they drag me to a corner and rape me before killing me?" Eric was already quite immune to Drew's cheat-like face-changing skill. He was unmoved and said, "They won't. I'll be at ease if you go home alone. Go, I'm tired from the day. I need to go back and rest." Drew saw that her pitiful act was useless. She rolled her eyes and rubbed her blonde hair into a mess. She pulled off the straps of her singlet and scratched her body with her little claws. A few red marks quickly appeared. Then, she looked up at Eric. She blinked her big eyes, which were already filled with tears. "If you don't agree, I'll sit on the ground and cry for help. I believe the LAPD will teach you a good lesson." Eric held his forehead and rubbed his throbbing temples. "Great sage, hurry up and show your spirit and subdue this little demon who's stirring up trouble." Bang, Eric gloomily slammed the door and started the car. He asked Drew, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Okay, you won, Drew. Tell me, where are we going?" "Master Restaurant. I want to eat steak." "As you wish, Your Majesty. By the way, where is Master Restaurant?" Drew first looked at Eric with disdain, then suddenly said excitedly, "Why don't I drive? Don't even think about it. I don't want trouble. Hurry up and tell me the address, or I'll just pick one." Drew pouted and said the restaurant's address. Eric drove to the destination. "Hurry up and eat. I'll take you home after eating. I've seen you yawn several times. You must be tired." Drew took a sip of juice and looked at Eric coquettishly. "You can also take me home. You can do whatever you want." Cough. Eric choked and quickly covered his mouth with a napkin. He glared fiercely at Drew. This little girl is really unscrupulous. Gradually, Eric found that Drew's eating speed was getting slower and slower. She spoke less and less. Even the hand holding the knife and fork was slightly trembling. Just as he was about to ask Drew if she was feeling unwell, Eric suddenly thought of some people he saw in the entertainment circle in his previous life. He quickly confirmed one thing: Drew's drug addiction might be acting up. It can't be so coincidental. Eric smiled bitterly in his heart. He looked at Drew, who was trying her best to endure. He quickly shouted to the waiter, "Waiter, the bill." Eric just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Although many people knew about Drew's drug addiction and it was even reported in the newspapers, there were no pictures or facts. In most people's impression, Drew was still the cute little girl who was kissed by aliens in ET. If someone saw Drew's drug addiction in a public place, or even took a picture, it would be a devastating blow to Drew's image. After quickly paying the bill, Eric said to Drew, who was sitting there in a daze, "Drew, let's go. I'll take you home." She held Eric's arm and walked out of the restaurant. Eric felt the petite body leaning on him trembling slightly. He couldn't help but feel pity for her. In the car, Drew quickly curled up in the passenger seat and shivered. Then she said to Eric, who started the car, "Eric, can you help me buy some?" "No," Eric said firmly. "Drew, bear with it. I'll send you home." "Can you tell me your address?" "No," Drew quickly shook his head and suddenly shouted hysterically, "I don't want to go home, I don't want to go home. That woman will only send me to rehab if she sees me like this. I won't go back, I won't go back." Eric quickly comforted her. Okay, we won't go back." After thinking about it, Eric started the car and drove to his home. After parking the car in the garage, Eric carried Drew, who had completely fallen into a state of confusion, into his bedroom. Eric, I beg you, buy some for me." Drew curled up in Eric's arms, grabbing onto Eric's collar as he cried bitterly and begged. "No, Drew, I can't do that. That would only make things worse. Vomit, no matter how beautiful a little girl was, she wouldn't look good when she vomited." The steak that she just ate was all vomited on Eric's bed, and some of it splashed on Eric's body. The room was quickly filled with an unpleasant smell. Eric frowned slightly, but when he saw the girl struggling unconsciously in the filth, he felt even more pity. He quickly pulled down the dirty sheets and cleaned them up. Eric found a towel, picked up Drew slightly, and carefully wiped the vomit on her body. Feeling the coolness on her forehead, Drew, who slightly recovered, grabbed onto Eric again. She trembled and murmured without any sense of threat, if you don't buy some for me. Eric hugged the girl and said, "Drew, bear with it. Those things will only have the opposite effect. It won't help you at all. You have to be strong. You're a lucky girl who was kissed by aliens." "I don't want to be a lucky girl." Eric also didn't know how to help people with drug addiction. In his previous life, although he had met many drug addicts in that circle, he had never encountered a situation like Drew's. At this time, he realized that his body temperature might be of some help to Drew, so he hugged Drew into his arms and gently stroked her back, hoping that she would feel better. More than an hour passed like this. No matter how Drew struggled, begged, threatened, or cursed, Eric always held Drew tightly in his arms and patiently comforted her. Finally, Eric realized that Drew had unknowingly fallen asleep in his arms. Because he had been in the same position for a long time, Eric felt that his waist had become stiff. He wanted to let Drew lie down, but who would have thought that just as he let go of the girl in his arms, Drew would be like a fish out of water, waving her hands subconsciously looking for something. Eric sighed softly, changed to a more comfortable position, and hugged the girl tightly in his arms again. Drew leaned her head in front of Eric, and soon her breathing calmed down again. Holding the girl in his arms, Eric suddenly thought of his wife and son in the parallel space. His son was only 5 years old, and his wife was a small office worker. Since they got married, she became a full-time housewife. The family's finances were all supported by Eric alone. He didn't know how they were doing now that he had suddenly left, but he hoped that everything was fine. Drew dreamed that she had accepted another movie. In the movie, Drew played a fallen elf in the dark forest, wanton and confused. Then the prince appeared and saved Drew from the poisonous apple stepmother. He fought against the oppression of the Ice Queen with Drew, and for Drew, he rejected Snow White in the dwarf forest. The two of them held a grand wedding in a fragrant palace made of candy and cream cake. The prince carried Drew into the wedding room and placed Drew on a large bed covered with dozens of layers of quilts. Drew smiled and leaned on the prince's body, as happy as a flower. Then she woke up. She found herself in the warm embrace of a man, using the other party's arm as a pillow, and her hands tightly wrapped around the man's waist. After a brief moment of confusion, Drew recalled the events of last night, although it was only intermittent fragments. She looked at Eric's handsome face, his messy blonde hair, and even the manly aura emitted by Eric's light breathing made Drew's heart flutter. Everyone thought that Drew was God's favorite, becoming famous at a young age and having limitless prospects. But Drew never felt happy. Her father's indifference and disregard, her mother's harshness and greed, made Drew feel suffocated all the time, like a bird trapped in a cage longing for freedom. So Drew gradually lost herself and expressed her dissatisfaction with her mother's life in her own way. After she became addicted to alcohol and drugs, her mother didn't feel any pain. Instead, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to get a movie to make money for herself, so she coldly threw her into a drug rehabilitation center. Young girls, which one of them didn't look forward to the appearance of their prince? Yes, he must be gentle and considerate, tall and handsome, overflowing with talent, not mean nor unreasonable, endure her little temper, follow her little whims, fan her when she was hot, hug her when she was cold, take good care of her when she was sick, and patiently comfort her when she was sad. Even if she fell into hell, he would ride a dragon and snatch her back from the hands of the god of the underworld. Such a person really did appear. Although the reality was a little different, he didn't like her. Well, that wasn't important. Drew's original plan was to snatch Eric from Jennifer Aniston's hands as revenge for the words Jennifer Aniston had said to her that day. But now, she suddenly realized that she really, really fell in love with Eric. Perhaps feeling someone's gaze, Eric opened his eyes and saw Drew looking at him. He smiled gently and said, "Drew, you're awake. Are you hungry? I'll go make breakfast. You can go take a shower. You look terrible now." "Hey, Eric, why are you so nice to me?" Eric was stunned. He reached out and rubbed Drew's little head and said, "We're friends." Just as he sat up, Drew leaned over and kissed Eric's face. "Hey, Drew, your mouth stinks," Eric said with a smile. Drew let go of Eric's neck and said, "Eric, I love you. But I don't love you." Eric got rid of Drew's entanglement and got up to open the curtains to let in the sunlight. Drew looked at Eric's back and pouted stubbornly. "You just need to know that I love you." "Okay, I know." Eric pinched Drew's cute face. "Hey, Eric, I found something." "You hugged me and slept for a whole night, but you didn't have any reaction. Isn't that too abnormal? I can check for you, free of charge." "You're so generous, Dr. Bellymore. But you'd better go take a shower quickly. We're going to be late." "Do you want to take a shower with me?" "No, I'll take a shower downstairs." "You're wrong, Eric. We should cherish water resources. It's shameful to waste water. Think of those refugees in Africa who died of thirst because of lack of water." "You're right. I'll start saving water tomorrow. I'll be extravagant again today." Hey, in the summer of 1988, a little girl who was walking alone in the darkness of chaos came across a warm ray of light in her life. Without hesitation, she clung to it, like a drowning child, tightly grasping at every straw that could be touched. Eric, this is amazing. In the front passenger seat, Drew was fiddling with the dress she had converted from a t-shirt with great interest as she exclaimed in surprise. Because of last night's vomiting, Drew's clothes were already dirty. The two of them were in a hurry to get to the set, so Eric had an idea. He remembered how his wife in his previous life had converted her men's t-shirt into a dress. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult. So now Drew was dressed in a sky blue t-shirt converted into a dress, with Eric's three-finger-wide brown belt around her waist. This outfit was very novel and avant-garde in this era, so when they got out of the car at the set, many people couldn't help but look at Drew. Of course, there was also some meaning in their gazes, because Drew came with Eric. Hey, Eric, you've fallen in love with someone else so quickly. Seeing how gentle and considerate you were too and a few days ago, I thought you would be a good man. After discussing the shooting plan for the day, Penny Marshall said this to Eric during the preparation time. But her tone didn't sound too surprised. In this industry, this kind of thing was very normal. Penny, the one I like is still an. As for Drew, it's just a coincidence. Penny Marshall teased, the clothes she's wearing are also a coincidence? Okay, Eric, I'm too lazy to care about you young people, but you have to be careful. Drew is only 13 years old now. You understand. Thank you for the reminder, Penny. Eric saw that Penny Marshall had already confirmed this matter, so he could only helplessly say this to end the topic. In the following month, nothing special happened. The shooting of Back to 17 was still proceeding quickly and orderly. Drew went from seducing Eric to chasing after him. When Jennifer Aniston appeared on set, she easily discovered this matter. So when the two girls appeared on set at the same time, the open and covert competition surrounding Eric became the spice of the tense shooting process for all the crew members. All the male actors were very envious of Eric. Even the young man who played the bad boy Stan found the opportunity to ask Eric for advice on how to pick up girls. Eric was also interested in talking nonsense with him, and the young man was stunned. But soon, something happened that made Eric dumbfounded. The other young people in the crew began to spread the secret of how to pick up girls he made up, and it even occasionally reached Drew's ears. The little girl clung to Eric in between shooting, half teasing and half complaining, "So that's how you got me, you big bastard who plays with girls. What's worse is that you don't want to take responsibility after getting my heart. You thief, give me back my heart." Jennifer Aniston's rough diet and slimming plan was still going on, but after suffering so much, the effect was not obvious. The girl lost less than 5 pounds in a month. Eric was even more worried about this. Originally, there were some things that he wanted to wait until the shooting was over. Things were always full of accidents. Finally, during a shoot, Jennifer Aniston fainted because of hypoglycemia caused by hunger. Eric accompanied her for the whole night. The next day, Eric happened to have no scenes to shoot, so he took Jennifer Aniston to the fitness consultant that Susan Sarandon introduced. It was a high-end fitness club that mainly catered to Hollywood actresses. When the two of them entered, they bumped into Sigourney Weaver, the world-famous heroine of the Alien series, who was walking out of the club. One of the goddesses in his previous life. Under Jennifer Aniston's gaze, Eric went up to her and asked for an autograph. The fitness consultant was a Russian woman whose age could not be determined at all. Her name was very long, and she only asked Eric and Sigourney to call her Natasha. When Eric first saw Natasha, he noticed that Jennifer Aniston was deeply envious of Natasha's devilish figure. He could only gently hold Jennifer Aniston's small hand and comforted her by her ear, "Don't worry, baby. One day, your figure will be better than hers." After Natasha learned a little about Jennifer Aniston, she patiently explained the dangers of Jennifer Aniston's previous diet. Then, she took her to do some tests. After spending the whole morning, she wrote a weight loss plan for Jennifer Aniston that was more than 10 pages long. When the two left, they deeply understood the meaning of the word high-end in this club. That was one word: expensive. When it came to payment, Jennifer Aniston insisted on paying the bill herself. As a result, she directly swiped her debit card into the negative. Fortunately, Jennifer Aniston would soon receive her remuneration for Back to 17. Although it was not much, it could solve her financial crisis. At the end of October, the filming of Back to 17 was finally coming to an end. At the same time, the post-production work and promotion of the movie had begun. Eric occasionally saw the gossip about Back to 17 in the newspaper. After Drew finished his scenes, to everyone's surprise, he took the initiative to ask to go to a rehab center. A girl who lost her way voluntarily turned over a new leaf. How could such an inspirational story not be used for promotion? Therefore, under the planning of Fox's publicity department, Drew's change was completely attributed to Back to 17. In the newspaper, Drew originally became addicted to drugs because he lost himself after becoming famous. During the filming of Back to 17, Drew gradually began to reflect on the true meaning of life and the warm and inspirational theme of the movie. He once again found the direction of life, so he made up his mind to turn over a new leaf. The article was written as if the reporter had seen everything with his own eyes. If he did not know the truth, Eric felt that he would have believed it. The other direction of promotion of the movie was him, the 18-year-old scriptwriter and male lead. After Eric finished writing the script of Back to 17, from the time he submitted the script to Fox's discerning eyes, the newspaper wrote about the ups and downs of the process. It created a living image of an indomitable and good young man who would never give up for his ideals. At the same time, through producer James Brooks and director Penny Marshall's affirmation of his acting skills, it also highlighted how talented he was as a newcomer acting for the first time. Of course, there was bound to be controversy. Some newspapers quickly questioned the screenwriting skills of an 18-year-old Eric. They even speculated that the movie Back to 17 was just a rough copy of 20th Century Fox's hastily launched work after the success of Flying Across the Future. The $20 million budget was likely to be lost. This prediction was not without basis. In 1985, Universal sci-fi comedy Back to the Future achieved $200 million at the box office. After it successfully became the North American box office champion, other film companies, including Universal itself, followed the trend and produced several movies of the same genre. The result was without exception, which could be seen from the 1986 box office rankings. As for the controversy in the newspapers, as long as it was within the control of public opinion, 20th Century Fox was still happy to hear about it. One-sided praise and one-sided bad reviews of a movie would not produce a good result. On the contrary, appropriate controversy could arouse the audience's interest to the greatest extent. At the same time, Eric's novel Jurassic Park also gained a lot of benefits from this publicity wave. Originally, after the novel was released, Michael Klaus did a lot of promotion work as promised. The novel sold more than 20,000 copies in the first week, which was quite a good result for a newcomer. In the next few weeks, with the follow-up of the publicity and the novel's good reputation slowly fermented, the weekly sales also slowly increased. Although it did not reach an amazing level, it was in line with Eric's psychological expectations. After the publicity plan for Back to 17 was launched, Jurassic Park naturally became one of the important publicity points. This made Michael Krause ecstatic. Even if a media group only used 1/10 or less of its publicity resources, the impact was not comparable to his small publishing house with less than 10 employees. As a result, the book sales of Jurassic Park directly ushered in a round of growth. The gradual exposure of Back to 17 made people curious about Eric, a young man who almost created miracles that his peers could not create. Unfortunately, Back to 17 only exposed some stills and gossip about the crew. Although people could guess some of the content of the movie through the name of the movie, it was only speculation after all. Therefore, people naturally transferred all their curiosity to the novel Jurassic Park. In the first week of October, the sales of the novel directly exceeded 100,000 copies, which was more than the total sales of the previous weeks. It also successfully reached the 8th place on the New York Times bestseller list. Although the ranking was not high, if people compared, they would find that Jurassic Park on the list were almost all works of those well-known authors. In the entire top 10, only Jurassic Park belonged to a newcomer. Because there were several night scenes today, Eric didn't go home until 10 o'clock in the evening. As soon as Eric drove not far from his house, he saw the courtyard door of his neighbor, Lance, and his wife, being pushed open. A small figure walked out of the door, turned around, and closed the courtyard door. Then, it ran to the street lamp not far away and started to spin in circles in boredom. Hey, little Stu, sneaking out of the house is not something a good child should do. Eric was curious why the youngest child of the neighbor, Stuart Runkle, would walk out of the yard alone so late at night, so he stopped the car and asked. Come on, Eric, do you think arguing in front of a 7-year-old child is something parents should do? Stuart pouted his mouth and replied. Eric was a little surprised that the little guy could argue with him so logically. He really didn't remember the little guy being so smart. Slightly tilting his head, he heard the quarrel of Runkle and his wife in Runkle's house. So, what are you doing here? Eric continued to ask as he retracted his attention. Stuart crossed his arms and leaned against the street lamp next to him. He looked like a little adult. I'm pretending to run away from home. Pretending? Yeah, so that when they find out that I'm missing, they won't quarrel anymore. Eric also felt that the couple quarreled in front of the child too much, so he said, So, little guy, how about coming to my house for a while? It's dangerous for you to stay here late at night. Well, thank you, Eric. Eric parked the car, opened the door and walked into the living room with the little guy. Do you want something to eat? I have some. Chocolate and apples? Eric opened the empty refrigerator and asked. Stuart Runkle sat on the sofa and shook his head. No, it's not a good habit to eat late at night. If you have milk, give me a cup. Drinking milk at night is good for sleep. Eric raised his eyebrows and poured a cup of milk for Stuart. He asked, Who told you this? It's from the books. Eric, don't treat me as a child who doesn't know anything. I'm 7 years old. Eric laughed and nodded. Okay, big boy. So, why did your parents quarrel today? Dad resigned and said he wanted to open his own company. Mom quarreled with him. Alas, women are really troublesome. Before Dad resigned, Mom always nagged Dad that the company he worked for was too small and had no future. Now Dad finally made up his mind to resign. Mom immediately turned hostile and said Dad was irresponsible to give up a stable job. Eric leaned on the sofa. He didn't care much about Runkle and his wife's family affairs. He nibbled an apple and smiled. I think you've heard too many things that are not suitable for your age. Stuart grinned as if he had heard a compliment. He rolled his eyes and jumped off the sofa. He ran to Eric and sat down beside him. He asked, Eric, are you shooting a movie now? Eric nodded. Yes, it's almost finished. You can ask your mom to take you to see it. Then, Eric, do you think I can shoot a movie? Stu, why do you suddenly have such an idea? Stuart said with expectation in his eyes. I heard that movie stars get paid a lot. If I become a movie star, I can make a lot of money for my family. With money, Mom and Dad won't quarrel anymore. If Runkle and his wife were here now, would they feel ashamed to hear these words? Eric thought about it and said, But you're too young now. You may not know this, but children are one of the most difficult factors to control in a movie. In many movies, children's roles were reduced as much as possible. Even during filming, the director would tremble with fear because once the children started crying, the entire crew would be paralyzed. Moreover, you have the great child protection law. The contract signed by the production team has no binding effect on children at all. So, I think it's better to wait until you grow up, at least until you're 18, like me. Hey, Eric, I'm not one of those childish brats. I'll be very obedient. I heard that you are the scriptwriter of the movie. Help me write a role. I will be very grateful. Stuart looked at Eric with sparkling eyes. Although Stuart Runkle was a little too smart for a child his age, he was still only 7 years old. He naively thought that as long as Eric wrote a role for him, he would be able to act in a movie. Eric's heart skipped a beat. He sat up straight and carefully sized up the little boy in front of him. He had just thought of someone, Macaulay Culkin. That super child star who became famous all over the world because of Home Alone. At this moment, an extremely bold idea involuntarily emerged in Eric's mind. Although it was not clear enough, Eric knew that if this plan succeeded, he could easily overcome the most difficult primitive stage of accumulation. He could directly break through the restrictions of age, money, experience, and a series of other factors and realize his dream. Although this plan was very difficult for him, who was currently poor, how would he know if he did not try? It was rare to take a gamble in life. Moreover, looking at Stuart, who had an IQ of at least 10 years old, the biggest uncertainty in the movie was gone. Then, Stu, to be honest, I do have a suitable role for you, and it's a main character. Stuart was pleasantly surprised as he lay on Eric's lap. He looked up and asked, Eric, what is a main character? The main character is the one who gets the most pay in the movie. I'll act. Eric said, but we have to get your parents' permission. Then, I'll send you home and talk to your parents. Holding Stuart's little hand, just as they walked out of Eric's house, they heard the voices of the neighboring Runkle couple. I'm telling you, Charleston Runkle, if anything happens to Stu, I'll divorce you. Charleston Runkle, who had always been weak in arguments, suddenly shouted, Shut up, you be *tch. If you didn't start the argument, would Stu have secretly run away? Let's go to the basement and see if Stu is hiding there. Mary Runkle was shocked by her husband's sudden shout. Plus, it was indeed her fault. For a moment, she followed her husband obediently. Just as she was about to search, Eric's voice sounded from next door. Hey, Mr. Runkle, don't worry, Stu is here. Eric picked up Stu. The couple saw their son in Eric's arms and breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Stuart back to Runkle's house and hearing Eric's general description, the couple regretted it and promised not to quarrel in front of the child again. Actually, Mr. Runkle, there is one more thing. Stu just said that he wants to act in a movie. Just in time, I have a script that is very suitable for Stu. Moreover, with Stu's intelligence, I think there is no problem to play that role. The couple was a little surprised. If they didn't know Eric's recent situation, the two were likely to directly take Eric's words as a joke. However, now even the news of Eric appeared in the newspaper, so although they were surprised, they also had some expectations. The couple's life was somewhat unsatisfactory. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a midlife crisis. If their son could act in a movie and become a star, it was self-evident what it meant. Eric, can you roughly tell us what kind of movie it is? Eric said, Of course, this is a comedy. It is. Roughly about a little boy who is left at home by his careless parents. After spending 5 minutes, Eric roughly explained the plot of the story and then said, I just chatted with Stu for a while and found that Stu's current IQ is higher than the little boy in the movie. So, if you agree, you can let Stu try. Several people looked at the boy sitting next to them who looked very well behaved or pretended to be well behaved. Daddy, Mommy, I think I can do it. This story is great. The child is still too young, I think. Charleston was just halfway through his words when Runkle's wife secretly pinched him. Eric, can you give us some time to think about it? No problem. Eric nodded and added fuel to the fire. But you have to give me an answer as soon as possible. This movie is scheduled to be released during Christmas. If the results are good, it is likely to be made into a series. If you agree, the protagonist will be Stu. For a series of movies, even ordinary people knew that the protagonist's salary would definitely get higher and higher. At the same time, Eric tactfully didn't tell Runkle and his wife that he would personally direct the movie. Now, everything was still unclear. Eric wasn't even sure if this plan would succeed. He didn't want to give the script of The Kid at Home to 20th Century Fox or other movie companies. He planned to completely produce it himself. For him, who only had half a foot in the industry, the difficulty could be imagined. When he got home, the excited Eric didn't feel sleepy at all. He sat in front of the typewriter and quickly typed out the script of The Kid at Home while thinking about the specific implementation of the plan. First was the funding. In terms of the actors, other than Stuart, the two stupid thieves were also the most important. Eric didn't plan to invite Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern from his previous life. Both of them were now relatively famous movie actors. Joe Pesci was even nominated for an Oscar. With the little money he had, he couldn't even afford to pay them. Eric planned to find two TV actors who acted in comedies. In this era, the status of TV actors was completely incomparable to movie actors. When they greeted people, they were too embarrassed to say that they acted in TV dramas. Therefore, the pay was quite low. The filming location was definitely Canada. Los Angeles had just entered autumn, and many places in northern Canada were already snowing. There were also other messy things. The lights in the bedroom were on for the entire night. When the sunlight shone into the bedroom, Eric stood up and stretched. After calculating for an entire night, the production cost of The Kid at Home in his previous life was $18 million US. From Eric's professional point of view, that was completely the cost of the filming and promotion. The cost of the filming was only around a few million, and most of it was the remuneration of the actors and director. But now, because he already had the complete The Kid at Home in his mind, all Eric had to do was transfer it onto film. Therefore, he could save a lot of unnecessary waste. In terms of promotion, Eric also had other plans. But no matter how careful he was, without $1 million US, the movie couldn't be filmed. $1 million. Back to 17-inch would be completed in a few days. Eric could get $500,000 as a remuneration. Plus the original remuneration for the script, he would have about $90,000 left. Altogether, it was less than $600,000. Yup, Jurassic Park was selling so well. If he discussed it with Michael Krause, he might be able to get $200,000 US. In the end, he would still be short of $200,000 US. In the end, Eric decided to try and prepare for it first. On the set of Back to 17, Eric made a lot of mistakes while filming because he was thinking about Home Alone. But because the movie was coming to an end, Penny Marshall's temper was surprisingly good and she patiently corrected Eric's mistakes. Eric even had the idea of asking Penny Marshall for help, but he decided against it. If Penny Marshall knew, it meant that 20th Century Fox knew. With so many professionals at 20th Century Fox, they would obviously see the potential of this small-budget Christmas comedy and would definitely find a way to interfere. This was not what Eric wanted to see. In the end, Eric thought of the fake Loli who was cultivating in the rehabilitation center. In the future, Drew was still able to make a comeback and successfully get rid of the child star curse to become a famous actor, director, and producer in Hollywood. In addition to her own ability, her connections were also very important. Although this girl was only 13 years old, with her personality, her connections in this area were not to be underestimated. At least, it would not be a problem to ask her for help to form a small crew. On October 9th, the filming of Back to 17 was finally completed, and Eric successfully received a check for $500,000. Thus, he began to prepare for his next plan without stopping. "Eric, where are we going?" Jennifer Aniston sat in the front passenger seat and asked curiously. Eric took out the script of Home Alone from his bag and said, "Look at this first." Jennifer Aniston looked at the name and said in surprise, "Wow, Home Alone, is this your new script?" "Yes." Eric nodded and started the car. "I plan to shoot this movie myself." "What, Eric, are you kidding? Do you know where the camera button is?" "Of course I know. By the way, I want to be a director, not a cameraman." In his previous life, Eric had been in the industry for so many years. He had basically done all the jobs related to film and television, and they were all done well. All right. Then, where are we going now?" Eric hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's go see Drew." "Humph. And I brought you along because I don't want you to have any misunderstandings." "Humph. I want to ask Drew to help find some professionals to set up a crew. Although she is young, she knows quite a lot of people." "Humph." Letting out a sigh, Eric parked the car by the roadside and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Looks like I have to convince a certain jealous girl today." "Alright, don't be jealous. Let's go." Eric fastened his seatbelt and started the car again. "Hey, Eric, you can also ask Penny or James for help." "Why do you have to ask that guy?" In order to maintain her ladylike image in front of Eric, Jennifer Aniston quickly swallowed back the words bitch and stuck out her tongue. Eric explained his concerns. Jennifer Aniston sat in the front passenger seat and gently clenched her small fists. She did not say anything else. When the two of them entered a well-known drug rehabilitation center in Los Angeles, they were searched to prevent visitors from bringing drugs in. Following the guidance of a staff member, Eric quickly found Drew. When he saw Drew, the girl was wearing very cool clothes and lying next to an open-air pool, sunbathing. She was also holding a hardcover edition of Jurassic Park in her hand. "Hey, Drew?" Eric shouted. "Eric, if you didn't come to see me, I would have escaped to find you." As soon as Eric spoke, Drew, who had already discovered him, shouted and jumped up from the recliner and quickly pounced on Eric. "Disgusting." Jennifer Aniston, who was completely ignored by Drew, cursed with a dark face. Although she had a strong urge to pull Drew off of Eric, there were still a lot of people looking at them. Jennifer Aniston was not as thick-skinned as Drew. After fooling around for a while, Drew acted as if she had just discovered something and said to Jennifer Aniston, "Hey, fat girl, I heard that you passed out on the set because you wanted to lose weight. So pitiful. But you don't seem to have lost much weight." Just as Jennifer Aniston was about to explode, Eric knocked Drew on the head and said, "Okay, Drew, don't laugh at Anne. Take care of yourself." Drew groaned in pain and said with tears in her eyes, "Eric, you are so biased." Eric ignored Drew's pitiful appearance and said, "There are a lot of people here. Take us to your place." Drew's place was similar to a hotel suite. It even had a kitchen. The three of them went to the living room. Drew poured 2 glasses of juice for Eric and Jennifer Aniston and sat down on the sofa with a glass in her hand. She said, "Okay, Eric, why are you looking for me?" Can't I just come to see you?" Eric was a little embarrassed. Drew pursed his lips. "Are you bringing a big fat girl to piss me off? You know I don't like her." There was no one else around. Jennifer Aniston finally burst out the jealousy that she had been holding back for so long. "I've had enough. You little b*tch, I don't like you either." Drew clicked his tongue with a smug look on his face. "You've revealed your true nature, haven't you?" "Hee, Eric, look, the fat chick isn't a lady at all. It's all an act. You're going to suffer in the future." Eric rubbed his temples in distress. He secretly decided that he would try not to let the two of them appear together in the future. "Okay, stop it. I'll get angry if you guys continue." "Eric." Jennifer Aniston looked at Eric with a wronged expression. "And why don't you go outside and wait for me in the car? I'll be there soon." Drew's eyes lit up when she heard this. She quickly lowered her head as if nothing had happened and pretended to drink her juice. However, a woman's sixth sense was very sharp. Jennifer Aniston caught Drew's momentary joy. No, Jennifer Aniston refused with puffed-up cheeks. Eric had no choice but to appease her. Then, he took out the script and handed it to Drew. "It's like this. Drew, here's a script. Can you introduce me to some professionals? I want to set up a temporary crew." Drew took the script and flipped through it. Soon, she chuckled. "Hee, this is funny. This is a good script." Eric, you mean?" "Yes." Eric nodded. "I want to produce this movie alone. I've done some calculations. It only needs about $1 million. I can probably afford it. However, it's only $1 million. So, I need some reliable and cheap professionals." In fact, there were countless people working in the film industry in Los Angeles. Even without Drew's help, Eric could put together a crew. However, on one hand, it would waste a lot of time. On the other hand, the people he found might not be reliable. If something happened during the filming, he would have no choice but to cry. While Eric wasn't paying attention, Drew glanced at Jennifer Aniston proudly. Then, she nodded obediently and said, "No problem. I know a lot of people." "Who do you need?" Jennifer Aniston was angered by Drew's proud glance. However, she could only glare at Eric with puffed-up cheeks. "Cameraman, lighting engineer, sound engineer." In short, Eric pretended not to see Jennifer Aniston's unhappy expression. He shrugged and spread out his hands. "I don't have anything now." Drew thought for a while and said, "I happen to know of a small film company that recently closed down. They had a film team. Unfortunately, the boss of the film company used the company as collateral for a loan. He made a movie himself and lost money. Now, the bank is probably going bankrupt and liquidating the company. That team is really good. I made a cameo appearance in their movie. If they haven't disbanded and gone their separate ways, you can take them all over. Well, compared to losing their jobs, I think they'll be more willing to take the job. Eric said excitedly, "That's great." Drew stood up and smiled. "I'll make a call for you. Hopefully, it's not too late." After Drew finished speaking, he walked to the phone by the window and dialed a number. Jennifer Aniston, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned over with resentment. Her small hand grabbed the hem of Eric's t-shirt and pulled it. She seemed to be very conflicted. She felt that she was very useless. Even Drew Barrymore could help Eric. Instead, she needed Eric's help to get a small role in the movie. Moreover, Drew was now openly trying to poach her. This made Jennifer Aniston even more uneasy. Soon, after making the call, Drew brought Eric a piece of good news. The film company was completely closed down. However, the team members were still in Los Angeles. The boss of the original company was very willing to introduce the team to Eric. After setting a time and place with the boss of the film company, Eric quickly got up and said goodbye. He didn't want to waste any more time. When he said goodbye, he forcefully asked for a kiss. Only then did Drew reluctantly let Eric go. On the way back, Jennifer Aniston was sullen. Eric could only keep comforting her. "And, I'm sorry. I have no choice. Among the people I know, only Drew can help. Moreover, I have to rely on myself to find actors." Jennifer Aniston looked at Eric with some uncertainty. "It's okay, Eric. I understand. Will you always love me?" Eric said without hesitation, "Of course. I love you too, Eric." "Anne?" "Yes? Be my girlfriend?" Jennifer Aniston's face suddenly turned red. She was at a loss. "Oh, Eric, I feel that no, little fool. Don't think so much. You just need to answer yes or no." "Yes, I do." Jennifer Aniston didn't attend the next date. Eric sent Jennifer Aniston home and went to meet the boss of the bankrupt film company alone. When they got out of the car, Jennifer Aniston suddenly said, "Eric, can you give me a copy of the script for Home Alone? I'll take a look at it for you. Maybe I can give you some suggestions." Eric nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. I just made a few copies." Jennifer Aniston got out of the car with the script and waved her small hand as she watched Eric drive away. As if she had made up her mind about something, she turned around and walked into her apartment. In a coffee shop in Burbank, Eric met the boss of the small film company called Firefly that Drew had introduced to him, Jeffrey Hansen. He was a white man in his 50s and looked a little haggard. It seemed that the bankruptcy of the film company had hit him hard. He looked very dispirited. Eric knew that it was best for a person to vent in such a situation, so he wasn't in a hurry to talk about the film crew. Instead, he patiently listened to the man who needed to talk about his past. "Did you know that my wife, Selena, was a top student at the University of Southern California Film Academy? She and Francis Coppola were classmates. It's a pity that she's just a farm girl from Maryland and doesn't have the deep heritage of the Coppola family. Otherwise, her achievements in the film industry would definitely be higher than Francis. She won many awards for the short films she shot in school. At that time, I was studying finance. Everyone called me a bookworm. I don't know why, but my young, beautiful, and talented wife fell in love with me. She said that she wanted to be a director, so I stayed in Los Angeles with her. We started from the most basic positions and worked together for about 9 years. I still remember how happy Selena was when she got her first investment for her script. That smile was even brighter than when I put the ring on her finger when we got married. Later, we opened Firefly Film. She was the director, and I helped her as the producer. We took care of everything. We made several films together and made money for the investors. We even won a special jury award at the Venice Film Festival. Unfortunately, an accident happened when Selena drove back to Maryland to visit her parents a year ago. Jeffrey Hansen's voice began to choke as he spoke. It could be seen that he had a deep relationship with his wife. Eric, who was sitting opposite him, handed Jeffrey a tissue and waited quietly for him. To continue. After my wife passed away, I felt that I should inherit her dream. She always wanted to develop Firefly and become a director recognized by the Oscars. I thought that after being a producer for so many years, I was more than qualified to be a director. So I mortgaged the company and raised a sum of money to shoot my first movie in memory of her. Unfortunately, the result was not very good. It's okay, Jeffrey. It's just a failure. Which director in Hollywood hasn't experienced failure before? Jeffrey wiped his wet eyes and said, thank you, Eric. I feel much better now that you've listened to me for so long. After the company went bankrupt, my son almost cut off all ties with me. He didn't want me to be a director in the first place. He felt that I had destroyed his mother's years of hard work. I don't blame him, I just regret it. Well, let's not talk about this. I heard from Drew that you need some people to help you make a movie? Eric nodded. Yes, but it's just a small budget movie with a budget of $1 million USD. Jeffrey shook his head. No, 1 million is a lot. My wife only used 700,000 for her first movie. By the way, can I know your age? Of course, I'm 18 now. Jeffrey, you don't think that I'm too young and impatient, do you? No, I just want to make sure that you're an adult and a fully capable person. After all, 1 million USD is not a small amount. Oh? Jeffrey said, don't be like this, young man. I think you're the one who's not confident. I don't have any prejudice against young people. Many directors make their best movies when they're young. The older they are, the more mediocre the movies they make. Young people are always full of creativity. Movies are a job of creating dreams. Moreover, I believe that my team can help you make your movie very well. They're all trained by my wife. They're very professional and have a lot of chemistry. Unfortunately, because of me, they're going to lose their jobs. It's a good thing that they can get your movie. Well, by the way, can I take a look at your script? No problem. Eric took out the script and handed it to Jeffrey. Then, he quietly waited for Jeffrey to flip through his script. More than 10 minutes later, Jeffrey closed the script and returned it to Eric. A good comedy script. It's not complicated to shoot. It's very suitable for practice. I have to say that you're very wise to choose such a script. Eric put the script back into his backpack and said to Jeffrey, then, Jeffrey, can you help me be the producer of this movie? Jeffrey Hansen was puzzled. Eric, are you sure? My company just went bankrupt because of me. Eric said, Jeffrey, you may not be suitable to be a director, but based on your description, I think you're a very good producer. If this movie is successful, I'll set up my own movie company. Then, you can help me manage it. I can also take over all the team left by your wife. They won't have to lose their jobs. Jeffrey was obviously moved. He was originally disheartened and planned to go back to his hometown's farm to spend the rest of his life. But when he heard Eric's plan, he had a different idea. The team left by his wife had worked with them for many years. They were not just employees, but very good friends. Because of his mistake, his old friends lost their jobs. Jeffrey was quite guilty. Without thinking for a long time, Jeffrey nodded and said, okay, Eric, I promise you. Then, happy cooperation. Eric excitedly picked up a cup of coffee and clinked it with Jeffrey. The cooperation between the two people was officially established. Then, the two people began to go straight to the topic to discuss the preparation work for Home Alone. During the discussion, Jeffrey also learned about what Eric had done during this time. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Since the cooperation had been confirmed, Eric also told Jeffrey his plan. I plan to finish the movie in about a month, and then take advantage of the influence of Jurassic Park and Back to 17 to release Home Alone during the Christmas season. I think that in order to give a director's halo to the screenwriter and lead of Back to 17 to create a greater box office profit, 20th Century Fox will not be stingy in releasing Home Alone. So, as long as we work hard to make the movie, this family-friendly Christmas comedy will definitely make us a lot of money. Eric thought of the box office of Home Alone that was recorded in the Guinness Book of Records in his previous life. His heart was full of longing. Even if Home Alone only got half of the box office of his previous life, it was more than enough for him to realize his dream. The two people discussed in the coffee shop until the lights were turned on. After confirming a lot of things and exchanging contact information, Eric drove home. Just as he arrived home, Eric received another piece of good news. Runkle and his wife agreed to let Stuart play Kevin. Eric roughly discussed the details with the couple. Runkle and his wife also agreed to Eric's proposal of $50,000 and 1% of the box office earnings. Although the salary was only 1/10 of what Eric received in Back to 17, if the box office results were as amazing as in his previous life, just 1% of the box office earnings would be enough to make the couple smile from ear to ear. Eric didn't feel bad about it. After all, the movie needed Stuart Runkle to play the lead. The next day, Eric asked Jeffrey Hansen to sign the contract with Runkle and his wife. The couple also knew that Eric would be the director of the movie. The couple, who were originally hesitant, immediately signed the contract after seeing the $50,000 check that Eric specially prepared. The next step was to prepare the funds. Eric originally had $590,000. After negotiating with Michael Krause, Michael happily agreed to give him an advance of $200,000 in royalties within 10 days. After the piano shop owner checked it, he reluctantly agreed to return the goods. However, he still calculated the depreciation fee of $2,000. In the end, he was still short of $200,000. Eric gritted his teeth and contacted a pawnshop. Very quickly, he mortgaged the house for $200,000 with a 10% interest every month. If he couldn't pay it back in 6 months, the pawnshop would take back the house. To put it bluntly, it was AF*King loan shark. Looking at the check in his hand, Eric sighed. Now he was cutting off all means of retreat. If he failed, he didn't know if Jennifer Aniston would take him in. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Drew. With the experience of a 40-year-old uncle in Eric's body, how could he not see that Drew already liked him to the bone? If possible, after filming Back to 17, Eric didn't want to have too much to do with Drew. Perhaps his feelings for Drew were more like that of a daughter than a woman. Maybe after a long time, the girl's feelings for him would slowly fade. But for the sake of Home Alone, he had no choice but to look for Drew's help to once again entangle the two of them together. After the shooting funds were all prepared, Eric and Jeffrey began to pick actors for the crew. Eric's plan was to let the two stupid thieves Harry and Marvin choose from comedians. Unfortunately, he sent out invitations to a few of them, but they either couldn't match their schedules or felt that the pay was too low. After rushing around for 2 days, Eric suddenly received a call from Jennifer Aniston. "What? You said your father wanted to treat me to a meal?" Over the phone, Aniston's voice was excited. "Yes, haven't you been worried about the cast of Home Alone for the past 2 days? I told Dad about this matter and he agreed to help you contact some comedians." Jennifer Aniston's tone was very relaxed, but Eric knew that the matter wasn't that simple. At the same time, he was somewhat moved. Jennifer Aniston's relationship with her biological father, John Aniston, was very cold. John Aniston abandoned his wife and daughter for his career, and Jennifer Aniston was still brooding over it. In the previous life, John Aniston made great efforts to make his stubborn daughter forgive him. It could be seen that Jennifer Aniston's request for her father's help wasn't as easy as she said. Eric gratefully said, "Thank you, Anne. I'll be there on time." "I don't like you, Mr. Williams." Taking advantage of his daughter going to the bathroom, John Aniston sat across from Eric with a taut face. Eric was somewhat speechless and could only shrug. "May I know why, John?" John Aniston said, "Jenny has always hated me for so many years. I also feel very guilty about what happened that year and have always hoped that she would forgive me. Did you know that she called me last night? It was the first time she took the initiative to call me. I was so happy that I almost jumped. In the end, my daughter called me because she wanted me to help her boyfriend, the guy who might snatch my daughter away. Well, this reason was very strong. The saying that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life wasn't just a saying. Usually, the relationship between father-in-law and son-in-law wasn't very good." Eric could only shrug once again. The two men suddenly sank into an awkward silence. Jennifer Aniston soon returned from the bathroom and sat next to Eric with a smile. Her intimate appearance made John Aniston even more unhappy. But it was already very difficult for his daughter to take the initiative to reconcile. He wouldn't be so stupid as to lose his temper on the spot. With Jennifer Aniston's mediation, the meal seemed to be quite pleasant on the surface. John Aniston used his status as an elder to reprimand Eric for biting off more than he could chew. His daughter glared angrily at him. In the end, John Aniston agreed to help Eric find actors as much as possible. With the help of John Aniston, who had a lot of connections in the television industry, Eric quickly found actors for most of the roles. Moreover, because of John Aniston's mediation, the pay wasn't high. This made Eric sigh in relief. Only the stupid thief duo, Marvin and Eric, were a bit hesitant about the few candidates. Until Jennifer Aniston brought her classmate and good friend in front of Eric. Looking at that naturally weak face, after a bit of screen testing, Eric decided. Because this guy was called Matthew Perry, one of the 6 members of Friends in his previous life. Next, Eric and Jeffrey Hansen flew to Canada a few times and finally found the shooting location for Kevin's house in a small town. Working day and night, Eric lost a few pounds in a short week. Jennifer Aniston, who found out about this, felt distressed and envious. On the 17th of October, Eric's first directorial work after his rebirth officially started shooting in Los Angeles. The crew sent a few people to the small town in Canada to set up the set for Kevin's house. Most of them stayed in Los Angeles to shoot the airport, the police station, and other scenes that didn't require snow scenery. After all, this was the world's largest movie studio, so shooting here was a lot more convenient. The whole crew, from the lighting technician to the actors, only agreed to shoot this movie because of the money and the face of Jeffrey Hansen and John Aniston. Even though they had a lot of misgivings about Eric, it wasn't like they didn't have their own thoughts. Using Eric's words from his previous life, what if it accidentally becomes popular? They had already understood the content of The Kid in Charge. They were very glad that this director, who was a little too young, did not make artistic films like other young directors. Therefore, they felt that the possibility of The Kid in Charge was still relatively high. With a filming cost of $1 million, relying on the halo brought by Eric's Back to 17 and Jurassic Park, he might be able to make a small profit. Moreover, Eric had promised when the film started that if the film made money, he would give everyone extra dividends. After all, he provided a job opportunity for his wife's team. After the movie started shooting, Jeffrey Hansen showed up on set every day on time. Originally, Jeffrey wanted to use his many years of experience to provide some help to Eric, a newbie. But after one day, Jeffrey started to doubt his life. God is so *king unfair. Eric didn't panic at all, as it was his first time directing a movie. From the moment the camera started shooting, he was like a director with many years of experience. He methodically discussed the placement of props with the scenographer, used very professional terms to discuss the next shot with the cameraman, directed the lighting technician to create the effect he wanted, and patiently explained the scene to the actress who was playing Kevin's mother, who was more than 10 years older than him. Of course, when there were continuous mistakes in some scenes, it also showed the talent of the director's race, the director's roar. Ms. Leslie, what I want is a confused expression. It's confusion, not curiosity. According to my observation, you must have some obsessive-compulsive disorder, so this expression should be easy for you. Imagine lying in bed at night, thinking that you might have forgotten to lock the door, or that the faucet in the kitchen might be dripping, but you can't be sure what the problem is, so you're caught up in the feeling of conflicting emotions. Imagine these scenarios. Oh, d***it, we can only rent this plane for 3 hours, 3 hours. Okay, everyone, get ready, let's do it again. Nickel, do you want to see the clouds in the sky through the titanium alloy ceiling of the plane? Be serious, f***ck. Because of Eric's outstanding performance before, everyone in the crew basically recognized Eric's position as a director in a short period of time. Therefore, when Ms. Leslie, who played Kevin's mother, remembered the mistakes in the scenes where Kevin was forgotten at home, Eric became anxious because the shooting plan might be disrupted, and he couldn't help but roar. Everyone unconsciously forgot about Eric's age and became silent. When the 30-year-old cameraman named Nickel Frank was reprimanded by Eric, he completely forgot that the young man in front of him was only 18 years old. He subconsciously apologized, "I'm sorry, Director Williams, I'll pay attention." Many years later, when Nickel Frank, who won the Oscar for Best Cinematography, stood on the podium of the Kodak Theater, the first sentence he said was to recall this scene. He said, at that moment, subconsciously, I completely regarded Eric as an authoritative director, not an 18-year-old young man. It was as if he was born to lead the whole crew. After another NG, the scene finally passed. Eric breathed a sigh of relief and immediately regretted his gaffe. He took the initiative to apologize to Ms. Leslie. I'm sorry, Ms. Leslie, my tone was a bit harsh just now. It's okay, Director Williams. It's my fault. I should be the one apologizing. Speaking of which, you were quite charming when you were angry just now. Eric wanted to remind her that this was the precursor of Stockholm Syndrome, and that she needed treatment. In the next few days, Eric found that the crew members, who used to call him Eric, unconsciously changed the way they addressed him and called him Director Williams, including Jeffrey Hansen. He knew that this meant that the crew members completely recognized his performance as a director from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, he commanded the crew more easily. It took only 4 days for the crew to complete the scene in Los Angeles and move on to the small town in Canada. Before that, the crew had sent several staff members to set up Kevin's house. Although he only directed them through the phone, Eric was very satisfied with the layout of the apartment. At the same time, he made up his mind to win over the team left by Jeffrey's wife. No one had ever made a movie in this small town in northern Canada, so the residents of the town were very enthusiastic and curious. Before Eric arrived, many people had already asked if the staff sent by Eric could make some cameo appearances. Moreover, because it was a Christmas scene, all the residents of the town took the initiative to decorate their homes. The whole town was full of joy, as if it was Christmas in advance. In the face of this, Eric, of course, had to return the favor. He generously invited several children in the town to make cameo appearances in the movie. The main filming in the small town was the life of the little protagonist, Kevin, and the process of making fun of the two stupid thieves. As a pure Christmas comedy, the movie did not need to have any meaning. It only needed to be funny. In addition, Stewart's performance was much better than Macaulay Culkin's in his previous life. The filming progress could only be described as fast. Eric was sure that he could complete all the scenes in a week. During this time, something else happened. Penny Marshall, who was nervously working on the post-production of Back to 17, suddenly realized that they could not find Eric when they needed him to dub for some scenes in the movie. He did not pick up the phone. She went directly to Eric's house, but the door was closed. This made Penny Marshall think of some bad things. Just as she was about to call the police, she found out about Eric's whereabouts through Jennifer Aniston. Penny Marshall complained over the phone. She ordered Eric to return to Los Angeles within a week. In addition to the dubbing of the movie, the promotion of Back to 17 could not be done without Eric's participation. Of course, the fact that Eric was filming Home Alone was naturally exposed. Regarding this, Penny Marshall naturally acted like an elder and criticized Eric for biting off more than he could chew. However, she did not take Eric's movie to heart. Unlike the staff in Eric's production team, she naturally felt that the movie was just a young man's mischievous work. Eric, who was immersed in his work, was basically a different person from the real world. Although he got along well with the people in the production team, that was all. On the other hand, Matthew Perry, who was introduced by Jennifer Aniston, would occasionally chat with Eric. Eric was also very interested in Matthew Perry. Unfortunately, his goal of completing Home Alone was more important than anything else. Of course, he did not have the opportunity to have a deep relationship with Matthew Perry for the time being. A week later, the movie was successfully completed in the small town. Due to Jeffrey Hansen and Eric's reasonable planning, they had only spent more than $600,000 so far. They still had more than $300,000 left, which was more than enough to complete the post-production. Therefore, Eric generously held a party in the small town and invited the crew and everyone in the small town to party for the night. The next day, while many people were still hungover, Eric had already boarded the flight back to Los Angeles with the completed film. After spending half a day, he completed the dubbing of Back to 17. Eric plunged into the post-production studio that Jeffrey had introduced and started working like a madman. For the past few days, Eric had been working more than 16 hours a day. It only took him 5 days to complete the post-production work of the movie under everyone's shocked gazes. Because everything in his mind was ready-made, Eric was able to complete everything so quickly. It took him less than a day to perfectly edit all the scenes. The editor who worked with him now looked at him with admiration. 5 days later, in the morning, more than 10 people were crowded in a simple screening room with only 5 or 6 seats. Most of them were the crew of Home Alone. Jennifer Aniston also specially came to watch Eric's work. Amidst the slight buzzing of the projector, the movie officially began with a blue silhouette of a house under the hazy moonlight. Although everyone in the theater, including Jennifer Aniston, who did not participate in the filming, clearly knew the content of The Kid in the Home, but as the plot progressed, especially when one was torturing the 2 stupid thieves, the laughter in the theater came one after another. Even an old man in his 50s like Jeffrey Hansen could not help but laugh. The 1 hour and 40 minutes movie unknowingly ended. When the last line of subtitles ended, everyone stood up and applauded together. I have to say, this movie is really outstanding. Eric, I think I should congratulate you in advance. Jeffrey Hansen patted Eric's shoulder and said seriously. Thank you, Jeffrey. Also, thank you everyone. Without your help, I would not have been able to complete The Kid in the Home in just half a month. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and flattered each other for a while before gradually dispersing. After all, everyone had their own things to do. They originally planned to have a small celebration party, but unfortunately, when they saw Eric's unshaven and tired face, they consciously gave up on the idea. Eric had overdrawn too much energy in the past half a month, and everyone knew that he needed a good rest. The next step was to contact the movie's distributor. It just so happened that tomorrow was the screening of The Kid in the Home. Eric felt that this might be an opportunity to promote The Kid in the Home to 20th Century Fox. He believed that as long as the executives of 20th Century Fox saw this movie, they would definitely agree to his distribution plan, even if they had to give up some of the profits in the end. After all, he did not have a foundation yet. Perhaps it would be easier to promote The Kid in the Home after The Kid in the Home was released, but by then, the new year would have already passed. As a Christmas comedy, it was definitely not a good choice to release it at any other time. He could not wait until next year. He had already put in so much effort, and seeing that the plan was close at hand, he did not want to delay it for another year. Jennifer Aniston, who only had a temporary driver's license, drove Eric's car back to Eric's house. Eric put away the copy of the film and told Jennifer Aniston to take care of it. Then, he dove into bed, unwilling to open his eyes again. Jennifer Aniston originally wanted to let Eric take a bath before going to bed, but when she saw that Eric had already fallen into a deep sleep with an obviously tired expression on his face, she could only sigh softly with heartache. She took off his clothes and shoes, covered Eric with a blanket, and turned to leave the bedroom. Eric's house was already full of dust because it hadn't been cleaned for more than half a month. Jennifer Aniston rolled up her sleeves and found some tools to start cleaning. In Friends, Rachel was a spoiled girl who didn't know how to wash her clothes even when a washing machine was placed in front of her. In reality, Jennifer Aniston was already self-reliant. On the desk in the study, Jennifer Aniston picked up a thick book called Basic Theory of Music and wiped the dust on the desk with a rag. Suddenly, a document slipped out of the book in her hand. Jennifer Aniston curiously picked up the document and found that it was a house pawn agreement. God knows how much time had passed. At noon, he seemed to feel Jennifer Aniston asking him if he wanted to eat something, but Eric drowsily rejected her and fell asleep. Again. When he woke up, the bedroom was already dark. Eric turned on the light and looked at his watch. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. And should have already left, Eric thought. He put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. He could vaguely hear the sound of the TV in the living room. Walking down the stairs, he saw Jennifer Aniston curled up on the sofa with a pillow in her arms, watching a TV show. Hi, and good evening. Eric walked over and kissed Jennifer Aniston on the cheek. You're awake, Eric. Go take a shower, I'll make you something to eat. Eric didn't notice the strange look on Jennifer Aniston's face. He responded and turned to the bathroom. After spending half an hour taking a shower and shaving his face, Eric walked out of the bathroom. Jennifer Aniston had already returned to the sofa with a prepared dinner in front of her. "Oh, and I'm really surprised that you know how to make Chinese egg fried rice." It's very fragrant." Eric took a bite and praised. "You said you liked it, so I learned how to make it." With a smile on her face, Jennifer Aniston looked at Eric, who was wolfing down the food. She patiently waited for Eric to finish eating before saying, "Eric, did you pawn the house?" Eric was about to bring the tableware back to the kitchen when he heard Jennifer Aniston's words. He raised his head in confusion. He didn't tell anyone about this, so how did Jennifer Aniston know? "When I was helping you clean the room, I happened to see this fall out of a book." Facing Eric's confused gaze, Jennifer Aniston took out the pawned document from under the coffee table. Eric had to put down the tableware, took the document and glanced at it. He nodded and said, "The filming of Home Alone is still short of 200,000 yuan, so I had to pawn the house. The piano in the study is also." Jennifer Aniston had been to Eric's house a few times before and liked the Strauss piano very much. Eric nodded again. Jennifer Aniston frowned with some distress. "Eric, I think you're too impulsive. Although the screening of Home Alone today was good, if it fails, you could go bankrupt at any time." "Don't worry, Anne. You see, a few months ago, I was just a penniless high school student. Now, in just a few months, I've successfully published my own novel, written a script, and played the role of the male lead. Now, I've even produced a movie. How many people can do this at my age? So, even if it fails, I believe that with my ability, I can easily stand up again. We're still so young, so of course we have to give it our all a few times. Whether it succeeds or fails, at least we've cried and laughed. Otherwise, when I'm old and gray-haired, when I recall my life, it will be dull and uneventful, like a tiny meteorite without even a trace of light in the sky. What a pity that will be." "Oh, Eric, when you say this, you're so charming. I think you're just seducing me, you bad guy." The morning sun hit her face. Jennifer Aniston's eyelashes trembled. She subconsciously turned over to avoid the disturbing light and soon woke up. Eric walked into the bedroom with a tray. Seeing that Jennifer Aniston had woken up, he smiled and said, "Hi, baby, good morning." Jennifer Aniston pouted and said, "Not good at all, you bastard." "Okay, I apologize. In order to express my apology, I specially spent an hour making delicious pork rib soup for you." "No way, I'm still on a diet. Today's situation is special, so forget about losing weight for the time being. Come, have a taste." "Oh, I haven't brushed my teeth yet." "I'll carry you." "You're so annoying." After the warm breakfast, Jennifer Aniston could only ask for leave from the convenience store owner because of her inconvenience. The convenience store owner seemed to be used to this kind of thing. Many young people working in Los Angeles with dreams of becoming stars would ask for leave from time to try their luck with some crews. The convenience store owner also knew that Jennifer Aniston was one of them, so when Jennifer Aniston accepted the job, both sides had already reached an understanding. The two of them cuddled for a while, then Eric had to drive home. Today was the day of the screening of Back to 17, and he wanted to see if he could get the release of Home Alone. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, dozens of people, including the publicity department of the distribution department and the representatives of the producers of Back to 17, gathered in the luxurious screening room of 20th Century Fox. The producer of Back to 17, the director, Penny Marshall, and other actors who didn't have jobs were also present. Before the movie started, Eric came to James Brooks and Penny Marshall, hoping that the two of them could help introduce him to the head of the distribution department of 20th Century Fox. "Eric, you mean, you want your small-budget movie to be released on Christmas?" James Brooks was a little surprised. He also knew from others that Eric had made a movie after completing Back to 17, but he didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. "Yes, James, it's a very interesting Christmas comedy, so it's best to release it on Christmas. Other times are definitely not suitable." James Brooks was a little disdainful. Although Eric had surprised him many times since he met him, he absolutely didn't believe that a newcomer like Eric could make any interesting comedy movie. As a screenwriter and actor, Eric could be said to be talented, but if a director didn't rely on talent, it would require years of experience. However, for the sake of face, he still agreed to help introduce him. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The pilot of Back to 17 was a great success. Both the executives of 20th Century Fox and the representatives of the cinema chains were optimistic about the movie. If Eric hadn't shown up during the Thanksgiving and Christmas period, 20th Century Fox would have released Working Girl starring two superstars, Harrison Ford and Sigourney Weaver, on December 23. Now that Back to 17 was released, the Thanksgiving period in November could be filled with this movie. After discussion, Return to 17 was confirmed to be released on November 18. Eric was very satisfied with the release date. From the movie schedule information from 20th Century Fox, Eric found that there was not a single high box office movie in his memory in the entire month of November. It was simply tailor-made for Return to 17 to quietly enter the village. Among the movies released in December, Rain Man, Brother Dragon and Brother Mouse and Whitehead Detective were among the top 10 in the North American box office in 1988. Near noon, James Brooks finally led Eric to a middle-aged man in his 40s. This was Calta Hunt, the director of distribution at 20th Century Fox. After the introductions, James Brooks left the two alone. Although he had a good impression of Eric, they were not related, so he wouldn't waste his time speaking for Eric's low-budget movie. "Hello, Mr. Calta." Eric shook hands with Calta. Calta also politely praised Eric's acting in Back to 17. However, after Eric explained his intention, Calta refused without thinking. "I'm sorry, Eric. The company's release schedule for this year is full. It's impossible to squeeze in another low-budget movie, so I can only say sorry." This excuse was very far-fetched. If it was Spielberg who recommended his own movie, Calta Hunter would have cried and begged for his help. Although Calta rejected him outright, Eric still argued, "Mr. Calta, can we watch my movie first? I just happened to bring a copy with me. You only need to spend an hour or so to watch it. I swear it's a great movie." Calta shook his head again. Most of the small companies that tried to sell their movies to him used the same excuse. Especially recently. Due to the upcoming hot season, many film companies that did not have their own distribution channels were trying to sell their movies to him. He had seen a few of them because of some favors, but they did not have much commercial value. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to waste his time on an 18-year-old's low-budget comedy. "Eric, you know that I'm very busy right now. I have to arrange the release of Back to 17, and I have to go to the headquarters for a meeting in the afternoon, so I have to apologize." Eric was not a person who gave up easily. After a few shameless pleas, Calta finally impatiently found an excuse and left. "Eric, what's the result?" Penny Marshall asked when she returned to the group she knew. Eric shook his head with a bitter smile. Penny Marshall patted Eric on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged, Eric. Movie distribution also costs. Many movies cost more than the production cost. If the box office is not ideal, the person in charge has to take responsibility. So, you should understand Calta. You must have spent a lot of money to produce your own movie. After this busy period, I can introduce you to a videotape distribution company. After Back to 17 is released, with your fame, you can more or less recoup some funds by directly releasing the videotape. And I think you should spend more energy on screenwriting and acting. You have a good talent. If you keep your feet on the ground, you will achieve something." "Thank you, Penny." Eric thanked him, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. Everyone seemed to think that Home Alone was an experimental movie for him, a rookie. He really wanted to tie everyone present to their seats and force Home Alone to play once. Unfortunately, he needed God's help to carry out this idea. He returned home a little depressed. Since 20th Century Fox had no chance, he could only try other movie companies. Jennifer Aniston was curled up on the sofa in the living room like a cat, watching a BBC soap opera in boredom. When she saw Eric open the door and come in, she poked her head out and asked, "Eric, how's it going?" Eric walked over and hugged Jennifer Aniston, rubbing her back and said, 20th Century Fox rejected it, but it doesn't matter. I will try other movie companies." Jennifer Aniston felt the faint disappointment in Eric's tone. She hugged her boyfriend's waist and raised her beautiful face to comfort him. "It doesn't matter, Eric. Home Alone is so good. It must be their loss if they rejected it. I believe that after Home Alone is released, they will regret what they did today. Oh, baby, your words are so warm. Eric pinched Jennifer Aniston's face. The two couldn't help but kiss. After a while, the phone rang. After a few rings, Eric reluctantly let go of the girl under Jennifer Aniston's push. Hello, this is William's house. Jeffrey, hello. What's the matter? Eric listened to the voice on the phone and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Jennifer Aniston knew that this was her boyfriend's action when he was happy. She curiously came over, but didn't hear what Jeffrey Hansen said on the phone. Eric nodded and said a few words in agreement. He hung up the phone and hugged Jennifer Aniston in his arms and spun a few times. Haha, Eric, I'm a little dizzy. Put me down. What's the good news? Eric put Jennifer Aniston back on the sofa and said, Jeffrey happened to meet a friend of his from Columbia Pictures this morning. He talked about Home Alone and his friend was very interested in this movie. Jeffrey said that if I didn't sign a contract with 20th Century Fox, I could try it. Columbia Pictures? That's the one. Jennifer Aniston made a Statue of Liberty pose. Yes, that's the one. Eric nodded. Amy is my wife's good friend. She's very capable. She's only in her early 30s and is already a senior executive at Columbia Pictures. She helped my wife get investment and distribution for 2 of her movies. I bumped into her yesterday and we happened to talk about you. She seemed to know you, so I told her about Home Alone. In a coffee shop, Jeffrey Hansen explained what happened. Eric, who was sitting across from him, asked curiously, Amy, you said the other party is a woman? Of course. Eric thought that it couldn't be such a coincidence. Then he thought about Columbia Pictures and couldn't help but ask, what's Amy's full name? Amy Pascal. Sure enough, it was her. Perhaps in the 1990s, Shirley Lansing, the first female leader of Hollywood who had brought Paramount from the bottom to the top, had more exposure, but Amy Pascal's achievements were not much worse than Shirley Lansing's. This strong woman had ruled Columbia Pictures for a longer period of time than Shirley Lansing. Eric chatted with Jeffrey for a while. When they were 2 minutes away from the agreed time, Amy Pascal hurried over. She was 1.6 meters tall and wore a black suit. She had long brown hair and delicate facial features. She was very elegant. After greeting each other, the 3 of them sat down together. Chidien.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chidien Originals. Amy Pascal directly expressed her interest in Eric. Oh, Eric, you're younger than I thought. When I was your age, I had just entered university. You look very young too, Ms. Pascal, Eric complimented. Amy Pascal smiled, thank you, Eric. Just call me Amy. I really like Jurassic Park. I want to ask, do you still have the film rights to Jurassic Park? Eric raised his eyebrows, of course. During this period of time, Jurassic Park had become more and more famous. Many film companies had contacted about the film rights, but Eric rejected all of them. Before he had enough power to fight for a considerable amount of benefits for himself, Eric did not plan to sell the rights to Jurassic Park. Then, would you be willing to sell the rights to Jurassic Park to Columbia? We'll give you a good price. Eric said, Amy, that's not what we're talking about today. Also, the special effects technology is not mature yet. I don't plan to sell the rights to Jurassic Park for the time being. That's a pity. Well, let's talk about Home Alone. Jeffrey praised this film. From what I know about Jeffrey, he has a good eye. By the way, I heard that you wanted to let 20th Century Fox distribute this film. What happened? Eric shrugged and told the truth. 20th Century Fox's distribution director, Mr. Calta Hunter, refused without even watching the film. Calta Hunter, I know him. He's a very arrogant guy. Amy Pascal smiled and said, then, I think we should watch your movie first. Eric nodded. Amy Pascal took Eric and Jeffrey directly to a screening room at the headquarters of Columbia Pictures. After handing the copy to the projectionist, Eric and the other 2 sat on the leather seats. Eric, you don't seem to be looking forward to it. Before the movie started, Amy Pascal happened to see Eric's expression and joked. Eric smiled helplessly. Amy, you know that I was the one who made the movie from beginning to end. I have every single scene in my mind, and I've watched it many times. But I'm sure you won't be disappointed. As the lights in the screening hall dimmed, Amy Pascal nodded and withdrew her gaze. At the same time, a feeling of desperation spread in her heart. It was true that Columbia Pictures lacked good film projects, but how could she fall to the point of not even letting go of a film made by a high school student? Thinking of this, Amy Pascal sighed in the dark. As one of the top executives of Columbia, Amy Pascal knew the situation of Columbia like the back of her hand. The performance of Columbia Pictures in the past 2 years was moderate. If it weren't for the copyright income from the strong film and TV library accumulated over the years, the company would definitely face huge losses. Compared to the thriving Disney and 20th Century Fox, as well as the flourishing Paramount after the Barry Diller era, Columbia was like an old man. After Ghostbusters took second place in the North American box office in 1984, Columbia didn't have a film in the top 10 for 3 consecutive years. If nothing unexpected happened, there wouldn't be a film this year either. For an established movie giant, this was simply a humiliation. Columbia's parent company, Coca-Cola, suffered heavy losses in last year's stock market crash. If Columbia still didn't do well and couldn't bring profits to the parent company, it was likely to be sold. In fact, Japan's Sony consortium had already released the signal to acquire Columbia Pictures. Amy Pascal had done some research on Eric. This boy had just graduated from high school. In just a few months, he published the science fiction novel Jurassic Park and wrote the script Back to 17, which was picked by 20th Century Fox. He also played the role of the male lead. If it weren't for these halos, perhaps Amy Pascal would be the same as 20th Century Fox's Calta Hunter, who disdained Eric's film. Columbia Pictures had originally received the script of Back to 17, and several of the company's producers were also very interested in this film. However, Eric's additional condition of playing the male lead was unacceptable to Columbia, which was now cautious of investment, and finally had to give up. Hearing that it was Barry Diller who personally approved the plan of Back to 17, Amy Pascal sighed compared to the mediocre Mr. Blunt Cohen, who was now sitting in the position of Columbia's president. The company's current situation couldn't be separated from the president's lack of courage and conservative character. As Home Alone played, the witty plot and Stuart Runkle's mischievous performance quickly pulled Amy Pascal's scattered thoughts to the movie screen. After the movie finished, Amy Pascal was surprised. She couldn't believe that this excellent comedy film was made by the 18-year-old boy in front of her. Amy Pascal stood up with excitement and said to Eric, "Eric, can you wait here for a moment? I'll make a call." From Amy Pascal's expression, Eric knew that if nothing unexpected happened, the matter was already half successful. Half an hour later, 7 or 8 executives of Columbia Pictures, including Columbia's president, Blunt Cohen, gathered in the screening room to watch Home Alone again. After watching the movie in a cheerful atmosphere, it was almost time to get off work, but no one was in a hurry to leave. After more than half of the movie, the executives of Columbia had already begun to discuss with each other. In the president's office of Columbia Pictures, Eric and Jeffrey sat across from Blunt Cohen, who was in his 60s. After the assistant served coffee, Blunt Cohen leisurely sipped a few mouthfuls of coffee before saying, "Eric, to be honest, we are very optimistic about the potential of Home Alone, so we plan to buy all the rights of Home Alone for $10 million. What do you think?" Hearing the price of $10 million, Jeffrey Hansen, who was sitting next to him, suddenly had a joyful expression. The cost of $1 million had increased tenfold in the blink of an eye. If it were him, he would probably nod and agree immediately. Blunt Cohen noticed Jeffrey Hansen's expression and showed a satisfied smile. The company estimated that the box office of this movie would be around $50 million, and this movie could easily be made into a sequel. The potential of the surrounding copyrights was also very high, so after some discussion, they directly decided to buy all the rights of the movie at a price that they thought was relatively high. After the price was set, it was natural to bargain, so the executives of Columbia Pictures had already set a buyout cap of $12 million. "You want to buy out Home Alone for $10 million? Do you think I'm a fool?" Eric complained in his heart, but that was the way of doing business. Raise the price on the spot, then return the money on the spot. Mr. Cohen, I believe you already have a preliminary estimate of the box office value of Home Alone? Can I know this figure? Eric did not immediately agree. Blunt Cohen was a little disappointed, but he still said, of course, we think that if the marketing is done properly, the box office of Home Alone in North America should be around $30 million. According to the usual practice, as the producer, you can get around 20% of the profit. So, Eric, $10 million is very reasonable. The cost of your production should not exceed $2 million, so Eric, what are you hesitating for? As long as you agree, you will immediately become the youngest multimillionaire. Jeffrey Hansen, who was sitting next to him, felt that he should help to bargain, but before he could open his mouth, Eric said, I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, but I don't intend to sell Home Alone on a buyout basis. Let's talk about a share agreement, shall we? Blunt Cohen frowned slightly and looked displeased. Eric, if we're going to split the profits, I can only give you 18%. Mr. Cohen, didn't you just say 20%? Jeffrey retorted. Blunt Cohen said calmly, what I just said was under an average situation. If we were to release Home Alone, the publicity cost would definitely be much higher than the production cost. 18% is already very reasonable. Jeffrey was about to argue, but Eric blocked the somewhat impulsive Jeffrey and said, all right, Mr. Cohen, but I have another plan. How about we sign an VAM agreement? Although VAM agreements were very common in the film industry, Blunt Cohen still sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, what qualifications do you have to sign an VAM agreement with Columbia? However, he still motioned with interest for Eric to continue. He wanted to hear what kind of VAM conditions this little guy could come up with. Eric acted as if he didn't see the undisguised mockery on Blunt Cohen's face. He said with a smile, $50 million as the bottom line. Under the premise that Columbia guarantees the publicity and the number of screenings, if the box office of Home Alone is lower than $50 million, I will give all the copyright of Home Alone to Columbia Pictures for free. After these words were said, even Blunt Cohen, who was used to seeing storms, was a little moved. They estimated that the box office of Home Alone would be around $50 million. If they really signed the VAM agreement, it would be very easy to control the box office of the movie within $50 million with some small moves. Blunt Cohen felt that Eric was stupid, but he couldn't help but admire this young man's courage. Jeffrey Hansen suddenly stood up and said to Eric in disbelief, Eric, are you crazy? Eric stood up and patted Jeffrey's shoulder, motioning for him to sit down. He continued, if the box office is within $50 million to $100 million, I want 20% of it. If the box office exceeds $100 million, then for every $10 million increase in box office, my share will increase by 1%. After Eric finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He picked up his coffee and calmly drank it. At the side, Jeffrey Hansen was restlessly glancing back and forth between the two men. He was a little worried that Blunt Cohen would agree to Eric's ridiculous agreement. If that happened, the $10 million buyout fee would be gone. $10 million. Most people would never see that much money in their entire lives. Unfortunately, Blunt Cohen was indeed a person in power who lacked courage. After hesitating for a full 5 minutes, he finally said, Eric, I need to have a meeting to discuss this matter. Can I give you an answer tomorrow? Eric nodded and stood up too. Say goodbye to Blunt Cohen. When they arrived at the parking lot, Jeffrey didn't go to his car. Instead, he got into Eric's passenger seat. Eric, you're too impulsive. $10 million is gone in the blink of an eye. Look at the past few years. Although comedy movies generally achieve good box office results, dark horses are few and far between. Let's just choose the buyout agreement tomorrow. Maybe we can fight for the price? Listen to me, young man. Sometimes people only have 1 or 2 opportunities in their lifetime. If you miss it, you'll never get another. With $10 million, you can continue to make movies and do a lot of things. At this time, Eric was immersed in the pleasure of digging a hole for Columbia Pictures. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling slightly. In his previous life, the kid's box office was recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records. Now, this copy of The Kid's Home was just as good as it was in his previous life. He didn't believe that with the distribution ability of an established giant like Columbia, the box office of the kid's home would be much worse than it was in his previous life. Therefore, at first, he didn't know how to fight for the greatest benefits for himself. According to the normal negotiations, his small-budget movie could only get a 20% cut of the box office at most. When Blunt-Cohen heard that Eric wanted to sign the agreement, he stintily reduced the 20% cut to 18%. Then, Eric had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to make the cut fluctuate, a bet. In the film industry, betting on the box office was very common. Usually, it was a win-win situation. Both sides could avoid the risk and fight for the greatest benefits for themselves. If the final North American box office of The Kid's Home was $280 million USD, after signing the agreement, Eric would get a 38% cut, which was higher than the 35% cut of those powerful producers. Moreover, according to Blunt-Cohen's reaction after hearing his proposal, Columbia Pictures was ready to jump into the hole. "Hey, Eric, I've said so much. Are you even listening to me?" Jeffrey Hansen found that his mouth was dry from talking, and Eric was sitting in his seat absent-mindedly. After gently patting Eric's shoulder twice, Eric finally reacted. "Okay, Jeffrey, I know you're good to me, but think about it. A few months ago, I had nothing. So what if I gave it a shot? I'll tell you a secret. I think that The Kid's Home's box office is very likely to break 200 million. Think about it, according to the agreement I proposed, how much of the cut would I get?" Jeffrey stared at Eric as if he was looking at a delusional patient. Eric smiled. "Jeffrey, have some faith in me, okay? If it really succeeds, as a nominal producer, I'll definitely give you a generous bonus. You can redeem Firefly Films from the bank. So, how about you do me a favor?" Jeffrey dreamed of redeeming the film company that he and his wife founded together, but he didn't take Eric's words seriously. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Eric to change his mind, he could only ask, "Okay, Eric, what do you need me to do?" "Help me contact a law firm and an accounting firm. If nothing goes wrong, Columbia will definitely agree to the agreement I proposed. At that time, I'll need someone to help me monitor and audit the implementation of the agreement. If there's a dispute, someone will also help me fight a lawsuit." Jeffrey said, "That's not a problem, but Eric, do you still have money now? Even if you just hire 2 teams like this, it will cost a lot of money." Of course, Eric opened the glove compartment in front of the car and took out a Jurassic Park novel. "I'll use the subsequent royalties and movie rights of Jurassic Park as collateral. With the current sales of Jurassic Park, these 2 things are worth at least $1 million. If the bet really fails, I'll use Jurassic Park as collateral. I believe those firms won't refuse." "Eric, you're really crazy. All great geniuses have crazy attributes." Jeffrey spread his hands. "Okay, you're not only crazy but also arrogant. Even Aristotle can't stop you." "Aristotle is very busy." Stendhal said that. Jeffrey finally agreed to help contact the firms as soon as possible. At the same time, in the conference room of Columbia Pictures, several executives were discussing the conditions of the bet proposed by Eric. "Okay, that's about it. Everyone, please express your opinions." Blunt-Cohen described the conditions of the bet proposed by Eric and looked at the executives below, waiting for them to express their opinions. After Blunt-Cohen finished speaking, most of the executives in the conference room were in disbelief. Should they say that the boy was crazy or stupid? In the end, an executive from the distribution department, Lester Reed, took the lead and said, "Mr. Cohen, this is a good opportunity. Accept it. According to our estimation, the box office potential of this movie is at most $50 million. After signing the bet agreement, it's easy to limit the box office to $50 million. Moreover, we don't even need to pay the buyout fee of $10 million. After Lester Reed finished speaking, the others followed suit. Qidian.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Qidian Originals. Amy Pascal, who was sitting at the end of the conference table, felt that this matter was not as simple as she had imagined. Although she had only interacted with Eric for a few hours, she had sensed that this boy had a calmness that was hard to match among his peers. A person with this kind of character would definitely not be hot-headed and propose such an VAM agreement with a low chance of winning. Therefore, this VAM agreement was most likely made by Eric Williams after careful consideration. Amy Pascal ignored the overwhelming support of the VAM agreement. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Mr. Cohen, I think it's better to be cautious. There's no such thing as a free lunch. We can slightly raise the buyout price and negotiate with Eric Williams. If it doesn't work out, we can sign a share agreement. Anyway, with the box office potential of this movie, we can definitely make a fortune." "Amy, I think you're too conservative." "You're worse than that, kid." Lester Reed, who had spoken first, retorted, "Do you know the potential of this movie? If we completely obtain the copyright of this movie, in addition to the box office share, we can make at least tens of millions of dollars in profit from the video copyright, TV broadcast, and other peripheral licensing. Not to mention, we can also film a sequel. If we choose a share agreement, the copyright will still be in the hands of that boy. We will have to give him a large share of the profits in the next operation." Amy Pascal said, "We can also raise the buyout price. Maybe $15 million. That boy will definitely agree." Based on the potential of this kind of low-budget comedy, $50 million is usually considered a box office dark horse. Most of the good quality ones can only get $20 million at the box office. So, why should we pay $10 million when there's more than an 80% chance of getting the full copyright of this movie for free? That boy can propose such a crazy VAM agreement with less than a 20% chance of winning. Don't tell me we don't even have the guts to make this bet? But Amy Pascal looked at the greed and fanaticism in her colleague's eyes. Her feminine sixth sense made her feel that this matter was even more inappropriate. "Okay, Amy," Blunt Cohen interrupted Amy Pascal's speech and said, "Although Jeffrey Hansen and Eric Williams may be your friends, you must understand that you are now an employee of Columbia and must consider the interests of the company." Blunt Cohen's words stunned Amy Pascal. She was indeed friends with Jeffrey Hansen, but as a professional manager, she had always abided by her professional ethics. But now, just because he expressed his opinion out of caution, he was suspected of being a traitor and helping outsiders fight for benefits. The strong sense of humiliation made Amy Pascal's right hand, which was holding the pen, tremble slightly. Finally, Amy Pascal stood up abruptly and said coldly, "Mr. Cohen, since you have such thoughts, I think I'm no longer suitable to participate in this project. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye." After that, Amy Pascal pursed her lips and hurriedly organized the documents in front of her. She then silently turned around and left the office. The entire office fell into a brief silence. A woman. No one knew who was the first to sigh. As a woman, Amy Pascal held a high position. In a patriarchal society, she would definitely be discriminated against in all kinds of ways. However, no one knew what kind of emotion was contained in this sigh. Blunt Cohen slightly regretted what he had just said. Amy Pascal's work ability and professional ethics were obvious to all. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting in this office as a woman. However, although Blunt Cohen lacked boldness when it came to managing the company, he was very headstrong and self-opinionated. He felt that although his words were somewhat abrupt, Amy Pascal's departure from the conference room was also a provocation to his authority. Thus, he very naturally placed all the blame on Amy Pascal. The office was silent for more than 10 seconds before Blunt Cohen said, "Okay, since everyone has agreed to this VAM agreement, let's call it a day. Lester, from tomorrow onwards, you will be in charge of the Home Alone project." Under everyone's envious gazes, Lester Reed excitedly agreed. If he won the VAM, this credit would definitely be given to him. In the future, it would be a matter of course for him to be promoted and get a raise. "No problem, Mr. Cohen, I will try my best to complete this matter." The next day, Eric received a notice from Columbia that the VAM had been accepted. At the same time, Jeffrey also contacted the law firm that Eric needed. After the two law firms evaluated the value of Jurassic Park, they agreed to send a team to assist Eric in drafting and supervising the implementation of the VAM agreement. On October 31st, although he was very interested, Eric still couldn't participate in the first Halloween parade since his rebirth. Instead, he stayed in the conference room of the Columbia headquarters with a bunch of boring middle-aged men and women to draft the specific content of the VAM agreement. On the basis of Eric's conditions, the specific content of the agreement was gradually refined. In order to ensure that Columbia did its best to promote and distribute Home Alone, the agreement even listed details such as the number of promotional articles published in different reputable newspapers, the number of screens to be increased or decreased depending on the theater attendance, the number of screenings and showtimes in the cinemas, and so on. Once Columbia violated the agreement, there would be different punishment measures based on the degree of violation. When the last dozens of pages of the contract were drafted, Eric himself was stunned. He couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the accounting and lawyer team that Jeffrey Hansen found. On the Columbia side, Lester Reed, who was in charge of the Home Alone project, thought that Home Alone was basically in the bag. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the contract, which was dozens of pages long. Instead, he laughed at Eric for making a fuss over nothing. The two teams that were hired by the other party were estimated to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. What a waste. Lester Reed felt that even though the contract was detailed, the box office potential of Home Alone was there. Columbia's management's boldest estimate for the box office of Home Alone was not higher than Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which was currently ranked first in the box office of the year. This movie, which was a perfect combination of animation and live action, only had a box office of $150 million in North America. Columbia's original plan was to release Home Alone in December during the Christmas season, but Eric firmly opposed it. No one knew better than him the tragic situation of the high box office movies in December. Within a month, 3 of the top 10 box office movies of the year occupied the box office of the year. In his previous life, Home Alone had been released in November and had a long run of more than 2 months to achieve such an amazing box office. In the end, Columbia compromised and decided to release Home Alone on November 18, the same day as Back to 17. This was also proposed by Eric. Because of the difference in theme and audience, the two movies related to him would not squeeze the other's box office. Instead, they would promote each other's box office. For this reason, Columbia even postponed the drama film New Horse, which was originally planned to be released on November 18, to free up about 1,000 screens for Home Alone. Columbia's ambivalence could be seen from the number of screens. Under normal circumstances, only movies with high box office ratings would be released in more than 1,000 theaters. Therefore, this number showed that Columbia was optimistic about the box office of Home Alone. But at the same time, because of the VAM agreement, Columbia did not want Home Alone to exceed $50 million. This way, not only could they monopolize all the box office shares of Home Alone, but they could also get all the copyright of Home Alone, including the sequel. Therefore, the number of screens did not exceed 1,000. Eric was not dissatisfied with this. It was normal for Columbia's top management to have such a mentality. Moreover, in the VAM agreement, which was dozens of pages long, it clearly stated that if the box office reached a certain number, the corresponding number of screens would be increased. If Columbia refused to comply, then they would have to wait for a lawsuit. Eric believed that the revenue of just one movie was not enough to make a giant like Columbia lose their business reputation. After the VAM agreement was signed, because both parties did not intend to hide the agreement, and instead hoped that the agreement would spread, the content of the agreement quickly spread throughout Hollywood. With the help of the publicity department of Columbia Pictures, the next day, the headline of the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times published an article about the bet. Genius young man versus gambling giant Columbia, crazy or stupid? Xidian.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Xidian Originals. Yesterday, a shocking VAM agreement was signed at the headquarters of Columbia Pictures. The two sides of the VAM are the genius Eric Williams, who recently rose to fame with Jurassic Park and Back to 17, and the Columbia TriStar Pictures Group. It is reported that after Eric Williams finished filming Back to 17, he used the salary of Back to 17 and the advance of Jurassic Park royalties to write and direct a 100-minute short-budget comedy Home Alone in just 15 days. Not to mention the quality of the movie, just the fact that Eric Williams was able to accomplish this feat at the age of 18 is worthy of the title of genius. After some twists and turns, Home Alone was finally unanimously favored by the Columbia executives. According to insiders, the president of Columbia, Mr. Blunt Cohen, offered $10 million to buy the copyright of Home Alone. However, Eric Williams rejected the attractive offer that was enough to make him the youngest multimillionaire in Hollywood. Instead, he proposed a crazy and stupid VAM agreement. The article then described the contents of the VAM in detail, and then analyzed the possibility of Eric winning the VAM agreement. The author of the article was obviously an insider. He listed the box office data of a series of similar comedy movies, combined with the information revealed by Home Alone. He came to a pessimistic conclusion that the possibility of Eric Williams losing the VAM agreement was more than 80%. Because Home Alone had neither actors with box office appeal, nor was it a big investment production. Generally, for this type of comedy, if the quality was good, only a few could get 20 to 30 million at the box office. Most of them only got a few million at the box office. Therefore, the possibility of Home Alone breaking $50 million was very low. And the author concluded with a conspiracy theory that Columbia would not allow the box office of Home Alone to exceed $50 million. What did people like to talk about the most? One was a genius who had surpassed them so much that they had no feelings of jealousy, the other was a tragic hero, and the other was a conspiracy theory. The article in the Los Angeles Times more or less combined these three factors. For a moment, public sentiment was surging. Originally, due to Fox's early publicity for Back to 17, the public had already become interested in Eric. This could be seen from the steadily increasing sales of Jurassic Park. Now that the bomb of A Kid in Charge had exploded, the public's interest in Eric had reached its peak. The public's interest meant sales and viewership ratings. Soon, Eric received more than 10 interview requests within a few days. Jeff, who hadn't been in touch with him for a while, suddenly called and said that someone was inquiring about him at their restaurant. Eric keenly felt that the paparazzi had begun to pay attention to him. At the same time, after the article in the Los Angeles Times was published, Fox and Columbia tacitly worked together to promote Back to 17 and Home Alone. Although Calta Hunt, the head of distribution at Fox, regretted that he had hastily rejected Eric's Home Alone without even watching the movie, his professionalism as a professional manager made him quickly forget this emotion. After negotiating with the top management at Columbia, the publicity plan for Back to 17 was revised. The effect of the two giants working together could be imagined. And, how's the situation? Can I go home? Eric, who was hiding in Jennifer Aniston's den, saw Jennifer Aniston open the door and ask. He hadn't been home for a week. Jennifer Aniston shook her head, put the convenience bag in her hand on the coffee table, and said, I drove past your house and found at least 7 or 8 paparazzi waiting near your house. Fortunately, they didn't know that I was driving your car. Otherwise, they would have definitely followed. It's too scary. Eric sighed at the insanity of the paparazzi. Because of the two giants' vigorous promotion of Home Alone and Back to 17, Eric had become a hot topic in North America in just a week. Even the British newspapers on the other side of the Atlantic had information about Eric. After all, Eric was an insider in his previous life. After receiving Jeff's call, he saw that the situation was not right and directly hid in Jennifer Aniston's den. The two major film companies had promoted his movie enough. The next step was to rely on the quality of the movie itself. Therefore, Eric was too lazy to go out and provide topics for the paparazzi. What's more, these paparazzi might write some nonsense. Although Eric had hidden himself in time, he was still completely invisible in front of the public. The paparazzi couldn't interview him, so they dug up all of his experiences from childhood to adulthood. English immigrants, high school transcripts, working in Jeff's Italian restaurant. Aniston read with great interest and commented from time to time. Until a few days later, a gossip tabloid published the love triangle between him, the genius child star Drew, and an unknown actress. The author of the article obviously got the inside information from the cast of Back to 17, so the story in the newspaper was vivid, as if the author had seen it with his own eyes. He even inferred that the reason why Drew Barrymore quit drug was because of Eric, which was infinitely close to the truth. Because of this article, an unknown actress made Eric sleep on the sofa for 2 days out of jealousy. Michael Krause was very excited recently. Because of the two major film companies' intense promotion of the two movies and Eric, the sales of Jurassic Park, which had exceeded 100,000 copies a week, skyrocketed again. In the second week of November, Jurassic Park finally reached the top of the New York Times North American bestseller list with 250,000 copies sold. According to the current sales trend, it wouldn't be a problem to exceed 1 million copies within the year. After calling Eric's home many times to no avail, Michael Krause learned about Eric's whereabouts through Penny Marshall and went directly to Jennifer Aniston's place. "Hey, Michael, how did you find this place?" Eric asked curiously as he invited Michael Krause into the house. "If I didn't find you, I would have called the police. You were hiding here." Michael Krause was about to say something when he saw Jennifer Aniston walking out of the bedroom in her pajamas. He closed his mouth in surprise. "Michael, this is my girlfriend, Jennifer Aniston. And this is Mr. Michael Krause, the manager of my novel publishing house." Michael and Jennifer Aniston greeted each other, and Jennifer Aniston walked to the bathroom. "Hey, Eric, is this the little actress? I still like Drew more. She was so cute in E.T." As soon as Jennifer Aniston disappeared, Michael couldn't help but gossip. Eric poured a cup of coffee for Michael and whispered, "Michael, if you want to be kicked out by Anne, let's continue this topic. Even I don't dare to mention Drew's name now." Michael Krause clearly felt that Eric wasn't joking, so he decisively changed the topic. "Well, Eric, Jurassic Park is selling so well now. Don't you think you should continue to write a sequel?" Eric shook his head without hesitation. The film and television rights of Jurassic Park were already in his hands. Although they were mortgaged to the two firms in charge of the VAM, he wasn't worried. At the same time, he didn't want to waste time writing a sequel. The novel is already a complete story. "I don't think there's anything else to write, Michael." Michael Krause wasn't discouraged. He continued, "So, do you have any other works now?" Eric shook his head again. He was so busy some time ago that he finally finished Home Alone and signed the VAM agreement with Columbia. Eric directly gave himself a vacation. And he couldn't rest for a few days. A week before the movie was released, Eric had to follow the crew around to promote the movie. Fortunately, the two companies had reached a cooperation agreement, and the progress of the tour was basically the same. Eric didn't have to split himself into two halves, one on the East Coast and the other on the West Coast. Michael Krause saw that Eric kept shaking his head. Finally, he said shamelessly, "Eric, just write something. You can't let me come here for nothing, right? I've been busy with Jurassic Park recently. Even my wife has started to complain that I only care about work. Also, you wanted an advance on royalties for the movie, and I gave you 200,000 renminbi without hesitation. Don't tell me you're not touched at all?" Eric couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he saw a short and stout middle-aged man trying to play the emotional card. He thought for a moment and said, "Okay, Michael, I have a good theme. It's also a science fiction, but it's only a rough idea. There's no specific outline. The story is inspired by George Romero's Living Dead movies. It's about a biological company that was researching a virus that leaked, causing humans to be infected and become the living dead." Eric roughly told the story of Resident Evil. He had watched the Resident Evil movies in his previous life. Although he didn't really like them, because of his abnormal memory after his rebirth, he was able to completely retell the story. In his previous life, the Resident Evil series was considered the most profitable movie adaptation of a game. The production cost wasn't high, but the series box office grossed more than $1 billion. Since Michael Krause wanted him to write something, then he might as well take this opportunity. In his previous life, although Eric wasn't a nationalistic youth, taking advantage of Japanese people gave him a sense of accomplishment. Michael Krause was somewhat dissatisfied. "Isn't this story too niche? Eric, there are indeed a lot of people who like zombie culture, but the target audience is still too small. Why don't you change it to something else?" Eric shrugged and spread out his hands, looking like it was up to him to take it or leave it. Michael Krause had no choice but to agree. "All right, write the story as soon as possible. With your current fame, you don't have to worry about sales. Oh right, you can add some adult elements in it. You must make it more explosive. Anyway, you're an adult now, so no one will blame you." Just as he was rambling on about his suggestion, Michael Krause suddenly noticed the unnatural expression on Eric's face. He subconsciously turned around, only to find Aniston standing behind him with her hands on her hips. She was pouting slightly, as if she was asking him to continue. Eric, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do. That's all. Goodbye. Michael awkwardly picked up his bag and was about to slip away when he was caught trying to persuade her boyfriend to write an erotic novel. After opening the door, he couldn't help but turn around and say, "You have to write it as soon as possible." After Michael Krause left, Jennifer Aniston asked, "Eric, are you really going to write according to what that guy said?" "Of course not. I've been promoted by Columbia and Fox as a role model for America's youth. How could I ruin my glorious image for a little profit?" After a period of promotion, The Kid and Back to 17 finally ushered in another critical moment, the movie test screening. On November 11th, the two movies held a test screening for film critics at the same time. In this era, there was no online hype. The promotion of movies was mainly through newspapers. The audience basically relied on the reviews of the movies in the newspapers. Therefore, film critics were a barrier that couldn't be bypassed in the promotion process. Of course, after the film critics who attended the test screening watched the movie, as long as the quality of the movie wasn't terrible, they generally wouldn't make too harsh a comment. After all, film critics needed movies, but movies didn't necessarily need film critics. If they overdid it, the movie company would ban them. The day after the test screening, the long-awaited reviews of The Kid and Back to 17 appeared one after another in major newspapers and magazines. The Kid has created a completely new style of pure comedy narration. It is full of laughter and warmth from childhood and growing up. The conflict between the eccentric protagonist and the two stupid thieves is suitable for both young and old. It has to be said that the 7-year-old actor Stuart Runkle's performance in the movie can be described as simply stunning. And the newcomer Matthew Perry's performance as Marvin is also remarkable. As long as that comedic face appears, people can't help but laugh. Los Angeles Times, the genius director and the talented young actors have given the audience a Christmas feast that will last until the end of the day. I advise the audience not to eat popcorn while watching the movie, or else you might laugh and spit it into the neck of the audience in front of you. Chicago Tribune Back to 17 is Drew Barrymore's transformation. Drew completely got rid of the cute little girl image in E.T. and played the role of a rebellious daughter about to graduate from high school. In the movie, Drew's several emotional outbursts are amazing. Dan Aykroyd and Susan Sarandon, the two superstars' performances are still outstanding. It has to be said that as the screenwriter and lead actor, Eric Williams' performance in the movie is completely unlike that of a newcomer with no acting experience. He doesn't fall behind in the process of competing with Drew Barrymore. Moreover, he is the director of The Kid that was released at the same time. It has to be said that this is a genius who has been kissed by God. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Eric Williams is so outstanding. Empire magazine. Many people always complain that reality is not as they wish. After watching Back to 17, you will find that it is not that you are not happy, but that all kinds of negative emotions have completely shrouded you and isolated you from the happiness you have. But only the protagonist in the movie is lucky enough to break away from his original body and look at himself from another perspective. HSD post. There were many newspapers that praised the two movies, but at the same time, some criticism was inevitable. After all, no matter how powerful the two media groups were, it was impossible to control all the public opinion. What's more, the other 4 film companies would certainly not let Columbia and Fox be too complacent. The Chicago Sun newspaper directly criticized Home Alone as a ridiculous work that was completely detached from reality. The plot lacked rationality, and the teasing of the two stupid thieves was impossible in reality. Therefore, it was likely to lead the wrong children to the wrong direction. Another newspaper, the Los Angeles Current, put forward an even sharper point. The newspaper made a fuss about the scene where Kevin held a toy gun in The Kid and called for the censors to re-examine the rating of the movie. This news even attracted the attention of a TV station in Los Angeles. Eric was a little worried when he heard about this. In his impression, although guns were rampant in the United States, there were very strict restrictions on minors holding guns in movies and TV shows. He anxiously called the person in charge of The Kid, Lester Reed, to ask about this. Lester did not care to reassure him and revealed a little inside information. The owner of the Los Angeles Times was a shareholder of Universal Pictures. Universal Pictures had an animated film, Walking the World with Little Feet, that would be released on November 18. As a competitor for children like Home Alone, it was normal for Columbia to do something like this. Columbia would also counterattack. Putting down the phone, Eric sighed. He had fallen into mutual deception so quickly. At the same time, this episode gave him a sense of crisis. Now, compared to those movie giants, he was just an inconspicuous shrimp and posed no threat to them. However, once Home Alone was released and became a success like it did in his previous life, then his existence would definitely arouse the vigilance of those movie giants, especially Columbia, which was about to be ruthlessly screwed over. If he did not have enough power and did not want to give up the majority of the profits, then what awaited him would be the unrelenting suppression of the movie giants. Tom Cruise in Viacom's previous life was an example. As the movie starring Tom Cruise sold well, he demanded more and more power and profit. Finally, when Tom Cruise earned more money from a movie than his employer, Paramount Pictures, the owner of Paramount, Summer Leishadong, publicly fell out with Tom Cruise in the newspapers. At the same time, the media under Viacom's banner began to smear Tom Cruise's name for several years, directly causing Tom Cruise's career to hit rock bottom. "Hey, dear, what are you thinking about? Why do you look so sad?" Noticing that Eric had been standing by the phone in a daze, Jennifer Aniston gently pulled on Eric's shirt. "Oh, nothing." Although Eric always looked confident, Jennifer Aniston still felt that he was worried about the box office of the two movies. After all, Eric only had the car left by his father. Everything else was mortgaged. If he lost the bet on the kid, Eric would directly go bankrupt. Hugging her boyfriend's waist from behind and pressing her face against Eric's back, Jennifer Aniston said softly, "Dear, if you have something on your mind, just talk to me. Although I can't help much, I can still be a qualified listener. I just suddenly feel." Eric turned around and hugged Jennifer Aniston tightly in his arms. "The road ahead may be difficult. And, will you always be with me?" "Of course, I will." Jennifer Aniston didn't understand the deeper meaning of Eric's words, but she decisively chose to answer in the affirmative. "Thank you, Anne. So, are you really not going to New York with me?" "I'll discuss it with James. It's just a ticket." The release date of The Kid and Back to 17 was getting closer and closer. The two crews also had to go to New York on the East Coast for promotion. However, as a dispensable supporting role in Back to 17, Jennifer Aniston was not among the actors participating in the promotion. Not wanting her boyfriend to worry about this small matter, Jennifer Aniston shook her head and said, "No, I lived in New York for many years. It's nothing new." The two whispered for a while before Jennifer Aniston pushed Eric away and turned to pack Eric's luggage. On November 18, the second day after Eric flew to New York, Home Alone and Back to 17 officially welcomed their premieres. The opening screen for Home Alone was 1,000 yuan, while the opening screen for Back to 17 was 1,279 yuan, which was more than 200 yuan more than Home Alone. Fox didn't care about the VAM, so they went all out from the beginning. At the same time, Universal Pictures' animation Walking the World with Little Feet was released on 1395 screens, and Disney's Bowie International's animation The Adventures of Oliva was released on 952 screens. With three children's movies being released at the same time, the media felt that Eric's chances of winning the VAM were even lower. However, Eric wasn't too worried. These two animations might be able to squeeze Home Alone's box office in the early stages, but they definitely wouldn't be able to last as long as Home Alone. In his previous life, Home Alone had grossed more than 10 million in the box office for 10 consecutive weeks. After attending the two premieres, it was already past 11 p.m. when Eric and the crew returned to the hotel. This era didn't have the advanced box office statistics system of the future, so they could only wait until next week to know the box office statistics of Home Alone and Back to 17. After returning to his room, Eric took a shower and was about to go to bed when the phone suddenly rang. Only Jennifer Aniston would be calling at this time of the night. "Hi, Eric, are you asleep?" Jennifer Aniston asked with a little excitement in her voice. Eric sat on the bed and wiped his wet hair with a towel. "Not yet, I just took a shower." "And, did something happy happen?" "Take a guess." Eric teased, "Oh, I know, you must be pregnant. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Bah, you big pervert, you only know how to think about those dirty things. Jennifer Aniston spat into the phone. I just went to watch Home Alone and encountered something very interesting. Eric smiled. Tell me about it. It's like this. When I came out of the cinema, I happened to see a 5 or 6-year-old boy. He was yelling that he wanted to see Kevin. That child's parents didn't agree and said that they had just seen it. In the end, the little boy lay on the ground and started crying. Someone saw this scene and mistakenly thought that the parents were human traffickers. They beat up the poor young parents and called the police. In the end, several police cars came. It was so funny, haha. Jennifer Aniston only told Eric this story as an interesting anecdote during the movie, but Eric saw more meaning in it. After chatting with Jennifer Aniston for a while longer, Eric hung up the phone and lay on the bed, feeling a little excited. Because things still happened according to the trajectory of his previous life. In his previous life, the reason why Home Alone was able to achieve such a shocking box office was because a large number of naughty kids were clamoring to watch Home Alone over and over again. They also competed to imitate Kevin's every move in the movie, which ultimately pushed the movie to achieve such a shocking box office result. Things were just as Eric had guessed. On the first day of the movie's release, Home Alone and the other two animated movies' box office sales were about the same. However, as the word of mouth of Home Alone spread at an amazing speed among children, the box office sales of Home Alone doubled on the second day. On the third day, the box office sales increased again, and there were already queues in front of some of the popular cinemas. After all, animated movies could be watched at any time, but the mischievous Kevin was not someone that could be seen at any time. Most children dreamed of growing up quickly and being able to do many things that they couldn't do now. From the perspective of children, Home Alone realized what most children wanted to do in reality but couldn't do, didn't dare to do, or couldn't do. Among the children in North America, a trend of imitating Kevin quickly swept up. A San Francisco newspaper even reported a real Home Alone incident. After a 9-year-old boy watched Home Alone, he secretly locked himself in his room when the family was preparing to go to Hawaii for a vacation. The parents who had 6 children didn't notice this incident. After the family flew to Hawaii, they found that the boy was missing. The boy's parents had to give up their vacation and fly back to San Francisco from Hawaii. At the same time, the boy had already made a mess at home, waiting for the arrival of the stupid thief. Unfortunately, what they waited for was his anxious parents. A week later, the box office for the first week of the movie was finally calculated. Although the previous signs of popularity had made people mentally prepared, the kid's astonishing $27.55 million box office for the first week still shocked everyone. A box office of more than $20 million might not be comparable to blockbusters in the future that broke $100 million in the first week. But in this era, this result directly beat all the high box office movies in recent years. Even Spielberg's E.T. did not have such an amazing opening. Only George Lucas' Star Wars series could surpass the kids' Home Alone, but the production cost of Star Wars was more than 100 times that of the kids. At the same time, Back to 17 also took second place with a good score of $13.12 million. The two animated films that competed with The Kid, Walking the World with Tiny Feet and The Adventures of Oliva, only received $7.12 million and $3.98 million at the box office respectively, which was far below the expectations of the two major studios. There was no doubt that the box office of the two animated films was badly suppressed by The Kid. While the executives of Universal and Disney lamented that The Kid's box office was too heaven-defying, they also envied Columbia's good luck. Columbia's luck was indeed good, but Columbia President Blunt Cohen was in a bad mood when he saw the first week box office. He even couldn't help but throw the teacup in his hand several times. According to the first week box office data, Columbia's reevaluation concluded that the North American box office of Home Alone was definitely more than $200 million, and it was even likely to exceed $300 million. Blunt Cohen was extremely regretful. If he had insisted on buying the copyright of Home Alone instead of signing some bullshit TVAM agreement, Columbia would have made hundreds of millions of dollars in profit from this movie this year. Now, according to the VAM agreement, if the box office of Home Alone was $300 million, Columbia would pay $120 million to Eric, and would only get $45 million. After deducting the distribution cost, Columbia's profit would only be a fraction of Eric's $120 million. Blunt Cohen had thought of tearing up the agreement many times, but the contents of the VAM agreement were now known by the whole country. If he rashly tore up the agreement, not only would it be difficult for Columbia to win the lawsuit, but it would also become a laughingstock in the whole country. As the president, he would definitely be kicked out as a scapegoat. No, I have to find a way to recover the loss, I have to. Blunt Cohen was muttering to himself when his assistant knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Cohen, everyone is here. We can start the meeting. Blunt Cohen rubbed his temples and got up to walk to the conference room. After sitting down in his seat, Blunt Cohen directly asked Lester Reed, who was in charge of the Home Alone project, "Lester, how's the analysis of the data?" Lester Reed was supposed to come back late at night with the crew of Home Alone, but an emergency call from the headquarters made him return to Los Angeles half a day earlier than the others. After arriving at the Columbia headquarters and learning about the box office of Home Alone, Lester instinctively felt that something was wrong. He looked guiltily at the expressionless Blunt Cohen. It was Blunt Cohen who decided to accept the VAM agreement, but he was the one who first responded to the agreement at the original meeting. According to Blunt Cohen's headstrong character, he would most likely vent his anger on Lester. Mr. Cohen, according to the analysis of the data department, according to the VAM agreement, we can only get about $50 million at most. The peak of the share is about $225 million. This is the data curve. Blunt Cohen took the analysis document and glanced at the red parabola representing Columbia's profit and the green curve representing Eric's share. His temples couldn't help but twitch twice again. Bang, another teacup was thrown on the mahogany floor by Blunt Cohen, making a muffled sound. Everyone in the conference room was slightly shocked. They subconsciously lowered their heads and became silent. Under normal circumstances, a $50 million box office share was enough to wake up many film company executives from their dreams. After all, even for the Big Six, the best annual box office profit in this era was only about $100 or $200 million. But when he compared it to Eric's potential profit of over $100 million, all the excitement Blunt Cohen should have felt instantly vanished. Then, you were responsible for signing the VAM agreement. What do we do now? Blunt Cohen coldly glanced at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Lester Reed. Lester Reed sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he's taking it out on me. But in this case, he didn't dare to refute. Otherwise, he would definitely be kicked out. Mr. Cohen, maybe we can try to negotiate with Eric Williams and sign a new agreement. This is the idea you came up with? Blunt Cohen sneered, if you were Eric Williams, would you agree to sign a new agreement? Lester Reed braced himself and said, Eric Williams should know that according to the current box office trend, it is very unfair to Columbia, which has invested far more than him, so, before Lester Reed could finish, Blunt Cohen slammed the table and shouted, enough, fairness, when have you ever seen fairness in this world? I want a countermeasure that can fight for more benefits for Columbia, not a whimsical idea. Lester Reed lowered his head silently and didn't say anything. Blunt Cohen looked at the others, and finally his gaze fell on Amy Pascal, who was sitting at the end of the conference table. Amy Pascal was the only one in the conference room who objected to Eric Williams' VAM agreement, which ignited a glimmer of hope in his heart. Blunt Cohen softened his tone a little and said to Amy Pascal, Amy, do you have any good ideas? Although Blunt Cohen was speaking harshly in the conference room, Amy Pascal was a little absent-minded. She was completely disappointed in Blunt Cohen. He was conservative, lacked courage, was suspicious, and was not calm at all. He didn't have the demeanor of a leader at all. She didn't know how Coca-Cola chose such a mediocre president. Amy Pascal even felt that she should change her job. However, when she heard Blunt Cohen's question, Amy Pascal sorted out her thoughts and said, Mr. Cohen, regarding the VAM agreement, I don't have the slightest idea of what to do. Even if we force the movie to be released, we won't be able to get the copyright for the kid for free. Instead, we will face hundreds of millions of dollars of compensation from Eric Williams. At this point, Amy Pascal paused for a moment to give everyone a chance to think. Without waiting for Blunt Cohen to speak again, she continued, "So, what we should do now is to try our best to win over Eric Williams and seriously implement the VAM agreement to show Columbia's sincerity. The kids' home box office will definitely exceed $50 million, so the overseas and other peripheral copyrights will return to Eric Williams. What's more, the kid will definitely make a sequel. We have to maintain a good working relationship this time. When the sequel is made, I believe that with Eric Williams' shrewdness, he will definitely continue to work with us. I think this is the only way to get more benefits for Columbia." After Amy Pascal finished speaking, the other executives in the conference room couldn't help but nod their heads. Although Blunt Cohen somewhat agreed with Amy Pascal's point of view, when he thought about how Amy Pascal might be friends with Jeffrey Hansen and Eric Williams, his suspicious personality made him feel that Amy Pascal's suggestion was biased towards Eric. Therefore, Blunt Cohen couldn't help but say again, "Amy, you are an employee of Columbia. You have to think about the company as much as possible. Don't always side with outsiders. If you can think of a way to overturn the VAM agreement and get more benefits for us, I will immediately promote you." It was as if the scene from a few weeks ago had reappeared. She had worked hard, tried her best to pull in high-quality film projects for the company, and tried her best to give advice to the company. In the end, she was kicked out of the Kids Home Project team. She felt that she needed to avoid suspicion and had no complaints. Then, because she was the only one who objected to the wrong decision, she was asked to speak. She once again put forward a suggestion that she thought was reasonable, but was once again questioned. This made Amy Pascal feel a little cold. A strong feeling of grievance rushed to her head. She felt her nose slightly sour, and some kind of uncontrollable liquid gushed out of her eyes. Women were made of water. She was just a woman after all. She suddenly stood up, and the chair behind her was knocked over by her sudden movement, making a loud bang. "Mr. Cohen, I resign." A cold female voice sounded in the conference room. After saying this, Amy Pascal didn't organize the documents in front of her like last time. Instead, she turned around and left the office. This is too much. This is too much. Who does she think she is? Because of the kids' home incident, Blunt Cohen was already at a critical point, and he had no intention of reflecting on his mistakes. He slammed the table again and exploded. He turned around and said to his assistant behind him, "Inform security to get that B*TCH out of here immediately. Don't let me see her in the Columbia headquarters again." "Okay, Mr. Cohen." The assistant pinched his throat and agreed softly. He carefully got up and left the conference room. After taking a sip of coffee and stabilizing his emotions, Blunt Cohen said coldly, "Okay, let's continue. Keep your spirits up. Otherwise, I don't mind signing a few more termination papers today." Many of the executives felt that Amy Pascal's suggestion was the most correct. After all, those who could sit in this conference room were all very capable professional managers. However, Blunt Cohen was completely in a hysterical mood. At this time, no one would risk being fired to support Amy Pascal's suggestion. Therefore, the executives could only bite the bullet and discuss. After a few hours of discussion, everyone finally discussed a countermeasure. As soon as the meeting ended, Blunt Cohen couldn't wait to say to his assistant, "Help me contact Mr. Michael Eisner from Disney. I'll treat him to dinner tonight. Tell him that I have something important to discuss. It's about the kid." "Okay, Mr. Cohen." The assistant felt that Blunt Cohen's vicious aura had actually disappeared after the meeting. He heaved a sigh of relief and was no longer as fearful as before. The next morning, the 27.55 million US box office of the kids' home was revealed in the newspapers. Eric, who had already received a lot of attention, became the focus of public opinion once again. Before the movie was released, a lot of news about Eric was just concocted by the two moguls to promote the movie. Now, it was completely the spontaneous behavior of the media. Under such circumstances, Eric, who had returned to Los Angeles late the night before, woke up to find that the door of his house, which had originally been empty of paparazzi, was now filled with reporters. Yes, the number of people could only be described as a pile. There was a clatter, and they were holding all kinds of cameras in their hands. Because Columbia had intentionally or unintentionally concealed it, Eric didn't immediately get the information about the box office of the kids' home. However, the moment he saw these reporters, Eric knew that the box office of the kid had exploded. Although he was grateful that these reporters had used this method to inform him, Eric still didn't want to deal with them. After breakfast, he went straight to the garage. He planned to drive out of the reporters' encirclement and go to Columbia's headquarters to understand the situation. However, obviously, Eric didn't encounter such a glorious moment in his previous life. Therefore, the way he dealt with it was wrong. As soon as the car left the house, it was directly surrounded by a group of reporters. A few reporters even climbed onto the hood of his car. As they shouted questions, they unscrupulously took pictures of Eric in the driver's seat. Reporters in other directions also frantically knocked on the car door and shouted all kinds of questions. "Mr. Eric, what do you think of the $27.55 million box office of the kids' home in the first week? Mr. Williams, do you think the kid will surpass E.T.? Eric, according to the VAM, you are about to become the youngest billionaire in Hollywood. What will you do with this money? Mr. Eric, I am a reporter from the Los Angeles Times. Can I do an exclusive interview with you? Eric, as if a 10,000-word duck was constantly shouting in his ears, although Eric was a little excited when he heard the $27.55 million box office in the first week, he was more nervous and uneasy. There were too many reporters surrounding the car. He didn't dare to step on the gas pedal. The fat white reporter in front of the car was obviously eager to give it a try. He looked like he was asking for a collision. Looking around through the crowd, Runkle's house in the West was empty. Less than 3 days after the release of Home Alone, Runkle and his wife hurriedly left the set with Stewart. It was said that someone had offered Stewart a high price to shoot an advertisement. When Eric was out of town, news of this family had already appeared in the newspapers. Due to the popularity of Home Alone, Stewart had earned millions through various endorsements and advertisements in just a few days. There was also news that his family had moved into a mansion in Beverly Hills. Although Xianxia hoped that Runkle and his wife would not be as greedy as Macaulay Culkin's parents in Xianxia's previous life, Eric could only hope that Stewart would not follow in Macaulay Culkin's footsteps. After all, the sequel of Home Alone still needed this clever little guy. In his previous life, without Macaulay Culkin, the box office of the third installment of Home Alone plummeted from $170 million to $18 million. Surrounded by reporters, Eric's imagination ran wild. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, someone noticed his predicament and called the police. Eric was then rescued by the police. Driving to the headquarters of Columbia, the two receptionists recognized Eric at a glance. They did not know the complicated feelings of the executives of Columbia regarding the box office of Home Alone. They only knew that Eric was about to become the youngest billionaire in Hollywood. Therefore, after notifying the CEO's office, the two girls tried their best to get close to Eric. If this young and rich man took a liking to them, they would immediately fly to the top. Eric was also happy to tease the two beautiful vases. He even told a few slightly flirtatious jokes, making the two girls giggle. Unknowingly, 2 small cards with contact information written on them appeared in his hands, emitting the smell of perfume. "Hey, Eric." While chatting with the receptionist, Eric suddenly heard Blunt Cohen's voice. Turning around, he saw that Blunt Cohen had already opened his arms. Eric walked up to him enthusiastically and hugged him. "Mr. Blunt, why did you come down personally? You could have sent someone to bring me up." Blunt Cohen laughed and said, "Why? Do you think this old man is interrupting you young people flirting?" "Of course not," Eric quickly denied. Blunt Cohen said, "Home Alone has achieved such great box office results. It's only right for me to pick you up personally. Let's go. Let's talk business first before thinking about dating girls. Young people should still put their careers first." Eric nodded, waved the pink card in his hand at the two girls, and followed Blunt Cohen to the elevator. Watching Blunt Cohen and Eric walk into the VIP elevator, a petite girl at the front desk asked the other girl with some anticipation, "Milia, do you think Eric will ask me out?" The tall blonde Milia leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Who knows? Maybe Eric will ask both of us out at the same time. Are you willing?" "Ah? How can that be?" Thinking of some possible scenarios, the petite girl's face became slightly hot. Milia suddenly laughed and said, "All right, Lisa, don't be delusional. From the way Eric Williams spoke just now, he's obviously a womanizer. The two of us together will definitely be played until there's nothing left of us left." How is that possible? He's only 18 years old? Although she had just been flirted with by Eric, the girl named Lisa had a very good impression of Eric. The world was like this. If an ordinary person flirted with them, the result would definitely be a beating by the security guards and thrown out of the Columbia headquarters. But if it was a young and handsome guy, the two girls would be flattered and have a good impression of him. Correction, it's an 18-year-old handsome guy who's about to become a billionaire. To be able to achieve so much at such a young age, the two of us together won't be able to catch him. Also, didn't you notice? When Mr. Blunt Cohen left just now, he glared at us, obviously warning us. So, Lisa, be realistic. Come to the nightclub with me tonight. I'll introduce you to two handsome guys. Lisa nodded in disappointment, but she still couldn't help but glance at the VIP elevator not far away. In the Columbia CEO's office, Blunt Cohen warmly asked Eric to sit on the sofa. He personally went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of wine and said, "Eric, let's celebrate a little first. When Home Alone ends airing, I'll definitely hold a grand celebration for you. This bottle of white wine is produced by my winery in Burgundy. There's only one bottle left." Eric picked up the wine glass and smelled it skillfully. The amber liquid overflowed with a fresh pineapple aroma. Blunt Cohen had read Eric's file and knew that the young man in front of him couldn't have come into contact with such a top-grade wine before. He thought that Eric was pretending and asked with interest, "How does it feel?" Eric nodded and praised, "It's a great wine. It's not easy for Burgundy wine to produce a pineapple aroma." Blunt Cohen was a little surprised. "Eric, I didn't expect you to know so much about wine." "I just heard about it by chance," Eric said honestly. Blunt Cohen didn't delve into it. He picked up the wine glass and said, "Then, to the success of Home Alone, cheers." Cheers. After drinking the wine, Blunt Cohen asked his assistant to clean up the wine glasses. He returned to his seat and said, "Eric, let's talk business now. This is the box office data for Home Alone last week. Take a look first." Eric took the file and opened it. The file not only contained the box office data for Home Alone, but also the box office data for all the movies that were showing that week. Home Alone was at the top of the list with a box office of $27.55 million. The second place movie, Back to 17, dropped to $13.12 million. Although this figure was already quite good, it was a lot worse than Home Alone. "It's like this, Eric." Blunt Cohen straightened his back and said with a little shame on his face, "There's something we need your understanding about. It's about this week's release of Home Alone." Looking at the expression on Blunt Cohen's face, Eric had a bad feeling. He nodded and motioned for Blunt Cohen to continue. Blunt Cohen said, "According to our VAM contract, Columbia should have increased the number of screens to 2,000 this week. Unfortunately, because the box office of Home Alone far exceeded Columbia's expectations, we didn't prepare enough. As a result, we could only increase the number of screens by 500 this week." Although Blunt Cohen's reason was very reasonable, Eric still keenly felt that there was something wrong with it. "Then, Mr. Cohen, what does Columbia plan to do?" Eric asked calmly. "Eric, Columbia takes our agreement very seriously. However, this matter was beyond everyone's expectations. It's impossible for the theater companies to empty their screens to accommodate our bet. Therefore, Columbia has already negotiated a compensation agreement." Eric was slightly alarmed. "Compensation agreement?" "Yes, Eric, please don't worry. There will be no changes to the original VAM contract. On this basis, because of the loss caused by our underestimation, starting next week, on the basis of the agreement, we will increase the number of screens by 100 until the movie stops airing." "I think this is enough to show Columbia's sincerity," Blunt Cohen said with a smile. Eric nodded subconsciously. If that was really the case, this compensation agreement was indeed acceptable. However, Eric still felt that something was wrong. Seeing Eric nod, Blunt Cohen took out the prepared compensation agreement and pushed it in front of Eric. This is the compensation agreement. Eric, you can take a look. If there's no problem, please sign it. Eric picked up the agreement and looked at it. The agreement was very short, with only a few clauses. The language was also very straightforward. On the surface, there were no contractual traps. However, Eric still said cautiously, "Mr. Cohen, can I show it to my lawyer? If there's no problem, I'll send the agreement back after signing it." "Of course there's no problem." Blunt Cohen nodded generously and said, "Then, let's talk about the overseas distribution of the kid. Eric, due to the current popularity of this movie, the earlier it is released overseas, the higher the box office will be. If we miss the holiday schedule, the overseas box office will be reduced by at least half. Therefore, we want to take the kid with $16 million or 8% of the overseas box office. What do you think?" "Mr. Cohen, 8% is a little. Blunt Cohen shook his head and said, "It's not little, Eric. After deducting the local theater's share and the high movie tax, we can only get about 20% of the overseas box office. You don't have to pay any price to get 8% of the box office. This is already very reasonable." Eric snorted in his heart. "What do you mean by not paying any price? Without the kid, Columbia would not have a single movie that could earn $50 million from the North American box office alone. In fact, in the whole of 1988, there were no more than 10 movies that could earn $50 million from the North American box office. Just based on the share of the kid, Columbia's performance in the Big Six this year would directly jump from the bottom to the top 3. In fact, it was Columbia that benefited greatly." "I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, I need to think about it." Eric shook his head and rejected Blunt Cohen's proposal. Eric would not give up the benefits that he deserved just because he earned too much from the VAM. In his values, what belongs to you can be yours, but what belongs to me must be mine. As if he had expected Eric's answer, Blunt Cohen nodded and said, "Okay, Eric, go back and think about it, but please give me an answer as soon as possible." Walking out of Blunt Cohen's office, Eric happened to meet Lester Reed, who was in charge of the kid project. "Hi, Lester, good morning." Lester did not expect to meet Eric so coincidentally. His expression was a little unnatural. "Hello, Eric. Congratulations on the success of the kid." "You too, Lester. You're in charge of the kid. You'll definitely get a generous year-end bonus, right?" Lester cursed silently, but he didn't show it on his face. He just smiled awkwardly. "By the way, Lester, where is Ms. Pascal's office? If it wasn't for her recommendation, the kid would not have been successful so easily. I want to thank her in person." Jidian. Com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Jidian Originals. Huh? Lester didn't expect Eric to suddenly ask about Amy Pascal. Pascal? Ms. Pascal resigned. Eric was puzzled. Resigned? Why? Lester's brain spun for a few seconds before he said, "I'm not too sure either. Maybe the company didn't arrange for her to participate in the Home Alone project. She was a little dissatisfied, so she resigned." Eric could tell from Lester's twinkling eyes that he was lying, but he didn't expose him. With a disappointed expression, he said, "That's a pity. In that case, I'll take my leave." It wasn't until Eric walked into the elevator that Lester knocked on the door and walked into Blunt Cohen's office. Blunt Cohen no longer had the smile he had when he greeted Eric. His brows were furrowed as he held a document, but his eyes were clearly not focused on it. "Mr. Cohen, this is what you asked for." Lester put the folder in front of Blunt Cohen and hesitated for a moment before he said, "I just ran into Eric Williams outside. He asked about Amy Pascal." Blunt Cohen suddenly raised his head and stared at Lester sharply. "What did you say?" When Lester saw Blunt Cohen's gaze, he subconsciously wanted to take a step back. He calmed himself down and said, "I told him that Amy resigned because she was dissatisfied with the company not letting her participate in the Home Alone project." Blunt Cohen stared at Lester in silence. Lester continued, "I don't think Eric Williams knows Amy Pascal very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me where Amy Pascal's office is." I'm sure he would have gone to thank Amy in private. So, he probably wouldn't have gone to Amy to verify what I said. What do you think? Blunt Cohen's expression didn't relax at all. Lester's scalp was a little numb. He secretly cursed himself for always encountering unlucky things. Mr. Cohen, even if we were exposed, it wouldn't be a big deal. On the contrary, Eric would be dissatisfied with us, which would still be helpful for the plan. If he's dissatisfied with us, it would be easier for him to accept Disney's conditions. Blunt Cohen thought about it and was slightly relieved. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can leave now." Driving on Hollywood Boulevard, Eric thought about what he had encountered in Colombia today. He was sure that Colombia was not willing to gain too much from the VAM and had started to take action. Now he had two clues. One was the compensation document in his hand, and the other was Amy Pascal. After parking the car in a parking lot far away from home, Eric walked into the house from the back door. He went to the second floor and looked outside. There were still many reporters in front of the door. When the reporters outside saw Eric suddenly appear at the window on the second floor, they immediately raised their cameras to take pictures. Looks like I need to move as soon as possible, Eric thought to himself. Then, he laughed at himself. Even Runkle's family had moved to Beverly Hills. Eric realized that he only had a few $100s left. How poor could he be? Just as he was lost in thought, the phone behind him suddenly rang. Eric picked up the microphone. "Williams, may I ask who you are?" "Is this Mr. Eric Williams?" "I am Mr. Michael Eisner's assistant. Mr. Eisner would like to invite you to lunch." "I wonder if Mr. Eric is free." Disney CEO Michael Eisner. Eric was not surprised that the other party knew his contact information. He was just curious about the other party's intentions. "Excuse me, may I know what this is about?" The other party said, "It's about Mr. Williams's Home Alone. Disney is interested in the overseas copyright of Home Alone." Since Columbia's offer was disappointing, Eric did not mind cooperating with other companies. "Okay, where shall we meet?" "We will send someone to pick you up. They will be there soon." Eric hung up the phone and pondered for a while. He picked up the phone again and called Jeffrey Hansen. "Jeffrey, this is Eric." Jeffrey Hansen's tone was a little excited. "Hey, Eric, the box office of Home Alone was amazing. I called you this morning to congratulate you, but no one answered." "Oh, sorry, I was at Columbia discussing some things." "It's okay, Eric. Why are you looking for me?" Eric said, "When I went to Columbia today to discuss the release plan of Home Alone with Blunt Cohen, I found a lot of strange things. I feel that Columbia may be brewing some conspiracy. And I heard from Lester Reed that Amy suddenly resigned. I was wondering if you could contact her." Jeffrey Hansen hesitated and said, "Eric, I don't think it's useful to contact Amy. Even if Amy resigned, she would not reveal Columbia's trade secrets. Can you tell me what the anomalies are? You know, I have been in Hollywood for more than 20 years. Maybe I can give you some advice." Eric saw that he couldn't count on Amy Pascal, so he had to tell him what happened in the morning in detail. Jeffrey pondered for 2 minutes after listening and said, "Let the lawyer look at the compensation agreement. I think the problem may be here. If not, I can't see any other problems for the time being." "Eric, can you remember any other details?" "Other details?" Eric said to himself. He remembered the phone call and said, "Right, just before I called you, Disney's Michael Eisner suddenly invited me to lunch. He said he was interested in the overseas copyright of Home Alone." "Michael Eisner." Jeffrey repeated the name. His voice suddenly became a little louder, and he said, "Michael Eisner and Blunt Cohen are friends. Eric, you must be careful. Don't agree to anything for Michael Eisner. Columbia's overseas share of Home Alone is very low, and then Disney's Michael Eisner contacted you because of this matter. God doesn't believe that there is no relationship between the two." Eric listened to Jeffrey's advice. He suddenly saw a silver car outside the house from the corner of his eye, so he said, "Jeffrey, the car that Michael Eisner sent to pick me up has arrived. Then go, Eric. Remember, no matter how extravagant the other party is, you don't have to agree to anything." Eric nodded and agreed. He hung up the phone and went downstairs. After revealing his identity to the other party, the driver of the car and another man squeezed through the reporters and escorted Eric into the car. Half an hour later, Eric met Michael Eisner at the Hilton Hotel. At this time, Michael Eisner was only in his 40s and was in the prime of his life. At this age, he was in charge of Disney, one of the big six. It was inevitable that he would be high-spirited, but he had not evolved into the tyrant of Disney. He was also very amiable. "I really envy you, Eric. When I was 18 years old, I was still complacent about getting into Denison University, but you have already reached a height that many people can't reach in their lifetime." In the restaurant of the Hilton Hotel, Michael Eisner and Eric were not in a hurry to get to the point. Instead, they chatted casually. "Actually, I was going to get into the University of California, Mr. Eisner. Unfortunately, something happened in my family and I had to walk the path of self-reliance. Fortunately, my luck was better." Michael Eisner shook his head and said, "No, it's definitely not luck, Eric. Although we've only met for the first time, I know about your deeds. If you were a person without talent, even if the goddess of luck favored you, you wouldn't have achieved such amazing achievements. You're one of the most outstanding young people I've ever met. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Eisner. You're also one of the people I admire the most. There aren't many people at your age who are in charge of a movie giant." Michael Eisner obviously enjoyed Eric's compliment. He smiled and said, "Since I'm one of them, can I know who you admire the most, Eric?" Eric thought for a while and said, "The one I admire the most should be Howard Hughes." "Oh," Michael Eisner nodded and said, "that's indeed a legendary figure. Speaking of which, Eric, there are some similarities between the two of you. Maybe you're a little more outstanding than him. The reason why he could achieve so much was mostly due to inheriting his father's huge inheritance. But you didn't rely on anyone, and now you're about to become the youngest billionaire." Eric listened to Michael Eisner's praise and smiled shyly. If he hadn't been reborn, he would probably be in the company's simple studio, shooting some TV commercials for health products. If you ignored Michael Eisner's domineering personality, he was indeed a very charismatic person. The two of them chatted as they ate, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. If he hadn't called Jeffrey Hansen in advance and made Eric wary of Michael Eisner, Eric might have become friends with Michael Eisner. After the waiter removed the cutlery, Michael Eisner said, "Okay, Eric, let's talk about business." Eric sat up slightly and said, "Mr. Eisner, please speak." Michael Eisner, who was about to speak, hesitated slightly. During the conversation, not only did Eric have a good impression of him, but Michael Eisner also had a good impression of Eric. He didn't feel like he was talking to an immature young man, but more like he was talking to peers. Thinking about how Eric had achieved such amazing results in such a short time, Michael Eisner doubted whether it was a good idea to accept Columbia's conditions and work together to trick Eric. This young man was only 18 years old, and his future was limitless. If he became enemies with Eric because of this incident, the chances of them working together in the future would be slim. As a leader, Michael Eisner was undoubtedly a decisive person. Thinking about Blunt Cohen's conditions, Michael Eisner made up his mind again. The success of the kid was a complete anomaly. Whether the young man in front of him could achieve such dazzling success or not, even if he was still outstanding in the future, Michael Eisner felt that in the face of enough benefits, the two sides were still likely to cooperate. Many opponents who used to be enemies could make peace again, not to mention that Columbia was the one who tricked Eric. "Eric, Disney is very interested in the overseas distribution rights of the kid. Disney's main focus is on movies aimed at young people. We have more advantages in the distribution of this type of movie than other movie companies. If the kid is given to Disney to distribute, I believe that it will achieve better results overseas than in North America." Eric asked calmly, "Mr. Eisner, can I know Disney's offer, 12% of the overseas box office? What do you think?" Eric's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Does Disney not want a buyout?" Michael Eisner shook his head and smiled. "Eric, you would rather sign an VAM with Columbia than accept a buyout. So I won't waste time on this." Eric nodded. "If that's the case, then the price is very reasonable. Columbia only offered me an 8% share. So, Disney is very sincere. I hope we can cooperate again in the future." Michael Eisner smiled and continued, then, Eric, if you agree, I want to sign the licensing agreement as soon as possible. It's not as easy to release a movie overseas as it is in North America. After signing the agreement, it will take at least a week for the movie to appear in foreign cinemas. With the popularity of Home Alone, if it's released a day later, the box office will lose millions of USD. Eric, who was quietly listening to Michael Eisner's lobbying, quickly analyzed a series of clues in his mind. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. He gradually understood Columbia's trick. Although it wasn't very clever, it was very effective. If he wasn't careful, he might fall into the trap. After understanding this, Eric finally relaxed. He picked up the coffee cup in front of him and gently rubbed the delicate ceramic. He looked up at Michael Eisner and asked, Mr. Eisner, if I agree, when can we sign the contract? Although Michael Eisner noticed that Eric's expression was a little strange, he was still happy to hear his words. He said, of course, the sooner the better. I'll get someone to draft the agreement as soon as possible. We can sign it this afternoon. Putting down the coffee cup, Eric stared at Michael Eisner and said, then, Mr. Eisner, do you think it's like this? Huh? Michael Eisner was a little confused. Eric said, Columbia is not willing to accept the VAM, so they found you and offered you some conditions that you can't refuse. Maybe because of the benefits, or because you and Mr. Blunt Cohen are good friends, so you agreed. Because I don't know when you can convince me. To be on the safe side, Columbia reduced the screens in the second week to 1,500. For this, they are willing to pay an extra 100 screens in the following weeks. Michael Eisner listened to Eric's words and was stunned at first. Then, he smiled bitterly. He had underestimated the young man in front of him. Eric was very satisfied with Michael Eisner's reaction. He continued, the reason why Columbia paid such a price is to delay the box office of the kids to reach $50 million and buy more time for you to lobby. Because of our VAM, if the final box office is less than $50 million, all the copyrights of the kids will belong to Columbia. Now that the box office has not reached $50 million, all the copyrights of the kids will still belong to the VAM. If I rashly sign the licensing agreement with Disney, then I will be the first to breach the contract, and Columbia will be able to tear up the VAM on the grounds that I violated the terms of the bet. Am I right? If the whole thing had nothing to do with him, given Michael Eisner's personality, he would definitely clap and cheer after hearing Eric's brilliant analysis. Now, Michael Eisner could only smile awkwardly. Eric stood up. I don't think we need to continue talking, Mr. Eisner. Michael Eisner also stood up and said, there is indeed no need, Eric. But I still have to say that it was a pleasure chatting with you. I hope we can have a chance to work together in the future. Maybe. Eric nodded. Since the other party did not trick him, Eric would not fall out with a movie giant. Mr. Eisner, can you tell me what Columbia offered you? Michael Eisner shook his head. Eric, this is a trade secret. Eric did not comment. He said, then, Mr. Eisner, can you ask the driver to send me back? Of course, no problem. Michael Eisner waved to his assistant not far away and said a few words. As soon as Eric walked out of the Hilton Hotel, more than a dozen reporters waiting outside quickly surrounded him. They had learned through various channels that Eric had just met with Disney's president, Michael Eisner, so they were looking forward to interviewing the two of them. Seeing the reporters rushing over, the Hilton Hotel's security quickly protected Eric. Michael Eisner's driver was about to escort Eric to the parking lot when Eric stopped. The reporters were separated by the security. They were disappointed that Eric would leave quietly again, but they did not expect Eric to stop. The reporters quickly raised their cameras and recorders. Eric, what did you talk about with Mr. Michael Eisner? Is it related to Home Alone? Eric, your current two movies are targeted at young audiences, which is very consistent with Disney's business philosophy. Are you going to join Disney? Eric did not answer the reporter's questions. He gestured for everyone to be quiet with his hands and said, can you listen to me for a while? Since Eric was willing to take the initiative to speak, the reporters quickly quieted down. Mr. Eisner just invited me to dinner and we did talk about some things. As for the specific content, it is not convenient to disclose it to everyone here. But we had a good chat. Maybe there is a possibility of cooperation in the future. Seeing that the reporters did not get what they wanted and were restless again, Eric quickly said, "Don't worry, everyone. Actually, I want everyone to help me make a statement." The reporters were a little confused, but a few smart reporters keenly felt that Eric's next words were going to be big news. They quickly perked up and held the recorders in their hands closer to the front. "First of all, I am very grateful to Columbia Pictures for helping to distribute my movie Home Alone. But..." Eric's face became serious. "I want to say that because of the VAM agreement I signed before, my share of the profits will be much higher than Columbia's, but that is what I deserve. I have a clear conscience. Moreover, if the agreement is seriously implemented, Columbia will still receive nearly $50 million of North American box office revenue. This result of accounting for half of Columbia's annual box office profit is enviable. Therefore, I solemnly warn some people, please put away your greed and don't use any despicable means to try to tear up the VAM agreement. Strictly follow the agreement and continue to distribute Home Alone. If Columbia violates the VAM agreement again, I don't mind seeing you in court. Although I am still weak in your eyes, I believe that we are equal before the federal law. If you think the success of Home Alone and Back to 17 is not enough to prove anything, then I will see you in the next movie. That's all I have to say. Take care." As soon as Eric finished speaking, the reporters around him were in an uproar. "Eric, can you be more specific? Eric, you already have a plan for your next movie. Can you talk about the theme? Eric, does your meeting with Mr. Michael Eisner have anything to do with Columbia's attempt to tear up the agreement?" Eric, after Eric finished speaking, in the midst of the uproar, he silently went directly to the parking lot under the escort of the security guards and got into the car. Xianxia.com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Xianxia Originals. Mobile users can read at Xianxia.com. When he got home, Eric saw a lot of reporters outside his door. He could only call his lawyer to come to his house to discuss the compensation agreement. Although he was sure of Columbia's trick, he still felt that it was better to be careful. After that, Eric finally remembered to call Jennifer Aniston. He dialed her number several times, but no one answered. At this time, Jennifer Aniston should be at home. Worried, Eric put down the phone and was about to call again when the phone suddenly rang. "William's house?" Eric picked up the phone. "Eric, it's me." Jennifer Aniston's voice came from the other side. Eric said happily, "Anne, are you okay? I've been trying to call your apartment, but no one picked up. I moved to my dad's place, Eric. Don't you know? The paparazzi found out about our relationship and followed me everywhere. They even pretended to be delivery men and knocked on my apartment door. I was scared." Jennifer Aniston's voice still had a hint of fear. Eric said anxiously, "Anne, are you okay? By the way, when did this happen? I called you before I got on the plane yesterday. Weren't you okay?" "I'm fine, Eric. It was this morning. I don't know how the paparazzi found out. Anyway, it was in the newspaper this morning. They said. Jennifer Aniston's voice was a little unhappy. Eric thought that it was definitely not something good. He could only comfort her, "Well, Anne, it's good that you're okay. Stay with your dad for a while. Quit your job at the convenience store." Jennifer Aniston complained unhappily, "Eric, it won't always be like this, right? How can I live then?" Eric said, "Of course it won't always be like this. It will be fine after a while. Actually, my house is surrounded by a lot of reporters. Give me your dad's address. I'll visit you when I'm free." Jennifer Aniston told him the address. Eric wrote it down and comforted her for a while before hanging up. In a villa in Beverly Hills, Jennifer Aniston hung up the phone unhappily. Glancing at the pile of crumpled newspapers on the floor, she picked up a pillow on the sofa and hammered it a few times. The newspapers described her relationship with Eric as a Hollywood version of The Prince and Cinderella, exaggerating Eric and belittling herself at the same time. Almost all the newspapers were not optimistic about their future. Some even compared her and Drew, and the conclusion was that Drew was more suitable to be Eric's girlfriend than her. In the end, Jennifer Aniston gradually felt a sense of inferiority and uneasiness. In her heart, Eric was so outstanding, and she was so ordinary. Now, he was about to become the youngest billionaire in Hollywood, while she was the convenience store salesperson mentioned in the newspaper. The gap between the two of them was getting bigger and bigger. Eric didn't know about Jennifer Aniston's dilemma. After waiting for half an hour, the lawyer in charge of the VAM agreement rushed over. "Hello, Mr. Edward, thank you for coming in person." Eric invited Edward Lewis, the lawyer in charge of the VAM agreement, and his assistant into the room and said. Edward Lewis quickly reached out and shook hands with Eric, and said with a little respect in his tone, "Eric, I didn't expect Home Alone to be so popular. Congratulations. This is my assistant, Carter." The three of them sat down on the sofa. Eric took out the compensation agreement given by Columbia and explained what had happened. Edward Lewis quietly listened to Eric's narrative, picked up the compensation agreement and looked at it carefully. After a few minutes, he said, "Eric, there is no problem with this agreement. You can sign it without worry." "That's good." Eric nodded with relief, took out a pen and signed it directly. Edward Lewis looked at Eric, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Eric, I think maybe you need a full-time team of lawyers to take care of your daily legal affairs." Eric heard Edward Lewis's recommendation and raised his head with a smile. Edward Lewis looked at Eric's smile and didn't beat around the bush. He said directly, "I think my firm is capable enough to take care of this matter, Eric. From your description just now, if you were not vigilant enough, you might face the situation of the VAM agreement being torn up. So, I think my legal team can be your agent and be fully responsible for the next negotiations with Columbia. If Columbia breaches the agreement again, we can do our best to defend you and ensure your interests." From the time when the VAM agreement was drafted, Eric had seen the professionalism of Edward and his legal team. And Eric knew that he really needed a full-time legal team now. After a few words, the two sides quickly reached an agreement. Edward Lewis took out a representative authorization agreement that had been prepared long ago, and Eric signed his name on it. "Then, I'll leave the rest to you, Edward. You can pass this compensation agreement to Columbia. I really don't want to deal with them anymore." "Okay, Eric, if there is nothing else, we will leave first." After sending Edward and his assistant away, Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he could concentrate on his passion, the film career. He was very confident in Edward Lewis's firm. After all, the other party was only his agent and did not have the power to make decisions for him. If the other party conspired with Columbia to plot against him, then once the matter was exposed, in this country where credibility was extremely important, the career of everyone in the firm would be ruined. Columbia would not be able to offer a price to support a large number of people for the rest of their lives. Eric was indeed relieved, but Columbia was caught in a whirlpool of public opinion because of Eric's statement. Because of Eric's statement, many newspapers that had been finalized were reformatted again. After all, the news was too explosive. In the evening, Eric's statement condemning Columbia appeared in the newspapers. All kinds of analysis and speculation quickly appeared in all media. In order to increase sales, most newspapers chose to fan the flames. After publishing Eric's statement as it was, the newspapers began to analyze it word by word. It had to be said that the power of imagination was strong. Some newspapers somehow connected Eric's statement with Michael Eisner. Before Eric's statement, he did trick Michael Eisner a little, saying that the two had a good chat and that there was a chance to cooperate. This made the newspapers speculate that Michael Eisner played a positive role in exposing Columbia's cheap tricks. Michael Eisner was still hesitating about how to tell his old friend that Eric had exposed the tricks of both sides. When he saw the news in the newspapers, he quickly called Blunt Cohen to explain. Unfortunately, the other party obviously didn't believe him. Michael Eisner could only smile wryly. He was also aware of Blunt Cohen's suspicious character. Inwardly, he sighed that their friendship had come to an end. However, for some reason, he didn't feel too much resentment towards Eric. Instead, he felt some admiration for him. Some newspapers quickly found out that this week, Home Alone only had 1,500 screens, which was even less than the 1,600 screens of Back to 17, which had increased the number of screens. This discovery made the media scold Columbia, and at the same time, they began to question Columbia's integrity. The media controlled by other film companies were jealous that Columbia had monopolized the Home Alone cake. They condemned it and even called for fans to boycott Columbia and refuse to watch Columbia's movies in some tabloids. After the news appeared in the newspapers, Columbia's public hotline was directly bombarded with calls from people with a sense of justice. Several female employees who were responsible for answering public calls were all scolded until they cried. Two of the girls submitted their resignation letters the next morning. After Columbia's president, Blunt Cohen, smashed everything in the office, he had no choice but to call for an immediate meeting with the executives of the Public Relations Department to discuss countermeasures. That night, the TV station controlled by Columbia issued a statement to defend the number of screens of Home Alone this week and announced the compensation agreement between the two sides. At the same time, it implied that Eric's claim that Columbia intended to tear up the agreement was purely false. It was entirely because of the dispute over the number of screens that Eric had a bad association. However, because Eric didn't stand up to respond, the media and the public generally didn't believe Columbia's explanation. The next day, the impact of the incident continued to spread. While most of the newspapers were condemning Columbia, they somehow shifted their anger to Columbia's owner, Coca-Cola. They began to criticize Coca-Cola's management strategy for Columbia. After all, Columbia Pictures' performance in the past few years had been terrible. Coca-Cola did not care about this small matter at first. Surprisingly, after the stock market opened that day, Coca-Cola's stock price, which was very stable, fell by 1.7%. This number may seem insignificant, but when multiplied by tens of billions of dollars in market value, it was not easy to calm down. Coca-Cola's CEO, Guasaida, directly scolded Blunt Cohen over the phone. He ordered Blunt Cohen to quickly resolve this matter, or else he would be fired from his position as Columbia's CEO. Under the pressure from Coca-Cola's headquarters, Blunt Cohen personally held a press conference at Columbia at 10 o'clock in the morning. He apologized to Eric politely and promised that he would seriously implement the VAM agreement. After receiving the news, Eric, of course, did not want to make things worse. He immediately asked his personal lawyer, Edward Lewis, to publish a statement of understanding on the Los Angeles Times. The storm quickly subsided. Perhaps because of the breach of contract, the box office of Home Alone, which was supposed to drop by a certain amount, did not drop by the second week. Instead, it increased by a lot. It received $28.76 million in box office and broke through the $50 million mark in 2 weeks. At the same time, Back to 17 received $14.73 million in box office and was still in second place on the box office chart. The total box office of the two movies related to Eric even exceeded 50% of the North American box office for that week. This once again shocked some people. Although the results were still amazing, the media's attention on Eric slowly decreased. After the reporters near Eric's house could not find any useful news for a few days, they finally left one after another. During this week, Eric basically stayed at home and focused on writing the Resident Evil that he promised Michael Krause. In his previous life, there were 2 versions of the Resident Evil story. One was the story of the game, and the other was the story of the movie with Alice as the main character. Unfortunately, Eric had only played the 4th and 6th generation of Resident Evil, so he didn't know much about the game's story. Obviously, there wasn't much to write about in the movie version. On the basis of the game's content, it was completely Mira Jovovich's solo cheat show. Therefore, the writing of Resident Evil was not as easy as Jurassic Park. Eric spent 3 days to come up with an outline with Leon as the male lead. The content started from when Lion joined the police force until everyone worked together to escape from Raccoon City where the virus broke out. Eric had skillfully integrated the main characters from his previous life, Chris, Jill, and Weskier, into this novel. Of course, Sister Wang, who was the most popular gamer in China, would definitely be there. Eric mischievously turned the relationship between Ada Wong and Leon into the relationship between the Queen and her pet boy. This wasn't Eric's original creation. On the internet and his previous life, some gamers commented on the relationship between the two with this view. In the game, the elegant and seductive Ada Wong often encountered little Leon who was in deep water and hot water when she was on a mission. She calmly helped him out of his predicament, teased him as usual, and left with a rocket launcher with lipstick stains. Every time this plot was played, it was easy for people to associate it with some evil images. Little baby, come here. Patting head. Okay, there's nothing for you to do, go play somewhere else. Eric walked out of the kitchen with a cup of water and made coffee for James Brooks, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading part of the manuscript of Resident Evil. James, what do you think? Eric handed the coffee to James and sat down across from him. It's quite graphic, it makes people feel like they're in the movie, it's very exciting. Eric nodded. James's comments were very pertinent. Because of his profession and his previous life, Eric unconsciously used a lot of montage techniques in his writing. The biggest feature of this writing method was that it gave people a sense of graphic. What if it's turned into a movie? Eric asked again. James put down the manuscript and said seriously, I don't think this novel is suitable to be made into a movie at this stage. Although the zombie theme is loved by many people, the base is too small. Therefore, the movie can only be made with small investments. If this novel is turned into a movie, it needs a lot of special effects. If the investment is too small, it won't be able to achieve the desired effect. Therefore, it's best if the special effects technology can be developed for a few years and become cheaper. As expected of a top producer, he outlined the limitations of Resident Evil and the future of the adaptation in just a few sentences. In his previous life, Resident Evil fans often complained that the Resident Evil movie series had too little investment and that the special effects weren't explosive enough. Why was it always Mira and not other big names? They didn't know that if the movie was made according to the fans' wishes, because of the movie's rating and audience, the movie company would definitely lose money. After talking about Resident Evil for a while, Eric asked James why he came. Invite me to Fox's party? He thought James came for the overseas copyright of The Kid in the Home, but he didn't expect it to be something else. In the past few days, Eric had received a lot of calls and invitations related to The Kid in the Home. Even Michael Eisner, who originally wanted to work with Columbia to screw him over, personally called him again. But he already had his own plans, so he directly rejected all of them. Seeing Eric's surprised expression, James smiled and said, Of course, you think I'm here for The Kid in the Home, right? In the past few days, a lot of people have reached out to you, but I heard you rejected them all. I think maybe you're waiting for Fox to take the initiative, right? The surprise in Eric's eyes disappeared. He was indeed waiting for Fox to contact him first, so he could take the initiative. Since the other party already guessed it and let James Brooks, the gold producer, personally invite him, Eric would seem petty if he denied it. Eric shrugged and smiled, I do have this idea, James. After all, our cooperation is quite pleasant. James said sincerely, so, I came here in person today. In fact, Mr. Barry Diller wants to meet with you to talk about The Kid in the Home, Jurassic Park, and your next movie. Oh, Fox is really greedy. James smiled and said, This has nothing to do with greed, Eric, this is business. If Fox doesn't make a move, other companies will also be interested. Of course, Fox won't be as short-sighted as Columbia. We hope that both sides can cooperate equally and mutually benefit each other. Eric wasn't stupid enough to believe these words. Fox said this because they didn't get the distribution rights for The Kid in the Home. Otherwise, because of the VAM, who knew what other party would do? The wiretapping scandal in his previous life was only the tip of the iceberg of these giants' dirty deeds. But now, Eric had to choose a giant as his backer. This way, he could reduce the outside world's greed for him, better protect himself while secretly developing his strength. After some consideration, Eric chose Fox. In the next few years, Fox, led by Barry Diller, would mainly focus on creating a Fox network. Therefore, relatively speaking, they would pay less attention to movies. This created a good opportunity for Eric, the little sparrow, to occupy more resources in the turtle dove's nest. Hey, baby. Dress up nicely tonight. We're going to a cocktail party. Eric frowned slightly. What TV series producer? And, didn't I tell you that if you want, I'll write a TV series script for you? I know you want to rely on your own abilities, but what about tonight? James specifically told me to bring a date. If you don't go. How can that be? You're the only one in my heart. Okay, that's it. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Eric sighed in disappointment. Ever since the success of Home Alone, his relationship with Jennifer Aniston had undergone a subtle change. The girl, who was originally a little unruly and liked to act coquettishly, became a lot more reserved in front of him. Eric, who had lived two lives, easily analyzed that this was caused by Jennifer Aniston's inner uneasiness and inferiority complex after reading the tabloids' comments about their relationship. Although Eric had tactfully comforted her a few times, the little knot in the girl's heart didn't lessen. Jennifer Aniston herself was also trying hard to get rid of the state. The most direct action was that in just a short week, Jennifer Aniston had participated in several auditions for TV series and movies according to her father's recommendation. Jennifer Aniston's purpose was very simple. She wanted to become famous quickly. If she became famous, those newspapers wouldn't treat her like a Cinderella anymore. At John Aniston's house in Beverly Hills, Jennifer Aniston hung up the phone and sighed in disappointment. Deep down, she also wanted to attend the party with Eric, and also wanted to be the female lead in Eric's movie. However, she knew that if she did so now, the public would label her as someone who relied on her boyfriend to get ahead. This label would follow her for the rest of her life. Perhaps some women wouldn't care at all, and would even be ecstatic. However, for Jennifer Aniston, who was very competitive, this was definitely unacceptable. John Aniston, who was pretending to read the newspapers, saw his daughter's distracted look and couldn't help but say, "And why don't I go to the meeting with Kirst myself today? I believe your Uncle Kirst won't mind." Jennifer Aniston shook her head and said, "No need, Dad. Although Uncle Kirst won't mind, it'd be rude if I don't go. After all, he's done a lot of work to get me that role. And Eric is a good guy. He's much more mature than most young people. I think he won't mind." "But I do mind, Dad," Aniston said irritably. "Look at what the newspapers are saying. God, I didn't even know I was that kind of woman. And if you keep worrying about these things, you'll never be happy." John Aniston tried to persuade her, "Eric has already achieved such brilliant results at such a young age. If nothing goes wrong, he'll live under all kinds of halos for the rest of his life. As his girlfriend, you definitely won't be able to avoid these halos, unless..." John Aniston quickly shut his mouth. He didn't want to plant seeds in his daughter's heart because of some of his words, causing Jennifer Aniston to resent him in the future. Although his impression of Eric had changed, due to his daughter's competitive character, he didn't think well of her and Eric's future. Jennifer Aniston refused to go with them. Eric also lost interest in the party. When it was close to evening, he found a suit left by his father in the closet and changed into it. He then drove to the Hilton Hotel where the party was held. Just as he appeared in the party hall, the sharp-eyed James Brooks greeted him. But when he saw Eric's outfit, James frowned slightly. He walked to the side with Eric and said softly, "Eric, your identity is different now. You should pay attention to your outfit. At least change into a suit that fits you better." Eric looked at the slightly baggy suit on his body. It was left by his cheap father. Eric shrugged helplessly. He took out his wallet and waved it in front of James. He smiled bitterly and said, "James, other than the car in the parking lot, all of my belongings are here. It's a total of $521.75. In order to do a good job in Home Alone, my house title deed is still in the pawn shop. I really don't have money to buy new clothes." The youngest billionaire who had recently been hyped up in the media was crying about being poor in front of him. This kind of incongruity made James's mouth twitch uncontrollably. "Okay, Eric, Mr. Barry Diller is already waiting for you. Let's go." The party had already started. The hall was brightly lit. The band was playing slow and gentle music. Waiters were shuttling back and forth with drinks. Many big stars that he had only seen on the screen in his previous life gathered in twos and threes to chat. Seeing the Gold producer James Brooks leading a young man through the crowd, everyone curiously inquired about the young man's identity. Although many pictures of Eric had already appeared in the newspaper, many people still didn't recognize Eric. When they heard their friends reveal Eric's identity, all kinds of gazes rushed to Eric, making Eric a little uncomfortable. When they were about to pass through the hall, Eric finally saw a familiar face. At a long table in the corner, Penny Marshall was wearing a black dress. She was chatting with Tom Hanks next to her. She raised her head and just happened to meet Eric's gaze. The two smiled and nodded. Eric couldn't help but look at Tom Hanks next to Penny Marshall. Although Tom Hanks was already 32 years old, his facial features were handsome and his body was tall. He was still a handsome guy. He didn't look like he did in the future. When they arrived at the door of a guest room, James said to Eric, "Eric, go in. Mr. Barry Diller is waiting for you inside. I'll take my leave first." Eric knocked on the door. After getting a response, he pushed the door open. He saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa in the room talking about something. Seeing Eric open the door and enter, the delicate woman in her 30s whispered to the middle-aged man with the big nose. She picked up her handbag and walked out of the room. The middle-aged man with the big nose was obviously Barry Diller. Eric had seen this tycoon's image on the media more than once in his previous life. "Hello, Eric." He stood up and extended his hand to greet Eric. "Hello, Mr. Barry Diller. It's nice to meet you." The two shook hands and sat down on the sofa. "You know, Eric, a lot of people feel frustrated when they see you now." Eric raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but ask, "What about you, Mr. Diller?" Barry Diller didn't care about Eric's rude question. He smiled and said, "Of course I won't. I don't believe in luck or shortcuts. I only believe in my own strength. I worked my way up step by step from the bottom of the William Morris Agency. Maybe I envy your achievements, but I'm still proud of my career." "Mr. Diller, do you also think that the success of Home Alone was completely accidental?" Barry Diller nodded and said, "I had someone do a special analysis. The success of this movie was indeed due to a lot of accidents. So, I'm very curious, Eric. Why did you dare to sign the VAM agreement with Columbia? You know, the probability of you not getting a penny is as high as 80%. Eric said, "I had nothing to begin with. If I lost, I lost. I can start again." Barry Diller felt that Eric's words were somewhat insincere. He didn't delve into it and said, "Then, Eric, on behalf of Fox, I would like to invite you to join. What do you think?" Eric didn't intend to tie himself to a tree. If the other party invited him like this, once he agreed, he would probably have to sign a contract for several years. Shaking his head, Eric said, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Diller. But I don't like to be tied down. So, I plan to open an independent film company and make a few low-budget movies to train myself." Barry Diller saw that Eric directly refused and didn't insist. Since Eric showed his talent, some specialized organizations had done a thorough analysis of Eric's background, character, and other information. Barry Diller also read the information and knew that this young man had a kind of decisiveness that didn't belong to his peers. Once he made a decision, it was difficult to change it. At the same time, Barry Diller didn't care about Eric's plan to open his own film company. Many directors, after becoming famous, liked to break away from the 6 major film companies in order to gain more benefits and more power to speak. Often, after these people lost the support of the 6 major film companies and hit a wall several times, they realized that the path of going it alone was not feasible. In his previous life, even DreamWorks, which had the best chance to become a movie giant, failed. The difficulty of this path was imaginable. Investing in a movie was like gambling. Before the movie was released, no one knew if the movie would be a hit. The reason why DreamWorks failed was because of the lack of distribution channels. The main reason was that many movies failed and caused huge losses. In the end, they had no choice but to close. But this kind of gambling risk didn't work on Eric. As a transmigrator, he already knew the results of most of the bets, so he was confident that he would be able to create his own world. Perhaps the movie giants would join forces to suppress him to prevent their monopoly from being broken, but Eric wasn't afraid at all. If his movies were always successful, in this profit-driven world, no one would say no to money. Just like in his previous life, the tycoon Lei Sherdong, who directly fell out with Tom Cruise in the newspaper, had no choice but to sit at the same table with Tom Cruise a few years later for the sake of profits. They talked and laughed like old friends. Tom Cruise had even made a movie that satirized Lei Sherdong's mercenary nature, and Paramount had even distributed it. After chatting for a while, the topic quickly turned to the movie Home Alone. At present, Eric only had this chip that could attract the attention of the movie giants. Even Jurassic Park didn't attract enough attention. Eric, now let's talk about Home Alone. I have a suggestion. How about selling the overseas copyright and sequel rights of Home Alone to Fox? We will give you a very reasonable price. Eric was about to speak when Barry Diller continued, Eric, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You might not know, but the male lead of Home Alone, Stuart Runkle, has signed with CAA. CAA has been expanding rapidly in recent years, and their appetite is getting bigger and bigger. A few days ago, Michael Ovitz was unhappy with MGM's arrangement for a movie, so he barged into MGM's headquarters and quarreled with the CEO of MGM. In the end, MGM had no choice but to compromise. If you produce Home Alone in the future, CAA will definitely demand an exorbitant price. Although Barry Diller's words made sense, Eric still refused. Home Alone needed Stuart Runkle, but Stuart Runkle also needed Home Alone to stabilize his reputation. In his previous life, only Home Alone was good enough for Macaulay Culkin. The rest of his movies were mediocre. Eric didn't believe that the situation would change in this life. If CAA really couldn't understand the situation and demanded an exorbitant price, then he would drag it out and see who had more patience. Eric wasn't going to rely on one movie to survive. Mr. Barry Diller, if we continue to talk, we'll part on bad terms. I'll just state my conditions. I can sell the overseas rights to Home Alone to Fox for $25 million US. However, I will produce 3 movies next year, including the second part of Home Alone. I need Fox to sign a package distribution agreement with me. I want 35% of the profits in North America and 10% of the profits overseas. The reason why Eric didn't choose to share the overseas rights was because he suddenly realized that he needed money urgently. Compared to the profits, $25 million US was definitely cheaper. Barry Diller listened to Eric patiently and frowned. Eric, $25 million US is acceptable to Fox. However, based on what you said before, the movies you produce are all low-budget movies. If that's the case, the profits you're offering are too high. Only big-budget movies can get that kind of profit. If it's only the second part of Home Alone, Fox can still consider it. As for the other two, seeing Barry Diller shake his head, Eric smiled and said confidently, I believe my movies are worth that price. Mr. Diller, how about we sign another VAM agreement? Ugh, Barry Diller choked for a moment. Because of the storm caused by the VAM agreement, Columbia President Blunt Cohen's position was now shaky and could be fired at any time. Barry Diller was not stupid enough to follow in his footsteps. Perhaps I should reveal my offer. I believe that the other film companies will be very interested in it. Michael Eisner has called me more than once to invite me. Barry Diller smiled. Eric, you can't lie to me about this. I know why Michael contacted you. Eric shook his head. No, Mr. Diller, I don't want to lie to you. I mean, after that incident, Mr. Eisner contacted me again. As his former assistant. Barry Diller knew Michael Eisner very well. He was a very conceited person. Therefore, Barry Diller was surprised that Michael Eisner was willing to go back to his old ways. He didn't know that the reason for this was that Eric's performance had left a deep impression on Michael Eisner during their meeting. Barry Diller didn't believe that Eric would lie about something that could be exposed so easily. At the same time, he attached more importance to Eric in his heart. He still believed in the vision of his former assistant. Barry Diller was not as indecisive as Blunt Cohen. After pondering for a moment and quickly calculating the pros and cons, Barry Diller made a decision. Okay, Eric, I promise you. Then, I look forward to working with you. Eric raised his right hand. Barry Diller raised his hand with a smile and gave Eric a light high five. The two of them had basically reached an agreement, and the signing of the contract was logical. Hey, Eric, I missed you so much. When Eric returned to the banquet hall, a light green figure floated over and threw herself into Eric's arms. The girl's voice was filled with excitement, and it attracted the attention of many people in the hall. Eric hurriedly stopped Drew from moving any further. Drew, why did you come out? Is your treatment over? I was supposed to be discharged tomorrow, but I heard that you would be attending this banquet tonight, so I ran out early. Drew, you just came out of rehab. It's best if you don't drink anymore. How is that possible? The waiters here won't provide me with alcohol. I'm only 13, Drew denied with a strange look in her eyes. Eric suddenly remembered that this was indeed the case. This was the United States, and the law stated that one could only drink alcohol at the age of 18. No matter what happened in private, at least on the surface, they still had to abide by the law. This was especially true in a well-known place like the Hilton Hotel. In order to avoid criticism, they paid more attention to these details. In the country where Eric came from in his previous life, even 7- or 8-year-old children were encouraged to drink a little. If they could drink a few glasses of white wine, it was a sign of success. However, perhaps it was because of their living habits, but in Eric's opinion, although there were legal restrictions, there were far more alcoholics in the West than in the East. When Penny Marshall saw Eric and Drew, she came over and teased, "Hey, Eric, I haven't seen you for a week. What have you been busy with recently? I haven't heard from you at all. Are you planning to retire early?" Eric casually took a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray and walked over to Penny Marshall. He smiled and said, "How is that possible? I'm only 18, not 80. How can I retire? I'm just rushing out the manuscript for a novel." "A new novel? I want to read it, I want to read it." Before Penny Marshall could reply, Drew grabbed Eric's arm and shouted. Penny Marshall teased, "Hey, Drew, be a little more ladylike. Eric likes quiet girls." "No way." Drew pouted and retorted, "Jennifer Aniston isn't ladylike at all." "Oh, right, why isn't the big fat girl here?" "Waha, Eric, did you guys break up?" Eric knocked Drew's head and said, "All right, Drew, and happen to have something else to do tonight." "How can we break up?" "I'll show you our love another day." "Oh, Eric, your words are really hurtful." Drew rubbed the place where Eric knocked and pouted. "This way." Penny Marshall led Eric and Drew to a long table and introduced, "This is Elizabeth Perkins, the female lead of Flying Over the Future. You definitely know this person, Mr. Tom Hanks." "Hello, I'm Eric Williams." Eric greeted the two of them and said, "Mr. Hanks, I really like your Flying Over the Future. The child you played in it is so similar. How did you do it?" Tom Hanks smiled modestly and said, "Just call me Tom, Eric. As for how I did it, you can ask Penny." Penny Marshall was obviously a little proud of this question. She explained, "It's like this. During the filming, I asked David Moscow, who played the young Josh, to act according to the script. Then, I asked Tom to act as well. David, that troublemaker, even made fun of Tom because of this. Speaking of which, if David was a few years younger, he could have played Kevin in Home Alone. By the way, Eric, do you have a plan for your next movie?" Everyone was listening to Penny Marshall's explanation with great interest. When they noticed the last question, they couldn't help but look at Eric. Now, Eric's fame was even higher than many famous directors who had been famous for many years. Many people said that as long as Eric filmed a movie, no matter how bad it was, with his current fame, he would be able to earn money for his investors. In fact, this was also the reason why Barry Diller was willing to accept Eric's offer of 3 movies. "I have a few good scripts, but I haven't decided which one to film yet." Eric told the truth. He originally wanted to film a movie to make Jennifer Aniston famous, but unfortunately, the girl rejected him. Now, he could only consider other movies. A few good scripts. Hearing this, several people were instantly petrified. If it was just scripts, there was no lack of them in the industry. There were a lot of scripts in the Writers Guild, but there were very few scripts that could be considered good. Many directors might not be able to film a movie for a few years just to wait for a good script. "You actually said that you had a few good scripts, but you didn't know which one to film. How could people endure this?" "Wow, a few scripts. Eric, can you sell me another one?" Penny Marshall asked in a tone that was 30% teasing and 70% envious. Eric saw everyone's expression and felt that he had misspoken. Although the script in his mind was indeed good, saying it out loud would still give people the impression that he was arrogant. "Forget it, Penny. When Return to 17 stops airing, perhaps you will be a super director with 2 consecutive movies that have broken the 100 million mark. Do you still lack scripts?" Eric was speaking the truth. In this era, there were less than 10 movies that broke the 100 million mark in a year. Penny Marshall had made 2 movies that broke the 100 million mark in a row. She would definitely become the target of many movie companies. Penny Marshall didn't mind being rejected. She indeed didn't lack film contracts. The topic quickly changed to other things. After chatting for a while, the band in the hall started to play a dance song. Penny Marshall smiled and said, "All right, Eric, we won't hoard you. Look at the girls around you. They can't wait to ask you to dance." Eric raised his eyes and looked around. Sure enough, there were a few beauties looking at him with anticipation, eager to try. At the same time, Eric also felt Drew's arm tighten around his arm. That's it then. By the way, Tom, can you give me your contact information? Maybe we can work together? Tom Hanks was about to leave when he heard Eric's words. He took out a name card and smiled. Sure, there's no problem with that. My contact details are on the name card. Eric, can I know the content of the script first? Hearing Tom Hanks's question, the others couldn't help but slow down their footsteps. They wanted to hear what Eric had to say next. Eric took the name card and put it away. He looked at the expectant crowd and shrugged. Sorry, Tom, I can only say that you will play a police officer in it. And I can't guarantee that this movie will be popular, so it won't be the second movie I've directed. Maybe it will be the third, or even later. You really know how to keep people in suspense, Eric. Penny Marshall complained in disappointment. Tom Hanks didn't pester her. He nodded and turned to leave. Mr. Williams, can I have a dance with you? As soon as the crowd dispersed, a blonde girl walked over and invited. The girl looked to be in her 20s. The outline of her face was soft and delicate. She was petite, only a little over 1.6 meters tall. Eric, who had countless movies in his mind, recognized the beautiful woman in front of him at a glance. He didn't know why, but the deepest impression of this woman wasn't the large-scale scenes that she often appeared in, but the scene where she gracefully sat on the sofa and said to Dan Johnson, "Beg for mercy." Eric was slightly distracted. Before he could speak, Drew couldn't help but say, "Virginia, do you think I'm invisible?" Virginia saw Drew's indignant look and teased, "Hey, little Drew, the more closely a man is watched, the easier it is for him to run away." "You're wrong. That's my business." "It's none of your business." Although he said that, Drew's arm that was tightly hugging Eric loosened subconsciously. Virginia, who happened to see this small detail, couldn't help but giggle. "Okay, Drew, don't be so rude. You go walk around first. I'll dance with Miss Madsen," Eric said as he gently pulled his arm out of Drew's embrace. "Eric, I can dance too." Drew protested weakly, but he received a look from Eric telling him not to make a fuss. He could only stomp his feet hatefully and turn to leave reluctantly. Drew is a bit mischievous. "Miss Madsen, I hope you don't mind." After Drew left, Eric turned to the blonde girl who was waiting at the side. "Of course not, Eric. Just call me Virginia." Virginia reached out her hand, and Eric took the girl to the dance floor. Feeling Eric's invasive gaze, Virginia had the illusion of being stared at by a middle-aged man. She raised her head and wanted to look directly into Eric's eyes, but she only held on for less than a second before moving away slightly. As an actress who debuted in the early 1980s, Virginia Madsen may look more mature and gorgeous than when she debuted, but she was, after all, 27 years old and had starred in nearly 10 films. She could be considered to have a little fame, but only a little fame. After calculating, the box office of all the films she acted in couldn't even compare to the 2-week box office of the young man in front of her. If it was just the box office that wasn't good, then it was fine. But the critics always ignored her efforts in acting and classified her as a vase. She was approaching the age of 30 as an actress. If her career didn't have any fundamental changes, she might only be able to play some small roles in some movies for the rest of her life. At the cocktail party, the moment she found out about Eric's identity from her friends, Virginia Madsen felt that perhaps this was a good opportunity. But now, the two sides hadn't exchanged many words. Just a look from the other party made her keenly feel that her plan wouldn't be so smooth. "Eric, don't you think it's very rude to stare at a lady like this?" Eric denied. How is that possible? If no one appreciates beauty, then that's the most regrettable thing in the world. As a gentleman, I definitely won't allow this to happen. Virginia, who was flattered by Eric, was slightly proud. Then, Eric, do you think I can be the female lead in your movie? Actually, Virginia, when I see you, I can't help but think of two words, pretty woman. Virginia thought Eric was changing the topic and was slightly disappointed. Thank you for the compliment, Eric. No. Eric shook his head. It's not just a compliment. It's the name of my next movie. Next movie? Virginia's beautiful big eyes lit up. Eric nodded. Yes, I was still hesitating about what to shoot next, but after seeing you, a script suddenly appeared in my mind. This movie is called Pretty Woman. Virginia was a little excited. According to the name, this was a movie with a woman as the main character. With Eric's current fame, if she could play the female lead, she would receive a lot of attention regardless of whether the movie turned out to be good or bad. Eric, you're saying. The expectant gaze of the woman in his arms made Eric feel a little guilty. I'm sorry, Virginia. Your temperament isn't suitable for this movie. In my mind, the female lead should have a pure temperament and a bit of sexiness. As if she didn't hear Eric's words, Virginia said, Eric, perhaps we can find a room to discuss the script. I believe that I have the ability to play the role you mentioned. For a moment, Eric really had the impulse to agree to Virginia's suggestion. However, he was a mature man with strong self-control. He knew that if he agreed to Virginia's suggestion and found a room to discuss, she would have to play the female lead. Although it wasn't uncommon to be ruthless in the industry, he wasn't that kind of person. Furthermore, his foundation was shallow. If he went back on his words, it would be troublesome for him if the woman turned against him. Taking a deep breath, Eric gently pushed Virginia away again. Virginia, I'm really sorry. Although Home Alone and Back to 17 have been successful, many people still doubt my ability. I can't afford failure. If there's a suitable role for you in the future, I will definitely consider you first. The last promise was dispensable. Seeing that Eric wasn't moved by her biggest bargaining chip, Virginia admired this boy's self-control and didn't continue to pester him. After the dance, when the two separated, Virginia still left Eric a name card. What's wrong? Are you still reluctant to part with her? Druid appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Eric's arm as he teased him. Of course. I'm a normal man. Eric smiled. Then you can go to her. I'm sure Virginia won't refuse you. Eric shrugged. But there's a price to pay. I'm poor now. My net worth is $521.75. I can't even afford a luxury suite in a hotel. Drew used his little tongue to lick his lips and rubbed against Eric's body. Eric, there's something here that doesn't cost anything. Eric couldn't help but knock on Drew's head again. You're just a little imp who thinks too much. Bad review, return. Drew groaned in pain and rubbed his head. Eric, I strongly object to you always hitting my head. If you do this again, I'll bite you. I'm serious. While they were fooling around, James Brooks walked over with a glass of red wine. Hey, Eric, how did your talk with Mr. Barry Diller go? Not bad. We have reached a preliminary agreement. For the next year, the movies I produce will be distributed by Fox. James raised his glass and said. Then, congratulations, Eric. I believe your cooperation with Fox will be very pleasant. Eric took a glass of red wine and raised his glass. I also hope so. After taking a sip, James said. Eric, come with me. I'll introduce you to some people in the circle. They also want to meet you. It's my pleasure. Eric happily followed James to the crowd. Drew, who was beside him, suddenly thought of something. He rolled his big eyes and hurriedly followed. This is Mr. Richard Zanuck. He used to be the producer of Spielberg's Jaws. Eric raised his glass and said. Hello, Mr. Zanuck. Richard Zanuck was in his 50s. He was thin and his face was somewhat fierce. At this time, he showed a kind smile. Hello, Eric. Nice to meet you. Oh, and little Drew. In the blink of an eye, you have become a big girl. don't mess around in the future. You should learn more from Eric. At this moment, Drew acted like an obedient girl and said, I will. Mr. Zanuck, may I propose a toast to you? Of course. The other party replied. Drew raised her glass, but inside it was a glass of juice. The girl seemed to have just discovered it and embarrassedly said. Oh, I forgot I can't drink now. Eric, can you replace me? Eric nodded with a smile. He clinked glasses with Richard Zanuck and drank the rest of the red wine in the glass. After chatting for a while, James led Eric to other people. These are the contacts that may be useful in the future, so Eric cheered up and chatted with the other party. Therefore, he didn't notice that Drew always used various methods to make him drink more wine. After walking half a circle, Eric finally found that he drank too much. He rushed to the bathroom and vomited. When he came out, he was dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, James had to temporarily give up introducing other people to Eric. Eric, you are drunk. Let's call it a day. There will be opportunities in the future. I will let someone send you back. Mr. James, let me send Eric home. Drew quickly said. Drew stuck to Eric for the whole night. James subconsciously thought that Drew was Eric's girlfriend. He didn't realize anything wrong and nodded. Okay, Drew. Remember to let Eric drink more water. Drew nodded and found a waiter. The two of them helped Eric to the parking lot and Eric's car. Ms. Drew, do you need me to send you back? The waiter asked politely. Drew nodded and handed the car key to the waiter. She opened the back door. Eric had fallen asleep in the back seat. Drew sat in the back seat and used her strength to lift Eric's head and put it on her lap. She told the waiter Eric's address. The waiter nodded and started the car. After paying the tip and sending the waiter away, Drew let out a soft cry of joy and quickly returned to his bedroom. You can't run away now. Early in the morning, Jennifer Aniston hummed an unknown tune and happily busied herself in the kitchen. After meeting with her father's producer friend last night, it was completely confirmed that she would be playing the second female lead in a popular NBC TV series. Although it wasn't the female lead, it was still quite good for a newcomer like her. And this TV series could bring her a certain amount of fame, which was what Jennifer Aniston needed the most right now. Good morning, Jen. Her half-brother, Alex Jennifer Aniston, was still in a daze from waking up in the morning. He scratched his head as he walked through the kitchen door in a daze and casually greeted her. Jennifer Aniston turned her head and said to Alex while carrying a packed breakfast, Hey, Alex, breakfast is ready. You can eat it when Dad and the others wake up. I have something to do so I'm going out first. After saying that, without waiting for Alex to respond, Jennifer Aniston pushed open the door and left in a hurry. After rejecting Eric's invitation to the cocktail party, Jennifer Aniston had been feeling a little uneasy. Although the tabloid story about her relationship with Eric made her very depressed, her love for Eric made her quite concerned about her boyfriend's feelings. Last night on the phone, she heard Eric's depression, so she thoughtfully prepared a breakfast of love early in the morning to appease her boyfriend's dissatisfaction. At the same time, she couldn't wait to share the good news of her role with Eric. More than 10 minutes later, Jennifer Aniston got out of the taxi in front of Eric's house. She took out the key that Eric had specially made for her and opened the door to walk into the yard. She didn't notice that in an inconspicuous gray Buick more than 10 meters away, a white man who was originally a little sleepy instantly woke up. His face was filled with ecstasy as he quickly grabbed the camera next to him and pressed the shutter. At the same time, he fiercely kicked his sleeping companion awake. Hee, David, wake up. There's a good show to watch. The fat black man, who was sleeping soundly with a wide-brimmed hat on his face, was suddenly attacked. He reflexively took off the hat on his face and straightened his body. He stared out of the car window with bloodshot eyes from staying up late. Wayne, did Eric Williams and Drew Barrymore come out? Where are they? It's even more exciting than that. Just now, Eric's girlfriend from the convenience store went in. Haha, this is going to be interesting. The fat black man named David looked around again, but didn't see Jennifer Aniston. He reached out to grab Wayne's camera, but Wayne quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Be careful not to expose the film. If that happens, we'll have wasted the whole night. Don't worry, I've already taken photos. That's good, that's good. David rubbed his chubby palms and grinned. I thought we could make a lot of money by taking photos of Eric Williams bringing Drew home for the night. I didn't expect there to be something even more exciting. We're rich now. Wayne, how much do you think we should ask for this time? At least $3,000. If that old guy Santos lowers the price again, we'll change to another newspaper. Anyway, we won't have to worry about not being able to sell this news. The girl opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes blinked a few times, and she stuck out her little head. Good morning, Eric. Ah. A familiar and unexpected baby face suddenly appeared in front of him. Eric was surprised and quickly dodged the girl's red lips. The movement was too big, and his head felt dizzy. Gently rubbing his temples, Eric asked at a loss, Drew. Why are you here? Drew seemed to be frightened by Eric's sudden move. Eric, you brought me home last night, and then. Don't worry, I don't mind. I'm very happy. I mind, the two were fooling around. Jennifer Aniston stood at the door with a plastic bag in her hand. Silence. It was as if God suddenly pressed the pause button on the remote control in his hand. After more than 10 seconds, the sound of a car horn came from outside the window, and the three finally reacted. Grievance, discomfort, anger, sadness, disappointment. A series of emotions mixed together, and Jennifer Aniston felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Things should be like this? Eric, I brought you breakfast. Jennifer Aniston's voice was a bit soft, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. Jennifer Aniston bent down and put the plastic bag on the floor. Then, she turned around and left. Her footsteps unconsciously became faster and faster. Her high heels stomped on the floor fiercely, making clacking sounds that echoed in the somewhat empty house. The moment her tears fell, Jennifer Aniston had already rushed out of Eric's courtyard. She couldn't let him see her cry, or this bastard would be even more proud. The clacking sounds of high heels completely woke Eric from his daze. And, listen to me. Eric hurriedly pushed away Drew, who was still wrapped around him, and hurriedly put on his trousers and rushed out. Because he was in such a hurry, he almost missed a step when he went down the stairs. Fortunately, Eric grabbed the staircase railing in time and rushed out of the courtyard in a sorry state. He could only see a big yellow taxi driving away, and Jennifer Aniston's back vaguely visible in the car. Eric, who hurried back to the house to get the car keys, wanted to cry but had no tears. How many times had it been? Caught in the act again. Why did he use the word again? In Friends, Rachel caught her boyfriend in the act. In his previous life, she caught Pitt and Julie in the act. I've already transmigrated, and yet I still can't stop. I'm doing it again. This kind of talent is too torturous, can't I just give up? When he drove out, the taxi was already out of sight. Eric could only drive to John Aniston's house in Beverly Hills. Tens of minutes later, after tidying up his clothes, Eric pressed the doorbell of John Aniston's house. Hello, Eric, are you looking for Jen? Jennifer Aniston's half-brother opened the door and recognized Eric. Eric anxiously asked, Alex, where's your sister? Alex. Jennifer Aniston was puzzled. She went out early. Wasn't she looking for you? Seeing that Alex's expression didn't seem to be lying, Eric said goodbye and hurriedly turned to leave. Since Jennifer Aniston didn't come back, it was very likely that she had gone to her rented apartment in Burbank. He knocked on the door of Jennifer Aniston's apartment, but there was no response. Eric looked around. Seeing that there was nobody around, he took out a spare key from the flower pot next to the door and opened the door. The moment he walked into the apartment, Eric keenly sensed that Jennifer Aniston had come back. There was still Jennifer Aniston's unique fragrance in the air. Looking around, he finally found a note on the coffee table in the living room. Eric, let's break up. Heaving a sigh, he hurried back to John Aniston's house. It was still Alex. Jennifer Aniston who opened the door. Alex, you. Before Eric could finish, Alex. Jennifer Aniston cut him off. Eric, you can go. Jen said that she went to New York early and asked us not to tell you. Well, sometimes, having a low IQ was a good thing. Is it Eric? Please come in. While Eric didn't know how to answer, John Aniston's voice came from the house. Alex heard his father's words and was somewhat dissatisfied as he stepped aside to let Eric in. Come with me. John Aniston glanced at Eric expressionlessly and turned to walk inside. Eric nodded to John Aniston's current wife in the living room and followed John Aniston to the study. Sit down, Eric. Do you want something to drink? Mr. Jennifer Aniston, no need. Can you tell me which airport and went to? I think there are some things that need to be explained. John Aniston glanced at Eric's somewhat messy clothes and asked, Eric, did you attend the cocktail party last night? Well, yes. After the cocktail party, did you and another woman, John, this is a misunderstanding. John Aniston waved his hand and said, you don't have to explain to me. I just think that it's better for you two to separate. Maybe you don't know, but these days, and is under a lot of pressure. She always seems a little impatient and restless. Why? John Aniston said, you two have been together for a long time. Don't you know her character? And is a strong girl. You have achieved such dazzling results, but and is still unknown. Plus, those words in the newspaper, it's normal for her to have these emotions. After more than an hour, Eric finally left John Aniston's house. He unwillingly drove to Los Angeles International Airport, but he still couldn't find Jennifer Aniston. He guessed that Jennifer Aniston had already boarded the plane to New York. Through his conversation with John Aniston, Eric understood the pressure Jennifer Aniston had been under these days. He also realized that he had underestimated Jennifer Aniston's competitiveness. Thinking about it, Jennifer Aniston's personality was indeed like that. In his previous life, Jennifer Aniston found out that Pitt had broken the law. Seeing that there was no way to salvage the situation, Jennifer Aniston got a divorce without any hesitation. Compared to those unscrupulous women who wanted nothing more than to empty out the man's family, Jennifer Aniston didn't even ask for alimony from Pitt. Since that's the case, I'll let you go for a while. Eric thought to himself as he drove home. However, he had a headache. The incident with Drew in the morning would probably be difficult to explain. However, Eric had no intention of giving up on Aniston. She was his first woman since his rebirth, and the possessive Eric was determined to get this stubborn girl back, even if he had to resort to some underhanded means. When he got home, he saw Drew dressed neatly and sitting on the sofa in the living room. Eric scratched his head. What should he do with this little vixen who stuck to him without using any means? He definitely couldn't be nice to her. Otherwise, this girl would definitely do whatever she wanted to do. Eric expressionlessly sat down on the other sofa. He picked up a newspaper and started reading it as if no one else was around. Drew saw that Eric had a sullen face and didn't say a word. It was as if she didn't exist. This situation had never happened before. Thus, she felt even more uneasy. Although she had always wanted to snatch Eric away from Jennifer Aniston, she had never thought of using such a misunderstood method to break them up. As a smart girl, she obviously knew that not only would this method fail to snatch Eric away, it would also make Eric hate her. Although the scene in the morning was unintentional, Drew knew that the main responsibility was still on her. Eric's current expression meant that he definitely had a falling out with Jennifer Aniston. In order to break the deadlock, Drew got up and ran to the kitchen. She heated up the breakfast Jennifer Aniston brought over and placed the plate in front of Eric's face. Eric ignored her and continued reading the newspaper. Eric, Mr. Calta Hunter from Forks just called. He wants you to discuss the contract. Aniston's voice. Translator's note, Eric/is, Lu Zilong. Crash, Eric deliberately flipped the newspaper. Drew, who was going to sit next to Eric, quickly backed away like a frightened cat. Seeing that Eric didn't react, Drew slowly moved over. Eric, how about, you hit me, as long as you don't hate me. Although he already had a preliminary agreement with Barry Diller, it still took a few hours to discuss the details. It wasn't until 3:00 in the afternoon that the two sides signed the contract. When Eric left the Fox headquarters, in addition to the contract, he also had a $25 million check in his hand. Jeffrey, can you contact Nicole and the others tonight? I want to have a party at home to celebrate. Of course, it's for everyone. Everyone who participated in the filming of Home Alone has to come. Okay, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Eric went to the supermarket to buy a lot of things. After thinking about it, he drove to Jeff's Italian restaurant, intending to ask a chef to help prepare the party. Just as he pushed open the door and walked into the Italian restaurant, the fat Jeff, who habitually wandered around the restaurant, noticed him. He happily walked over and gave Eric a big hug. Hey, Eric, long time no see. You've been in the limelight recently. I watched both of your movies, they were really good. Eric smiled and hugged Jeff. The two of them went to an empty seat and sat down. Julia, 2 cups of coffee. After sitting down, Jeff called out to a girl dressed as a waitress. No problem, Jeff, Mr. Jeff, a female voice answered from behind the counter. Julia? Eric was a little curious. After working at the restaurant for a few months, he knew that there was no waitress named Julia. After he left, Jeff probably hired a new person. He turned his head curiously and saw a tall girl with brown curly hair behind the counter, her back facing the two of them as she busied herself in front of the coffee machine. Jeff followed Eric's gaze and said with a smile, Julia was hired after you left. She's also an actress. I heard that there's a movie coming out in October. Eric retracted his gaze and asked curiously, being an actress should make a lot of money. Why is she working as a waitress? Jeff said, for a living. There are thousands of men and women in Los Angeles who dream of being a star. How many are as lucky as you? I heard that her movie was shot last year. Because it's an independent film, it took a year to get the chance to be released. She hasn't received any offers for almost a year, so she can only work at the restaurant temporarily to get by. Eric shrugged indifferently. There were countless independent film companies in Hollywood, and they produced countless independent films every year. It was already quite lucky for a film to be released after a year. Many independent films were shot, but they didn't even have the chance to be released on videotape. They were directly thrown into the warehouse to collect dust. This was very similar to the TV drama market in China in his previous life. At the peak of the TV drama market in China, more than 1,000 TV dramas with a total of 30,000 episodes were produced every year. However, there were only a dozen or so TV dramas that were familiar to the audience. A large number of TV dramas didn't even have the chance to be aired on TV before they were shelved. When Eric heard about this in his previous life, he really wanted to find those tycoons who spent billions on TV dramas every year. He wanted to hug their thighs and shout, "Let's be friends, shall we? Mr. Jeff, and this, sir, your coffee." Eric was chatting casually with Jefferson when the waitress named Julia came over with coffee. Thank you. Eric reached out to take the cup of coffee. At the same time, he inadvertently raised his head and glanced at the girl beside him. This glance made Eric's hand tremble. The scalding hot coffee splashed out and splashed on him. He took a deep breath and endured the burning pain as he placed the cup of coffee on the table. Eric panicked and pulled out a few napkins to wipe the scalded back of his hand. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The waitress saw that Eric's skin was red from the scalding and quickly apologized. Jeff glared at the waitress, then turned to Eric and said, Eric, quickly go to the back and rinse your hand with cold water. Eric nodded and got up to walk to the kitchen. When the other people in the restaurant saw that Eric had appeared in the kitchen, they all came over enthusiastically. The waitress, who was holding a wet towel and wanted to help, stood helplessly outside the crowd. This boy seemed to have a good relationship with her boss, Jeff. She didn't know if Jeff would punish her for scalding him. Okay, I'm fine. Everyone, go do your own things. Otherwise, Jeff will have a problem with me. In the crowd, Jeff pretended to be angry and said, Eric, am I such a petty person? Everyone laughed and joked for a while before dispersing. He followed Jeff back to the hall outside. When the two of them sat down, Eric realized that the waitress was following him like a little tail. Her face was full of nervousness. I'm sorry, Mr. Eric. I didn't do it on purpose. Really? The waitress learned of Eric's name from the way people had addressed him. It's okay. I was careless just now. Your name is? Although he was very familiar with that iconic big mouth, he could only pretend to be a stranger. My name is Julia Roberts, the waitress replied. Eric nodded and turned to Jeff. Jeff, here's the thing, I'm holding a party at home tonight, and I want to hire a chef and a waitress. That's why I thought of you. It was a profitable business for a restaurant to send a chef and waitress to prepare a party. Jeff was delighted to hear that. No problem, let Vanessa and Cindy go. Vanessa is fine with the chef. As for the waitress, let this lady do it. Miss Julia, is that okay? Julia glanced at Jeff hesitantly and nodded. After confirming this, Eric chatted with Jeff casually and wrote down the menu for the night. He worked as a waitress in the restaurant, so he could write down a list of dishes without any introduction. After writing down the menu, Jeff took it and looked at it. He got up and said to Julia, who was still standing on the side, Julia, come and help me. Eric, wait a moment, it'll be done soon. Eric nodded. In the kitchen, Julia saw that Jeff was handing the bill to a chef and had no intention of asking for her help. She asked curiously, Mr. Jeff, what do I need to do? Jeff looked Julia up and down. Other than her big mouth and good figure, there was nothing special about this girl. He was even more curious. Julia, don't you know Mr. Eric? Julia was a bit confused. Mr. Jeff, I'm sure I've never seen him before. I've only been in LA for a few months. Jeff didn't want to beat around the bush with Julia. You should know about the kid, right? He's the young director of the kid. Julia's eyes widened instantly. At the same time, she remembered that she had seen a picture of the director of the kid in the newspaper recently and that he did indeed look like that young man. You mean, that, during this time, anyone in North America who hadn't heard of the kid and the young director who had created the miracle had either just returned from Mars or transmigrated to another dimension. Yes, that's him. When we were chatting earlier, I casually mentioned that you're also an actor. Originally, Eric only planned to hire a chef, but later, he added a waiter and specified that you would be the one to go. Julia Roberts, who hadn't received any offers for nearly a year, covered her mouth when she heard Jeff's words. She looked a little excited. She had participated in many auditions in the past year, but they all ended in failure. No one understood better than her how important it was to have a chance. So, Jeff patted the girl's shoulder. Grasp this opportunity well, girl. I heard that Eric will be shooting his new movie soon. Maybe you can get a role in it. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Jeff. Jeff smiled and waved his hand. He was actually a little selfish. After Eric became famous, the paparazzi dug up his experience of working in his restaurant. This made Jeff's restaurant quite famous in the area, and business improved a lot. If another famous actor could pop up, the restaurant's business would definitely rise to a higher level. Mr. Eric, can I take your car? Eric just took out the key to start the car. He thought Julia Roberts would sit in the chef's van behind him. He didn't expect her to run in front of him. No problem, Miss Julia, please. He casually glanced at the girl who got into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Julia had already changed out of her waiter uniform and even put on light makeup. She wore a dark red jacket and a pair of light-colored jeans. The tight fabric perfectly showed off her slender legs. Julia Roberts was only 21 years old. Although her appearance wasn't outstanding, she exuded an invincible youthful aura. You know who I am? Eric asked casually while holding the steering wheel. Julia, who was thinking about how to strike up a conversation, nodded subconsciously. Mr. Jeff told me. No wonder. Eric chuckled. Julia curiously asked, Mr. Eric, no wonder what? Miss Julia, I paid you $10 an hour to hire you, but you don't look like you're going to be a waiter. Instead, you look like you're going to a party. Julia looked at her clothes. After she heard Jeff's words, she just subconsciously wanted to leave a good impression on the director, so she hurriedly changed her clothes. I'm sorry, Mr. Eric, I can go back and change back. Eric smiled and shook his head. No need, it's fine like this. I heard you have a movie released in October? Julia, who was nervous, quickly replied, yes, it's called Modern Cinderella. It's about the love story between three girls who work in a bakery and their boyfriend. The box office is now more than 10 million US dollars. When Julia mentioned the box office of Modern Cinderella, she was a little proud. However, when she thought about the achievements of the young man's movie, her face instantly fell. Although for a low-budget movie like Modern Cinderella, the box office of more than 10 million US dollars was already a small profit, but compared to Home Alone, which was still popular, it was not even qualified to carry the shoes of Home Alone. 10 million US dollars is not bad. Eric did not watch this movie and was not interested. He only knew that this movie was also Matt Damon's first film. Jeff said you haven't received any offers for a year. After this movie, someone will definitely notice you. When it came to this matter, Julia was a little resentful. After Modern Cinderella got a good box office, her agent, who was originally very cold to her, saw her potential and came over again, urging her to arrange some movie auditions for her. However, Julia directly kicked out the agent who hadn't been able to get a role for her in the past year. "Mr. Eric, I heard you are about to shoot your next movie? I only have one thought now. The actors are not confirmed, and the script is not available." Eric nodded and joked. He was also sighing in his heart. What a coincidence. He was just about to shoot Pretty Woman, and the female lead from his previous life appeared in front of him. To use or not to use, that was the question. In fact, Eric's favorite female lead was Sophie Marceau. Other than Sophie Marceau, Eric really couldn't think of a second female lead who could perfectly combine the two temperaments of purity and sexiness. However, this French rose had not yet broken out of the European film circle where art was paramount, and she was not very famous in North America. Whether she would accept his invitation, Eric could only try to find out. As for now, the reason why he hired Julia as an additional waitress was because Eric was thinking about how to win Julia Roberts over. After all, she was the first female lead to enter the 20 million Hollywood salary club in his previous life. She was a true Hollywood star with unquestionable strength. Thinking of this, Eric asked, "Julia, do you have an agency now?" When Julia heard Eric's question, she was overjoyed. She quickly said, "No, I just fired my agent not long ago. Now, I can decide on my own matters for the time being." "That's just right," Eric said. "Then, Julia, how about joining my agency?" After learning from Barry Diller that Stuart Runkle had signed with CAA, Eric had the idea of starting an agency. He didn't want the stars he made to benefit from others in the future and then negotiate with him. She thought that Eric wanted to invite her to audition for the movie. If that was the case, Julia would definitely agree without hesitation. However, she didn't expect that it would be an invitation to join his agency. This made Julia a little cautious. She didn't want to waste another year or even longer because she joined the wrong agency. "Mr. Eric, I don't have such plans for the time being. My previous agency didn't give me a job for a whole year. Now, I have to work at a restaurant to make ends meet." Eric said, "Don't worry about this, Julia. I can guarantee that I will arrange at least 2 movies for you in the coming year. We can write it in the contract." It seemed that the movie that Julia got an Oscar nomination for, Steel Magnolias, was going to be filmed at Columbia next year. Although he had a bad relationship with Blunt Cohen because of the VAM contract, it wasn't a problem to recommend an actress. Columbia couldn't be a monolith. It was nothing more than an exchange of interests. Eric didn't lack things like bargaining chips. Julia hesitated for a while and said, "Can I think about it, Mr. Eric?" "Of course, no problem," Eric said casually. After thinking about it, he added, "Actually, I want to invite French actress Sophie Marceau for the female lead in my next movie. If she refuses, you still have a chance." Julia's hands on her knees clenched. She pursed her lips tightly. It was obvious that she was very conflicted. Her parents and brother were in the entertainment industry. Julia, who knew the industry very well, obviously knew what it meant to be the female lead in Eric's next movie. The boy in Home Alone was now very popular. However, because her parents were in the entertainment industry, she knew that the industry was full of all kinds of lies. Eric's words just now were completely unrelated to promises. At most, it was a bait. If she agreed to join Eric's agency in a moment of impulse, Eric would forget about this sentence in the blink of an eye. She could only cry without tears. Cheat in. Com welcomes all readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest series on Xidian Originals. After 6 o'clock in the evening, the crew of Home Alone came to Eric's house one after another. It was completely dark. Eric, who had been discussing things with Vanessa in the kitchen for a while, returned to the living room. He looked around and was surprised to find that in addition to the crew of Home Alone, there were a dozen more beautiful girls in various dresses. "Jeffrey, what's with these girls?" Eric asked curiously when he found Jeffrey Hansen. Jeffrey smiled and said, "It's Nicole and the others. After filming Home Alone, they took on a job shooting a campus comedy. That's when I met these girls. I don't know how they heard that the director of Home Alone was going to hold a party at home, so they came with Nicole and the others. As for the reason, I don't think I need to explain." Eric smiled. These girls were obviously here for him. However, he didn't mind. There were only 2 or 3 women in the Home Alone crew, and the rest were all men. It would be boring if the party was full of men. He walked to the center of the living room and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Everyone, quiet down and listen to me." Everyone in the living room quickly stopped talking and turned to look at Eric. "First of all, I hope everyone has a good night. Today's party is to celebrate the success of The Kid and Home. This success does not belong to me alone, because without your help, there is no way I could have finished filming The Kid and Home in such a short period of time. Here, I would like to thank everyone once again." As Eric spoke, he bowed slightly to everyone, and everyone in the living room applauded. Eric pressed his hands slightly to signal for everyone to be quiet. He continued, "Of course, just a verbal thank you is definitely not enough. Home Alone has achieved such amazing box office results because of everyone's efforts, so I specially prepared a bonus for everyone. At the same time, I hope that we will have the opportunity to work together again." After Eric finished speaking, he took out a stack of envelopes containing checks and distributed them to everyone with Jeffrey Hansen. Eric had already written his name on the envelope in advance, so there was no possibility of it being sent wrongly. Depending on their positions and other factors, the amount of the check ranged from $200,000 to $500,000. Although it was insignificant compared to the box office of Home Alone, it was equivalent to several years of the crew's salary. After all, they used to work in the small-budget independent film industry, and their annual income was at most a few tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, Eric didn't forget the other actors who had participated in the filming of Home Alone. However, those people would definitely receive more dividends, so Eric planned to pay them after he got his share of Home Alone from Columbia. Perhaps some people would think that since the filming of the movie had been completed and both parties had cleared their debts, why would they still distribute such a large sum of money to others after the box office hit? However, every circle had its own rules, and those who broke the rules would find it difficult to move forward in the circle. After the box office hit, it was one of the rules of the film industry to give dividends to the participants. In Feng Yu's previous life, James Cameron, who had clearly stated that he would give up all the benefits due to the continuous over-budget of Titanic, still received a large amount of dividends from Fox after the box office miracle of Titanic, even though the relationship between the two parties had been so bad that they had forced each other to jump off a building. After distributing the checks, Eric announced the official start of the party and then pulled Jeffrey Hansen upstairs. "Jeffrey, this is yours. It's enough for you to buy back Firefly." The two went to the balcony of Eric's bedroom on the second floor. Eric took out an envelope and handed it to Jeffrey. The amount on the check was $3 million, but Eric did not feel any heartache. If it were not for the help of an experienced producer like Jeffrey Hansen, Home Alone would not have been completed so smoothly. Jeffrey Hansen took the envelope and rubbed it a few times. Soon, he handed the check to Eric without hesitation. Eric was a little puzzled by Jeffrey Hansen's actions. "Eric, I've thought about it these days. Even if I buy back Firefly, without Selena, it's still impossible for me to develop Firefly, so I have a request." Eric smiled and said, "Jeffrey, do we still need to use the word request between the two of us? Please say it." "Eric, you said that you would open a film company. Can I go to your film company to help you? You know, although I'm not good at being a director, I have some experience as a producer." Eric raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had the same idea before. He even thought of taking over all the film crew left behind by Jeffrey Hansen's wife. However, he also felt Jeffrey Hansen's obsession with the Firefly Film Company that he founded with his wife. Moreover, after the success of Home Alone, Eric was confident that it would not be difficult to create a new team, so he did not have the idea of poaching him. Now that Jeffrey had taken the initiative to ask, Eric would definitely agree. Jeffrey, to be honest, I once thought of asking you to come to my film company to help me, but I thought that you would be reluctant to part with Firefly Film Company, so I didn't mention it abruptly. After listening to Eric's words, Jeffrey's expression did not relax. Instead, he said with some apprehension, Eric, actually, this is not my main request. I hope that your new film company can also be named Firefly. After all, the original Firefly no longer exists. I know this request may be a bit excessive, but I can help you as a producer in the future. I don't need a single cent of CD, just a salary is enough. I hope you can consider it. Eric then realized that Jeffrey's feelings for the Firefly Film Company that he founded with his wife had not faded. Instead, he wanted to continue some things through him. While being slightly moved by this sentiment, Eric quickly made a decision in his heart. Anyway, he did not care too much about the name of the film company. Originally, he just wanted to use the name Williams Film Company like Disney, Warner, and Fox. Now, a name that was both pleasant to the ear and had an emotional connotation wasn't bad either. Jeffrey, no problem. The new company will be called Firefly Film Company. In fact, I also like this name very much. Jeffrey raised his right hand slightly as if he was still thinking about how to persuade Eric. When he heard Eric's words, he was slightly stunned. Eric, you just said. I didn't hear wrong, right? Of course, I agree. Really, thank you so much, Eric. I will work hard for you, Jeffrey did not know how to express his gratitude. He could only open his arms and hug Eric tightly. After Jeffrey let go of him, Eric handed over the envelope with the check again. Okay, Jeffrey, it's just a name. If you had mentioned it earlier, I would have agreed. Now, take this. This is what you deserve. Jeffrey still wanted to refuse, but Eric directly stuffed the envelope into Jeffrey's suit pocket. Jeffrey, although the age gap is large, we are still good friends, aren't we? So, the matter of the name of the film company was just a request between friends. And this is the fruit of your labor. Forget about the silly words you just said about not sharing. I still hope that you can wholeheartedly help me create the next miracle. Jeffrey finally accepted the check under Eric's persuasion. The two discussed a few more words about the establishment of the film company and the preparation of Eric's next film. Then, they returned to the party downstairs. After the news of the establishment of the new Firefly Film Company was announced, the crew members, who originally had different thoughts, rejoiced when they heard the news. After quietly looking at the amount of the check given by Eric, the team, which was built by Jeffrey's wife, became restless. They also knew that Jeffrey wanted to redeem Firefly, so most of them were wavering between continuing to follow Jeffrey in the independent film industry or joining Eric. Now that Eric and Jeffrey made a decision that satisfied both sides, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and the atmosphere of the party became more lively. After chatting with photographer Nick Frank for a while, Eric just turned around with a wine glass in his hand. A girl in a red high-slit dress seemed to have tripped over something and was about to bump into Eric. Stop, Eric quickly shouted with a wry smile. He raised his left hand in front of him and made a gesture to stop the girl in front of him. The girl in front of him with a beautiful golden watermelon hairstyle and a pointy face subconsciously stopped her movements. She stood less than a meter in front of Eric, not knowing what to do. Her small hand holding the red wine unconsciously waved and splashed some wine. At the same time, she had an awkward expression on her face. Miss, if you want to strike up a conversation, you can just greet me directly. Don't bump into me again. I've just changed 2 sets of clothes. If you bump into me again, I'll have to appear in front of everyone shirtless. I'm sure you won't like this scene. The girl, who was originally very embarrassed, heard Eric's slightly teasing words and laughed. Mr. Eric, your words are really interesting. Of course, in order to attract the attention of beautiful girls, I've specially practiced. Eric joked, Then, you can call me Lucaini, Mr. Eric. Lucaini, what a nice name. Let's talk over there. Eric pointed to an open space not far away. In order to get rid of the harassment of the enthusiastic and unrestrained girls at the party, Eric wisely chose a temporary female companion. At the same time, he sighed slightly in his heart. If Jennifer Aniston was here, there wouldn't be such trouble. He didn't know what this stubborn girl was doing in New York at this time. According to the time difference between the east and west of North America, it should be early morning in New York now. After 11 o'clock, the people at the party started to leave. Eric sent off Jeffrey Hansen, who was the last to leave. When he returned to the living room, he saw Julia Roberts holding a stack of photos and looking through them curiously. These photos were left behind by the group of girls who attended the party today. Speaking of which, these girls were really well prepared. Their personal information was written on the back of the photos, and even some very private information. Eric had struggled at the bottom of the entertainment industry for many years in his previous life, so he could understand these girls' desire to succeed. Therefore, when the girls gave him the photos with some apprehension, Eric didn't reject them and politely said that he would contact them if he needed anything. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look at these things. Julia saw Eric appear and quickly put the photos back. Eric waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. He walked to the sofa and sat down, picking up the photos and admiring them one by one. Do you know, Julia? Every year, thousands of young men and women come to Los Angeles to pursue their dreams of becoming stars. Among them, less than 1% can get a temporary role in a production team. And those who can become famous movie stars are even less than 1 in 10,000. Eric said this and looked at Julia meaningfully. He continued, most people will go back to their hometown after a few years of neglect and return to their original path of life after recognizing reality. This is the best outcome. Those who are still looking forward to the flashy life of the entertainment industry can only be scattered in the crisscrossing streets of Los Angeles, struggling at the bottom of society. Some people will even give up their persistence and gradually sink into the abyss. Julia wasn't stupid. As she listened, she gradually understood that Eric said so much to indirectly explain a fact, and that was the importance of opportunities for actors. This young man seemed to be determined to get her. She was very curious as to why Eric would have such thoughts after only seeing her once. She didn't believe in love and hate for no reason, and she wouldn't feel so good about herself to think that Eric coveted her body. Among the girls who attended the party before, there were a few who were much prettier than her, and they frequently hinted at this young man, but after the party, none of them succeeded in staying. Finally, Julia couldn't help but ask, Mr. Williams, why me? Because I want to. When Julia heard this, she was a little stunned and didn't know how to react. At this moment, there was a sudden cough in the living room. Cough cough, another voice suddenly sounded in the room, and the two of them were startled. Eric saw the fat figures, who appeared at the door of the kitchen, and said unhappily, Vanessa, why haven't you left? The fat chef, who was holding a box of kitchenware at the door of the kitchen, said teasingly, I'm sorry, Eric. Although I don't want to disturb you, I just want to ask if Julia wants a ride home. It's very late now. Yes. Julia had just said a word when she was interrupted by Eric. No need, Vanessa, you go first. I'll send Julia home. Vanessa didn't seem to see Julia's dissatisfied look at Eric. He blinked knowingly, opened the door, and left with the box of kitchenware. No one will disturb us now. Let's continue to talk. Eric looked at Julia with a smile. With Vanessa's interruption, Julia completely woke up from the situation just now. She shook her head and said, but it's very late now. I have to go back. Can you, please send me home? Okay, before I send you home, I have a suggestion. Eric put away his playful smile and said seriously, I've thought about it. I'll buy an agency as soon as possible, then give you a good contract and personally arrange your future. I'll turn you into an existence that all the actresses in Hollywood look up to. Julia, what do you think? All the talent scouts would use the same excuse when they were trying to fool the young men and women who had just started their career, right? Julia listened to Eric's self-righteous words and snorted coldly. What if I don't want to, Mr. Eric? Eric didn't care about Julia's cold tone at all. He casually picked up the thick stack of girls' photos next to him and looked down. His voice was a little low, as if he was talking to himself, but there was a hint of temptation in it. If you don't want to, then I can only say it's a pity. I'll randomly pick a girl from this stack of photos and give her the stage name Julia Roberts. Then I'll arrange a series of box office hits for her, and personally make her famous. I'll send her to the 20 million pay club and push her to the podium of the Oscar Best Actress. I'll turn her into the one and only big sister in Hollywood for the next 10 or even 20 years. Finally, she'll become a legendary Hollywood woman like Vivien Leigh and Audrey Hepburn. And you, the real Julia Roberts, maybe after modern Cinderella, you'll get a few good roles. Then you'll be popular for a while, and then you'll be quiet. If you're lucky, you'll hook up with a third-rate Hollywood director as your husband before your beauty is about to fade away. Occasionally, you'll get an unknown role in some low-budget movies. Julia wasn't a reincarnated person like Eric, so it was impossible for her to know what kind of glorious achievements she had in her previous life. Plus, after nearly a year of idleness, the complacency she had when she first stepped into the industry had been worn out. She couldn't help but bring herself into the second fate described by Eric. Although her original persistence was on the verge of collapse, Julia still stubbornly mocked, "Mr. Eric, if it's really like what you said, that you can easily make a girl reach the level of Audrey Hepburn, then Hollywood superstars are worthless. Do you think you're Steven Spielberg or George Lucas? Of course not, I'm not anyone else. I'm me, Eric Williams." Eric said as he randomly picked a photo from the stack of photos. He looked at the information behind it and said, "I think this Julia Roberts is pretty good. What do you think?" Julia couldn't help but take the photo. The girl in the photo actually looked a bit like her, but she was prettier than her. She was tall, had blonde hair, and light blue eyes. Julia flipped to the information at the back, unconvinced. The girl was only 19 years old and graduated from the Lee Strasberg Theater Academy in Los Angeles. She had already played supporting roles in 3 movies. No matter what, she seemed to be better than her. A trace of inferiority unknowingly spread out. Eric didn't give the girl more time to react. He continued, "Now, Julia, it's either heaven or earth. Do you want to take a gamble?" Looking at Eric's hateful expression, for a moment, Julia really wanted to throw the photo at his face, turn around, and leave. But she quickly suppressed this thought. Although the bright future that Eric described for her substitute made her feel like a joke, when she thought about how the boy in Home Alone was now the hottest child star in America and even the world, Julia hesitated again. Men and women who wanted to break into the Vanity Fair of Hollywood, which one of them didn't do it for money, fame, and the feeling of being pursued by thousands of people? You promise?" Julia tightly held the photo in her hand. After a moment of silence, she looked up at Eric. Their eyes met for less than a second before her eyes quickly drifted away. A victorious smile flashed across Eric's face as he confidently nodded, "I promise." Because of the curtains, the bedroom was a bit dark. Julia Roberts, who always had a stable schedule, woke up from exhaustion. She gently turned over and subconsciously thought that she was going to be late for work. She suddenly sat up, but after a few seconds, she let out a soft sigh, relaxed her body, and fell back. She looked to the side, but Eric was no longer beside her. After tossing and turning for a while, she put on her jeans and looked around. She took a white shirt from the man's hanger and put it on. She opened the curtains and walked to the balcony. The sun was still shining in Los Angeles, so bright that it was annoying. Julia took a few deep breaths of the cool morning air before she turned and walked downstairs. There was the sound of utensils colliding in the kitchen. She turned her head and saw a man in casual clothes skillfully working in the kitchen. The faint fragrance of oatmeal wafted in the air. Eric also quickly noticed the girl's figure. "Julia, good morning. You're already so rich, why do you still make your own breakfast?" Julia leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed. Her tone had a hint of mockery. Eric listened to the girl's words and raised his eyebrows. "Looks like I didn't teach you a lesson last night. How dare you talk to me with this kind of tone? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because we reached an agreement." Eric casually opened the lid and took a look. He turned off the gas switch and said, "What if we break up?" then you'll be at a disadvantage. Julia was speechless for a moment. She could only stare fiercely at Eric, as if she wanted to kill the despicable man in front of her with her eyes. Okay, stop staring. I just heard a newspaper delivery guy pass by the door. Help me bring in today's newspaper. Julia stomped her feet like a little girl and turned to walk out the door. Eric glanced at the girls back in the kitchen and revealed a faint smile. The reason why he treated Julia like that last night was because he wanted to plant a seed of obedience in her subconscious. Although she was a woman, after becoming famous in her previous life, Julia's personality was much stronger than many men's. Eric didn't want Julia to completely break away from the trajectory he had arranged for her and do a messy Brownian motion after she soared into the sky. And if Eric didn't do any defensive work, with Julia's personality, the possibility of that happening was quite high. Julia took a stack of newspapers and returned to the living room. She was too lazy to appear in front of Eric to be bullied, so she sat in the living room and flipped through the newspapers. She flipped through a few copies but found nothing interesting, so she tossed them aside. It wasn't until she flipped to a copy of the Los Angeles City paper that Julia revealed a gloating smile when she saw the title. Late at night, the director of Home Alone and Drew Barrymore returned to their residence. The convenience store salesman's girlfriend left with tears in her eyes. Below the long title was the main text full of gossip, accompanied by clear pictures. What are you looking at? You're not pretty to begin with. Why are you smiling so widely? Eric brought breakfast to the living room and placed it on the coffee table. Julia glanced at Eric. This scumbag in front of her doesn't even know that trouble is coming. She handed the newspaper over and walked straight to the kitchen. You should worry about yourself first. I didn't expect you to be such a jerk. You can even bear to hurt such a beautiful girlfriend. Eric took the newspaper and glanced at it. He cursed in his heart. These paparazzi are really everywhere. He read it carefully. The content was 30% true and 70% false. It described how he brought Drew home for the night and how he was caught by his girlfriend the next day. It was as if the other party's reporter was watching from the side the whole time. After reading it quickly, Eric threw the newspaper on the coffee table and thought about the possible impact of this matter while eating breakfast. Julia, who was carrying a bowl of oatmeal and a plate of bread, returned to the living room. Seeing Eric's unchanged expression, she asked curiously, "Aren't you worried at all?" Eric said without raising his head, "It's just gossip from the tabloids. If I get angry every time I see it, I won't be able to live a normal life. Since I've stepped into this circle, I have to be prepared to bear everything that comes with it." Of course I know that. But didn't you notice that the reporter intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Drew's age? You have to know that Drew is only 13 years old. According to California law, Julia gloated as she raised 3 fingers. At least 3 years, even if the girl is willing. Eric obviously saw the intention of the tabloid reporter. These tabloids always liked to fan the flames for sales. However, Eric wasn't worried about this. Instead, there was something else that would be troublesome. Now that there was such a shocking piece of gossip, coupled with the fact that it was already December's prime time, the film companies that had been badly squeezed by Home Alone and Back to 17 would definitely see this as an excellent opportunity to suppress the box office of the 2 movies. Seeing that Eric didn't say anything, Julia naturally thought that Eric was guilty. For a moment, she actually felt a little smug. Okay, don't be smug. It's as if you'll be better off if I'm unlucky. Wash the dishes after breakfast. I have something to do, so I'll go out first. Eric hurriedly finished eating, picked up his jacket, and said to Julia, "By the way, if I were you, I'd better quit my job at the restaurant and stay at home obediently for the next few days." Julia protested, "Why, you can't restrict my personal freedom." Eric pointed at the newspaper on the coffee table. "Because you'll appear on it tomorrow." Ah. Julia didn't know what to do for a moment. "Eric, good morning." Eric had just gotten out of the car when he saw Jeffrey Hansen waiting at the entrance of an agency they had agreed to meet in Burbank. "Good morning, Jeffrey. Let's go in." Jeffrey pulled Eric and said, "Eric, don't be in a hurry. I have something to talk to you about." Jeffrey pulled Eric to a remote corner and took out a copy of LA Metropolis Daily from his bag. Eric, you're a bit too much. Although I've only met her a few times, I think and is a good girl. You shouldn't hurt her. More importantly, even if you're looking for a woman, it shouldn't be Drew. She's only 13 years old. If someone doesn't let go of this matter, you'll be ruined. Think about Roman Polanski. After what happened 11 years ago, it'll be difficult for him to return to America. Eric knew that Jeffrey was really concerned about him. He patiently listened to his nagging. When he finished, Eric patted Jeffrey's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Jeffrey. This is just a misunderstanding. Although Drew spent the night at my house the night before, nothing like that happened." Anyway, Jeffrey was still worried. "You should be careful, Eric. You've risen too quickly and your performance is too eye-catching. You've already affected the interests of many people. It's hard to say whether or not someone will use some unconventional means to deal with you. I remember seeing an idiom in the East. It's like a tree that grows too tall." Eric listened to Jeffrey's stuttering description and found it very interesting. He couldn't help but use standard Chinese to reply, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind, the pile of rocks on the shore will be swept away by the current, those who are above the masses will not be the same." What did you just say?" Jeffrey asked with a strange look in his eyes. Eric sighed. He was too lazy to explain and said casually, "This is a spell I saw in a book. When you encounter something, you can't help but recite it a few times. It can calm your mind." After being joked around by Eric, Jeffrey also felt that he was being too long-winded. He didn't want to dwell on this matter and changed the topic. "Okay, Eric, let's go in. The real estate agent I made an appointment with is already waiting for us. Gentlemen, these are the office buildings that were selected according to your needs. This one is in the Burbank area, and this one is in the Santa Monica area. Oh, this one is near Hollywood, and the price is relatively expensive." In the lobby of the real estate agency, the real estate agent named Raymond skillfully handed the documents to Eric and Jeffrey. Since they had decided to set up a new Firefly film company, they should first rent an office space for the company, which led to the current situation. The two listened to Raymond's introduction while flipping through the documents and discussing with each other. For some reason, Eric felt that Raymond's gaze towards him was a bit strange, as if he was eager to give it a try. Finally, during a break in the conversation, Raymond couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, Mr. Williams, are you the young director who filmed Home Alone?" Eric raised his eyebrows. Looking at the other party's expression, he inwardly wondered if this middle-aged man in front of him was his fan. Nodding his head, Eric straightforwardly admitted his identity, "Mr. Raymond, I am." "Is there a problem?" Raymond confirmed the doubts in his heart and continued, "It's like this, Mr. Williams. I don't know if you're interested in the Beverly Hills mansion. We just happen to have a mansion at the top of the Beverly Hills mansion. It's about 6,000 square feet and is very close to Sunset Boulevard. It's convenient for transportation and most importantly, it's very private." When he said the last few words, Raymond's expression was a bit unnatural. Obviously, the other party had read the gossip about Eric in the LA Metropolis Daily today and had the idea of promoting the mansion on the spur of the moment. It had to be said that the real estate agent grasped the timing quite well. Eric was troubled by the pervasive paparazzi, so the agent's promotion was exactly what Eric wanted. Jeffrey on the side also very appropriately said, "Eric, I also feel that you need to change your residence. With your current wealth, it's not safe for you to live alone in North Hollywood." Eric nodded and asked, "Mr. Raymond, if I'm interested, when can we go look at the house?" Raymond was overjoyed and immediately nodded. "We can do it now. The owner has given us full authority over the mansion. The key is with us." Eric wasn't in the mood to pick an office building after hearing that. He left a check for Jeffrey to decide, and then drove Raymond to Beverly Hills. Half an hour later, the two of them arrived at a mansion on Beverly Hills. "This is the place, Mr. Williams." After getting out of the car, the first thing Eric saw was a wall that was nearly 2 meters high. Dense, emerald green canopies poked out of the wall. Raymond introduced from the side, "Mr. Williams, take a look. The security of this mansion is quite good. The walls are high enough, and with the dense vegetation inside, it completely cuts off the risk of paparazzi taking pictures." Moreover, there are no street lamps around this mansion. There are 2 gates at the front and back, which is very suitable for a public figure like you. Eric nodded in satisfaction and said, Raymond, shall we go in and take a look? Oh, of course. Raymond hurriedly took out the key to open the door of the mansion, and then turned to the side to invite Eric in first. Please take a look, Mr. Williams. The main body of the mansion leans towards the modern style. It was designed by Edward Niles Design. There are 4 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, and 2 kitchens. The garage can hold 10 cars, and there is an open-air bath outside. There is a pocket-sized basketball court. Oh right, through the balcony on the 2nd floor, you can overlook the whole of Los Angeles. The scenery of Los Angeles at night is very charming. Eric listened to his agent's skillful introduction and patiently walked around the mansion that was about 600 square meters. Raymond, how much is this mansion? Raymond stared blankly for a moment before a trace of ecstasy quickly surfaced in his heart. Eric wasn't like the other buyers who kept asking all sorts of nonsensical questions. Instead, he directly asked about the price. The success rate of this business was obviously very high. The owner of this mansion had suffered losses in last year's stock market crash, so he had no choice but to put his beloved mansion up for sale. However, the other party wasn't at the end of his rope, and the price he offered was relatively high. Therefore, this mansion had been in the hands of Raymond's real estate agency for nearly half a year. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Raymond maintained his composure and said, $2 million USD, Mr. Williams. Eric's first reaction was that it was so cheap. However, he quickly remembered that it was now 1988, and not the 21st century where housing prices had risen to the point that women were forced to prostitute themselves. It seemed that Michael Jackson's Fantasy Manor, which covered an area of 11 square kilometers, was only $19.5 million US. Clearly, this mansion's price of $2 million USD was a bit expensive. Although Eric wasn't short on money right now, he wasn't a fool. He turned around and stared at the real estate agent and said, Raymond, you also know that I am very sincere in buying this mansion. Therefore, give me a realistic price. $2 million USD is obviously impossible. Raymond revealed a pained expression and said, then, $19.5 million US, and no less. $1 million. Eric stated his price. Raymond almost jumped up and shouted in astonishment, that's impossible. Right now, it wasn't popular for Chinese to buy property in North America. Therefore, this was the first time Raymond had encountered such a deranged way of haggling. As if he had received a great insult, Raymond straightened his neck and said, Mr. Williams, if you bid like this, then there's no need for us to continue discussing. Eric could see that the other party was really angry. He hurriedly laughed and said, okay, Raymond, I was just joking. But you are too insincere. It's only cheaper by $50,000 US. Although Raymond was still a bit unhappy, the other party was still a big client. If he sold this mansion, he would be able to get a large commission. Therefore, his expression quickly returned to normal and said, Mr. Eric, the owner of this mansion isn't lacking in money. Moreover, you can have someone appraise it. The entire set of luxurious custom-made furniture and other decorations will cost at least $500,000 US. Therefore, the price is very high. Originally, the other party insisted on $2 million US, but after some persuasion, they agreed to a discount of $100,000 US. Therefore, $1.9 million US is already the cheapest price. After saying this, Raymond looked as if he was waiting for Eric to make a decision. Clearly, there was no room for discussion on the price. Eric thought for a moment. He really did like this mansion. In the end, he nodded and said, Raymond, if I decide to buy it, how long will it take for me to move in? Raymond said, if you can pay the full amount, we can do our best to handle the handover procedures for you. You can move in within 3 days. And if you need a bank loan, it will take a bit longer. Sure enough, this was a country where money was omnipotent. Eric recalled a friend from his previous life bragging about his experience of buying a house in Los Angeles. It took him more than a month to settle it. In the end, Eric chose to pay the full amount. The two of them returned to Raymond's real estate agency. Eric called Edward Lewis Law Firm and had them send over a lawyer familiar with real estate business. He was only responsible for filling out a check, and the rest was left to the private lawyer to handle. Jeffrey Hansen also chose an office building in Burbank as the location for Firefly Films. Eric gave it a look and expressed his satisfaction. Just like that, the matter was settled. After a busy day, he returned home in the evening. Eric glanced around and discovered that the number of paparazzi in the vicinity had increased. These guys were obviously stimulated by the gossip from this morning and wanted to fish out some valuable news from him. With regards to these people, Eric could only helplessly pretend not to see them. After eating dinner and taking a shower, Eric wore loose home clothes and went to his bedroom. After thinking for a bit, he still decided to start writing the script for Pretty Woman. As for the Resident Evil novel that Michael Krauss had urged him to write several times, Eric directly chose to delay it. In any case, he was used to Michael Krauss's urging, and Eric also got used to it. In the following few days, Eric and Jeffrey busied themselves with setting up the film company during the day and writing the script at night. Originally, he thought that the matter with Drew and Jennifer Aniston, even if the media had ulterior motives, would be fiercely hyped up for a few days. In the end, the matter would gradually die down like other celebrity scandals. Who knew that this matter had a tendency to blow up and become more and more obvious? First, as Eric expected, the Los Angeles City paper exposed the photo of Julia leaving Eric's house again and specifically mentioned the party held by Eric at home. However, it skimmed over the participation of the cast of Home Alone and focused on the group of young and beautiful women. Then, some newspapers followed suit and found some specious news to criticize Eric's personal conduct. Eric gradually changed from an inspirational young man to a playboy who abandoned his girlfriend after becoming famous, had sex with underage girls, and indulged in extravagant party life. Perhaps Eric Williams is indeed a talented young man, but after obtaining a huge amount of wealth too easily, this young man obviously began to chop it off at an incomprehensible speed. After just abandoning his girlfriend and spending a night with Drew Barrymore, Eric Williams immediately changed to a new woman. According to the investigation, the big-mouthed beauty in the photo is the heroine of modern Cinderella. Even some entertainment gossip newspapers without a bottom line began to fabricate without any basis after they couldn't find any more news. For a time, the good public image that Eric had created was on the verge of collapse. Forks immediately reacted when they noticed that the storm was about to escalate. Back to 17-inch was still in theaters and they had just bought the overseas distribution rights of Home Alone. If they allowed Eric's image as the male lead and director to be damaged, they would obviously be the ones to suffer direct economic losses. As for Columbia, apart from continuing to fulfill the contract according to the VAM agreement, they were almost completely indifferent. Some employees in Columbia's publicity department also mentioned to their superiors that they could do public relations for Eric, but the proposal was not approved. Blunt Cohen was humiliated by Eric last time. The senior management of the publicity department even suspected that Blunt Cohen was behind the storm, so they were not willing to take the risk to stand up for Eric. News Corporation originally started as a print media company and had played a lot of tricks to increase sales by smearing public figures. Correspondingly, it was easy to deal with their own side being smeared. Soon, under the negotiation of Fox and Eric himself, the counterattack was quickly launched. While using various media to reverse Eric's image, Fox skillfully selected a few recently released actors and directors with dirty backgrounds to hype up. For a time, the North American newspapers seemed to be in a mess and the attention focused on Eric was quickly diverted. The public gradually sniffed out a hint of something unusual from these rumors. Although the media was good at manipulating people's minds, if they really blindly treated the public as fools, they would be the fools in the end. Soon, a little-known Hollywood Information Daily published a special commentary article on the front page, completely exposing the undercurrent buried under this storm. Christmas farce, it's all because of the box office, the annual movie Christmas season is coming. In the past, the film companies that used all means to promote their own works are using a series of despicable means to suppress their competitors this year. It all started with the miraculous rise of a young man named Eric Williams. After the new week's box office was released, the total box office of the two movies related to Eric Williams has exceeded $100 million, especially the low-budget comedy Home Alone. After the second week's box office rose against the trend, the third week's box office only dropped 20%, earning $23.15 million US. The 3-week total box office is close to $80 million US, directly entering the 6th place in the annual box office rankings. The momentum of a miracle is unstoppable. As we all know, the total box office and audience during the Christmas season are limited, and the major film companies will withdraw from a series of annual blockbusters. Therefore, in order to compete for the box office share, it is reasonable that Eric Williams himself has been subjected to all kinds of criticism and scandals recently. Let's not talk about Eric Williams's character for the time being, and let's not talk about the series of things that his movie stars have done that have been attacked by public opinion recently. We are just here to call on the major film companies to stay calm and return to the normal competitive track. Suppressing the opponent through abnormal means will only lead to self-inflicted consequences. The Hollywood Information article seemed to be a signal. While the major newspapers reprinted it, the bosses behind the public opinion storm who wanted to beat Eric down had to restrain themselves, because they found that Eric was no longer alone. News Corporation's quick counterattack clearly showed that Eric Williams had formed a stable interest alliance with Fox. Although some tabloids were unwilling to give up on the topic, most of the more influential newspapers tacitly stopped attacking their competitors. The storm seemed to have passed just like that. A few days later, Eric, who was chased by the paparazzi, finally moved into the mansion on the top of Beverly Hills. Closing the door tightly, Eric no longer had to look through the window and see a long line of paparazzi cars parked outside like in the North Hollywood apartment. Jeffrey Hansen looked at the high walls outside the mansion and pressed the doorbell with some envy. After a few minutes, Eric opened the door and welcomed Jeffrey Hansen in. After parking the car in front of the mansion, Jeffrey Hansen asked, "Eric, what have you been doing at home recently? You haven't been out for a few days, right?" Eric was super depressed when he mentioned this. After the procedures of Firefly film were completed, there were not many things that required him to personally appear. Plus, he was chased by the paparazzi when he went out, so Eric basically stayed at home these days. Compared to the happy life of the otaku in his previous life, this era without the internet and smartphones really made Eric, a transmigrator, crazy. Writing novels, writing scripts, watching TV. Anyway, it's very boring. In this situation, I don't even dare to go out. Last time, I just passed by a convenience store and bought a bottle of drink. The next day, the tabloids reported that I extended my claws to the supermarket cashier. Jeffrey couldn't help but laugh out loud at his misfortune. Eric led Jeffrey Hansen into the study on the second floor of the mansion. As soon as he entered, Jeffrey saw a large wooden writing board hanging on one of the walls of the study. Densely packed newspaper clippings and scribbled sheets of paper were stapled to the writing board. "What are these for?" Jeffrey asked curiously as he walked closer to take a look. "It's useless." Eric walked forward and casually tore off a newspaper clipping. He smiled and said, "I was bored at home, so I tried to analyze who was tormenting me behind the scenes from these tabloids. When I become rich in the future, I'll settle the score." Jeffrey joked. "Do you think you're Sherlock Holmes? If you can figure it out with these, then those old foxes would have wasted their time." Eric shrugged. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Because of Fox's temporary alliance of interests, he was pulled back from the brink of this storm. Compared to Michael Jackson in his previous life, who touched the interests of too many people, but was tormented alone, Eric didn't dare to ask for anything more. Putting these thoughts aside, Eric asked, "Right, Jeffrey, how are things going?" When Jeffrey heard this, he took out a large stack of documents from his briefcase with some resentment. "You're such a carefree boss. You leave everything to me. I'm already renovating the company's office building. It will take about half a month. Also, this is some information on the agency you asked me to find." "Eric, are you really going to buy an agency?" Eric took the documents and said, "Of course. You saw Stuart Runkle's situation. CAA is now holding him tightly in their hands, waiting to extort money from me. I can't always train stars for others. But federal antitrust laws state that film companies can't own agencies at the same time." Eric flipped through the documents in his hands and replied, "Of course I know that. I don't plan to merge the two companies. In my vision, the film company and the agency are completely independent. There won't be any legal problems. Forget it, you do it yourself. Right, is the script for the new movie ready? Eric found a stack of manuscripts on the desk full of newspapers and handed them to Jeffrey. It's done. Take a look first. After carefully reading the script of Pretty Woman, Jeffrey said with some doubt, Eric, I still think that this story is too perfect. It's like a fairy tale about a prince and Cinderella. Do you think the audience will like a fairy tale about a prostitute? Even famous literary works like Ball of Suet and La Traviata all have tragic endings. Eric thought to himself, what I want to write is a perfect fairy tale. The original script of Pretty Woman was actually a black drama called 3000. It reflected the living conditions of prostitutes in Los Angeles through a $3,000 sex transaction between the male and female leads. But during the filming process, because of the sufficient budget, the director and producer repeatedly changed the script, and in the end, it became a romantic comedy. The most surprising thing was that this movie, which was changed beyond recognition, actually received $170 million at the North American box office. This made many male and female stars who refused to act in the original script beat their chests and stomp their feet. At the same time, it also made Julia Roberts famous. In the beginning of the movie, the scene of the prostitute in the alley was filmed according to the original script. Therefore, when the audience in his previous life thought about it after watching the entire movie, they would realize that the scene was incompatible with the romantic style of the movie. Jeffrey, let's not talk about other things for now. What do you think of Vivian's image in the script? After all, it was only a written description, and it wasn't shown on screen. Therefore, Jeffrey pondered for a while before saying, her personality is straightforward and cheerful. She's a bit vulgar, but it's natural. Even if she's a prostitute, she still has her own perseverance. Eric patiently listened to Jeffrey's long list of thoughts before saying, Jeffrey, maybe you didn't notice, but when you were describing Vivian, the corners of your mouth were curled up. This means that you don't hate this prostitute at all. You even like her a bit. Jeffrey only subconsciously expressed his feelings towards Vivian, and didn't notice the details that Eric said, this. I do? Eric nodded and said affirmatively, of course. Since you don't hate Vivian, the audience will definitely like this girl after the movie is filmed. Jeffrey nodded, but soon raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. What do you mean you don't even hate me? Am I a harsh person in your eyes? Eric quickly denied, of course not, you're just a little long-winded. Eric smiled and patted Jeffrey's shoulder. Don't be depressed. Old people tend to be long-winded, so don't take it to heart. Jeffrey gloomily glared at Eric. Alright, you're the boss, and it's been proven that your foresight is much better than mine. Since you've already decided, when should we start preparing? Of course, the sooner the better. It would be best if we could complete the preparation and casting work before Christmas and start filming immediately after the new year. This movie is very suitable to be released during Valentine's Day. Jeffrey lowered his head and calculated the time. Valentine's Day is indeed very suitable for this movie. However, Eric, isn't it a little too rushed? Home Alone hasn't even been released at that time. Eric shook his head. Jeffrey, you've also seen the speed at which I produced Home Alone. So, Charming Lady will take more than a month. We can negotiate with Fox and start the publicity work during post-production. Then, when should we start casting? Do you have a plan? Eric said, I decided to use Richard Gere for the male lead. My first choice for the female lead is Sophie Marceau. Jeffrey, I need you to help me find Sophie Marceau's contact information and send her an invitation. If she doesn't agree, we'll use Julia Roberts. As for the other supporting roles, we'll talk about it after we acquire the management company. Some of the supporting roles in the movie are quite outstanding. We can't let outsiders take advantage of them. Eric, Sophie Marceau, Sophie Marceau. Is this how you're going to fight? She's that French actress, right? Of course, it's the one who acted in First Kiss. Sophie Marceau's image is very compatible with Vivian's. I just don't know if she'll accept the invitation. After all, you should have heard some things about her. Alright, I'll send out the invitation as soon as possible. If she refuses, Eric, I think Meg Ryan is also not bad. As for Julia Roberts, she's the waitress who appeared at your house that night. She looks a little. Isn't it a little inappropriate? In his memory, Meg Ryan belonged to the generation of American sweethearts before Jennifer Aniston. Eric recalled some of her movies, such as the famous Sleepless in Seattle. Her image was indeed not bad. However, since he had already decided to make Julia famous, and with the factors from his previous life, Eric certainly wouldn't give the opportunity to others. Jeffrey, trust me. It's decided. I have my own reasons for choosing Julia Roberts. Oh right, contact the boss of this SID agency, Capel SID, as soon as possible. Jeffrey took a page of information from Eric and looked at it. Eric, Capel SID is indeed very capable. I heard that he single-handedly handled a few A-level projects in CAA 2 years ago. However, he had a conflict with Michael Ovitz and was kicked out by CAA. CAA has a lot of power in the entertainment industry now. It's better if we don't deliberately anger Michael Ovitz. Eric sneered in his heart. He had always been unhappy that CAA signed Stuart Runkle so quickly. Although Michael Ovitz was now called the most powerful person in Hollywood by some media, CAA could only be powerful for another 5 or 6 years. In the second half of the 90s, CAA would still monopolize a lot of star resources, but in front of the gradually forming media companies, it wouldn't be as powerful as before. Moreover, compared to CAA, it was still a small fry. It didn't matter if he offended it or not. Although CAA monopolized a lot of superstars, Eric was confident that he could create a superstar himself. Then it's decided, Jeffrey. We're still small fry. CAA can't be bothered with us. Jeffrey shrugged helplessly. Okay, as you wish. After persuading Jeffrey to stay for lunch, Eric was about to go to the study to write Resident Evil. Suddenly, the phone in the living room rang. Hello, is this William's house? Eric picked up the phone but slightly moved the receiver away from his ear. He had already received a few harassment calls in the past few days. One guy even started cursing as soon as he picked up. It was so loud that Eric's eardrums were a bit numb. Eric even considered changing his number. The other person was silent for a while. Eric thought it was another harassment call. Just as he was about to hang up, a voice came from the receiver. Hello, Eric. When Eric heard that familiar voice, he leaned against the sofa with the phone in his hand. Hi, Anne. I've been wanting to explain what happened that morning. There's nothing going on between me and Drew. I was dead drunk that night. It was purely that girl, Drew, who was messing around. This has nothing to do with me. We've already broken up? In an apartment building in Manhattan, Jennifer Aniston was stuttering as she listened to Eric's hurried explanation. It was obvious that she was struggling in her heart. At the same time, she was a bit resentful of the slow guy on the other end of the line. On the third day of her arrival in New York, Drew somehow found her contact information and explained the situation to her. As for that despicable guy on the other end of the line, he didn't come to find her or contact her for so many days. If it wasn't for an important matter today, Jennifer Aniston swore that she wouldn't take the initiative to contact that bastard for the rest of her life. If Eric knew what Jennifer Aniston was thinking, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. Ever since that day, a series of things happened one after another. Eric was mentally and physically exhausted. Even now, he didn't dare to casually go out. How could he have the energy to deal with this matter, Chi-Dian? Com welcomes readers to visit and read our latest, fastest, and hottest serialized works on Chi-Dian Originals. Eric said firmly, and I won't break up with you. Can you tell me your address in New York? I'll visit you on Christmas Day. Don't even think about it. Jennifer Aniston refused with a straight face. At the same time, she couldn't help but think, can't you find her yourself? Even Drew Barrymore could find her. Don't you have a new girlfriend? That big-mouthed girl? You mean Julia? She has good potential. I'm going to open a management company and want to sign her. Jennifer Aniston glanced at the tabloid on the table not far away with dissatisfaction. Do all the actresses in your management company have to sleep with you? I've also worn that shirt before, you bastard. After hesitating for a few seconds, Eric said softly, I'm sorry, Anne. Can you forgive me? I promise I won't do it again. Hearing the rare weakness in Eric's voice, Jennifer Aniston's voice softened. Eric, I think the distance between us is too far. The more time I spend with you, the more I realize that you're a drifting person. I don't want to feel insecure all the time. And I just bought a villa in Beverly Hills, but you don't have a home in your heart, Eric. Maybe it's just my imagination. I feel like you're just a passerby who suddenly barged into this world. When I'm with you, sometimes I can't help but worry that you'll suddenly disappear. The two of them clearly fell into a short silence at the same time. Eric, I called you today to tell you that I received an anonymous letter this morning. He wanted to meet me to talk about you. I saw that the address was in a public place in Central Park. It wasn't dangerous, so I went to meet him out of curiosity. That stranger asked me about you and me, and then asked me about what happened that morning. I didn't say anything, but that guy might have noticed something, and then he asked me if I was willing to testify against you and Drew. He even said that if this matter was successful, he would give me a sum of money, but I refused. Eric listened quietly to Jennifer Aniston's narration. His lips were tightly pursed. When Jennifer Aniston was done, Eric casually said, "And, thank you for telling me all this. You still love me, right?" You. Anne's heart raced a few times, and her voice became a lot louder. Why are you still in the mood to talk about these things? Don't you understand, Eric? Someone wants to send you to prison. I specifically investigated Roman Polanski's case. There was indeed conclusive evidence that he had a relationship with that girl, but there were also people who wanted to target him and sentence him to life imprisonment. That was why he had no choice but to flee the United States. And I understand. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. After hanging up the phone, Eric sat quietly on the sofa and pondered for a long time. Although Home Alone had squeezed the box office of many movie companies, this was a normal business practice. Although many people would hate him, the most drastic method was the same as a few days ago, using the media to smear his name to suppress the box office of his movie. Moreover, after Fox's fierce counterattack, the other party quickly gave up after realizing that they couldn't do anything. Eric thought about it and could only think of one person who would hate him to the point of wanting to send him to prison, Blunt Cohen. Because of the VAM controversy, Blunt Cohen had been forced to apologize to him in public. For a person who had been in a high position for a long time, admitting defeat to a young boy who was about the same age as his grandson was definitely a disgrace. In addition, this person was not very broad-minded, so he was the most suspicious. However, it wasn't impossible for there to be other possibilities. Everyone knew that the human heart was the most unpredictable thing in the world. Even during this period of time, there were people who didn't like Eric and just happened to have the ability to do so. It wasn't impossible for them to take advantage of the situation to disgust him. Although he wasn't too worried, Eric still dialed Edward Lewis's number. More than half an hour later, the private lawyer came to Eric's house. Eric told him about what Jennifer Aniston had told him. The two discussed for a long time. Edward Lewis personally took notes and asked a lot of details. More than 2 hours later, Edward Lewis closed the notebook and asked with a solemn expression, "Eric, I want to confirm one last time. Can you guarantee that you didn't have sex with Miss Drew Barrymore that day? You have to know that yes and no need to prepare two completely different plans. If you didn't tell the truth, we are likely to be caught off guard by our opponents." Eric carefully recalled the situation at that time and said with certainty, "Absolutely not. Although we were in the same bed that day, the sheets were very clean. There were no traces of sex afterward. After that, Drew personally admitted that we didn't have sex. Then I have no other questions. Eric, don't worry. I will prepare a response plan immediately when I go back. You don't have to worry about this matter at all. Although the public opinion is still somewhat unfavorable to you, in the absence of facts, even if someone wants to falsely accuse you, there is no possibility of success." Eric finally felt relieved. After sending Edward Lewis away, he suddenly remembered that when the storm had just started a few days ago, although Drew couldn't come to his house anymore, she would call him from time to time to say a few words. There was suddenly no news from her these 2 days. After calling Drew's house several times, no one answered. Eric had a bad feeling in his heart. He wasn't worried that Drew would team up with those people to frame him, but it was hard to say what Drew's greedy and not-so-smart mother would do. On the second floor of an apartment in Culver City, Los Angeles, Drew, who was locked in a room and watching TV, listened to the continuous ringing of the phone in the living room. She was a little irritated. Although Eric had never taken the initiative to contact her before, her sixth sense told her that the phone was probably Eric. In the past few days, Etiko Gide, who didn't care much about her, suddenly seemed to have a conscience and became a responsible mother. Using the storm in the media as an excuse, she grounded Drew in the room and didn't even allow her to make a phone call. Of course, Drew didn't agree. After arguing for a while, the mother and daughter almost came to blows. In the end, with her small arms and legs, Drew couldn't persuade Etiko Gide and was locked in the room. Moreover, Drew also sensed that someone was plotting something with her mother. Last night, she accidentally heard her mother whispering to someone on the other end of the phone in the living room for a long time. In the past, Etiko had never gone behind her back when she was on the phone. She wouldn't even lower her voice when flirting with some men on the phone. No, something must have happened. Drew turned off the TV and muttered to herself for a while. She walked around the room a few times uneasily. Looking at the time, her mother should be back soon. Drew felt that she couldn't wait any longer. After thinking about it, she found a few sheets in the closet and tied them together to make a 3 to 4 meter long rope. She tied it to the bed leg, tested the strength, opened the window, and carefully climbed down the rope. When she was about to hit the ground, the knot suddenly broke, and Drew fell from a height of 1 meter to the ground. She groaned in pain. Ignoring the bruises on her knees, Drew limped out of the yard and called a taxi to Eric's house. The taxi stopped in front of Eric's villa, and Drew paid the driver and got off. The driver, who looked a little like Jordan, glanced at the bruise on Drew's knee and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Barrymore, do you need my help?" Drew shook her head. "Thank you, but it's fine." With that, he limped forward and rang the doorbell. The driver couldn't help but look at the high wall. Because the tabloids had been crazy recently, and there were several paparazzi's cars parked not far away, he quickly remembered that this was Eric Williams's house. However, that had nothing to do with a taxi driver like him. He shrugged and drove away. Hearing the familiar voice from the walkie-talkie, Drew finally felt the pain in her knee and wanted to cry. Only in front of Eric did she have the chance to act like a soft little girl, because he was the only one who cared about her. "Eric, it's me," Drew said into the walkie-talkie. "Drew, wait a moment. I'll be right there." After a while, the door opened. Seeing Drew in a sorry state, Eric hurriedly let the girl in and closed the door. He asked with concern, "Drew, what's wrong with you? How did your leg get hurt like this?" Drew sounded a little aggrieved. "I don't know what's wrong with my mother. She locked me in the house and wouldn't let me out. I could only climb down from the second floor and fell." Eric quickly figured out that Drew's mother was really crazy, but he wasn't in a hurry to say it. He crouched down and examined the girl, only to find that there were some bruises and scratches on the surface. "Let's go inside. I'll treat it for you." Drew grunted softly and couldn't help but pull Eric's sleeve as she limped forward. Eric glanced at the girl's appearance and sighed softly. He bent over and picked up the girl, walking towards the villa. On the sofa in the living room, Eric found a first aid kit and cleaned Drew's wound. He didn't stop talking. "Don't do this again. It's very dangerous. Fortunately, it's only a minor injury this time. Although your mother..." Eric suddenly didn't know how to evaluate Drew's mother. He could only vaguely skip over the topic and continue, "She won't do anything to you." Drew stretched out his legs and allowed Eric to work on it. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Eric, did something happen?" Eric paused in his action of wrapping the bandage and said, "You can tell?" Drew nodded. "I feel that my mother has been strange these days. Not only did she secretly make phone calls behind my back, but she also locked me in the room abnormally, saying that it was for my own good. It's not like the newspapers haven't reported about me taking drugs and drinking before, but she never did that." Eric tied a knot on the bandage on Drew's knee and put it back in the first aid kit. "I don't know how to explain this to you." Drew didn't say anything. She looked at Eric with some uneasiness and quietly waited for him to continue. She clearly understood that this matter was caused by her. At noon, and called me from New York. She said that someone wanted her to testify against me, that I had sex with you. Drew was a smart person. With just one sentence from Eric, she quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Drew stood up with a whoosh. Her face was filled with sadness and anger. Her voice was a little hysterical. It's her, it must be her. I was wondering why she was acting so sneakily these days. She even locked me in the house and said that it was for my own good. When has she ever really been for my own good? I want to cut off my mother-daughter relationship with her. This be *tch, Drew, don't be like this. Eric's Asian mindset made him quickly stop Drew from saying more vicious words. Girl, no matter what other people say about your mother, you can't scold her. Although she's not very qualified, she's still your mother. Seeing Eric's serious expression, Drew knew that if she really scolded him, he would definitely be angry. Although when she quarreled with her mother at home, both sides could spew out all kinds of profanities. But since Eric felt that something was wrong, then it must be wrong. I'm sorry, Eric. The girl weakly apologized. Okay, Drew. Eric gently pulled the girl into his arms and hugged her. Actually, there must be someone else behind this. Otherwise, your mother definitely wouldn't do this. Because sending me to prison won't do her much good. I'm sorry, Eric, she must have received money. She has already squandered my salary from back to 17. Is there anything I can do for you? Don't apologize, Drew. This has nothing to do with you. I've already asked Edward to make some preparations. You don't have to get involved in this anymore. You're still young. The two chatted for a while. Eric looked at the sky outside. The setting sun burned half of the sky red. Drew, you rest for a while. I'll go make dinner. What do you want to eat? Pizza, steak, spaghetti. Drew didn't have any intention of being polite. She wanted to continue, but Eric knocked on her head. I can't make any of those. I'll just order takeout. Also, if you keep eating these things, aren't you afraid that you'll become a fat girl in the future? I'm not afraid. Don't you like fat girls? Drew giggled. Eric had just picked up the phone when the doorbell rang. Eric took the opportunity to pass the phone to Drew. You call, I'll go take a look. Drew agreed and took the phone. She flipped open the thick phone book next to her and looked for the number of the takeout restaurant. Eric walked to the door and spoke into the phone. A man's voice came from the other side. Mr. Williams, I'm an LAPD officer. Opening the door, a fat white police officer and a woman in her 30s were standing outside. Just by looking at her appearance, Eric roughly guessed her identity, because this woman looked very similar to Drew. The white police officer's face was filled with obvious reluctance. Although the young man in front of him was young, his reputation wasn't very good recently. But after all, he was a person of high status. He really didn't want to get involved in this kind of *T, but he couldn't refuse the woman beside him. Otherwise, he would be reported. Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Matt Bryson. The white police officer reached out and shook Eric's hand. Then, he said somewhat awkwardly, this is Ms. Ediko Gianmarco. She said that you abducted her daughter. Eric frowned and sharply looked at Ediko. The woman in front of him saw Eric looking over and slightly raised her head. She wanted to show off a bit of arrogance, but under Eric's slightly oppressive aura, her eyes slightly flickered. Maybe it was because she herself wasn't sure if Drew was with Eric, so she didn't seem confident. Drew is with me, but I didn't abduct her. She came here on her own. Ms. Ediko, I think we need to talk. Ediko saw that Eric unexpectedly took the initiative to admit it. Her aura was like a deflated balloon that was instantly inflated. What else is there to talk about? Hurry up and hand over my daughter. I want to take her back. Eric's face darkened and said, Ms. Gianmarco, please watch your words. Right now, there is a police officer here. Just based on what you said, I can sue you for slander, and the evidence is conclusive. You. Ediko's neck shrunk a bit. She looked at the police officer next to her with a pleading look. Eric took the initiative to speak to the police officer. Mr. Bryson, I'll have to trouble you to come here personally. The matter isn't as serious as Ms. Marco said. Drew and I are good friends. It's normal for her to come to my house in the afternoon, isn't it? Maybe Ms. Ediko's reaction was a bit too extreme. So, if there's nothing else, you can leave. We can talk about it in private. Matt Bryson also didn't like the woman beside him. After hearing Eric's words, he went along with it and said, then that's it. Mr. Williams, Ms. Marco, I'll take my leave first. Mr. Bryson, you can't do this. Ediko obviously didn't want to face Eric alone. She went up to Matt Bryson and continued to pester him. Matt Bryson shook off Ediko's hand and said, Ms. Marco, the matter is very clear. Your daughter came to Mr. Williams' house to play. If you continue to pester him, I'll sue you for obstructing official business. Watching Matt Bryson drive away in the police car, Ediko lost her biggest support. She didn't have the confidence to face Eric again. Although Eric was just a young man who had just come of age, no matter what society, wealth, status, and other factors would bring about a natural sense of oppression. Although Ediko had a child star daughter, she could barely be considered a middle-class woman. Plus, she had experience as a small actress. When facing a new director like Eric, she unconsciously felt inferior. Please come in, Madame Marco. Eric led Edith in with an expressionless face. He closed the door and walked straight into the mansion. Edith quickened her steps and followed behind Eric. Her eyes couldn't help but look around the mansion. When she saw the luxurious modern mansion, her eyes were filled with envy. Although Drew was very famous, there weren't many roles that suited her due to her age. After acting in E.T., she had only acted in 4 or 5 movies. Moreover, the pay wasn't high. The money she earned wasn't enough for Edith to squander, let alone buy such a luxurious mansion. In the past 2 years, her daughter's self-awareness had become stronger and stronger. Their relationship had also worsened. Edith knew that it would be harder and harder to rely on her daughter to make money. Therefore, when someone tried to ask her to sue Eric, Edith only thought about it for a moment before agreeing. The other party promised her that as long as she signed the lawsuit in the name of Drew's guardian, she would receive a sum of money. She wouldn't even have to appear in court and everything would be handed over to a lawyer. This was a good thing that practically fell from the sky. How could the greedy Edith let it go? When she pushed open the door and walked into the living room of the mansion, Drew, who was sitting on the sofa, turned her head. The smile on her face quickly melted like snow on a stove when she saw her mother. Her expression quickly changed a few times. In the end, Drew couldn't hold back the anger in her heart. She stood up, grabbed a pillow, and threw it at Edith. At the same time, she screamed, "What are you doing here?" The pillow missed its target. Eric quickly grabbed it and held it in his hand. He glared at Drew and said, "Drew, don't mess around." Although Edith didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Eric, she didn't have so many scruples in front of her daughter. She scolded, "You little bastard, how dare you throw things at me? Look at you now. I'm your mother. Of course, I'm here to take you home." How ironic. Drew waved his hand and pointed at Edith. "In the past, I didn't return home at night so many times. I even got drunk once. It was the police who picked me up from the roadside in the middle of the night and sent me home. Why didn't you come to find me then? Now you think you're my mother?" "Huh, what a joke." Eddie retorted, "Isn't that because you didn't listen? If you had stayed at home obediently, would that have happened? Also, what's going on at home? Don't you know that you've ruined a few of our hospital bills? Don't they cost money? Come back with me. I'll deal with you when we get home." Edith said as he walked forward to pull Drew away. Eric frowned when he heard Edith's words. The white bandage on Drew's knee was so obvious, yet Edith ignored it. Instead, he fussed over a few wounds. This made Eric feel a deep sense of disgust. Drew walked around the sofa, dodging her mother's hand, and shouted, "Don't even think about it. I won't go back with you. I already know what you're going to do. I love Eric, but you're framing him with others for money. I'll never forgive you. I'm going to break off our mother-daughter relationship." "You? What nonsense are you talking about?" Edith, who was suddenly exposed, was stunned. He looked at Eric guiltily and didn't know what to do. Drew looked at her stunned mother and sneered, "What's wrong? Are you feeling guilty now that I've exposed you? Let's not talk about the fact that Eric and I didn't have sex. Even if we did, I won't admit it. If you dare to sue Eric, I'll prove it you're framing him. You can just wait to go to jail." Seeing that Drew was about to say something even worse, Eric quickly stopped her and said, "That's enough. Drew, go upstairs first. I want to talk to your mother alone." Drew glared at Edic and snorted again. She turned around and walked up the stairs. "Please take a seat, Madame Marco. Let's talk." Eric put the pillow back on the sofa and sat down. Edic lowered her head slightly and sat across from Eric. After hearing her daughter's words, she suddenly felt that the money wasn't that easy to get. Originally, Edic thought that Drew's relationship with Eric would be the same as Drew's bad friends. When the time came, all he needed to do was to persuade Drew, and with the lure of money, Drew would agree to testify against Eric. But Drew's reaction just now made Edic realize that his daughter had fallen in love with the man in front of him, and she was unable to extricate herself from him. In the past, when the mother and daughter quarreled, Drew had never said anything as harsh as breaking off their mother-daughter relationship. More importantly, even if she sued Eric and lost the case, Edic didn't think that she would lose anything. However, Drew just said that she was going to testify against Eric. This crime could be light or heavy, but with this young man's wealth and status, would he let her go so easily? Thinking of this, Edic couldn't help but shiver. Seeing that Edic was in a dilemma, Eric sneered and asked, "Then, Madame Marco, you heard what Drew just said. Are you still going to do this?" Edic was silent. "Okay, I'll say it. Maybe the other party gave you a sum of money, but I'm not that easy to bully. Just like what Drew said, this is a false accusation. I can turn around and send you to prison. The people who instigated you to do this stupid thing will definitely abandon you. After that, Drew will become an adult. Because of resentment, she might cut off your relationship with her. Do you know what this means?" On the other side, Edic nodded subconsciously, but then he quickly shook his head. Eric continued, "This means that your most important source of income will be completely cut off. From what I know, you don't have any means to make a living. It's very likely that you'll spend the rest of your life in poverty. You might even end up in the slums of Los Angeles." Edic thought of that terrifying scene and refuted, "No, that's impossible. She can't do that to me. I raised her." "So what? After all these years, did Drew not make enough money for you? She doesn't owe you anything. Even if you spread this to the media, with what you've done, not many people will sympathize with you." Edic was speechless again. Eric let her calm down for a while before asking, "Did you take their money?" Edic shook her head weakly. "They said that they would only give me the money after I signed the lawsuit." Eric nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. Everything can still be salvaged. So now, I'll give you another choice. Go back and immediately reject those people. I'll give you a sum of money first, but you have to promise not to disturb Drew in the future. I'll find her a manager to take care of her life. When Drew becomes an adult, I'll convince her to give you a sum of alimony every year. It'll be enough for you to live a decent middle-class life." After Eric finished speaking, he took out a checkbook. After filling in the amount, he pushed it in front of Edic. Edic looked up and glanced at the amount on the check. Her eyes flashed with greed. She reached out her hand, but quickly withdrew it. Greed was not enough. "Mr. Williams, isn't 1 million too little?" Eric snorted. "It is indeed a little. Maybe I should change it to a check for 500,000. Edic quickly grabbed the check and put it in her pocket. "Okay, since you've already made your choice, then I have a few more things to say. First, you can't use Drew's name to make money anymore. You can't reveal Drew's private life to reporters, you can't go on TV, and you can't write a book about Drew. I'll get my private lawyer to draft a legally binding contract. If you break the contract, then everything I've said today will no longer count. Also, you have to spit out all the money you've received." Edic quickly calculated the pros and cons. The things Eric said didn't seem to bring her much money, so she quickly nodded. "Then, Ms. Edic, you can leave now. I'll get my lawyer to draft the contract as soon as possible. Edic smiled and said his goodbyes. He didn't pay any more attention to Drew and hurriedly left. After sending Edic off, Lu Zhou returned to the living room. Drew had already come downstairs. When she saw Eric, she rushed over with a little excitement on her face. She rubbed against Eric and said, "Eric, you're so generous." 1 million. Eric rubbed Drew's head and smiled. "You're still yourself. But remember, girl, you owe me 1 million USD. You'll have to pay it back in the future." Drew shamelessly said, "I'm not paying it back. I've decided to use myself as collateral." Eric knocked Drew's head. "Don't talk nonsense. Did you call for takeout just now?" "I did." Drew said, "Eric, why did you ask me to give her a sum of money every year? I don't want to care about her. It's better if she dies from poverty." Eric sighed and rubbed the girl's head. Drew was only 13 or 14 years old after all. It was inevitable that her thoughts were a little extreme. She didn't understand that there was only one set of rules in the world. She couldn't just do whatever she wanted. In Lu Zhou's previous life, even though Drew had cut ties with her father, she would still give him a sum of money every year. Drew was mature at that time. "You'll understand in the future, Drew. This is a type of fate. In a person's life, there are a lot of things that can't be avoided." Drew nodded. She didn't fully understand, but she quickly became excited. "Eric, can I live in your house in the future?" Eric shook his head. "Drew, it's time for you to go back to school. I'm going to choose a boarding school for you. After so many things have happened, how long has it been since you went to class?" "No, Eric. My head hurts when I see books. Can I continue to make movies?" "No," Eric refused. "You have to at least finish high school. Whether you like it or not, it's an experience. Also, you're at an awkward age now. There aren't many movies that are suitable for you." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Drew quickly followed Eric's arrangement. At the same time, she was thinking about how she could skip classes. The takeout arrived quickly. By the time they finished dinner, the sky was completely dark. After watching TV on the sofa for a while, Eric took Drew upstairs to prepare a bedroom for her. "Eric, I want to sleep with you." Drew pouted and took the quilt that Eric took out from the cupboard and hugged it in his arms. Eric patted a pillow and said, "Stop messing around, Drew. You don't want me to get into trouble again, right? But this is your house. Who would know? You forgot what happened last time so quickly. If you didn't mess around, there wouldn't be so much trouble." "Okay, come with me." Drew reluctantly followed Eric to a spare bedroom. "Here, there's hot water in the bathroom. Oh, I forgot you can't shower. That's it. Sleep early." After explaining, Eric left Drew's bedroom and walked to the study room. After writing a few pages of the Resident Evil novel, Eric stretched and took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer. He walked to the balcony and looked up. All of Los Angeles was shrouded in bright lights. He sat down on a deck chair on the balcony and lit a cigarette. Eric leaned back in the chair and inexplicably remembered what Jennifer Aniston said on the phone at noon. "Do I really look like a passerby?" There was a slight noise behind him. He turned around and saw Drew, who was wearing one of Eric's oversized t-shirts. She tiptoed and quietly walked over like a cat. When Eric saw her, she stuck out her tongue cutely. "Eric, I can't sleep." Drew came over and pushed Eric to the other side of the spacious deck chair. She then laid down and rested her head on Eric's arm. She grabbed the cigarette from Eric's hand and skillfully took a puff. She blew a smoke bubble and frowned slightly before giving the cigarette back to Eric. "It doesn't smell like that, okay?" Eric played with the cigarette and asked with a smile. "Of course," Drew replied matter-of-factly. "Don't touch those things in the future," Eric patted the girl's shoulder. Okay, the nights in Los Angeles were very cold during this season. Eric was fine, but Drew was only wearing a t-shirt and her legs were bare. Eric took 2 more puffs and threw the cigarette into the trash can. He turned around and pulled out a blanket from the side to cover the two of them. "Eric, what were you thinking?" Drew tilted her head and asked curiously. Eric carefully covered Drew and said, I was thinking about Anne. Where she is in New York. Actually. Drew hesitated and said, I know. Yeah? Didn't I promise you that I would explain to Jennifer Aniston what happened that day? I asked some people and got her contact information. She lives in Manhattan now. I don't remember the specific address, but I wrote it down on a piece of paper. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Eric smiled and said, Why are you giving it to me? I want to make you happy. Good girl. Drew took advantage of the opportunity and said, Is there a reward? Shouldn't you at least give me a kiss? As he spoke, he moved his tender face closer. Eric kissed Drew's face gently. Eric, can you sing? Can you sing a song for me? Eric didn't refuse. He patted Drew's shoulder and said, Good cat, warm cat, little fluffy ball, I don't want to listen to children's songs. Drew smiled and scratched Eric. She suddenly thought of something and got out of the blanket and walked into the house. After a while, she came back with a wooden guitar in her hand. This thing is hanging on the wall of my bedroom. Eric, can you play the guitar? Eric took it and tried a few tunes. No, this was left by the previous owner. Try it. I want to hear it. Drew acted coquettishly and got back into the blanket again. Eric had to sit up and put the guitar on his lap. He tried to strum a few times. Looking at the brilliant lights at the foot of Beverly Hills, he thought for a few seconds and said softly on the window of the Boeing 727, Your tearful eyes are reflected. Overlooking the city, everything was so faint that it was almost invisible. When the setting sun turns Hell's Kitchen into heaven. You turn your face away. I lift a strand of messy hair beside your ear. I say, everything will be fine. As long as we are together, forever and ever. As long as we are together, forever and ever. Eric had already forgotten some of the guitar skills he learned in college. He just played according to his feelings. His slightly hoarse voice drifted in the night wind, creating an inexplicable feeling. After the song, Drew narrowed her eyes and savored the aftertaste for a while. Then she said, Eric, will we be together forever? Putting the guitar aside, Eric lay back down again. Jennifer Aniston's words appeared in his mind. He thought about his experience of inexplicably coming to this world after drinking. Who knows, maybe when I wake up, I'll be dead. Drew pulled Eric's arm over and used it as a pillow. She gently rubbed against it and said, If you die, I'll be with you. Eric smiled and said, Then that's romantic. According to the Western tradition, maybe our story will be made into a poignant love story. Then it will be arranged into a play like Eric and Drew. Year after year, it will be performed in the theater. But if it is in the Eastern story, we will be a pair of unyielding man and woman courageously pursuing love. In the end, we will turn into a pair of butterflies, flying together. The infatuated man and the resentful woman will cry over our story again and again. The old-fashioned parents will teach their rebellious children, if you dare to mess around, be careful of turning into butterflies. Haha. Drew chuckled and said, Eric, after hearing you say that, I can't help but want to kill you and then kill myself. That way, in people's stories, we can be together forever. Eric knocked Drew's head and said, If you really do that, our story will most likely become a bizarre murder case in the police archives. Drew as usual rubbed his head in protest. The two of them quietly leaned against each other for a while. The girl once again tried to find something to talk about. Eric, what is your dream? Why are you suddenly asking this? I'm just curious. Tell me. Eric changed his posture and said, I don't like the word dream. I like to use the word dream. Dreams are always boundless, but ideals have to be grounded. Then what is your dream? My dream. Eric muttered to himself for a while and said in a very unpleasant manner, dating a bunch of female stars, giving birth to a bunch of child stars, and becoming a legend in the film industry. Does that count? Drew raised his head and lightly hammered Eric's arm with the back of his head. He laughed and said, How vulgar. Okay, it's late. Go to sleep. How about sleeping here? You'll catch a cold. Then carry me back. Drew raised her arms and wrapped them around Eric's neck. Eric helplessly stood up and reached out to carry Drew. Just as he straightened his back, he suddenly seemed to lose all his strength and sank down. He said, "Ah, you're so heavy. I'm old. I can't carry you anymore. You're so annoying." Drew, who was startled, laughed and hit Eric. However, she tightly held on to Eric's neck and refused to let go. Eric had no choice but to carry the girl to her bedroom. "What? That woman suddenly refused? Didn't you tell me that you had already reached an agreement?" In a villa in Malibu, Blunt Cohen had just woken up when an assistant came to visit him in a hurry. At the same time, he brought bad news. "Mr. Cohen, we had indeed reached an agreement at the beginning. However, when we contacted her last night, that woman suddenly went back on her word." Blunt Cohen's good mood for the day was completely ruined. He frowned. Did she think that the money was too little and that she could have increased it? The assistant shook his head. "No, I also tried to sound her out. The other party rejected me very thoroughly. I think it might be because she had reached another agreement with Eric Williams in private." As the assistant spoke, he took out a newspaper and handed it to Blunt Cohen. Blunt Cohen only glanced at it. The newspaper had pictures of Drew Barrymore and his mother, Edith, appearing separately at the entrance of Eric's mansion. Blunt Cohen didn't read the content. He couldn't be bothered with the paparazzi's nonsense. He threw the newspaper on the table and muttered to himself for a while. "You weren't recognized when you were in contact with the other party, right? If Drew's mother had reached an agreement with Eric, that woman would very likely reveal information about the person who had instigated her to do those things." Blunt Cohen knew that he wasn't a broad-minded person, but at the same time, he also knew that Eric Williams wasn't easy to get along with. If his scheme was discovered by the other party, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? He wasn't going to treat Eric like an ordinary teenager anymore. The assistant hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not, Mr. Cohen. I didn't have any direct contact with the other party. Furthermore, the person I found was very well spoken. He definitely wouldn't reveal any information about us." "That's good." Blunt Cohen hesitated unwillingly for a moment before continuing. "Let's leave this matter at that for the time being." The assistant bowed and suggested in a fawning manner, "Mr. Cohen, actually, we can still use other methods. We don't have to go through Drew Barrymore's mother." Blunt Cohen waved his hand. "That's enough. I said, let's leave this matter at that for the time being." The assistant saw the displeasure on Blunt Cohen's face and quickly shut his mouth. If it had been in the past, Blunt Cohen definitely wouldn't have let the matter rest. Eric had embarrassed him greatly. If he didn't get his revenge, it would be very difficult for him to release the depression in his heart. But now, there was a more important problem bothering him. During this period of time, Japan's Sony Consortium had successfully acquired CBS Records and started to contact Coca-Cola's board of directors frequently. They wanted to continue to acquire Columbia TriStar Pictures. Due to the recent turmoil, Blunt Cohen, who had spent a great deal of effort to barely stabilize the situation, could no longer sit still. If the owner of Columbia was still Coca-Cola, with his many years of connections, he could continue to be in this position for a few more years, or even until he retired. However, if the owner of Columbia was changed to the Japanese, they would not have any relationship with him. Although Blunt Cohen was headstrong and self-opinionated, he still had some self-awareness of his own abilities. He knew that if the Japanese got their way, his fate would be obvious. Therefore, Blunt Cohen had no choice but to gather some of the forces that opposed the sale of Columbia and use various methods to prevent Coca-Cola's board of directors from approving the sale of Columbia. Blunt Cohen even had to use the box office card of The Kid in the Home, which had always been a taboo. After all, although Columbia would lose a lot of money because of the VAM, The Kid in the Home was the only good result Columbia had in the past few years. Blunt Cohen rubbed his temples and looked up to his assistant. "Oh yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Trevor from Coca-Cola's board of directors for lunch. I remember that he likes Latin beauties. Go and contact a few Latin actresses to accompany him. Remember, they must be beautiful." The assistant was obviously used to this kind of thing. He quickly nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Cohen. I will do it now." "Eric, why are you only here now? Capel Sid has been waiting for half an hour." When Eric appeared, Jeffrey Hansen couldn't help but complain. Eric said apologetically, I'm really sorry, Jeffrey. There was a traffic jam on the way. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go in. Because the film company's office building was still under renovation, Eric had to arrange to meet Capel Sid in a coffee shop to discuss the acquisition of his management company. Capel Sid was a white man in his 40s. He was as tall as many Westerners, at least 1.9 meters. He was bald and had a beard on his face. Eric came to Capel and extended his hand. I'm sorry, Mr. Sid. I'm late. Capel Sid didn't show any displeasure. Even though he was unhappy that Eric was late, he still smiled and said, Hello, Eric. Do you mind if I call you that? Of course not, Capel. Please take a seat. Eric changed the way he addressed Capel Sid. Eric, I've seen your deeds. From publishing Jurassic Park, promoting the script for Back to 17, and filming Home Alone to the final VAM agreement, all these things have been carefully considered. Step by step, they are all interconnected. So, you must be a smart and rational person. So, why did you choose me out of so many management companies? I originally planned to sell my management company and continue to develop in Europe, but Jeffrey said you wanted me to stay. You should know my situation. My conflict with Michael Ovitz has made it difficult for me to move forward in this industry. Eric said seriously, because I'm not afraid of CAA. Perhaps other film companies have no choice but to bow down to CAA because they have a lot of top superstars, but I don't have to consider that. CAA has superstars, but I can create superstars. What I need is someone who can be the manager of a superstar, like you. Not a second or third-rate management company. When Capel heard Eric's words, he shook his head and smiled. Eric, I'm surprised by your confidence. If I didn't have enough confidence, I wouldn't be where I am now. When Capel thought about the miraculous agreement, he nodded his head helplessly and said, Eric, superstars aren't easy to nurture. I've worked at CAA for many years, so I'm well aware that behind every superstar in Hollywood, there needs to be a top team and a lot of hard work. Eric interrupted Capel's explanation and asked, Do you think Stuart Runkle is a superstar now? Capel obviously knew about the young lead in Home Alone, so he said, Of course. He can be considered the top child actor in Hollywood. There isn't another one. In that case, Eric asked, if I produce another popular film like Home Alone and you control the lead role, do you think you have the ability to turn it into a top Hollywood superstar? Of course. But Eric, this assumption is meaningless. The success of Home Alone is very difficult to replicate. You can say it's all luck. How do you know if you don't try? As Eric spoke, he raised his arms and placed them on the table. He crossed his fingers and said with some doubt, Kapoor, why do I feel a little strange? As a seller, shouldn't you be working hard to promote your company? But why do I feel like you're not promoting, you're rejecting? Capel shrugged. Eric, I'm a manager, not an unscrupulous businessman. I hope we can be honest with each other. Also, I just want to sell the company in my hands and find a better place for my subordinates who still insist on staying in the company. I don't plan on staying. When you were a manager, were you this honest when negotiating with film companies on behalf of clients? Capel quickly shook his head, of course not. I will definitely do everything in my power to fight for more benefits for my clients. Eric, these are two different things. Then I have no other questions. Capel, my condition for buying your agency is that you must stay. Otherwise, the remaining second and third-rate managers won't be of much use to me. It looks like I have no other choice? Eric nodded his head firmly. Capel sipped his coffee and thought for a moment. In the end, he agreed. At the same time, he was a little expectant. Perhaps this young man could continue to create miracles. Capel Sid agreed, and the two sides began to discuss the acquisition plan. In Eric's opinion, the most valuable person in Sid's agency was Capel Sid himself. Although Capel wasn't one of the founding 5 of CAA, his ability wasn't much worse than theirs. The remaining 7 or 8 agents and 20 or so actors in the agency were basically worthless, at least not before Eric acquired them. It wasn't that Sid's agency didn't have top-notch actors, but because of Michael Ovitz, a few well-known actors had no choice but to leave after a period of time. In the end, those who stayed were simply unable to find a better way out. After all, Capel was still very capable. Although it was difficult for his actors to make a name for themselves under CAA's shadow, they were still able to get roles in independent movies or TV series. Eric, $1 million is very difficult for me to accept. Capel was somewhat dissatisfied with Eric's offer. When he was at CAA, his annual salary was more than $1 million. Eric said unhurriedly, Capel, the only valuable things in your agency are the contracts of those 20 or so actors. They don't mean much to me. If I want, I can find a few hundred actors of that level at any time. Capel retorted, Eric, they're all outstanding actors. After being an agent for so many years, my judgment definitely isn't bad. They just lack opportunities. All the actors struggling at the bottom of Hollywood just lack opportunities. Capel, that $1 million is all from me, and I've also left you with 10% of the shares. I believe that in a few years, you'll definitely realize that you've gained a great deal. As for them, what I can give them is the opportunity they've been dreaming of. Capel knew that Eric was telling the truth, so he sighed and nodded slightly. Since they had already reached an agreement, the two sides quickly signed the contract. The agency had changed owners, so the name had to be changed. Eric unscrupulously used the name United Elite Agency and abbreviated it to UTA. It was one of the top 5 agencies in Hollywood alongside CAA, WMA, and other giants in his previous life. However, UTA was only established in 1991. By the time he was done, it was already noon. After lunch, Eric followed Capel Sid to the Sid Agency's office in Burbank. Capel Sid had only rented a few offices here, which made him look very shabby. However, at this time, the office was crowded with people. They also knew that today was a special day for the brokerage company. When Eric saw the expectant faces of these agents and actors, he suddenly thought of a question. He simply nodded to everyone and pulled Jeffrey and Kapoor into a separate office. He asked, Kapoor, how much is your management company's commission right now? 6%. So little? Eric was a little surprised. Isn't it 10%? Jeffrey interrupted, Eric, that was a long time ago. Kapoor also explained, ever since CAA broke this rule for the sake of competition, the agency's shares have been getting lower and lower. Especially for small brokerage companies like us, it's impossible for us to take 10%. Right now, only CAA and WMA have the competence to take a 10% commission. After the rise of CAA, apart from the lower commission for the big stars, they've restored the 10% commission for the second and third rate stars. Eric thought for a moment and said, change the agreement and increase the commission to 10%. Eric, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Before Kapoor could answer, Jeffrey couldn't help but object. Eric explained, if we don't change it now, when the brokerage company develops, increasing the commission will have a bigger impact. So, which one of you will announce it? Jeffrey and Kapoor glanced at each other before turning to look at Eric at the same time. Okay, I'll be the bad guy. I don't need to introduce myself. Everyone must know who I am. Now, I officially announce that I am the new owner of this brokerage company. The company's name is UTA. My next movie will start filming after the new year. As long as your image is suitable and you pass the audition, you will be given priority to get the role in the movie. Everyone knows about Home Alone. People like Stuart Runkle and Matthew Perry, who were originally unknown, have now become popular stars. Some other supporting actors who could only act in TV dramas have also successfully entered the big screen because of their roles in Home Alone. Seeing the undisguised joy on everyone's faces, Eric knew that he had laid the groundwork. He changed the topic and said, however, I'm a capitalist, not a philanthropist. I'm giving you opportunities that are hard to get in the past, and at the same time, I need to receive something in return. Therefore, the original contract of the company's actors will need to be revised and the commission will be increased to 10%. If anyone finds it unacceptable, they can choose to terminate the contract and leave. After Eric finished speaking, he turned around and returned to the office to give everyone some time to consider. He believed that as long as these people had a normal IQ, they wouldn't choose to leave at this time. In the office, Jeffrey and Kapoor were already discussing the preparations for Pretty Woman. Eric, Jeffrey said that you want to invite Sophie Marceau to be the female lead? Kapoor asked. Eric nodded. Yes, is there a problem? Kapoor said, if you want to start filming after the new year, I advise you to change the actress. Because I was originally going to Europe to develop, I've been paying attention to the news over there during this period. Sophie Marceau is currently filming Andrei Zolaski's new film. With Andrei's filming progress, even if Your Pretty Woman is released, he might not be able to finish filming. Eric recalled. According to the time, Sophie was probably filming My Night is More Beautiful Than Your Day, which some people jokingly called an alien movie. The name was very beautiful, but the content was a little confusing. However, it was indeed Zolaski's usual style. Then let's use Julia Roberts. Kapoor, I hope that you can personally be Julia's manager. Jeffrey persuaded again. Eric, you should know that your movie can't fail. Now, many people are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, so it's better. Jeffrey, I know what you mean, but, Eric smiled and said, didn't you read the newspapers? With the fame accumulated from my previous 2 movies, even if the new movie turns out to be a pile of shit, I can still make money. So, as long as the movie's quality is good, it will be difficult for it to fail. Then, why don't we take this opportunity to groom an actress of our own? What if Julia Roberts doesn't act well? Eric's smile was strangely ambiguous. Don't worry, I will personally teach her. As Eric expected, none of the actors from the agency chose to leave. They all accepted the new contract proposal proposed by Eric. After dealing with these matters, Eric was about to drive home. Jeffrey walked up and sat in the front passenger seat. Eric, my car has been sent for maintenance. Can you give me a ride? No problem. On the road, Jeffrey asked with concern, Eric, UN. Drew, what's going on? I saw in the newspapers today that she went to look for you again yesterday. It seems that her mother, Edith, also went to your house? Eric did not hide anything from Jeffrey and told him in detail what happened yesterday. This is good. Drew is a talented actress. But, are you going to let her stay at your house forever? You are not related to her by blood. If this continues, coupled with the media's hype, even if Drew's mother doesn't find trouble with you, the Child Protection Association will step in. After all, Drew is only 13 years old. Don't worry, I know this. I have already decided to send Drew to boarding school. That's good. Jeffrey nodded. Eric, you don't really have a Lolita complex, do you? The car that was moving steadily suddenly slowed down. The Chevrolet behind them was already close. When Eric stopped, the other party almost rear-ended him. Ignoring the cars on the road, the fat white man in the Chevrolet stuck his head out of the car window and started cursing. Eric calmed himself down and steered the steering wheel away from the Chevrolet behind. Jeffrey, other than her age, which part of Drew resembles Lolita? She was obviously a demon, a little fox that had cultivated for at least 500 years. Anyway, you have to know your limits. Jeffrey seemed to have confirmed Eric's Lolita tendencies. Ever since the news of Drew spending the night at Eric's house broke out, the sales of many newspapers hyping this matter increased greatly. Therefore, during this period of time, the number of paparazzi around Eric didn't decrease. The day after the acquisition of the agency, the news quickly appeared in the newspapers. The Los Angeles Metropolitan News directly analyzed the matter. It's hard to understand why Eric Williams chose to acquire Capel Sid's agency. Although Capel Sid is an outstanding agent, he was kicked out of CAA because of his conflict with Michael Ovitz. It's difficult for him to move forward in the Hollywood agent circle. It's rumored that Capel Sid planned to sell the agency and go to Europe, but Eric Williams insisted that he stay. It seems that our young miracle director has been blinded by success. He doesn't know the serious consequences of angering a behemoth like CAA. The Hollywood Reporter, on the other hand, focused on the fact that Eric had increased his agency's commission. According to a contracted actor who changed his name to United Elite Agency, the first thing Eric Williams announced after taking over the company was to increase the agency's commission to the maximum value of 10% set by federal law. In the future, Eric Williams would definitely choose actors from his own agency first. If his works could maintain the level of Back to 17 or Home Alone, even if the commission was increased to 20%, it would be enough to make many actors eager to be famous scramble for it. But obviously, this assumption was impossible. Movies were like gambling, and no director could win all the time. Therefore, the author is sure that Eric Williams' new agency won't be able to survive a year. Other newspapers were also pessimistic about Eric's acquisition. Some reporters even sent an interview invitation to Michael Ovitz in order to make this matter as popular as possible. Michael Ovitz didn't refuse like before. Although he didn't appear personally, he asked his assistant to make a statement on his behalf. The general idea was that he was optimistic about the potential of the young director Eric Williams and hoped that there was a possibility of cooperation between the two sides. This statement seemed normal, but the media gave a completely opposite interpretation. This was a subtle warning from the head of CAA to Eric Williams. As long as he was still involved with Capel Sid, there was no possibility of cooperation between the two sides. Of course, this was only the speculation of some media. Then, Eric's second film, Pretty Woman, was announced through the media. The powerful paparazzi didn't take long to dig out the news that Eric was trying to invite Richard Gere to play the male lead. This made many paparazzi excited because Richard Gere was one of the artists signed by CAA and was at a low point in his career. Under normal circumstances, he would 100% accept Eric's invitation. Therefore, if Richard Gere and Eric didn't cooperate, the speculation that CAA was going to ban Eric would be confirmed. Inside a newly renovated conference room of Firefly Film, Horner Willie was leisurely drinking coffee. He was one of CAA's top agents, and he also had another identity, Richard Gere's agent. This was why he was here today. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and Eric walked in. He smiled and extended his hand to Horner Willie. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Willie." "It's okay." Horner Willie stood up proudly and shook Eric's hand. He then quickly sat down. Eric frowned and sat down across from Horner Willie. He looked around the conference room and asked, "Mr. Willie, please ask why Mr. Richard Gere isn't here today. He's the main character of today's meeting, right?" Horner Willie shook his head and said, "Richard is busy with other things. He has given me full authority to handle this matter." Even though Eric had a hunch, he still asked politely, "Mr. Richard Gere should have read the script outline I sent him, right? What do you think?" Horner Willie said, "Mr. Williams, Richard is very satisfied with your script. It's just that the salary you offered is only $500,000. It's hard for him to accept. Richard's an officer and a gentleman earned more than $100 million in North American box office." Eric sneered in his heart. "Another guy who thinks he's a newbie." He said, "Mr. Willie, I'm young, so I've never heard of an officer and a gentleman. May I ask when the movie was shot?" "I'll go back and look at the videotape." 1982, Horner Willie blurted out. When he saw Eric's mocking expression, Horner Willie realized that he had been fooled. The salary of a Hollywood movie star wasn't at its peak. The higher the box office, the higher the value of the star. Instead, it was calculated based on factors such as the box office, awards, and personal exposure of the films they had acted in recent years. An Officer and a Gentleman was Richard Gere's movie from 7 years ago. It basically didn't have any value as a reference for his current value. Before sending out the invitation, Eric had done a full understanding of Richard Gere's recent career situation. Richard Gere's movies in the past 3 years had all failed at the box office. His best action thriller, Merciless, only grossed $12 million at the box office. The most recent movie he acted in only earned $180,000 in box office. That's right, it was $180,000. The producer probably didn't even earn back the cost of the cameo. Therefore, Eric's offer of $500,000 was a bit high. "Okay, Mr. Horner, since you think it's too little, then tell me your conditions." Horner Willie's expression quickly returned to normal. He said, "Mr. Williams, actually, we can accept $500,000. However, you should know what your problem is. Mr. Ovitz isn't a stingy person. As long as Capel Sid leaves America, Mr. Ovitz won't target him anymore. Originally, this matter was already settled, but you acted on your own initiative and kept him here. This made Mr. Ovitz very embarrassed, so..." Eric sneered and said, "So you used our cooperation to threaten me and make me fire Capel, right? How laughable. You forced someone to leave his own country and still shamelessly say that you're magnanimous. Mr. Williams." Horner Willie's expression also turned cold. Although you have some achievements, don't think too highly of yourself. In front of the huge CAA, you're just an ant. I hope you're a smart person and don't do such impulsive things. What if I insist on doing it? Then we'll be very sorry, Mr. Williams. Don't forget, Stuart Runkle, the lead of The Kid in the Home, is also an artist signed by CAA. If you go against CAA, don't even think about successfully filming the second part of The Kid in the Home. It seems that CAA has become so arrogant that they've forgotten their duty. Eric still had a sneer on his face. Don't forget, you're an agency. Everything you do has to put the interests of your clients first. Only then can you survive for a long time. Horner Willie retorted. Mr. Williams, you don't have to remind us of this. We've always done this. Even if we can't reach an agreement, Richard will still get the lead role in another movie as compensation. What CAA doesn't lack the least is high-quality movie projects. I hope that after Pretty Woman is released, Mr. Richard Gere will still feel that he's received enough compensation. Eric's tone had a hint of meaning. He stood up and said, Mr. Willie, there's no need for us to talk anymore. Please go back and tell Mr. Michael Ovitz that although there's no one in Hollywood that can't be replaced. But as long as there's an actor in CAA that I like, I'll continue to send out invitations and won't accept any of CAA's conditions. I hope you have the courage to continue to refuse. Horner Willie coldly looked at Eric. I also hope you won't regret today's decision. After that, he didn't intend to say anything else. He took his briefcase and left. The door to the conference room was pushed open again. Jeffrey Hansen and Capel Sid walked in. When they saw Eric's gloomy face, they knew that the negotiation had failed. Capel knew that this matter definitely had something to do with him. Otherwise, the almost outdated Richard Gere wouldn't have pushed a film contract with such a popular director like Eric. Eric, why don't I resign and go to Europe? Although the European film industry is in a slump now, it's still easy for me to find a job with my ability. Eric stretched out his hand and rubbed his stiff face. No, I won't make any compromises. Capel, you just have to do your job well. By the way, have you signed the contract with Julia? What do you think of her? I went to see Julia Roberts in Modern Cinderella and talked to her for a while. To be honest, Eric, I don't think highly of her potential. This lady only received short-term acting training. Her acting skills are average, and her appearance isn't outstanding either. Capel's words became slower and slower. He looked at Eric's expression from time to time and remembered that Julia Roberts was recommended by Eric. Coupled with the scandal that appeared in the newspaper, the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. He was a little worried that Eric would be unhappy if he said it so bluntly. However, after Capel finished speaking, Eric nodded in agreement. Actually, I think so too. Then why did you let her be the female lead? Jeffrey asked. He had always wanted Eric to change to a more famous female lead. Because I have a feeling that Julia will definitely be popular in America in the future. She will rush to the Oscars and become famous all over the world. Eric had just opened his mouth when he saw Jeffrey and Capel's faces show a "who are you kidding" expression at the same time. Eric smiled and changed his words. Okay, I'm just kidding. Actually, although beautiful woman has a beautiful woman in the name, it's impossible to find a girl who is too beautiful to act in. Julia's image is just right in my opinion. If the female lead is too beautiful, it's easy for the audience to shift their attention to the female lead's face and ignore the deeper theme of the movie. If in the future, the audience can only think of a beautiful face after watching the movie, that would be the failure of our movie. Jeffrey and Capel had already read the script of Beautiful Woman. After listening to Eric's analysis and combining it with the content of the script, they finally agreed with Eric's point of view. Now, the most important thing for us is to find a male lead. Eric looked at the two in front of him. Although I like Richard Gere the most, since he rejected me, we have to choose another actor. Do you have any good suggestions? What about Michael Douglas? Jeffrey was the first to suggest. In last year's Wall Street, Douglas played the role of a stock tycoon. Is it very similar to Edward's setting in Beautiful Woman? Eric had just recalled the movie Wall Street when he heard Capel remind him softly. Eric, Michael Douglas' agency is also CAA. The three of them were silent for a while before Eric said, Capel, you're a professional in this field. You can handle this matter. Quickly compile a list of suitable actors to play Edward and arrange an audition. We don't have much time. Capel nodded and said, no problem. If there's nothing else, I'll do it right away. After Eric nodded in response, Capel hurriedly left the meeting room. Watching Capel leave, Jeffrey sighed softly. Eric, do you really think it's worth it? You mean the bad relationship with CAA because of Capel? Jeffrey nodded. It doesn't matter if it's worth it or not. Jeffrey, my situation is different from others. You'll understand in the future. Maybe other film companies are afraid of falling out with a giant like CAA, but I don't have such scruples. I really don't understand where you get your confidence from. Jeffrey shook his head. Eric, you mentioned before about the sponsorship of the sports car in the movie. I contacted the Ferrari executives in Los Angeles. Originally, they readily agreed to provide us with sports cars for free. After understanding the content of the movie, they hesitated when they heard that the female lead was a prostitute. I think we should contact other sports car brands. No problem. Although Eric liked Ferrari, he didn't insist since the other party gave up on this promotional opportunity. Recalling Jeffrey's words, Eric suddenly thought of a problem. Jeffrey, you just said that they agreed to provide us with sports cars for free? Jeffrey didn't understand what Eric meant. He seriously thought about it and nodded. You didn't mention money? Jeffrey said, Eric, with your current fame, it's very easy to find a sports car brand to sponsor a movie for free. We don't need to give them money at all. I mean. Eric waved his right hand in distress. They're giving us money? Jeffrey was surprised. How is that possible? Product placement should have been around a long time ago. However, looking at Jeffrey's reaction, Eric understood that the concept of using product placement to increase movie income hadn't taken root in people's minds yet. In the era before he transmigrated, product placement in movies and TV series had reached a scale of more than $20 billion per year. Jeffrey, think about it. According to the script, the sports car in the movie will appear one after another in the first 20 minutes. There will even be a scene where the female lead introduces the performance of the sports car. This is equivalent to a 20-minute sports car commercial. Let's say my movie gets $100 million at the North American box office. That's equivalent to 10 million people watching this commercial. Coupled with the number of people watching the movie worldwide and the number of people watching the movie after the release of the videotape, this number will be even larger. Even 10 or 20 years later, every time people watch this movie, they will still watch this sports car commercial. Do you understand how much of an advertising effect this will have? Jeffrey nodded thoughtfully. So, organize what I just said and separately lobby the executives of the car companies. Remember, sponsorship less than $1 million is off the table. Eric, isn't $1 million too much? Also, what you just said is just a hypothesis. What if the movie doesn't do well? Eric said, this method is easy to solve. We can agree on a box office number with the other party. If the box office doesn't meet expectations, part of the sponsorship will be returned. Jeffrey pressed on. What if it exceeds the target? Eric said helplessly to this long-winded old man, Jeffrey, these specific details are for you to consider as the producer. I still have a lot of things to do. You can't make me worry about these things, right? As he said that, a staff member knocked on the office door and said, Mr. Williams, the clothes custom made according to your sketches have been sent over. Do you want to see it for yourself? Okay, I'll be right there. Let Julia change first. Eric agreed and chatted with Jeffrey for a while before saying, Jeffrey, let's go and see the style I designed for Julia. After walking out of the well-soundproofed conference room, they heard faint knocking sounds. Some of the office rooms were still being renovated by workers. When they arrived at an audition room that was more than 30 square meters, Julia had already changed into the classic singlet, short skirt, and boots from Pretty Woman. She was wearing a red coat outside. Eric only took one look and frowned. Where's the wig? I remember specifically telling you before. It's in the changing room. Do I have to bring it now? Julia asked. Eric waved his hand. Hurry up and change. We still have to take the makeup photos later. Julia obediently walked into the changing room, and the female assistant named Allison, who had just been assigned to her by the agency, tactfully followed her in to help. Soon, Julia walked out again. Not only was she wearing a blonde wig, but she also had a small black hat on her head. The moment she appeared, the eyes of everyone in the audition room couldn't help but light up. Against the backdrop of the wig, Julia's face was faintly stunning. If Julia's original appearance could only be given a 6 out of 10, now it was at least an 8 out of 10. When Eric saw Julia's appearance, he still felt that something was wrong. However, he simply instructed the photographer next to him to take some photos of Julia. After that, Eric said, "You can all leave. I'll talk to Julia." The staff members left one after another. Jeffrey also got up and said goodbye. After everyone left the audition room, Julia pinched the corner of her clothes and asked uneasily, "Eric, is there a problem? I saw that you've been frowning." Julia felt that what had happened in the past few days was like a dream. First, she was inexplicably coaxed into bed by Eric and received a ridiculous promise. For the next week, Eric didn't contact her again. Just when she was disappointed and thought that Eric's previous words were just to toy with her, he suddenly called her again. After hurriedly signing an agency contract, Eric threw a stack of scripts in front of her. "The female lead is yours. Don't disappoint me." Eric didn't answer. He continued to sit on the sofa and stared at Julia for a long time. "Julia, make a nonchalant expression." A few minutes later, Eric finally spoke. Julia heaved a sigh of relief. When Eric was frowning and thinking, the oppressive aura emitted from his body made her a little breathless. After a while, she struck a pose according to Eric's request. She stared at the ground with a nonchalant expression. "Walk a few rounds." Eric stretched out his finger and gestured at the empty space in front of him. Julia walked according to Eric's instructions. "Okay, stop." Eric's tone was full of displeasure. "Julia, have you read the script seriously?" Julia quickly nodded. "Of course, I've memorized most of the lines." "Then you're Vivian now. Treat me as Edward and try to act." Seeing Eric sitting there with a lazy expression, coupled with the fact that Eric had just chased everyone out, Julia inexplicably thought of the rumor about the audition sofa. She almost blurted out her rejection, but in the end, she sighed in her heart and secretly comforted herself. "It's not like I haven't done it before." Julia took off her red coat and put it aside. Then, she walked in front of Eric. After a while, Julia came out of the bathroom and said, "Mr. Williams, are you satisfied now?" "Of course." Eric smiled and looked at the girl who was pretending to be arrogant. He said, "However, Julia, you obviously misunderstood me." When Julia heard Eric's words, she was stunned. Her face turned red and white, and it quickly changed several times. Suddenly, she threw the tissue in her hand at Eric. "Then why didn't you stop me just now?" Eric laughed and dodged the tissue. He said, "I'm a normal man. How can I refuse such a thing?" "You bastard." Julia cursed, and an extremely embarrassed feeling surfaced in her heart. Her body went limp, and she sat on the ground. She buried her head in her arms and wept softly. Eric quickly stopped smiling and sighed. He walked to Julia's side and squatted down, patting the girl's shoulder. "Julia, don't cry. I was wrong just now. Do you think I'm cheap now?" Julia didn't stop crying as she asked in between sobs. "Of course not." Eric sat down next to Julia and pulled the girl into his arms. He comforted her. "You're just a little unconfident. Perhaps you've also noticed that Jeffrey and Kapoor don't think highly of you. This has given you a strong sense of danger. Julia, believe me, since I gave you the female lead role, I must have thought it through carefully. You have to know that there are a lot of people waiting to see my next movie fail at the box office." "Thank you, Eric. You working hard to film the movie well is the greatest thank you to me. Now, let's talk about your problem." The two of them stood up together. Julia hurriedly touched up her makeup and sat down opposite Eric. "Now, Julia, I'll tell you where your biggest problem lies. In the script, Vivian is a prostitute, a very professional prostitute. So, before Edward modified her every move, every frown, every smile, and every word had to be in line with this profession. And through my observation just now, although this outfit makes you more beautiful, you don't have the flirtatious charm that Vivian should have. You're still the waitress in my previous impression. Julia thought about Eric's words. After Eric finished speaking, she said, "Eric, should I try again?" Eric shook his head. "No need, Julia. I'll give you a task now. From now on, go to the streets where the prostitutes appear every night and observe them. Try to imitate their words and actions. I'll go to New York during the Christmas period. When I come back, I'll give you a test. Wear this outfit at night and stand on the street with a lot of people. If there are less than 10 men hitting on you within an hour, you'll fail." Julia opened her mouth unconfidently. "Eric, 10, isn't that a little too much?" "It's settled then." Eric didn't give the girl a chance to bargain. "If your performance is too bad, I don't mind replacing you." Julia could only nod. Eric thought for a while and instructed, "When you do this, don't go to remote streets. Remember to bring your assistant. It's safer with 2 people." Julia's heart warmed. "Thank you, Eric." Richard Gere's refusal to act in Eric's new film was quickly exposed by people with ulterior motives. For a time, the newspaper's opinion that Eric had been blacklisted by CAA was rampant. Under the tireless pursuit of the paparazzi, CAA and Eric both argued that the two sides didn't cooperate because they couldn't agree on the pay and schedule. No matter what the truth was, neither side had the intention of letting the media hype it up. After all, it wasn't to the extent of falling out with each other. MGM's United Artists seized the opportunity to announce a new film. Richard Gere was going to act in an action drama film based on a true story, Mighty Dragon. United Artists originally planned to release the film in May, so they didn't plan to start shooting immediately. However, after CAA recommended Richard Gere as the male lead, MGM's United Artists felt that this was a good opportunity to use Eric's new film. They decisively decided to shoot the film in advance and also confirmed the Easter schedule. Their intention to compete with Eric's new film was very obvious. The newspapers were abuzz. Barry Diller couldn't help but call Eric personally to ask about the situation. Although Fox had some expectations for Eric's new film, they were more concerned about the second part of The Kid in Charge. If CAA really blacklisted Eric's film company, the second part of The Kid in Charge would definitely be greatly hindered. "Don't worry, Mr. Diller. If this really happens at the end of the year, I will consider letting Fox produce the sequel. I'm sorry, I've been very busy recently. I'm afraid I don't have time." "Okay, that's all. Goodbye." Eric put down the phone and looked at the thick stack of actor information in front of him. He looked up at Capel Sid, whose eyes were bloodshot. Eric comforted him. "Capel, you don't have to work so hard. No matter what, your health is the most important." Capel only used a little more than a day to find the details of dozens of actors that met Eric's requirements. Eric was touched. At the same time, Eric was sure that he didn't misjudge Capel. "Thank you for your concern, Eric." "It's okay. I used to work on a film project and didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. Eric nodded. He opened the folder and looked through it carefully. Most of these actors were artists from William Morris Agency and International Innovation Management. Some of them were from small agencies, and some even didn't have an agency for the time being. Their relatives were their agents. As Eric flipped through the information, he pulled out the actors he liked and planned to contact them for auditions. Suddenly, Eric saw someone special. "Capel, Al Pacino's information says that he doesn't have an agency now. What's going on?" Kapoor glanced at it and said, "It's like this. Around 1985, Al Pacino starred in a big production that Warner invested nearly $30 million in. In the end, he only earned about $300,000 at the box office. Due to the pressure, he chose to temporarily retire from acting. I heard that Al is looking to make a comeback recently, so I added him to the list." Thinking of the delicate and violent blind lieutenant colonel in Knowing a Woman by Smelling Her Scent, Eric couldn't help but ask, "Kapoor, is it possible for us to sign L under UTA?" Kapoor hesitated and said, "I can try my best." After all, Al Pacino is one of the four geniuses who rose to prominence in the 1970s. Although the 1985 film failed miserably at the box office, there were no problems with Al's performance. He was nominated for Best Actor at the Oscars 4 times. Since he has already released the signal to make a comeback, I believe that many agencies will fight to rope him in. We don't have any advantage. Eric knew that what Kapoor said was the truth, so he could only say, no matter what, we have to try to contact him. Oh right, send the invitation for the male lead of Pretty Woman as soon as possible. If possible, I hope that Al Pacino can play Edward. Okay, Kapoor replied and pointed to the list of actors that Eric had picked out. Then, Eric, do we still need to inform these people to audition? Not for now. You can contact Al Pacino first. If the other party refuses, we will contact these people. In the next few days, Eric began to non-stop auditions for supporting roles, filming scenes, and contacting shooting locations. Every night, he had to draw up the script for the scenes until late at night. At the same time, Eric also took the time to contact a girls' boarding high school in Los Angeles and threw in a large sum of sponsorship money. Although it was less than 10 days before the Christmas holidays, he still rushed the fake Loli who was lazing around in the villa to school. This girl who had nothing to do and her mind was full of nonsense was too scary. She had even awakened her night attack skills without anyone teaching her. If she continued to cause trouble, there would definitely be trouble. Eric, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The next day, Jeffrey had just sat in the office and looked at the budget report for a while when he forgot to knock on the door and rushed in. When Eric saw that Jeffrey's expression was still filled with joy, he smiled and said, "Let's have a good one first to calm the nerves." Jeffrey took out a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Eric. Lamborghini has agreed to our sponsorship proposal. They are about to launch a new Lamborghini Monster sports car. After listening to my explanation, they quickly agreed. Look, this is the contract. It's a whole $1 million USD. If the news gets out, those in the same industry will go crazy with jealousy. How many movies have worked so hard but still haven't earned $1 million? Eric took the contract and looked at it. Lamborghini had indeed agreed to pay $1 million USD advertising fee, but the premise was that the North American box office of Pretty Woman reached $100 million USD. According to this base, if the box office was lower than $100 million USD, the advertising fee would be refunded proportionally. Of course, Lamborghini would also add on the higher part. This kind of product placement sponsorship was very common in the future, so Eric wasn't too excited. He even teased Jeffrey, it's too early for you to be happy. If the box office of our movie doesn't meet expectations, the advertising fee will still be refunded. Jeffrey calmed down and thought of this possibility. He hesitated and said, it shouldn't be. Eric, haven't you always been very confident in this movie? Eric waved his hand. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about the bad news. The bad news is that I contacted several famous jewelry companies, but they were not willing to sponsor Vivian's jewelry. Only one jewelry company reluctantly agreed to provide us with a set of jewelry to help with the shooting. It would be strange if the other party agreed. Eric laughed and said, Jeffrey, although I'm very happy that you can draw inferences from one case, you may have forgotten that Vivian's identity is a prostitute. It's good that they agreed to provide the jewelry for the shooting. That's true. I was a little thoughtless. Jeffrey quickly understood and said tentatively, Eric, why don't you change Vivian to a white-collar worker? I can definitely, don't even think about it, Jeffrey. It's stupid to change the script for advertising sponsorship. You'd better be an honest producer. Don't expect me to listen to your suggestions on the content of the movie. Okay, I know I have a record. Jeffrey smiled awkwardly and said, Eric, has Al Pacino responded? I heard that you want to invite him to play the male lead. Kapoor is contacting him. But last night, Kapoor called me and said that Al Pacino is now in New York. Apparently, he wants to play the play on Broadway for a while. Then you have to make up your mind as soon as possible, Jeffrey persuaded. It's going to be the Christmas holidays soon. If the male lead hasn't been decided by then, the plan to start shooting immediately after the Christmas holidays will definitely be put on hold. Eric nodded confidently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In this era, the US dollar was still quite strong. $1 million for advertising sponsorship was definitely a huge sum of money. The Beverly Hills mansion that was worth tens of millions of US $20 years later was only worth millions now. Lamborghini's upcoming Monster Series sports car was priced at $240,000 US. After spending such a large sum of money, Lamborghini quickly released the news in order to achieve the best publicity effect. For a time, all kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful words filled the newspaper pages. The Los Angeles Times joked. Rumor has it that Eric Williams' new production cost is only $7 million, and he recouped 1/7 of the investment through Lamborghini's advertising sponsorship. It seems that our young director Miracle is not only a film genius, but also a business genius. The Hollywood Information raised doubts. $1 million in sponsorship. Is Eric Williams planning to shoot a sports car commercial that is more than 100 minutes long? According to the title of Pretty Woman revealed by Firefly Films, it's hard for me to associate it with a Lamborghini sports car. I'm starting to doubt the quality of Eric Williams' new film. These were only the milder words. The latest issue of Film Review fiercely criticized. Eric Williams is like a rascal who broke into Hollywood to mess things up. $1 million in advertising sponsorship is simply blasphemy to the art of film. Once Eric Williams' product placement model succeeds, it can be imagined that driven by huge profits, those profit-seeking producers will place advertisements in movies on a large scale in order to earn more profits. Therefore, we call on all people who love the art of film to not go to the cinema to watch Eric Williams' new film. Unfortunately, the style of Film Review was a bit high-end. Although the American people liked to watch movies, they weren't too interested in this kind of serious film magazine. Therefore, this comment only caused some waves in the circle of old-fashioned and conservative filmmakers, but it didn't cause much of an impact. The turmoil of the outside world did not have any impact on Eric. He was still methodically preparing for Pretty Woman. Of course, except for the undecided male lead, the preparations for Pretty Woman were coming to an end. Eric basically did not have to show up for the remaining trivial matters. They were all taken care of by Jeffrey. Eric, if you insist on inviting Al Pacino, you may have to go to New York, Kapoor said as he sat opposite Eric with a tired face. Eric got up and personally made a cup of coffee for Kapoor. He asked, "Can you tell me the reason? Al Pacino has some doubts about your script and has been hesitant. Therefore, he proposed to talk to you in person, but he can't come to Los Angeles because during this time, he is performing Richard III in a theater on Broadway." Eric thought about it. He originally planned to go to New York to see Jennifer Aniston during Christmas. If he did not show his face to declare his sovereignty, he would lose a lot if the girl threw herself into someone else's arms. No problem. I just happen to be going to New York. Kapoor, can you come with me? Maybe we can try to persuade Al to join UTA? Kapoor nodded. I also have this plan. Al currently only has a personal manager and no management company. No matter what, I have to fight for it. Then that's it. Buy a plane ticket as soon as possible. Tonight or tomorrow is fine. If we can't reach an agreement, I have to fly back to contact other male actors for auditions. After discussing this matter, Eric drove out of the company and headed to a girls' school near the Rose Bowl in the north of Los Angeles. Drew had just been sent here a few days ago. As soon as they met, the girl began to complain with a sad face, "Eric, I beg you, please change to another school for me. How about I convert to Scientology, Satanism, or something like that? Catholic schools are so boring, and they are all girls. I will be taught until I become stupid." Eric smiled and knocked on the girl's head. His soul came from the East and he did not have any religion. The reason why he sent Drew here was because he listened to Jeffrey's suggestion. Catholic boarding schools were very strict. They could properly restrain and polish Drew's overly jumpy and unscrupulous personality. "Okay, Drew, there's no way you can transfer schools. I paid a large amount of sponsorship money. I came to tell you that I will be going to New York in 2 days. If everything goes well, I will probably be back after Christmas. You have the key to my house. If you don't want to go home during the holidays, you can go to my place. If you need anything, call Jeffrey. He will help you. Drew heard Eric's words and said unhappily, "Are you going to find Jennifer Aniston?" Eric did not deny it. He nodded and said a few more words. Then he drove away in a hurry under Drew's resentful gaze. Workaholics usually didn't differentiate between cold and warm. Eric and Kapoor happened to be this type of person, so they ended up in tragedy together. After buying tickets to New York, the two of them quickly boarded the plane with simple luggage. When they arrived in New York, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. They went from the warm Los Angeles to the Four Seasons of New York. As soon as they got off the plane, the cold air made the two men, who were only wearing thin jackets, shiver. "Looks like we both need a personal assistant," Eric said as he walked out of a fashion store. He had already changed into a thick trench coat. Kapoor said with envy, "That's you. UTA is so small right now. I can't afford to hire a personal assistant." "Don't worry, it'll get better soon." Kapoor just smiled and asked, "Are you going to the hotel with me, or are you going to find your girlfriend?" "I haven't seen Jenny in so many days. I plan to go to her place first. I already gave you Jenny's number on the plane. Contact Al Pacino and set a time as soon as possible." "Okay," Kapoor shrugged, "I hope you won't be kicked out. I heard you talk about that girl on the plane. I think with her personality, it's very possible." "Haha, you don't have to worry about that." According to the address Drew gave him, he took a taxi and drove around Manhattan for a long time before he finally found Aniston's apartment and came to the door. Eric played with the bouquet of roses in his hand and tidied up his clothes before he knocked on the door. He waited for a while but didn't get a response. He knocked a few more times before he confirmed that Jennifer Aniston wasn't back yet. Eric turned his head and looked at the large flower pot next to the door. He smiled. It seemed like Jennifer Aniston's habit couldn't be changed. Jennifer Aniston always liked to put a spare key outside the door. Eric once analyzed it in front of Jennifer Aniston. This was a manifestation of a person's insecurities. However, the headstrong girl refused to admit it. She rattled off a bunch of reasons to refute Eric's point. Eric found the key in the flower pot and opened the door. He walked in with his luggage. He turned on the lights. It was still decorated with warm colors. After not eating for 5 to 6 hours, Eric opened the fridge and took a look. He decided to make supper for himself and Jennifer Aniston. After putting on an apron, Eric took out the ingredients and got busy in the kitchen. 20 minutes later, when Eric was preparing the last dish, the soft sound of a key turning in the lock came from outside. Eric ran to the living room, picked up the roses, and hid behind the door. The door was pushed open, and Eric was about to speak with a smile when the three of them froze in place. That's right, there were 3 of them. Eric, Jennifer Aniston, and Brad Pitt. "Eric, why are you here?" The strange silence lasted for a few seconds. Jennifer Aniston stuttered and asked first. At the same time, she wailed in her heart, "It's over." Eric must have misunderstood. Eric stuffed the roses into Jennifer Aniston's hand and turned to Brad Pitt. He forced a smile, but his eyes were cold. "Hello, Mr. Pitt, we meet again." "Hello, Mr. Williams." Brad Pitt reached out his hand, but found that Eric had no intention of shaking hands with him. He could only withdraw his hand awkwardly. Although they only met once during the audition for Back to 17, Eric rose at a mythical speed. It was not easy for Pitt to forget this young man. After greeting him, Eric had no intention of moving aside to let him in. He continued, "Mr. Pitt, thank you for sending my girlfriend back. If there's nothing else, you can leave." Pitt's face became a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston had been with Eric for several months. How could she not feel the anger emanating from Eric at this time? But she still straightened her back and retorted, "Eric, you can't do this. Brad is my guest." This somewhat intimate Brad completely ignited Eric's anger. He suddenly raised his voice and glared at Jennifer Aniston. He pointed inside the house and said, "Shut up, get in." It was the first time Jennifer Aniston saw Eric so angry. She subconsciously shrank her neck. She was a little guilty when Eric saw her bringing a man home, but the courage she mustered completely disappeared in Eric's angry roar. She lowered her head and muttered, "Why are you being so fierce? But she still obediently moved into the house. Bang, ignoring Brad Pitt who was standing there in a daze, Eric slammed the door. Tell me, what's going on? Eric sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette and lit it in annoyance. He took a deep puff and asked. If it was another man, Eric might have calmed down and figured out the truth first. But it just had to be Brad Pitt. Thinking of the entanglement between the two in his previous life, Eric couldn't calm down no matter what. If it was before, if Eric dared to smoke in her house, Jennifer Aniston would have gone crazy. But now, she only opened her mouth but didn't say anything to stop him. He's going to play a role in the next few episodes of Mary in Action. He just joined the cast the day before yesterday. We've only known each other for 2 days. There's nothing going on between us. Jennifer Aniston explained weakly. You've only known each other for 2 days and you brought him home? Eric snorted coldly. I got off work a little late today. He said it wasn't safe for me to go home alone, so he offered to send me home. I. Why do I have to explain it to you? Jennifer Aniston suddenly realized something as she spoke. She glared at Eric and said, I've already broken up with you. Do you think you're allowed to mess around with other women, but I can't have a boyfriend? You. Eric crushed the cigarette and pulled Jennifer Aniston over. Oh, after testing the water temperature, Jennifer Aniston stood under the shower, naked. She applied shower gel on her body while she thought about what was wrong with her. Didn't she already decide to break up with that bastard? They've only just met and she's already lost herself in a daze. Although when she bumped into Drew and Eric, she impulsively wrote that note to break up with them. But when Jennifer Aniston came to New York alone, every little detail of their time together would always appear in her mind. It was as if she was addicted to drugs. It was as if there was a bird constantly circling her mind, chirping Eric, 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 Eric. At the same time, Jennifer Aniston also unconsciously developed the habit of looking for information about Eric from newspapers and television. When someone scolded him, she would get angry. When someone praised him, she would dance like a little girl. When someone wanted to scheme against him, she would immediately forget to be angry and take the initiative to call the other party. Forget it, I'll forgive you one more time. Jennifer Aniston finally convinced herself. Perhaps she had already convinced herself in her heart. After making this decision, Jennifer Aniston seemed to have put down a big rock and her whole body relaxed a lot. She twisted her slender waist in front of the full-length mirror. After several months of continuous slimming down, Jennifer Aniston had now completely become a graceful lady. No one would associate the word fat with her anymore. She put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom to find Eric on the phone. Thank you, James. When we get back to Los Angeles, I'll treat you to a meal. Of course, I know that one meal is definitely not enough. Haha, that's it, goodbye. Eric, who are you calling? Eric put down the phone and said casually, James, I need his help with something. Okay, let's hurry up and eat, the dishes are cold. Eric, Drew, moved into your house? Eric nodded and told Jennifer Aniston the whole story. Jennifer Aniston said jealously, but, you're not related to her. Why are you spending so much money on her? It's $1 million. You've never spent so much money on me. Humph, you must be up to something. I just treat Drew as a sister. You're my girlfriend. If you want, I'm willing to spend 10 million or even 100 million for you. Jennifer Aniston could hear the sincerity in Eric's tone. She felt a little sweet, but pouted and said, I don't want to spend your money. Al Pacino. He's so manly in the Godfather series. It's a pity that he hasn't made a movie in the past few years. Jennifer Aniston, who had a good time last night, was glowing. She carefully tied her boyfriend's tie. Seeing that Eric was a little jealous when she praised another man, she quickly kissed her boyfriend on the cheek. Okay, my Eric is the most handsome. Al Pacino is already an old man. I was going to invite you to see Al's play on Broadway tonight, but after hearing what you said, I've decided not to. Jennifer Aniston smiled and refused. Even if you really have such plans, I really don't have time. It's going to be the Christmas holidays soon. The director has been rushing the shoot these days and needs to work overtime. Eric, will you stay in New York for the Christmas holidays? Eric shook his head. I'm not sure. If Al Pacino accepts the invitation, I can stay for Christmas. Otherwise, I have to rush back to Los Angeles to audition for the male lead. Oh. Jennifer Aniston sounded disappointed. And why don't you come back to Los Angeles with me? Isn't your family in Los Angeles? Jennifer Aniston shook her head and said, No, I don't want to go back. They have their own families. I feel that it's unnecessary for me to go back. How could that be? They still love you. You won't understand, Eric. Jennifer Aniston sighed forlornly and pulled her boyfriend's collar. All right, Eric, let's go. Hello, Mr. Pacino. Although Eric had seen countless images of Al Pacino in movies, he was still a little excited to see him in person. Hello, Eric. Just call me Al. After Kapoor's introduction, the two of them shook hands and sat down together. Without much small talk, Al Pacino asked, Eric, I've read the outline of the script for Pretty Woman. Maybe you've read it before. Because of what happened in '85, I haven't acted in a movie for 4 years. Although I'm grateful that you invited me while everyone else was still hesitating, I still feel like this script isn't suitable for me. Eric asked, Al, can you tell me the reason? Al Pacino said, this script is a movie that focuses on the female lead. Also, I asked Kapoor before. You want a newcomer named Julia Roberts to play Vivian. I specifically went to watch Miss Julia Roberts' movie, Modern Cinderella. To be honest, her acting was very sparse and ordinary. If the script doesn't make any changes and I play the role of Edward, the performance of the female lead, Vivian, will be completely suppressed by me. In a situation where the actor's abilities are completely unequal, the movie will be neither fish nor fowl. At this point, Al Pacino paused and stared at Eric with bright eyes. He said confidently, Eric, I'm not being arrogant. I've already been nominated for 5 Oscars. Although I haven't won an award because of the Academy's prejudice against newcomers, this doesn't negate my ability. Eric thought for a moment and soon smiled. He already understood Al Pacino's intentions. This drama addict actually wanted to take the role, but he was somewhat dissatisfied with the script's focus on Vivian. That was why he tried to invite him to New York to talk and persuade him to change the script. Eric asked curiously, Al, if you play Edward, what changes do you think should be made to the script? Al Pacino's eyes lit up. He sorted out his thoughts and put forward his own ideas. First of all, we should increase Edward's screen time and design the character more fully. Also, I don't think Edward's personality is prominent enough. After talking for more than 10 minutes, Al Pacino finally expressed his views. It had to be said that as a veteran actor, many of Al Pacino's suggestions for changes to the script made Eric's eyes light up. If he didn't have a background as a reincarnator and the script was his original, Eric would have nodded and agreed. But now, such a thing was definitely impossible. Al, actually, you really want to act in this movie, right? Al Pacino was stunned. Seeing Eric's understanding expression, he quickly spread his hands and smiled. Yes, I really want to take on this movie, because this is the first script I've received after I revealed my identity as a reincarnator. Other film companies are still hesitant about inviting me to act in their movies. I don't know how long this hesitation will last, so I have to seize this opportunity. Al, your suggestions just now were very pertinent. I'm even a little tempted. However, the script definitely can't be changed. Pretty Woman is a cliché fairy tale about a prince and Cinderella. If we follow your suggestions, we will definitely create the image of a prince with a distinct personality, but this fairy tale will become complicated and realistic. The reason why a fairy tale is that it is almost completely detached from real life and gives people a beautiful fantasy. Al Pacino nodded with some disappointment. His lips moved twice as if he wanted to say something. Eric was the first to speak. Al, do you know Home Alone? Of course, Eric. Although I haven't acted in a movie in the past few years, I pay close attention to news in Hollywood. In that case, you must know that because of the VAM with Columbia, I will receive a large sum of money in the future. So, if you accept the role of Pretty Woman, I can promise you that after this film, I will invest in another film with you as the male lead. In fact, I can guarantee that you will be satisfied with the role. Al Pacino hesitated. Can you reveal the movie you're talking about in advance? Of course. Eric nodded. I've seen an Italian movie called Feminine Scent before, and I plan to buy its adaptation rights. In the adaptation I envision, you will play a blind lieutenant colonel who has lost interest in life because of his blindness. He plans to have one last time to enjoy himself before committing suicide. So, he hires a high school student to be his guide and begins a series of indulgent trips such as traveling, picking up girls, and racing. In the end, under the guidance of the high school student, the lieutenant colonel finds a new direction in life. That lieutenant colonel is a combination of violent, conceited, depressed, and righteous personality. This is a very complicated role, and it will give you plenty of room to express yourself. Al Pacino became more and more excited as he listened to Eric's narration. In his mind, he even began to figure out how to play the role of the blind lieutenant colonel. After Eric finished speaking, Al Pacino was still immersed in the script of knowing a woman by smelling her scent. After a full 5 minutes, he suddenly raised his head and said impatiently, "Eric, I'll take this script. I can even act in it for free. But, I have to finish Pretty Woman first before I can consider anything else." "No problem, I'll take it all. I'll listen to your arrangements during filming. I'll try my best to restrain my acting so as not to affect Miss Julia's performance." Eric keenly felt that this was a good opportunity. He probed, "Al, I heard that you don't have an agency yet. Why don't you come to UTA? Kapoor is a very good agent." Al Pacino hesitated for a moment and said, "Is this a binding condition?" Eric quickly shook his head. "Of course not. This is a very sincere invitation. Even if you don't agree, I'll still let you act in those 2 movies." Al Pacino thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but I know that you have some friction with CAA. If this causes me to be obstructed in the future, I hope I can leave freely." Eric only wanted to win over this talented actor. As for the future, Eric was confident that with so many excellent movies in his mind, it would not be a problem to tie Al Pacino to UTA. "Of course, no problem. I'll have Kapoor draw up a very loose agency contract. You can even leave UTA at any time." "Okay, I agree." Al Pacino quickly nodded. A petite, brown-haired white woman in her 30s walked out of the set. Her high heels clicked heavily on the cement road, and the crisp sound reflected the woman's annoyance. The tall and handsome Brad Pitt followed the woman dejectedly. They got into a car, and the woman slammed the door shut. She glanced at Brad Pitt in disappointment. "Okay, Pitt, now tell me what happened. Do you know how much effort I put in to get you this role? It's only been 2 days, and you've been kicked out of the cast." "I just asked Henry, and he hinted that the problem was with you. The producer personally said hello." Brad Pitt shook his head. "Xianxia, I've worked very hard. The director praised my performance yesterday. Besides, didn't we sign a contract with the crew? They're breaching the contract. We can." "Shut up. Do you think you're Tom Cruise? If you were a top star, of course they wouldn't dare breach the contract. But you're just an unknown actor." Brad Pitt clenched his fists and lowered his head slightly. He was the same age as Tom Cruise, and they came from similar backgrounds. He even felt that his acting skills and appearance weren't much worse than Tom Cruise's. But fate liked to play tricks on people. Tom Cruise was now a hot star, but he was still a nobody. "Pitt, did you do something to anger the director or the producer? Don't try to hide anything from me. I'm your agent. If you hide anything from me, I'll have to consider giving you up." Brad Pitt raised his head worriedly. He had been struggling in Hollywood for several years, and he knew how important it was to have an excellent and well-connected agent. He had signed with Xianxia Cody for less than a year, and he had already gotten several roles. Therefore, Brad Pitt had to take Xianxia's last sentence seriously. His mind raced as he recalled everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Pitt said uncertainly, "It can't be that, right? What is it? Hurry up and say it. Don't dawdle." Brad Pitt said, "You should know Jennifer Aniston and Xianxia, right? We ended work a little late yesterday, so I offered to send her home, but her boyfriend saw us. Her boyfriend seems to be very unhappy." As an outstanding agent, Xianxia Cody was very well informed. You mean Eric Williams, the young director of Home Alone? Brad Pitt nodded. Xianxia covered her forehead in distress. Pitt, what do you want me to say to you? A few months ago, if Tyson hadn't held back and made a move, the worst that could happen was a comminuted fracture and a few months in the hospital. I didn't expect you to not learn your lesson and go after Eric Williams' woman. Didn't the newspaper say that the two of them had broken up? Also, I think that although the box office of Home Alone is very good, he's just a new Hollywood director after all. He can't have so much power, right? Xianxia was a little helpless against this man who only had a handsome face but wasn't very smart. She explained, the Hollywood circle isn't small, but it's not big either. The connections are even more complicated. Film companies and broadcasting companies are inextricably linked. Eric Williams is a very outstanding and young director, so many people want to rope him in. If they just want to mess with an unknown actor like you, maybe it's just a matter of a few phone calls. I believe that many people would be willing to do this small thing to do a favor. Brad Pitt was silent for a while and said, then, what do we do now? Xianxia pondered for a while and said, don't you know Eric Williams's current address? You'd better apologize to him in person and be more sincere. I didn't do anything. Why should I apologize to him? Brad Pitt was a little resistant. It doesn't matter whether you did anything or not. The point is that he has already determined that you have offended him. If I apologize, can I get that role back? Xianxia shook her head. Of course not. The crew has already found a reason to kick you out. They definitely won't slap their own face. I just hope that after you apologize, he won't target you in the future. If you've been in the low-level actor circle, maybe it's nothing. But if you want to have a better career, you have to bow down to the other party this time. Otherwise, in the future, just one word from the other party may cause you to lose a chance to change your career. Brad Pitt lowered his head and was silent for a while before saying, okay, I will apologize. Hey, Jenny, are you free? Brad Pitt and Xianxia waited outside the set until after 7 o'clock before they saw Jennifer Aniston walk out. Hello, Mr. Pitt, Ms. Xianxia. When Jennifer Aniston saw Brad Pitt walking towards her, she subconsciously took a step back. Although they had only known each other for 2 days, Jennifer Aniston did have a good impression of Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt was very good at coaxing women, unlike Eric. The two of them were both small-time actors, so there was no difference in status. All of this made Jennifer Aniston feel very relaxed. That was why Jennifer Aniston agreed to Brad Pitt's suggestion to send her home last night. But Eric's appearance extinguished the little flame that Jennifer Aniston had just had for Brad Pitt. At the same time, it poured a bowl of cold water on her. Her boyfriend had almost lost control of his emotions last night, so Jennifer Aniston subconsciously kept a distance from Brad Pitt. Pitt, I'm very sorry that you left the set, but I have to go back now. Eric is waiting for me at home. When Brad Pitt saw Jennifer Aniston's distant expression, he cursed in his heart. On the surface, he still wore a charming smile and said, and it's like this. Mr. Williams might have misunderstood me yesterday, so I want to treat you to a meal and apologize to him in person. Jennifer Aniston's little brain spun. She quickly connected the words that she had overheard on the phone with Brad Pitt when she took a shower last night with the words that Brad Pitt had been kicked out of the set today. Just as she was thinking about how to reply to the two people in front of her, a taxi stopped by the side of the road. Eric, who was wearing a black windbreaker, got out of the taxi and walked towards them. The moment he saw Brad Pitt, Eric immediately frowned. At noon, James Brooks had specially called to tell him that the matter had been settled. Thinking about it, shouldn't Brad Pitt have packed his luggage and left by now? He walked up to Jennifer Aniston in 2 or 3 steps and asked with concern, Jenny, what's going on? Jennifer Aniston looked at her boyfriend with a complicated expression. Before she could speak, Xianxia Cody smiled and reached out her hand. Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Pitt's agent. My name is Xianxia Cody. Hello. Eric shook hands with her. Ms. Cody, why are you stopping my girlfriend? Is something the matter? It's like this, Mr. Williams. Xianxia Cody did not mind Eric's cold tone. She still had a faint smile on her face. Pitt's behavior last night was a little abrupt, So we were wondering if we could invite you to dinner to express our apologies. Eric glanced between Charissa Cody and Brad Pitt. Although Brad Pitt was forcing a smile, the unwillingness in his expression was still obvious. On the other hand, the petite female agent in front of him had a flawless performance. Eric did not care about Brad Pitt's feelings. In his previous life, this famous little B*TCH in Hollywood had a long string of exposed achievements in picking up girls that made many men envious, jealous, and hateful. The two actresses who played the Rachel sisters in Friends did not escape his clutches. At this time, Jennifer Aniston seemed a little naive when it came to relationships. If he had not appeared in time, this little girl might have been fooled by Pitt's flowery words. Moreover, once this happened, with Jennifer Aniston's stubborn personality, it would not be easy to salvage the situation. In order to prevent the two from coming into contact, Eric decisively took measures to kick Brad Pitt out of the cast. For this, he did not hesitate to owe James Brooks a big favor. "There's no need for dinner. I accept Mr. Pitt's apology. As long as he doesn't pester my girlfriend again, I will not pursue this matter in the future." After Eric finished speaking, he hugged Jennifer Aniston and was about to leave. After thinking about it, he could not help but say, "Miss Charissa, you are a very outstanding agent. It is Brad Pitt's honor to have an agent like you. If you are interested, you can go to Los Angeles. I welcome you to join UTA at any time." Charissa Cody had just breathed a sigh of relief when she got Eric's promise to let go of Brad Pitt. When she heard Eric's next words, she quickly showed a flattered expression and said, "Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Williams. I will consider it." After parting ways with Charissa Cody and Brad Pitt, the two of them were not in a hurry to go back. Jennifer Aniston held onto Eric's arm, and the two of them strolled along the bustling streets of New York at night. After saying a few irrelevant words, Jennifer Aniston could not help but say, "Eric, I think you went a little overboard." Brad Pitt went through a lot of trouble to get that role. It wasn't easy for him either. Eric reached out and pinched Jennifer Aniston's face, causing the girl to cry out, "Looks like Brad Pitt told his story very inspirational. You already have a good impression of him. That's all the more reason why I should kick him out of the cast. I just think that he's not bad." Jennifer Aniston puffed up her cheeks and glared at Eric. She went all out and spoke her true feelings with an expression that said, "What can you do to me? Do you know Mike Tyson?" Eric's turn was a little abrupt, but Jennifer Aniston still nodded and said, "I know. His divorce with Robin Givens has been a hot topic recently. There's one thing that you definitely don't know. Some time ago, Brad Pitt had an affair with Robin Givens and was blocked by Tyson in the house. The reason why Tyson wanted to divorce Robin Givens was because after she married Tyson, she still had an affair with Brad Pitt." Jennifer Aniston's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. Why didn't I know? You must be lying to me. Do I need to lie to you about something like this?" Eric spread his hands. Jennifer Aniston asked curiously, "How did you know about this?" Eric said, "It's spread in the industry. It's just that Brad Pitt is not as famous as Tyson. Even some gossip magazines can't be bothered to verify his name. They just replaced him with an unknown actor." In his memory, Brad Pitt was only caught many years later. After a series of scandals, bankruptcy, imprisonment, and so on, Tyson, who no longer cared about his reputation, admitted it in an interview. Eric suddenly thought of something very interesting. Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt were definitely at odds with each other. One had the ability to catch people, and the other was unlucky to always be caught. He was caught by Tyson, by Jennifer Aniston. Later, when he was about to marry Julie, he was playing with his female assistant and was tragically caught on the spot, causing the wedding delay. So, Eric patted Jennifer Aniston's head and said earnestly, "You can't judge a book by its cover. It's better to stay away from this kind of person." Jennifer Aniston nodded, then looked up at Eric with hidden bitterness. "Yeah, you can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows how many women you've messed with behind your back? You invited a bunch of actresses to your house for a party. It's all over the newspapers. And that shirt. Don't try to deny it." "Okay, Jenny." Eric hurriedly hugged Jennifer Aniston in his arms. "I'm guilty. I regret it. You're a bastard. Eric hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Jennifer Aniston threw a tantrum for a while before calming down. She pressed her face against Eric's chest and listened to her boyfriend's heartbeat. The two of them hugged each other quietly, forming a warm scene on the crowded street. A passing photographer felt that this scene was very heartwarming. He couldn't help but press the shutter and record this scene on film. However, Eric and Jennifer Aniston didn't notice this small detail. As Christmas approached, the photographer printed the photo he took. In the photo, the girl was wearing a short white trench coat. She quietly hugged her boyfriend's waist and leaned against him. The boy in the black trench coat hugged the girl tightly, his chin resting on the girl's soft blonde hair. One in black and one in white, one cold and one warm. Amidst the blurred pedestrians, the two of them seemed to be on a quiet island. Against the backdrop of the brightly lit city, the two of them looked beautiful and romantic. Feeling very satisfied, the photographer sent the photo to a newspaper in New York. As a result, the two of them in the photo were quickly recognized by the editor of the newspaper. The editor, who had a keen sense of professionalism, directly submitted the photo to the chief editor's office. The next day, the photo of the young miracle director Eric Williams and his girlfriend hugging each other on the streets of New York appeared on the front page of the newspaper. However, the article accompanying the photo was extremely gossipy. It took up more than half of the page to describe how Eric had put down the movie he was preparing and resolutely rushed to New York in order to find his true love. In the end, the two of them miraculously met on the streets of New York and hugged each other. Anyone with a bit of intelligence knew that the photo was real, but the story was definitely fabricated. However, the reporter's writing skills were not bad, so most people read it with great interest. The sales of the newspaper even increased slightly. Eric, who had been embroiled in all kinds of news, suddenly disappeared from Los Angeles and reappeared in New York, which attracted the attention of the paparazzi again. They didn't believe that Eric had gone to New York to seek true love, so Eric became the focus of the paparazzi again. The invitation of Al Pacino to be the male lead had been finalized. Therefore, in order to avoid the paparazzi's harassment, Eric basically stayed in Jennifer Aniston's apartment in Manhattan and didn't go out. This time, the paparazzi seemed to be waiting patiently outside Eric's apartment, waiting for Eric to appear. Jennifer Aniston naturally became another focus of the paparazzi. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, at Eric's insistence, Jennifer Aniston no longer took a bus or a taxi to and from the set. Instead, she bought a second-hand car. Jennifer Aniston still didn't let Eric pay a penny. After a few days of intense filming, the crew of Jennifer Aniston's TV series finally welcomed the 2-week Christmas and New Year holidays. At Jennifer Aniston's house, the girl picked up the newspaper for the umpteenth time and read the article on it. With a trace of anger and joy, she complained to her boyfriend, who was sitting by the window typing on a typewriter, "It's all your fault. We have a group of paparazzi following us everywhere we go. Otherwise, I could take you around New York." Eric finished typing a line of letters and turned around with a smile. "Why do I feel that your eyes are full of joy? The reporter who wrote the article is really a genius. He could make up a New York love story with just a photo." "Eric, have you contacted the newspaper?" Eric nodded. The photo was taken by an amateur photographer on the street. He was going to participate in the newspaper's photo collection, but the editor had sharp eyes and recognized us. Eric took out an envelope and handed it to Jennifer Aniston. "This is the negative. I bought it for $1,000. But it's worth it. This photo is really beautiful. It's worth collecting." Jennifer Aniston took the envelope and carefully took out the negative to look at it. Then, she gently put it back. "There's one more thing, Jenny. Although the article in the newspaper is nonsense, it gave me a good script. Look, it's changed according to our real life. How about you be the female lead?" Jennifer Aniston put the negative into an album and walked over to her boyfriend. She took a stack of scripts from him and started reading. After reading it, Jennifer Aniston put down the script and wrinkled her nose. "Apart from the last coincidental meeting, it has nothing to do with us." Eric spread his hands and quibbled, "Art is always processed many times. How about it? Are you going to act in it or not?" Jennifer Aniston hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. The female lead is a bit older than me. Plus, I don't want to act in a movie directed by you. Eric didn't try to persuade her again. He gradually let Jennifer Aniston's insistence take its course. Christmas soon came. In his previous life, Eric didn't have a deep impression of this Western holiday. When he was young, Christmas wasn't popular in the East. By the time Western holidays became popular, he was already middle-aged. It was impossible for him to chase after these things like young people. Kapoor had already returned to Los Angeles, and Al Pacino had his own life. After that day, Eric didn't see Al again. However, the two of them discussed the script of Pretty Woman over the phone every day. Therefore, it was only him and Jennifer Aniston spending Christmas together. This made Jennifer Aniston quite satisfied. The two of them decorated the room together, chose a Christmas tree together, and handled the turkey together. They didn't go out on Christmas Eve. They quietly leaned on the sofa and watched videos late into the night. After Christmas, Eric had no choice but to return to Los Angeles. It was true that Pretty Woman would start filming after the holidays, but as the director, he had a lot of work to do in advance. Although Jennifer Aniston was very reluctant, she had no choice but to drive her boyfriend to the airport. She watched the plane disappear into the horizon before reluctantly returning to the apartment. Runkle and his family didn't come? In the corner of the party, Jeffrey held a glass of red wine and asked casually. It was the second day after he returned to Los Angeles. In order to thank everyone for their help over the past 6 months, Eric specially held a private party in his mansion in Beverly Hills. In the past 6 months, he had interacted with James Brooks, Penny Marshall, Jeffrey Hansen, Michael Krause, Edward Lewis, and some other actors and actresses that he had met during the filming of Back to 17 and Home Alone. All of them were invited by Eric. In addition to the partners of the guests, there were close to 50 people. Fortunately, Eric had moved to another place, so there was no awkward situation like the first party. When he heard Jeffrey's words, Eric shook his head indifferently. I personally called to invite him, but Charleston rejected. Jeffrey was worried. I heard that under CAA's arrangement, Stuart Runkle has accepted 3 movie contracts until the end of next year. Eric, what's your plan? Eric comforted him. Don't worry, Jeffrey. CAA wants to use the sequel to Home Alone to threaten us. It's just wishful thinking. You'll understand when Little Stu's movies are released. In his previous life, Macaulay Culkin had taken on many films after he became famous because of Home Alone. However, the box office results were mediocre. Coupled with the high pay that came with his fame, some film producers even lost money because of it. You're saying that Stuart's other movies won't do well? Jeffrey also considered this point. Eric nodded. Everyone knows that Home Alone is an anomaly. I don't deny it either. After all, Little Stu is just a kid. No matter how famous he is, his box office appeal can't compare to adult superstars. Next year, in order to maintain Little Stu's fame, even if it means falling out with CAA, Runkle and his wife will choose to continue working with us. That couple. Eric stopped here with disappointment in his eyes. When he called to invite Runkle's family, Charleston Runkle's attitude towards him was very cold and even a little arrogant. Eric could guess what Charleston was thinking. Perhaps he thought that if it wasn't for his son, Home Alone wouldn't have been as successful as it was now. Some people always think too highly of themselves. But what if Stuart's movie is a big hit? Jeffrey asked. Not to mention that the possibility of this happening is very small. Even if it really happens, then we can negotiate when the time comes. Jeffrey, after Pretty Woman is released, you'll understand that I don't live on Home Alone. As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Drew in a red dress nonchalantly taking a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray. Eric immediately glared at the girl. Drew realized that her behavior was caught red-handed by Eric. She quickly put the wine glass back, stuck out her tongue, and slipped into a group of young people. Jeffrey noticed Eric's actions and teased, "You're so good to her. Although you're only 18, I still feel like you treat Drew like your own daughter. If you have children in the future, you'll definitely be a very competent father. It's too early to talk about this. I'm only 18. I'm not in a hurry to get married and have children." As he spoke, James Brooks greeted the other guests and came to the two of them. James, thank you for that. Eric raised his wine glass at James. James smiled and said, "It's nothing. I saw the photo in the Los Angeles Times a few days ago. You two look really good together." Speaking of this, Jeffrey also laughed. "Eric, are you sure that photo wasn't specially taken by you? I find it hard to believe that it was taken by an amateur photographer. But that's the truth. I even spent $1,000 to buy the film. I even had an inspiration and conceived a new script." James suddenly became interested. "Eric, if it's convenient, can you reveal the content?" "Of course," Eric said. The story is between a single father and an engaged female reporter. Eric spent a few minutes talking about the story outline of Sleepless in Seattle. "It sounds like the inspiration for the creation of this script came from Golden Jade League." James expressed his opinion. Eric did not deny it. In the script setting, the heroine likes the movie Golden Jade League. If it starts shooting in the future, I even plan to use the theme song of Golden Jade League to pay tribute to her. James thought that if Eric's script was amazing, he would buy it and produce it himself. He could even co-invest with Firefly Films. Eric just owed him a favor. If he asked, Eric would probably not refuse. However, after listening to Eric, James gave up his plan. Eric did not talk too much about the script details of Sleepless in Seattle, so James regarded it as an ordinary romantic love story. Although romantic love movies were a large category of Hollywood movies, there were not many that performed well at the box office. In this era, the types of movies that sold well in Hollywood were more inclined to action movies or science fiction movies. Even thriller movies were more likely to achieve a good box office than romantic love movies. James's lack of interest after listening to the content of the script made Eric relieved. If James asked for this script, he really didn't know how to refuse. Sleepless in Seattle was a movie with a box office of more than 100 million yuan. He was really reluctant to give it away because he owed James a favor. The topic of several people quickly turned to other aspects, and Sleepless in Seattle was temporarily put to the back of their minds. It was not until later that the movie got a total box office of more than 200 million US dollars that James Brooks regretted it. "Eric, I heard that your Pretty Woman is going to be released on Valentine's Day. I think it's better to be cautious. After the New Year's holiday, there are only 5 weeks until Valentine's Day. In addition to the film's rating, the effective production time is no more than 4 weeks. This is a very risky thing." Eric said confidently, "In fact, this movie started preparing 2 weeks ago. Now there is still more than a week before shooting. It's enough for me to consider all the details, so 4 weeks of production time is more than enough. Pretty Woman doesn't have many main scenes, so it's very easy to shoot. Pretty Woman in his previous life only took 12 weeks under various kinds of dawdling. During this period, there were also changes in the production company, script style changes, and other events. After shooting a normal movie, the accumulated film material would take up to dozens of hours, and the material for a big production movie would even take more than 100 or 200 hours. It was the shooting of this material that consumed a lot of time. Eric, who already had the complete film in his mind, certainly wouldn't waste so much time. If it weren't for the actors having to go through a lot of shooting to get their emotions in order to get themselves involved in the plot, Eric could even directly shoot the scenes in his memory. Even so, as long as the actors could play their acting skills, Eric was confident that he could compress the film material into less than 10 hours. In this way, 4 weeks of shooting and post-production time was more than enough. "Hi, Penny. How have you been?" After chatting with Jeffrey and James for a while, Eric began to socialize with the other guests. Penny Marshall gestured to the 2 guests next to her. The other party tactfully turned and left. "It's still the same. I received a lot of script offers, but I'm not satisfied with them, so I decided to take a break for a while. I'm not like you, shooting a second movie so quickly." Eric smiled and said, "I had no choice. So many people are waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Of course, I have to give them something to think about. Return to 17 Foot has already grossed $70 million, right? It seems like it's only a matter of time before it breaks the 100 million mark. As a female director, it'll be difficult for anyone to break your record in a short period of time." Penny Marshall was very pleased with Eric's compliment, but she still said, "It can't be compared to you. Home Alone recently earned more than $24 million at the box office." "Alright, stop complimenting each other. I feel a little sick listening to it." James Brooks suddenly interrupted. "Eric, I have something to discuss with Penny." "Of course, no problem." Eric nodded and turned to walk to the others. When the reception was about to end, Eric stopped Kapoor, who was about to leave. "Kapoor, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Kapoor nodded and followed Eric to the study on the second floor. The study was a little messy. The original newspaper clippings on the writing board that occupied one wall had been cleaned up. At this time, it was densely covered with Eric's hand-drawn, Pretty Woman, split-screen shots. Eric brought back the piano that had been returned to the room by the window. Kapoor was obviously a little surprised by the different and messy style of the room. The other aspects of the villa were very clean. Anyone who suddenly came here would feel out of place. Eric stuffed a few folders on the desk into the bookshelf and explained, "This is where I write. The cleaners are not allowed to come in, so it's a little messy." "Doesn't Drew live here?" Eric pulled out a chair and handed it to Kapoor. "This girl doesn't have the self-awareness. I'm the only one who tidies up occasionally." "You can't spoil her too much," Kapoor suggested with a smile. Eric shrugged and did not answer. He stuffed a tape into the recorder and pressed the play button. "Kapoor, let's listen to this first." Kapoor knew that Eric would not speak without thinking, so he listened to it with Eric. A fast-paced accompaniment sounded, and soon, an infectious singing voice was heard. It must have been love but it's over now. Lay a whisper on my pillow. Leave the winter on the ground. I wake up lonely. There's air of silence. A few minutes later, the song finished playing. Eric asked, "Kapoor, what do you think?" Kapoor told the truth. "I don't know much about this. This song is very infectious. The female singer's voice is also very explosive." "Eric, why are we listening to this?" "I plan to use this song as an interlude for Pretty Woman. But that's not the main point." "Kapoor, have you thought about UTA's future?" Kapoor nodded. "Of course, we've thought about it. We've already signed Al Pacino. If your Pretty Woman is successful, and with Julia Roberts, as long as we have two superstars supporting us, our agency will be able to gain a foothold in the industry. After all, UTA is still very small. We can't be too hasty in our progress." Eric said, "Haven't you thought about developing in other areas?" "You mean?" Kapoor glanced at the recorder. "Singer?" Eric nodded. The actors in the film and television circles have basically been divided up by all the big and small management companies. If we want to expand in this area, we can only slowly poach and nurture them. However, the music industry is still an undeveloped territory. Even the giants like CAA don't pay much attention to this area. This is a good opportunity for us to open up a new path. The 90s was still the golden age of the music industry. When Eric was preparing for the interlude for Pretty Woman, he had to put in a lot of effort to find the famous song I Must Have Been Love in the movie. He found out that the singers, Roxette, had not yet left Sweden. In his previous life, Roxette had been active for more than 10 years. After debuting in North America, the group's first single swept the music charts in 24 countries. How could Eric let go of this kind of potential? Kapoor, the song we just heard was performed by Roxette, a popular group in Sweden. Not many people have heard a song like this that can reach the top of the Billboard charts. So this is an opportunity for us. Do you understand? Kapoor said, "Looks like I have to personally make a trip to Sweden." Of course, the sooner the better. Since I was able to find this song, the other record companies will soon notice it. After all, they are more professional in this area than I am. We don't have much time left. Eric, are you going to set up a record company? Eric shook his head. It's too early to set up a record company. My current focus is still on the movie. After getting the contract with Roxette, you'll have to figure out the specific operation model on your own. Kapoor nodded to show that he understood. The two discussed some more details before Kapoor got up and left. After sending Kapoor off, Michael Krause quickly came up to him. Eric, it's been so long. Haven't you finished writing Resident Evil yet? Haven't you always been a fast shooter? The last word happened to be overheard by a waitress. The girl subconsciously glanced at Eric's crotch. She wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Her face was slightly twisted as she carried the tray and hurriedly walked to the kitchen. Eric had a depressed look on his face. Michael, can't you be more careful with your words? If that girl accidentally revealed what you said, who knows what those tabloids will say about me? Michael Krause insincerely apologized and continued to ask about Resident Evil. Okay, take it. Eric found the draft and handed it to Michael. The contract is the same as before. Once you're done, send it to me to sign the contract. Just as he said that, Drew suddenly popped out. When she saw Michael flipping through the draft, she yelled and pounced over. Hey, Eric, I'm not done reading yet. Michael stretched out his arm and used a few Tai Chi moves to cut a watermelon. He blocked the little girl's outstretched hand and stuffed the draft into his bag. He ignored Drew's yelling and said, Eric, I'll be leaving first. Goodbye. After that, Michael picked up his bag and walked away as if there was a little devil chasing after him. Okay, don't mess around. Eric knocked on Drew's head. I still haven't settled the score with you for skipping class. You even secretly deleted the phone message the principal left for me. Drew instantly lost his ferocious aura and turned back into a well-behaved little girl. He clasped his hands behind his back, but the craftiness in his eyes remained. I'm sorry, Eric. I won't dare to do it again. Eric's eyes were serious. Drew, did you touch those things again? Drew quickly shook her head. No, I really didn't. I just took a few classmates to the Rose Bowl to watch the game. Eric, I swore that I would never touch those things again. Eric let out a sigh of relief and said, no wonder your principal was so angry when he called me. You didn't learn well, and you even led the good girls in your school astray. Drew nodded and arched her head in Eric's arms. She raised her little face and said, Eric, my female classmates are very pretty. Do you want me to introduce them to you? Some images appeared in Eric's mind and he was instantly confused. That's too much. Hurry up and go to sleep. You're not allowed to go out before school starts. In the 1980s, Hollywood had yet to conquer the world, and the Walk of Fame was not as famous as it was in the future. When night fell, the Walk of Fame was no different from any other street in Los Angeles. It was filled with shops, pedestrians, and scantily clad women. An inconspicuous car was parked by the side of the road. In the passenger seat, Eric looked at Julia Roberts, who was being hit on from time to time. Julia was wearing heavy makeup at this moment. Even those who knew her well would not be able to recognize her immediately. The woman leaned against the lamppost lazily and flirtatiously. Her eyes wandered as she looked around. Eric had designed this look based on Vivian's appearance in his memory. Not only did it bring out her pure and exquisite face, but it also brought out Julia's perfect figure. In less than half an hour, the number of men hitting on Julia had already exceeded the number of tasks that Eric had assigned. Just as Eric was thinking about whether he should continue, he saw 3 or 4 strangely dressed young men surrounding Julia. He quickly said to the muscular driver in the driver's seat, Tonis, start the car. We can do it now. Yes, boss. Tonis started the car and drove to Julia's side. Julia was forcing a smile and pretending to be polite with a few people. When she saw Eric's car driving over, she quickly slapped away a young man's strange hand that was reaching out to her. Hey, guys, my client is here to pick me up. I already said that I'm waiting for someone. He paid a huge price. The few young men looked at the inconspicuous car and laughed in disdain. They continued to pester her. Girl, how much can someone who drives such a lousy car pay? How about $200 a night? The other girls on this street only pay $70 a night. Tonis, who was almost 2 meters tall, opened the car door and appeared in front of them like a small mountain. He glared at the young men fiercely, and the young men were stunned. They knew that they could not even defeat one of his hands with their small arms and legs. They smiled apologetically and left with their tails between their legs. "Miss Julia, get in the car." Tonus put away his fierce expression and considerately opened the back door for Julia. Julia thanked him and got into the car. The female assistant in the back seat, Allison Green, hurriedly put a jacket on Julia. In this season of Los Angeles, the nights were still quite cold. "Eric, how was my performance?" Julia put on her coat and asked Eric impatiently. Eric praised, "I'm very satisfied. If I hadn't specially called Tonus over, there might have been some trouble today. Boss, this is what I should do." Tonus smiled honestly as he started the car. Tunney's was a security guard hired by Firefly Movies. This 2-meter-tall black man had a gentle temper, and he claimed that he had never fought with anyone before. Being a prostitute on the streets was actually a very dangerous profession. Some prostitutes were suddenly kidnapped into cars, and a few days later, their corpses appeared in the garbage dump. Just in case, Eric called Tonus over for the test that night. "Tonus, you live around here, right? Stop at the intersection ahead. You can go home. I'll send Miss Julia back." Tonus nodded, stopped the car, and bade farewell when they arrived. Julia's female assistant, Allison Green, also opened the car door and said, "Mr. Eric, there's a bus that goes to my house. I'll get off too. Goodbye." Soon, only Eric and Julia were left in the car. Eric started the car, and Julia curled up in the back seat anxiously. Both of them were silent. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of Julia's apartment. The girl got out of the car with her head lowered. After waiting for a while, Eric didn't get out of the car with her. Instead, he stuck his head out of the car window and said, "Julia, rent a new place as soon as possible. It'd be best if it's in Beverly Hills. Once the filming starts, the media won't be able to hide the news that you're the main lead. The paparazzi will be very troublesome then. I'll ask Jeffrey to give you a portion of your salary in advance." "Okay, Eric. Aren't you coming in?" Julia asked softly, her eyes unfocused. Eric winked at the girl. "Not today. Although I've taken some measures, I'm not sure if I've gotten rid of the paparazzi." Julia didn't know if she was happy or disappointed. She mumbled and waved at Eric before she turned and walked into the apartment. Eric watched the girl walk into the apartment before he rolled up the car window and drove away. On the first day of the new year, Al Pacino flew from New York to Los Angeles and settled down in his villa in Beverly Hills. Soon after, he immersed himself in the preparation work for Charming Lady. As a result, Pretty Woman held its first meeting with the main cast. Everyone chatted for the entire morning and got to know each other better. Eric also took advantage of this opportunity to discuss and revise the script with the other main actors. After all, the male lead had been replaced by Al Pacino. AL's acting style was completely different from Richard Gere's, and Eric couldn't shoot exactly according to his memory of Richard Gere. Eric also took the opportunity to let Al and Julia try out a few scenes together. In order to cooperate with the somewhat immature Julia, Al Pacino took the initiative to restrain his acting skills. However, during the performance, Al Pacino still somewhat suppressed Julia. That was because Al Pacino was only 1.7 meters tall, while Julia was nearly 1.8 meters tall after she put on high heels. Eric's original plan was to let Julia change her high heels into flat shoes and let Al wear high heels if she was uncoordinated during the audition because of her height. But after the audition, Eric dismissed the idea, because Julia's only advantage was her height. If this advantage was removed, it would be difficult for Julia to showcase herself under Al Pacino's sharp edge. Lamborghini and its parent company, Chrysler, had spent $1 million sponsoring Pretty Woman. Both Lamborghini and its parent company, Chrysler, attached great importance to this cooperation. On the training ground of a driving school in Los Angeles, 2 small container trucks were parked by the side. Under the guidance of the staff, 2 Lamborghini Ghosts were carefully unloaded. "Wow, what a cool sports car." Drew stood next to Eric and looked at the silver and purple Lamborghini with stars in her eyes. She couldn't help but want to go forward, but Eric reached out and stopped her. "Eric, I want that purple one. It's so beautiful." Eric pinched Drew's little nose and smiled. It's not a doll. You can have it just because you want it. The Lamborghini staff member named Ian Brayster saw Drew's reaction and smiled proudly. Miss Drew, you have good taste. Purple represents nobility and mystery. Most women like to choose this color. But this is a concept car that we specially built. In order to cooperate with Mr. Williams' movie shooting, it's not for sale yet. As they chatted, the staff led Julia and Al into the two cars and began to carefully explain the key points of operation to them. Although Julia and Al both had driver's licenses, they had never driven a Lamborghini before, especially Julia, who had never even touched a sports car before. In Pretty Woman, the Lamborghini would appear in the first 20 minutes. During the filming, the two of them would have to personally drive the car for a long time. According to the introduction of the Lamborghini, there would be some innovations in the operation of the latest Ghost series. In order to ensure that there were no accidents during the shooting, Eric had to train Julia and Al for 3 days. Lamborghini was also happy to cooperate and specially sent a technical staff named Ian Brayster to cooperate with them. Most men liked sports cars, and Eric was no exception. However, he only showed up once on the first day of Julia and Al's training. After that, he didn't show up again because he was busy. Halfway up Beverly Hills, in a temporarily rented villa, Eric and Jeffrey were directing the staff to set up the set. This would be the shooting location of Pretty Woman. Al Pacino was a standard method actor, and according to the rumors in his previous life, Julia was always too emotional and had sparks with male actors when filming, so she should also be considered a method actor. Actors with this kind of acting style were used to integrating the character into themselves and then showing it. If the shooting sequence was messed up, it would definitely affect the performance. In order to perfectly show the changes in the personalities of the two protagonists in the movie, Eric decided to shoot in chronological order. In the original movie, the first scene was a scene where Edward attended a party at the private lawyer Philip Starkey's house. This scene introduced the identity and character of the male lead through Edward's conversations with several characters. Eric and Jeffrey discussed it and finally decided to shoot the scene first. At the same time, they could really hold a party as the opening party of Pretty Woman. They didn't even plan to hire extras. Most of the extras would be played by the crew and family members. There weren't many scenes in this scene, so Eric wasn't worried about any mistakes. Yesterday, I went to Century City again. Fox still has doubts about our movie being released during Valentine's Day. I talked to Carta Hang for an hour before she agreed to make sure that the movie wouldn't be delayed. She would launch a publicity campaign 2 weeks before Valentine's Day. Eric, 2 weeks definitely won't achieve the best publicity. United Artists invited Richard Gere to star in Mighty Dragons Killing Formation, and they only dared to bring it forward to the Easter holiday in March. Eric was writing notes on a folder with a pencil. When he heard Jeffrey's words, he thought about it and said, "Don't worry, Jeffrey. Now all the media in the United States is spontaneously promoting my movie. It can be said that there aren't many people in the United States who don't know about Pretty Woman. Moreover, there should be another bombshell when the time comes." Jeffrey asked curiously, "What?" Eric smiled confidently. "Do some calculations. Based on the current box office trend of The Kid in the Home, how much box office will it reach?" Jeffrey quickly calculated. At that time, The Kid would have been in theaters for about 12 weeks, and the box office would have reached $200 million. Seeing Jeffrey's relaxed expression, Eric asked, "Do you understand?" Jeffrey nodded. By then, the box office of Home Alone is likely to exceed $200 million. It has been 3 years since a movie in North America grossed more than $200 million. Some time ago, there was an article in Variety magazine that was pessimistic about the North American market. Once Home Alone breaks $200 million, the media will definitely be enthusiastic again. So, as long as there is no problem with the quality of my movie, I don't have to worry about box office losses due to publicity. On the other hand, United Artists cautiously put Mighty Dragons Killing Formation a month after Pretty Woman, so they won't be able to borrow much from Pretty Woman. Eric didn't care too much about the Mighty Dragons Killing Formation that he had no impression of in his memory. Richard Gere missed the opportunity to make a comeback with Pretty Woman, so it would probably be difficult for him to rise again. After all, his acting wasn't that good. Before Eric transmigrated, he hadn't received an Oscar nomination. Oh yeah, Eric, when I went to Fox's headquarters yesterday, Calta mentioned the movie adaptation of Jurassic Park again. Also, Fox is very interested in the Resident Evil you just released, but I changed the topic. Due to Michael Krause's efforts, Resident Evil was successfully released a few days ago. Once the novel appeared, it caused some controversy. Most of the newspaper reviews of the novel were critical, and some even suspected that Resident Evil was created by Eric. After all, the style of the two novels was too different. Eric didn't respond to these doubts. Anyone with a normal brain would think that with his current fame and wealth, why would he need to find someone for a few royalties? However, after Resident Evil was released, Michael Krause called to say that the book sales were good, and that readers were very interested in this novel zombie sci-fi novel. Moreover, many readers had already written to Michael and Eric, hoping that Resident Evil could be adapted into a movie. Jeffrey, if someone contacts you about adapting the novel into a movie, just reject them. I definitely won't give up these two novels unless the other party can come up with a cooperation plan that satisfies me. Jeffrey nodded and suddenly remembered something. He smiled and said, "The Golden Globe Awards are really giving us face. Home Alone is actually nominated for Best Musical Comedy Film." Eric also smiled and said, "Whether it's the Golden Globe Awards or the Oscars, they will all bow to the box office. Just wait and see. Even if the Oscars committee doesn't want to, they will definitely pinch their noses and give Home Alone a few nominations." Jeffrey probed, "You're so tight with the filming schedule. I'm afraid we won't have time to attend the Golden Globe Awards banquet." "Don't worry," Eric packed up the folder and put the pencil in his ear and said, "The Golden Globe Awards are giving us face. Even if we stop filming, we will definitely attend. If we are all in Los Angeles and refuse to attend the banquet because of filming, we might unknowingly be hated by others." Thinking of the future where poor Shaoli returned empty-handed after being nominated for so many Oscars, Eric would not make a mistake. Many people said that Leonardo did not win the Best Actor award because he was not good enough and always played himself in all the roles. It had nothing to do with Titanic not being nominated and refusing to attend the Oscars. However, since that opinion had spread to the public, it was definitely not groundless. The two chatted as they set up the filming location. At noon, they had lunch nearby. Eric looked at his watch and said to Jeffrey, "Jeffrey, you can arrange the things in the afternoon. I have something to do and need to leave." Jeffrey was very curious. What could make Eric put down the movie preparations at this time? Eric said helplessly, "This afternoon, Drew starts school. I have to send her to school. The girl got into trouble at school last time and the principal personally called me." Jeffrey was stunned for a while. He shook his head and laughed. "You really treat that girl like a daughter?" Eric shrugged. "I spent money and played tricks. The contract I signed with Edico is basically equivalent to getting Drew's custody. I don't care who takes care of her. I feel like I'm reaping what I sow." "I saw in a newspaper that someone praised you. They said that you helped Drew break away from her greedy mother's control and sent her to boarding school. This is a kind of love for Drew." Eric did not intend to hide anything. He picked up the jacket on the back of the chair and put it on. He said casually, "I paid someone to write that draft. I have to let people know my good intentions, right? Otherwise, some people with ulterior motives will always try to make trouble for me with the fact that Drew is underage." Jeffrey, who was drinking coffee, could not help but spit out, "You are really..." The principal of Drew's girls' school was a Caucasian woman in her 50s. She had a kind and amiable face. Eric sat alone opposite the principal and listened to her nagging. "Mr. Williams, deep down, we don't want to give up on any child. It's just that Miss Barlimore is really too naughty. The girls in the school are all young ladies from rich families. They are very quiet and demure. If their families know that their daughters have learned how to skip classes, they will definitely question the education environment of our school. And we can't use force to stop Miss Barlimore. So, if this happens again, we can only ask Miss Barlimore to transfer schools." "Ms. Gurian, I've already warned Drew harshly." "That's good." Gullion nodded. She nagged for a long time before letting go of Eric. Walking out of the office, Eric looked at Drew, who had already changed into a beautiful school uniform, and said, "Okay, I have already been taught a lesson for you. You don't want to embarrass me a second time, right?" The girl smiled and held Eric's arm. "Don't worry, it won't happen again. You don't have any sincerity in your answer." Eric pursed his lips, but there was nothing he could do. This girl was simply impervious to fire and water. Even if he held her down and gave her a beating, she would just close her eyes and enjoy it a little. Opening the car door, Eric sighed and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he said in a low voice, "Don't cause any more trouble. I will be very busy recently. Even if you want to skip classes, don't get caught." "Hee hee. I know you are the best to me, Eric." Drew quickly tiptoed and kissed Eric on the cheek. Eric smiled and rubbed Drew's head. He turned and got into the car. Waving his hand, he drove away under Drew's reluctant gaze. On January 7th, in a villa in Beverly Hills, Pretty Woman officially started shooting. Based on the consideration of keeping the goodies within the family, many of the supporting roles in Pretty Woman were chosen from UTA. Kapoor was right. These people's acting skills were fine, they just lacked opportunities. Even if they could get a small role with only a few lines in the director's new film of Home Alone, these small actors would be quite satisfied. Eric didn't make any promises to them either. As long as Pretty Woman was released, the contracted actors of UTA would realize how lucky they were. In his previous life, because of the popularity of Pretty Woman, even the elevator operator who only appeared a few times in the movie eventually became a comedy actor who kept getting offers. Edward's mercenary private lawyer, Philip Stuckey, didn't have a suitable actor in UTA. Eric had someone contact the original actor, Jason Alexander. Jason Alexander was still an ordinary Broadway stage actor. Although his acting skills were good, his appearance didn't have any advantages. He only played some unimportant roles in a few movies and TV series. When he heard that he could get a very important supporting role in Eric's new film, he didn't hesitate to jump ship from his original agency to join UTA. Hollywood was so realistic. As long as Jason Alexander achieved success in the future, no one would accuse him of betrayal. Instead, they would envy his good luck. In the villa, all the actors were in position. Eric sat behind the monitor and made an okay gesture to his assistant. The shooting officially began. Pretty Woman, Act 1, Scene 1, Action. With a click, the script writer hit the board, and everyone in front of the camera began to move. In the shot, a magician from the circus said his lines while skillfully changing the coin magic. No matter what they say, the topic can't be separated from money. Soon, the camera moved up and the magician pulled out a gold coin from the ear of Edward's ex-girlfriend. Philip Stuckey, played by Jason, appeared in the shot with a smile and asked a male guest who was watching the magic show about the whereabouts of the male lead, Edward. This was a long shot of nearly 1 minute. The acting was difficult and it was quite a test of the actor's ability to perform. In order to film this scene well, they had rehearsed many times. Jason Alexander did not disappoint Eric. As the camera moved, Jason smiled throughout the whole process and spoke his lines without any hindrance. He walked back and forth among the guests, accompanied by rich and natural body language. After Jason kissed the cheek of a female guest, Eric shouted with satisfaction, "Cut." Jason Alexander put down the champagne in his hand and walked towards Eric with a smile on his face. "Director Williams, how was that scene? Would you like to do it again?" Eric couldn't help but give a thumbs up as he praised, "No need at all. It's perfect. This is a good start." Several members of the crew couldn't help but come over. Eric replayed the scene just now. Everyone saw Jason Alexander's performance and nodded in unison. After watching the replay again and confirming that there was no need to shoot it again, Eric clapped his hands and said, "Okay, the relevant staff will prepare for the second scene immediately." Everyone dispersed, and Jason Alexander walked into the villa to prepare for the next scene with Al Pacino and the others. A room on the second floor of the villa had been converted into a conference room. Al Pacino was flipping through the information that he had read countless times. In order to make Al feel more immersed in the role, Eric had specially prepared more than 10 pages of information on Lewis Company and Moses Company. Although these two companies were fictional, the content of the information was designed by professionals based on the real companies. The second scene was a meeting to discuss the acquisition of Moses' company. Although the room had been preliminarily renovated, it still took half an hour to set up the cameras and other work. After the shooting began, Eric focused most of his attention on Al Pacino, who was performing for the first time. Al Pacino didn't have many lines in this scene. He relied on his expressions and body language to express himself, which was what Al Pacino was best at. Al's image was very different from that of Richard Gere in the original version. His portrayal of Edward was still elegant, but there was more wisdom and indifference in his temperament, and less gentleness and easygoing. In fact, this was more in line with the script setting of Edward as a cold businessman who carried out his own plans like a machine. Therefore, Eric quickly accepted the new image created by Al. Cut. After shooting a few scenes, Eric suddenly shouted for a pause just as a scene started. He frowned and stood up. "Eric, is there a problem?" Al Pacino asked in confusion. The first few scenes had gone smoothly, and he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his performance just now. Eric shook his head. "Al, it's not your problem." After that, Eric sat behind a blonde girl at the conference table. The blonde girl named Dolly hurriedly stood up. Eric expressionlessly picked up the notebook on the table that Dolly had just scribbled on. "Dolly, do you know that because of your negligence, we have to reshoot all the scenes just now?" Dolly nervously apologized. "I'm sorry, director. May I know what the problem is?" "Your role is a meeting recorder, but in the first few scenes, you looked absent-minded." "Did you know that? If this was a real company meeting, you would definitely be fired. Look at what you wrote. May I compare you to Summer, but you are gentler than Summer." "Is this a poem?" The blonde girl's fair face blushed slightly as she explained softly, It's a sonnet by Shakespeare." "Okay, Miss Artistic Youth, now, sit down." Eric asked Dolly to sit down again and personally corrected her sitting posture. He placed the notebook in front of the girl and said, "Next, remember, don't write any more poems. Write down all the lines that Al and the rest of them say as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Dolly nodded. "Got it, Director Williams." Eric returned to the director's chair and directed everyone to start shooting again. The reason why he let the girl off so easily was that Eric was also at fault. He had focused too much attention on the performance of Al and the others and ignored Dolly's mistake. It wasn't until Dolly appeared in the center of the screen that he realized it. If he had corrected her in time at the beginning, so many scenes wouldn't have been wasted. However, as a director, in order to maintain his prestige in the crew, he certainly wouldn't admit that it was his mistake on such a trivial matter. Although the party scene in the villa was only a few minutes long in the movie, it took more than half a day to shoot. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that the last scene in the villa finally came, which was the conversation between Edward and his ex-girlfriend, Susan. After rudely and directly breaking up with his current girlfriend, Jessica, Edward, who was about to leave the villa, walked downstairs and bumped into his ex-girlfriend, so the two of them chatted briefly. "Susan, can I ask you something?" Edward stared at Susan. Susan was puzzled. "What?" Edward raised his hand and thought for a moment before he said, "When you were my girlfriend, did you talk to my secretary more than I did?" Susan sounded a little disappointed, as if she was recalling the past when they were together. "Your secretary later became my bridesmaid." Stunned for a moment, Edward smiled awkwardly and said goodbye to Susan. This scene seemed ordinary, but it was actually one of the several turning points for the male lead, Edward, in the movie. There was a reason why Pretty Woman was able to achieve box office success and was included in most romance movie lists. Many people would think that it was just a fairy tale about a prince and Cinderella that couldn't happen in reality. That wasn't wrong, but the plot design of this movie was much more exquisite. Perhaps the director himself had only done this subconsciously, but he couldn't deny the existence of these exquisite settings. If one were to talk about illogical, then Notting Hill, which was filmed after Julia became famous in her previous life, was illogical. The male and female leads only met once and didn't say much before they kissed passionately in the male lead's apartment. Eric saw this movie for the first time, and he was shocked by that abrupt scene. And in Pretty Woman, the reason why the male and female protagonists were able to get together in the end wasn't because of unreasonable force. In the movie, Vivian and Edward's personalities had undergone at least 3 transformations. Vivian's first transformation was not long after the movie started, when she met the prostitute who had died in the trash can. In the close-up of that moment, Vivian's eyes showed fear. So, when she met her good friend Kate Luca, Vivian asked for the first time, "Don't you want to get rid of this life?" The second time was to accompany Edward to a banquet. Vivian went to buy clothes alone and was chased out of the clothing store. Walking on the street with her coat tightly wrapped around her, Vivian felt a piercing sense of humiliation, which made her determined to escape her original life once again. The last time, Edward gave up on buying Moses' company, and the furious Philip Starkey blamed it on Vivian. In the hotel room, Philip Starkey said to Vivian in a harsh tone, "Don't forget your identity, Miss Vivian. You're not a little woman, you're just a prostitute." This sentence completely woke Vivian, who was immersed in the Cinderella dream that Edward had created. So, when Edward said that he wanted to keep her as his mistress, Vivian ran to the balcony and didn't dare to look Edward in the eyes. Instead, she told him about her childhood fantasy. She said to him that he could either give her a fairy tale or let her leave. In the end, she chose to leave, although that wasn't the end. The change in Edward's personality began in the villa, when he had a conversation with his ex-girlfriend, Susan. He asked his question, and Susan said that her secretary had become her bridesmaid in the end. It could be imagined how cold and indifferent Edward had been to Susan, so she had no choice but to rely on his secretary. Although this detail couldn't cause much change in Edward's personality, it made him start to reflect on his behavior. Edward's second transformation was after having dinner with the boss of Moses' company. When he returned to the hotel, he sat alone on the balcony and looked at the night view of Los Angeles. Because the conversation during the meal reminded him of his father who had passed away not long ago. He had studied hard, worked hard, and finally took revenge on his father for abandoning his mother. The first thing he did after setting up the company was to buy the company that his father was in charge of, break it up, and sell it. However, his father had passed away, and 14 years of resentment had disappeared. He finally felt a trace of exhaustion. When a person was tired, their willpower was always the weakest. At this time, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him, enlightened him, comforted him, and unknowingly broke into his heart. On the piano in the restaurant, the tired Edward burst out with strong emotions for the first time. The final transformation began that night. Vivian pestered Edward to play chess. Edward rested his chin on his hand and said, "Why don't we play tomorrow?" "I still have to work." Vivian asked, "Why do you have to work?" "Take a day off." Edward woke up from a dream. "Yes, I'm the boss." Thus, Edward was completely depraved. They went shopping like a couple, hugged each other on the lawn, read, and chatted about everything in the snack bar. In the end, he found that he couldn't leave Vivian. On the sad rainy day before they parted, Edward finally made up his mind to give Vivian a fairy tale. He turned into a knight, holding a sword, umbrella, in his right hand and flowers in his left hand, and climbed up the castle window, hanging ladder, to welcome his princess back. After the scene where Al Pacino pretended to drive the Lamborghini away from the party ended, the day's filming schedule was completed. The crew's working time was also close to 8 hours. As long as they maintained this progress, Eric believed that the film could be completed within 4 weeks. Therefore, although he still had plenty of energy, he did not ask the crew to work overtime. In Europe and America, working overtime was a very serious issue. It was basically impossible to ask Europeans to work overtime. Some countries even imposed high overtime taxes to restrict companies from letting employees work overtime. If you asked Americans to work overtime, not only did you have to give them a satisfactory compensation and rest plan, but you also had to deal with the possible questioning and investigation from the union. The set of the villa was originally a party. According to Eric's original idea, after the filming was completed, the real kickoff party began here. Amidst the melodious and soothing music, Eric rejected the bold flirtations of several beautiful women. He sat on the sofa in the corner and chatted with Jeffrey about the next filming plan. Occasionally, he glanced at the dance floor from the corner of his eye, and his gaze paused slightly on Julia and Al Pacino, who were hugging each other. Julia had already quit her job as a waitress at Jeff's restaurant and received an advance payment. Now, she had rented an apartment in Beverly Hills and moved in according to Eric's instructions. Although she did not have any scenes today, Julia still took the initiative to appear on set and help out from time to time. She also took the time to rehearse a few lines with Al Pacino. Eric was quite satisfied with Julia's attitude. Except for a female assistant assigned to Julia by the agency, Julia did not receive any preferential treatment in the crew. In fact, even Al Pacino did not receive any special treatment. When he entered the set, he still drove his own car. After work, he also went back to his home to rest. In order to save money, the crew only rented a trailer for the actors to do makeup and change. Of course, this situation would only happen once. Eric believed that when the two of them filmed their next movie, they would definitely not receive such simple treatment. Jeffrey, who was chatting with Eric, quickly followed Eric's gaze and found the focus of his gaze. "What's wrong, Eric? Are you jealous?" Jeffrey leaned over slightly with a teasing tone. He knew exactly what had happened between Eric and Julia. Eric shook his head calmly, but after all, he had been intimate with Julia before. When he saw Julia and Alfred flirting on the dance floor, it was impossible for him not to feel a little jealous. However, Eric had no intention of keeping Julia for himself. Big-mouthed beauties weren't his cup of tea. As a senior member of the Appearance Association, Eric didn't consider Julia a beauty in his heart. "I'm just observing how Julia and Al get along." Eric casually found an excuse. Now it seems that after a week of practice, they've already gotten into character. "Look, don't the two of them have a sense of harmony?" When Jeffrey heard Eric's words, he also looked over. On the dance floor, Julia and Al Pacino whispered a few words from time to time. They looked at each other affectionately. "It's true, Eric, do you think Julia will fall in love with Al after filming this movie?" "It's very likely," Eric replied, thinking of Julia's affectionate and sensitive personality, "but Al definitely won't accept Julia. His girlfriend is pregnant." Al Pacino was also a playboy, and his methods were quite brilliant. In his previous life, he skillfully flirted with many women, and several women gave birth to his children. If it were before, Al might have started a relationship with Julia. But this kind of thing was unlikely to happen now. Al Pacino was at a critical moment in his comeback, and his girlfriend's pregnancy was not a secret. If he were to be in a relationship with Julia at this time, abandoning his pregnant girlfriend would be a huge blow to his image. If Eric was the only one looking at her inadvertently, Julia might not have noticed. Now, Eric and Jeffrey were both looking over at him, their mouths full of comments. If Julia didn't notice it, she would be pretending. Al Pacino also noticed Eric and Jeffrey's gazes and smiled at them graciously. Julia, who was in Al's arms, was inexplicably nervous. Once her state of mind was destroyed, it was difficult to continue. After whispering a few words to Al, Julia left the dance floor and walked towards Eric. On the dance floor, Al Pacino shrugged nonchalantly and soon found another beautiful girl to dance with. "Julia, why aren't you dancing?" Eric asked curiously when Julia sat down next to him. "I'm just a little tired." Julia took a glass of champagne and sat down on the sofa. She leaned towards Eric as if nothing had happened and asked, "What were you talking about just now?" Jeffrey smiled and answered first, "I just made a bet with Eric. After this movie is finished, will you fall in love with Al?" "Ah, how can you do this?" Julia's tone was angry, but disappointment flashed in her eyes. Eric quickly interrupted Jeffrey's nonsense and said, "Julia, don't listen to Jeffrey's nonsense. We're not that bored. It's just that when we saw you and Al dancing, we felt that the following filming would go smoothly. Both of you are obviously in character." Julia nodded, took a sip of champagne, and asked, "Eric, are you going to dance?" Eric lifted his sleeve to look at his watch and refused, "No, I'm leaving soon." "Why don't you stay a little longer?" "It's absolutely impossible to be so relaxed for the next period of time." Jeffrey urged him to stay. Eric stood up and said with a smile, "Today is the first day of Jenny's TV series. She specially called me from New York and asked me not to forget to watch it. It's almost time." When Jeffrey heard Eric say this reason, he couldn't help but tease him a little, but he also stood up. Some other sharp-eyed people noticed that Eric might be leaving and also came over. At the entrance of the villa, Eric said to Jeffrey and the others who sent him off, "You guys go back. Jeffrey, don't let them play too late." Be careful not to delay tomorrow's filming. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. Eric waved his hand and walked towards the parking lot. Julia hesitated in the crowd and followed. Julia, what's the matter? Eric had just opened the car door when he saw Julia walking over. Eric, I haven't had time to buy a car yet. Can you give me a ride? Eric smiled and said, of course, no problem. As the car drove smoothly on the road, Eric casually found a topic to talk about. Julia, how do you feel about Elle? Julia lowered her head slightly and glanced at Eric. She thought for a moment and said, Mr. Al Pacino is very gentlemanly and talkative. He makes people involuntarily have a good impression of him. However, I don't have much romantic feelings for him. Mr. Pacino is more than 20 years older than me. Eric said with a smile, Al will be sad to hear your evaluation. You don't like older men, but Al likes young and beautiful girls. Do you think I'm beautiful? Eric nodded without hesitation. In the eyes of Westerners, you're a standard beauty. Although Julia felt that Eric's words were a little strange, she still looked a little happy. After a short pause, Julia mustered up her courage and asked, Eric, is your current girlfriend Jennifer Aniston? Yes, we met when we were filming Back to 17, Eric said. He then remembered something and smiled. Jenny knows you too. That's impossible. I've only seen her in the newspaper, and that time. Julia was a little embarrassed at the mention of the absurdity of that night. Eric didn't take it to heart. She also met you then. Speaking of which. The image of Jennifer Aniston throwing a tantrum surfaced in his mind. Eric smiled. Jenny also wore that shirt. By the way, do you still have it? Can you return it to me later? No problem. Julia nodded subconsciously. The car stopped in front of Julia's newly rented apartment. The girl got out of the car and looked at the empty streets on both sides. She asked expectantly, Eric, do you want to come in and have a cup of coffee first? There are no paparazzi around this time. Eric leaned out of the car window and refused. Forget it, I have to go back quickly. I'll just wait here. Okay then. Julia took out the key and opened the door. She looked back and saw that Eric still had no intention of getting out of the car. She had no choice but to enter the house alone. In the bedroom, Julia opened the closet and took out the clean white shirt. She subconsciously put it in front of her and sniffed it. Then, she folded it in her arms and walked to the bedroom door. Recalling what Eric had just said, the girl's footsteps became more and more hesitant. She could no longer suppress the jealousy in her heart. She turned around and put the shirt back into the closet. Then, she guiltily found two of her own clothes to cover it. She took a few deep breaths and walked out of the room. Eric, I'm sorry, I forgot where I put the shirt. I'll return it to you when I find it, okay? Eric stared at the girl for 2 seconds and sighed. Okay, forget it if you can't find it. Just as she was about to roll up the car window and leave, Eric thought for a moment and stuck his head out. Julia, I can guarantee that after Pretty Woman is released, you will become a Hollywood superstar who will be the center of attention. At that time, countless men will treat you as their dream lover and there will be countless outstanding men pursuing you. So. Eric hesitated for a moment and didn't say it too bluntly. Act well, don't let me down. Julia bit her lips and blinked a few times. She forced a smile and said, Don't worry, Director Williams, I'll do my best. Then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The girl raised her hand and waved. She watched as Eric started the car and disappeared at the end of the street. Looking at Julia's figure in the rearview mirror, Eric sighed softly. His index finger gently tapped on the steering wheel and a few Chinese phrases came out of his mouth. He had forgotten the melody. Wandering the world, unable to hide his elegance. Not for infatuation, only for the flowers. The flowers are too fragrant, the wind blows under the flowers die, the flowers are impermanent. Walking magnanimously, without a little, Eric stopped at the last word and shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. How is that possible? After the veiled rejection that day, Julia seemed to have put her feelings for Eric to the back of her mind and began to devote herself to the filming. Whether in front of others or in private, Julia called Eric Director Williams. Of course, Eric didn't have time to feel disappointed by the girl's alienation. As the accumulated scenes increased, the post-production editing work of the film began at the same time. Eric worked with the editor almost every day until late at night. Sometimes, because it was too late to finish the work, Eric slept in the office to save time. Jeffrey was also worried about Eric's work style. Most films were edited after the filming was completed. Although Eric's last film, Home Alone, had a very short production period, it was also the standard process. But now, Eric had messed up the order. However, after watching the footage edited by Eric, Jeffrey was completely relieved. He just told Eric to take care of his body and not to be too tired. It wasn't that Jeffrey hadn't asked Eric why he was working so hard. With Eric's current achievements, he would be able to enjoy the profits of Home Alone for the next 10 years. Eric just smiled and didn't explain. He continued to work. How could Jeffrey know the ambition in his heart? When he first walked into Fox's audition room, the sprout that had sprouted in his heart was now deeply rooted in his heart, and the series of successes that followed made this sprout grow stronger and stronger. Eric just wanted to see how far he could go. After 3 days of practice, the filming progress of Pretty Woman suddenly sped up. At the same time, they officially entered the Beverly Hills Wilshire Hotel and began some of the most important scenes. Cut. Eric poked his head out from behind the monitor. It was the scene of Vivian and Edward having breakfast together. You changed Julia's lip gloss a little, not too light. It was just a small change, and Julia didn't need to hide from everyone's eyes. The makeup artist stepped forward and adjusted Julia's lip color. After a while, the makeup artist turned around and asked Eric, "Director, is this okay?" Eric glanced at Julia and shook his head. "It's too light. Make it a little thicker." The makeup artist fiddled with it for a while before Eric nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, he said to his assistant, Alan Fissman, beside him, "Alan, note this down and remind me in the future." Eric thought for a while and said, Julia's lip color gradually changed from bright red to pink, and from pink to light red as time went on. After the scene where she was almost raped by Philip Starkey, Julia stopped wearing lip gloss and kept her original color. Although Alan Fissman had doubts in his heart, he still quickly wrote down Eric's words on the memo. Eric did not explain anything to the audience. This was an inconspicuous change that he had made to the movie. He just wanted to use this method to slowly hint at the transformation of the female lead, Vivian. As for Vivian's good friend, Kate Luca, her lips were that kind of vulgar bright red from beginning to end. At noon, Jeffrey rushed to the set. "Eric, I talked to Calta Hunter all morning, and Fox still didn't agree to your plan to release the trailer during the Super Bowl live broadcast." Eric put down his lunchbox, wiped his hands with a napkin, and asked, "What did they say?" "A 60-second trailer during the Super Bowl costs about $1.2 million. Fox thinks it's a waste. They think that 2 weeks of intensive publicity before the release is enough for your movie," Jeffrey replied. "In the end, they still don't have enough confidence in your new movie. Everyone knows the reason why they signed a 3-movie distribution contract with you. It's just for the second part of Home Alone." Eric squeezed the napkin in his hand, thought for a while, and said, "Continue to talk to Fox. Get them to pay as much as possible. The important thing is to get the 60-second spot from NBC. If Fox is unwilling to pay in the end, I'll pay for it personally. Eric, our movie's budget is only $7 million. If you must release the trailer during the Super Bowl, I think 30 seconds is enough." Eric patiently explained, "Jeffrey, if it's a special effects blockbuster like Star Wars, 30 seconds is indeed enough. You just need to cut a few shocking scenes. But Pretty Woman is a drama. I also plan to add our company's logo. That way, 30 seconds won't be enough to express anything." "Okay, if you insist." Jeffrey did not say much. It seemed that he had never been able to persuade Eric to change his mind. However, many times, Eric was right. This time, he could only choose to believe in Eric. In this era, the marketing of Hollywood movies was still relatively conservative. The large-scale release of movie trailers on the Super Bowl was more than a decade later, and only the Big Six could afford to play. The Super Bowl is known as the Spring Festival Gala in the United States. Since its birth, it has always been the most watched event in North America. The number of viewers is generally more than 100 million. The Super Bowl is broadcast live by several major TV stations in the United States. This year, it happened to be NBC's turn. Eric also saw the Super Bowl trailer on NBC TV a few days ago when he was watching Jennifer Aniston's TV series. At the same time, he had the idea of playing the trailer of Pretty Woman at the Super Bowl. In the years before his rebirth, the concept of the Super Bowl trailer had been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Almost every year, the Big Six Hollywood studios would send the trailer of their lead movie to the Super Bowl live broadcast. But in this era, Eric's idea was a bit avant-garde. Under normal circumstances, the current Hollywood blockbuster movies would only broadcast the trailer on TV about a month in advance. Although a month after the Super Bowl is also a good Easter slot, the blockbuster movies of this era obviously won't choose this slot, but squeeze it in the summer or Christmas slot. Therefore, no movie company will broadcast advertisements at the Super Bowl. The advertising fee of the Super Bowl is still quite expensive. Eric consulted before. This year's Super Bowl advertising fee has reached a high price of $670,000 for 30 seconds. $670,000 doesn't seem to be much, but it can be broadcast in the prime time of mainstream TV stations such as NBC for half a month. On the Super Bowl, it can only buy a flash of 30 seconds. Even so, Eric quickly decided to put a 60-second trailer of Pretty Woman on the Super Bowl. This was the second movie he directed, and the box office results were very important to him. Although Eric has always been confident that Pretty Woman can achieve good box office results, deep in his heart, concerns about the butterfly effect still exist. Therefore, he will not let go of this excellent publicity opportunity. According to his information, if things go well, Pretty Woman will be the first movie trailer to appear on the Super Bowl. More than 100 million viewers, plus the gimmick of the first Super Bowl trailer, can bring a topic to Pretty Woman. In contrast, the price of $1.2 million is completely acceptable. Moreover, Eric believes that after this topic is hyped up by the media, it will be more than enough to last until the release of the movie 20 days later. After deciding on this matter, Eric thought of another thing. Jeffrey, how is our company's opening logo? After setting up Firefly Films, Eric and Jeffrey discussed it and came up with several opening logo ideas, and finally chose a 3D version of the idea. After Pretty Woman started shooting, Eric handed over the matter to Jeffrey. I've urged Pixar several times, and they said that it will definitely be done this week. It will definitely not delay the trailer. You can rest assured. Eric was just about to nod when he suddenly opened his mouth. You mean Pixar? Jeffrey didn't understand why Eric was suddenly so surprised. Yeah, what's the problem? Is it Jobs Pixar? Jeffrey nodded. Yes, it's Jobs Pixar, said Jeffrey with a gloating smile. Speaking of which, Jobs has been really unlucky in recent years. First, he was kicked out of Apple. He ambitiously bought Pixar with the intention of making a dedicated graphic design computer. Unfortunately, after the product was launched, the sales were average. Now he can only take on some animated advertisements to keep the company running. However, Pixar's animation technology is really excellent. I saw their short film, Small Table Lamp, and decided to give them the logo. Eric quickly sorted out the trivial memories of Pixar from his previous life. As the leader of Hollywood's 3D animation, Pixar produced the world-famous Toy Story animated film series. But before 1995, Disney's 2D animated films still dominated the animation film market, and no one was optimistic about the future of 3D animation. Jobs himself had no faith in 3D animation. Until the release of Toy Story, he had been trying to sell Pixar, even contacting his old rival Microsoft. When he contacted Microsoft executives, Jobs deliberately placed a laptop running Windows on Pixar's desk to please Microsoft's senior vice president, Jonathan Melward. Unfortunately, Microsoft's price did not satisfy Jobs. Jobs, who was in deep trouble, had to grit his teeth and persevere. Finally, he saw the light. After the release of Toy Story, it broke the box office record of $192 million in North America alone. The global box office was close to $360 million, and the cost of Toy Story was only $30 million. After that, the market value of Pixar, which was worth $50 million, increased by 20 times. When Disney acquired Pixar in 2006, its market value had reached $7.4 billion. Looking at the time, Jobs should have started to sell Pixar, which was a loss. Eric had just thought of buying Pixar immediately, but he had to shake his head in disappointment. Although Jobs could not insist on a price of $50 million like in his previous life, even with a 50% discount, Eric could not afford $25 million. He did not have much money now. Since Home Alone had been in theaters for so long, Columbia must have started to split the profits with the theaters. However, if Eric wanted to get his share, the best situation would be to wait until Home Alone ended. In his previous life, it was not uncommon for film directors and actors to go to court with the film company that owed them money in order to get their share. Even if it was just deposited in the bank, the daily interest of hundreds of millions of dollars was a very large number. Even if there was a clear agreement, the Colombian side would certainly try to drag it out as long as possible. Eric could even imagine what kind of dirty trick Columbia would use to delay the payment. For example, a few months later, when the box office potential of Home Alone had clearly been exhausted, in order to delay the payment date, Columbia would insist on using more than 100 screens to prevent the movie from being released. Eric might just be able to watch helplessly. Because of the VAM, the possibility of Columbia working with Eric again in the short term was very small. Columbia did not need to consider the relationship between the two sides. It would not be a problem for them to use these tricks. Especially when Blunt Cohen was sitting in the CEO seat at Columbia. After thinking about it, Eric still felt that the most important thing now was to make Pretty Woman a good movie. Anyway, even if history did not change, there were still 6 years before Toy Story was released. Eric had enough time to take over Pixar. Before the shooting of Pretty Woman, the preparation work was quite complete. The crew did not need Jeffrey to be present at all times. Several executive producers were enough to arrange everything. Jeffrey and Eric discussed for an hour before leaving the crew in a hurry. They were ready to fly to New York to discuss advertising with NBC. The Super Bowl advertising bidding started half a year ago. NBC had successfully sold 80% of the advertising slots this year. Jeffrey was fighting for one of the remaining 20%. The time slots would not be good. Even if the time slots were much higher than the average price, they would have been snatched up long ago. 3 days later, Eric just woke up when he received a call from Jeffrey. He said that he had won a 59-second ad. The Super Bowl ads were calculated by seconds. The shortest was 15 seconds and the longest was 90 seconds. In the bathroom, Eric put the cordless phone under his neck and squeezed toothpaste on his toothbrush. He asked, "What, $1.5 million US? Didn't you say that we could get it for $1.2 million US?" Jeffrey's tone was also helpless. If no one bid, we could have gotten it for $1.2 million US. During the bidding, a New York fashion company suddenly appeared to compete for this ad. You told me to get it, so I had no choice but to raise the price to $1.5 million US. I even suspect that the fashion company was hired by NBC. But this is just my guess. I don't have any evidence. With an extra $300,000 US spent, Eric was not in the mood to slowly brush his teeth. He messed around, rinsed his mouth, and returned to the living room. Forget it, $1.5 million US it is. Eric sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of water. Sign the contract as soon as possible. By the way, Jeffrey, tomorrow is the Golden Globe Awards ceremony. Can you make it back in time? I'll see how it goes. I might not be able to make it back. Jeffrey's tone was regretful. Anyway, everyone wants to see you, Director Miracle. It doesn't matter if I go or not. Haha, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you miss this opportunity. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I believe that too. Jeffrey also laughed. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. You must have just woken up. It should only be 7 in the morning in Los Angeles. But I have to inform you as soon as possible about the $300,000 US overspend. It's okay. I didn't stay up late last night. I came back around 10. After saying goodbye, Eric hung up. Leaning on the sofa and gently tapping his knees, Eric silently calculated a small bill for himself. The $25 million check he received from Fox, $1.9 million for the mansion in Beverly Hills, $1 million for Drew's mother, $1 million for the acquisition of UTA, $3 million for the rental and renovation of Firefly, as well as the expensive professional equipment in the dubbing room and editing room. The production cost of Pretty Woman was $7 million, $1.5 million for the Super Bowl advertisement, and a total of $15.4 million. Although he was not a luxurious person, during this period of time, he had spent a few $100,000. Since he was reborn in America, Eric immediately faced one of the two things that no one in this country could escape from: paying taxes. With his current income, he definitely had to pay the highest 35% personal income tax, which was close to $10 million. After viciously cursing the evil capitalist system, Eric sadly discovered that he probably would not have any income before the tax filing deadline, April 15. I don't need a loan to pay taxes, right? Eric rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. After all, he was not a real American and did not form a deep-rooted concept of advanced consumption, so he was very resistant to loans. For the time being, Eric put this matter in the back of his mind. After breakfast, he drove to the set. Perhaps because Eric announced that the weekly fixed day off would be moved forward to tomorrow, the crew members were in high spirits. In one day, they even shot 5 or 6 more scenes. After 10 days of shooting, 60% of the scenes for Pretty Woman had been completed. At this rate, after the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, it would only take a week for the movie to officially wrap up. The reason why the shooting was so smooth was mainly due to Julia's excellent performance. From the beginning, Eric was not worried that Al Pacino would have any problems. Al, who was nominated for so many Oscars, had no pressure to perform a role that did not require much acting skills and even required some restraint. But as a newcomer, Julia was different. In the beginning, Julia did not have many problems shooting solo scenes. At most, she had a few NGs. But in the beginning, when she was acting opposite Al Pacino, Julia frequently made mistakes and the number of NGs skyrocketed. Compared to Al, Julia's acting skills were indeed at an early stage. However, after a few days of practice and Eric's uncontrollable roars, Julia gradually closed the gap with Al Pacino. In some scenes, he was even able to suppress Al to a certain extent. Even if Al Pacino had restrained himself, it was still a very difficult thing to do. Okay, that's it for today. After the last scene, Eric announced that they were done. The crew members cheered and began to pack up and go their separate ways. Eric stopped Al Pacino, who was about to remove his makeup, and asked, "Al, how's your piano solo going?" In the original movie, Edward's piano solo in the restaurant was composed and performed by Richard Gere himself. Eric wrote the score of less than 40 seconds based on his memory with the company's score musician and handed it to Al Pacino. Al's piano skills were only slightly better than Eric's, but he insisted on playing it himself. Eric had to postpone the scene. "Eric, give me another, 2 days. I think I need to practice more." "That's not a problem." Eric admired Al's professionalism. "But, Al, we can't drag it out for too long. The filming progress is so fast. If we drag it out for too long, as the plot develops, your mood will change greatly. By then, no matter how good you play, it will be difficult to perform the feeling you had after shooting those scenes a few days ago." Al Pacino thought for a moment and understood that Eric was telling the truth. After realizing that his insistence could not improve the quality of the movie by much, Al nodded helplessly and compromised. "Okay, Eric, let's put this scene on the day after tomorrow. If it really doesn't work, we'll use post-production dubbing." Although everyone else had left, Eric returned to Firefly's headquarters as usual and worked with the editors to process today's footage. Since they were going to attend the Golden Globe Awards ceremony tomorrow, Eric didn't cut today's footage. Instead, he worked with the editors to mark and sort the samples. These two tasks didn't require much energy, but it was also time-consuming. The two of them had to watch all the footage in its entirety. In the dimly lit editing room, Eric looked at his watch and said to the editor, "Patrick, let's call it a day." Okay, director. The editor, Patrick McKinley, knew that Eric was going to attend the Golden Globe Awards tomorrow. His eyes were filled with envy. Good luck tomorrow, Mr. Williams. The Golden Globe Awards didn't have a professional voting group and didn't have technical awards such as Best Editing and Best Cinematography. Therefore, although Patrick was the editor of Home Alone, he didn't receive an invitation to the Golden Globe Awards dinner. Driving back to his home in Beverly Hills, Eric noticed that the lights in the villa were on as soon as he entered the door. Other than himself, only Drew and Jennifer Aniston had the keys to the mansion. Although Jennifer Aniston accepted Eric's keys, she had never been here before. She was filming NBC's Mary in Action in New York and obviously couldn't leave the set. There was no doubt that Drew was back. After parking the car, Eric pushed open the door and walked into the living room. Drew, who was curled up on the sofa drowsily, heard the sound and raised her head. "Hi, Eric," Drew said listlessly. She propped herself up from the sofa and saw Eric sit down next to her. The girl snuggled into Eric's arms. Eric smiled and pinched the girl's tender face. "Well, what's going on this time? Tomorrow doesn't seem to be a weekend, right? But it's the Golden Globe Awards tomorrow." Drew was a little more awake now. She rested her head on Eric's lap and looked up at Eric. She said confidently, "I didn't skip class this time. I also received an invitation to the Golden Globe Awards banquet. I want to be your female companion tomorrow." Eric did not particularly care about the Golden Ball Award. This award was too subjective and did not have much value. A month ago, when the nominees for the Golden Ball Awards were announced, Eric only glanced at them and ignored them. Compared to the original Return to 17, which did not win any awards at the Oscars or the Golden Globes, this version of Return to 17 was nominated for 2 Golden Globes for Best Supporting Actress and Best Score due to Fox's PR. Although Home Alone didn't do any PR, the Golden Globe Awards committee couldn't possibly turn a blind eye to its heaven-defying box office. Therefore, the Golden Globe nominations it received were the same as in his previous life. They were nominated for Best Film and Best Actor in a Musical Comedy. I remember that the Best Supporting Actress nomination for Return to 17 was Ms. Susan Sarandon. It wasn't you, right? Eric was a little confused. Drew's performance in Return to 17 was really outstanding. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? You can attend the awards ceremony even without being nominated. Drew's eyes flickered a few times. Under Eric's gaze, the girl quickly revealed the truth. "I was the one who asked Kapoor to help me. I'm now the biggest female artist under him. It was just an invitation." Kapoor contacted Fox and this matter was settled very quickly. Eric said helplessly, "I understand. You're doing everything you can to not stay in school." Hee hee. Drew rubbed against Eric's thigh and giggled twice. She said fawningly, "Eric, are you hungry? I haven't finished the pizza I ordered. It's in the kitchen. I've already eaten at the company." Eric stood up. "Don't watch TV anymore. Go to bed early. We still have to choose a set of formal attire tomorrow morning. We have to wear something grand to attend the award ceremony." Drew also stood up and followed behind Eric. "Kapoor has already contacted Versace for us. Versace has agreed to sponsor the haute couture formal attire. I've already chosen a few sets. They'll send them over tomorrow morning for us to try on." Eric recalled that Kapoor seemed to have mentioned this over the phone. He had also agreed at the time. At present, Kapoor had already handed over all the contracts with the other UTA actors to his agents. He was only in charge of Al Pacino, Julia Roberts, Drew, and Eric. A few days ago, at Eric's suggestion, Kapoor specially made a trip to Sweden to sign Roxette. However, Roxette was already an artist under the European branch of EMI Records. No matter how eloquent Kapoor was, the 2 members of Roxette were unwilling to give up EMI, a behemoth in the recording industry, and switch to an unknown agency like UTA. However, the other party happily signed the licensing agreement for the song I Must Have Been Love. Originally, Kapoor thought that while Drew was in school and Eric, Al, and Julia were filming Pretty Woman together, Kapoor would be very free. However, from Drew's words, Eric understood that the former gold medal agent of CAA had unknowingly done a lot of work. It could be said that he had taken over all the work of an agent and manager. Eric was very satisfied with this. It was a wise decision for him to buy Kapoor's agency under pressure from CAA. Good night. Eric kissed Drew on the forehead. He returned to the bedroom and closed the door behind him. He then walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, Eric picked up a magazine and read it for a while. After his hair was dry, he turned off the lights and went to sleep. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the staff of Versace came to Eric's house with the haute couture gowns for Eric and Drew to choose from. After all, the Golden Globe Awards was a big event. Kapoor also arrived at almost the same time to explain some things to Eric. He would also go to the Golden Globe Awards with Eric and Drew today, but Kapoor was not qualified to enter. He only needed to send his employer to the Hilton Hotel's awards hall to complete his job. This was not an insignificant job. Many stars would have an agent present in this situation. Once there was an emergency, the agent could deal with it immediately to prevent the situation from escalating. While Drew was trying on the dress, Eric asked Kapoor about the specific sponsorship of Versace. It turned out that these high-end custom-made dresses were not given for free. They were equivalent to borrowing and had to be returned after wearing them. Of course, if you liked it, you could also buy it with money. Versace would give customers like Eric a very good discount. Eric felt that it was necessary for him to prepare such an outfit. After all, as a man, he did not need to wear a different dress every time. He could wear the same suit over and over again. However, after asking for the approximate price, Eric gave up on the idea for the time being. He was going to have to take out a loan to pay his taxes. A high-end custom-made dress cost $100,000. Although Eric could afford it now, it was still a little unrealistic. In his previous life, his most expensive suit was bought by his wife under her insistence. The price of more than $5,000 made his heart ache. After choosing the dresses in the morning, Kapoor contacted a makeup artist for the two of them in the afternoon. By the time they were done, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The group then headed to the Hilton Hotel where the Golden Globe Awards were being held. Kapoor's timing was very accurate. He arrived at the Hilton Hotel at 4:20 in the afternoon. There were still 20 minutes before the guests would enter the venue. The Golden Globe Awards ceremony would start at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The guest waiting area was already crowded with people chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Eric casually glanced around and saw Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, Sigourney Weaver, these big shots from his previous life. As the most popular youngster in Hollywood in the past 6 months, there weren't many people present who didn't know Eric. Regardless of whether they had met before or not, once their eyes met, they would greet Eric with a friendly nod. He walked all the way through and soon arrived at the guest waiting area for The Kid in the Home. Perhaps it was a special arrangement by the organizers, but the two sets of The Kid in the Home and Back to 17 were next to each other. Eric thought about it and decided to first go to the set of Back to 17 and greet Penny Marshall, Susan Sarandon, and the others. Drew knew that Eric would have some social interaction later, so he consciously let go of Eric and stayed with the set of Back to 17. Compared to the other sets, the set of The Kid in the Home seemed a bit deserted. Jeffrey was in New York and the two actors who played the stupid thief were out shooting. Since they weren't nominated, they didn't rush back to Los Angeles. By the way, Matthew Perry was signed by WMA first. Even though Matthew was young, he was a lot more experienced than the Runkle couple. During Christmas, Eric held a banquet at home. Matthew especially rushed back from overseas to attend and also expressed his willingness to play the role of the stupid thief Eric. Remuneration and so on could be discussed. In contrast, the Runkle couple's performance really disappointed Eric. "Hi, Charleston, Mary, good afternoon." Turning around and arriving at the set of The Kid in the Home, Eric smiled and shook hands with the Runkle couple. The Runkle couple was glowing. Previously, the media's attention was focused on their son. This was the first time the couple walked on stage. "Hello, Eric." The couple smiled and shook hands with Eric, but the emotions in their eyes were a little complicated. During this period of time, there were a lot of people who had said a lot of things to them, which made the couple's impression of Eric even worse. Eric thought nothing of it. Just as he was about to squat down and greet Stuart Runkle, who was standing beside his parents and looking at him happily, a voice abruptly interrupted, "Mr. Williams, we meet again." Eric finally noticed that the middle-aged man standing next to Runkle and his wife was none other than Horner Willie, an agent from CAA. Thinking of CAA's agent system, Horner Willie must be one of Little Stu's agents. However, he still frowned. Their last meeting could be said to have ended on bad terms. Horner Willie's purpose in coming here today was self-evident. It was definitely to show off to him. Eric coldly glanced at Horner Willie's hand and said expressionlessly, "Hello, Mr. Willie, nice to meet you too." Eric said this, but there was no trace of happiness in his tone. Horner Willie was very satisfied with Eric's reaction. He smiled and withdrew his hand without the slightest awkwardness. This kind of thing didn't need to be handled by a top agent like him, but he still came here personally. Last time, Eric's rejection was tantamount to a slap in his face. The reason why he was here was to let this young man understand the reality. Stuart Runkle was already an artist under CAA. If he wanted to film Home Alone 2, he had to bow down to CAA. However, Horner Willie mistook Eric's unhappiness as guilt. When he saw Eric pick up Stuart Runkle, he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Williams, Stuart is now my client. You have to talk to me about anything. It's useless to get close to a kid." Eric looked up and down at Horner Willie's meticulous hairstyle and neat clothes. He smiled and whispered in Stuart's ear, "Stu, you hate him too, right? Do you spit?" Stuart Runkle's bright eyes turned around and looked around. He then quickly turned to Horner Willie. "Pooh. Ah." Horner Willie screamed and glared at Eric and Stuart. He looked at the saliva on his suit in disbelief and quickly pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket. However, he looked at his chest in horror and didn't dare to touch it. Charleston Runkle quickly went up to Horner Willie and helped him wipe it. I'm sorry, Mr. Willie." Mary Runkle looked at Eric unhappily, but she didn't dare to get angry at Eric. She could only say to Stuart, "Stu, apologize to Uncle Willie." Stuart was hugged by Eric. He seemed to have found someone to rely on. He ignored his mother's voice and turned his head to the side with a pout. "Okay, Stu. Do you want to meet a big star? Let me introduce you to Mr. Tom Hanks." Eric didn't want to pay any more attention to the three people behind him. He carried Stuart and walked towards the set of Flying Over the Future. Stuart said with a bit of pride, "Eric, I'm a big star now." "How does it feel to be a big star?" Eric asked with a smile. Stuart's little face fell and he shook his head. "It doesn't feel good at all. I thought that after I made a lot of money, my parents would be able to reconcile. However, they quarreled more than before. My dad even found another woman." Eric stopped and looked at the 7-year-old boy in his arms. "Stu, how do you know all this? Didn't your parents hide it from you?" Stuart shook his head. "If it wasn't for me, they would have divorced a long time ago. The only reason they are still together now is because they don't have the confidence to get custody of me." "Stu, do you understand the meaning of the nouns you just said?" Eric asked hesitantly. "I'll know after hearing it a few times." "Eric, my dad took me for an IQ test a while ago." Stu then leaned close to Eric's ear and whispered, 177. "My dad was very excited. He wanted to tell the reporters, but Horner Willie said that he had to keep it a secret. He couldn't create any news during this period of time, so my dad didn't reveal it." Eric sighed. While hugging the little pervert in his arms, he sneered at Horner Willie's trick again. He did this because he didn't want to create any news for Home Alone to increase the box office. However, with the current popularity of Home Alone, this kind of small news was dispensable. When they arrived at the set of Future Flight, Eric put down little Stu and hugged Tom Hanks. Tom glanced at Horner Willie, who was hurriedly driving away, and said in a gloating tone, "Eric, what you did just now was really ruthless. Horner Willie has a serious obsession with cleanliness. The little guy's saliva can make him suffer for a week." Eric had a smirk on his face. He saw this from Horner Willie's clothes and behavior, so he asked Stuart to do that. Although it was a little vulgar, it was very satisfying. Horner Willie would definitely be restless for the next few days. It was possible that he would be traumatized. "Tom, do you know Horner Willie?" Tom Hanks nodded, of course, Eric. I'm also a client of CAA. But a lot of people don't like him. Horner Willie used to be okay, but in the past few years, CAA has been getting stronger and stronger, so he. Tom stopped and shook his head. Eric suddenly understood, I almost forgot. Tom, I don't have a good relationship with CAA right now. If they invite you to act in the next film, you won't turn them down, right? Tom Hanks smiled and said, of course not, as long as the script is good enough. Eric naturally understood that an agency didn't have much control over a movie star like Tom. What he said just now was mostly a joke. The two of them chatted for a while. Stewart innocently held Eric's hand and took out a small notebook from his pocket. He went around greeting the movie stars he remembered in his mind and asking for their autographs. Although a lot of people had seen the little guy spit, no one minded. At least, no one showed it on the surface. In terms of big names, Stewart was the youngest, but he was more famous than 80% of the stars present. Therefore, everyone smiled and signed their names on Stewart's notebook. A few actresses with maternal instincts even picked up the boy and kissed him hard, leaving red lipstick marks on little Stu's cheeks. After showing Stewart around for a while, the staff reminded the guests that it was time to enter. Eric gave the boy back to Runkle and his wife, found Drew, and waited for the staff to remind them to enter the awards hall. This year's Golden Globe Awards ceremony was broadcasted live by ABC. The crew of Home Alone was scheduled to enter after the crew of Rain Man, which had the highest chance of winning. After being reminded, Eric held Drew's arm and walked to the red carpet. Since the Golden Globe Awards ceremony was ridiculed by some media as the most business-minded awards ceremony, the red carpet of the Golden Globe Awards was much smaller. It was only about 10 meters long, completely incomparable to the 200-meter-long Oscar red carpet. When they arrived at the media area, Drew, who was holding Eric's arm, changed her posture and leaned on Eric like a little bird, allowing the reporters to take photos. The carefully selected Versace gowns made the two of them look like a couple. The reporters in the media area were excited, and the flashes increased in frequency. If this was not the Golden Globe Awards ceremony, perhaps these people would have already started asking about the relationship between the two of them. Eric was already numb to Drew's little tricks. This girl could always seize every opportunity to create trouble without touching his bottom line. After taking photos, the two of them were about to enter the venue directly, but they were stopped by the ABC reporters. They did a casual interview and asked some irrelevant questions such as how it felt to attend the Golden Globe Awards ceremony for the first time. Of course, the ABC reporters could not ask any questions. As long as they let Eric, the young director of Miracle, show his face, it would be a wave of ratings. After the interview, when they entered the venue, Eric inadvertently glanced behind him. Runkle and his wife were in the media area and were asked to leave by the staff because they had exceeded the time limit. Eric once again felt a trace of disapproval in his heart. This couple would never amount to anything. Eric made up his mind to find time to talk to little Stu. Stewart was much more mature than Macaulay Culkin in his previous life. He might be able to listen to him and not be led astray by his parents. The Golden Globe Awards ceremony was in the form of a formal banquet. The crew of Home Alone was arranged to sit at the table in the second row near the podium. Stu, come and sit beside me. After Eric sat down, he waved at Stewart. The boy glanced at his mother, stood up, and walked to Eric's side. Runkle and his wife looked slightly unhappy. Now that their son had left their side, they definitely wouldn't be able to get any close-up shots. At 5 o'clock sharp, the awards ceremony officially began. The host, Morgan Fairchild, stepped onto the podium. Good evening, you poor people who have been fooled by a 7-year-old child. The first sentence was a joke about Home Alone. Amidst the laughter, the camera was quickly switched to Eric's table. Eric smiled and waved at the camera, while Stewart stared innocently and curiously at the camera. This expression immediately angered Morgan. Hey, little Stu, look at my shabby little dress. I prepared 3 dresses. The first one was splashed with butter, the second one was dyed black, and the last one was covered in feathers. Don't you want to say something about this? There was another burst of laughter at the scene, and some people even had sympathetic expressions on their faces. Many celebrities with children were victims of the kid in charge. Wherever The Kid in Charge was released, children imitating Kevin's pranks had become a trend. This time, Morgan didn't wait for Stewart's response. He quickly changed the topic. Okay, it's just a joke. Let's see which celebrities are here tonight. In the next 5 minutes, Morgan made fun of every movie that was nominated, but he didn't mention the TV series. Although the Golden Globe Awards had been giving out TV awards since 1956, the TV series actors of this era didn't have the confidence to shout "We are better" at the Golden Globe Awards more than 20 years later. Even their seats were in a corner where the camera couldn't easily capture them. Like many award ceremonies, the Golden Globe Awards started with less important awards. However, Eric only paid little attention to the podium. He only smiled and sat up straight when the camera swept over. The rest of the time, he was whispering to Stewart. He was the one who discovered Stewart. The boy's fate was inextricably linked to the bustling Hollywood. Eric hoped that this smart boy could embark on a relatively healthy acting path, and not go astray like Drew and Macaulay Culkin in his previous life. Therefore, Eric patiently explained to Stewart the things to pay attention to in the entertainment industry. Although the boy looked confused from time to time, he listened very carefully. With Stu's IQ, although he couldn't understand a lot of things in a short time, it wasn't a problem for him to remember them. As time went by, Eric finally heard a nomination for a movie related to him. He stopped talking and turned his eyes to the podium. Susan Sarandon was nominated for Best Supporting Actress for Back to 17. The other nominees were Sigourney Weaver for Working Girl, Lena Olin for Love in Prague, Barbara Hershey for The Last Temptation of Christ, and Diane Bologna for The Rookie. Eric remembered that Sigourney Weaver was the winner of this award in his previous life. The reason why he remembered it was because the 46th Golden Globe Awards was the most special one in the history of the Golden Globe Awards. Not only did it win 3 awards at once, but Sigourney Weaver also became the first actress in the history of the Golden Globe Awards to win both the Best Supporting Actress and the Best Supporting Actress awards at the same time. The presenter introduced the nominees. Under everyone's expectant eyes, he opened the envelope and took a look. He leaned close to Mike and said, "The winner is Sigourney Weaver for Working Girl." Applause sounded. Sigourney Weaver stood up excitedly and hugged the crew members one by one before she walked to the podium. Susan Sarandon, who was sitting next to Eric, looked disappointed. She smiled and responded to everyone's comforting words. Eric had expected this result. Although Back to 17 and Working Girl were both movies released by Fox, Back to 17 had been in theaters for almost 2 months. Working Girl had only been in theaters for 3 weeks. For the sake of the box office, Fox would definitely choose to nominate Working Girl. As for Sigourney Weaver's acting skills, who cared? While Eric was in New York, Working Girl had been in theaters. He and Jennifer Aniston had gone to watch it. It was a standard female movie, chick flick, very similar to The Queen Who Wears Prada in his previous life. The plot was about a rookie who had just entered the workplace and was trained by a harsh female boss. She changed herself step by step and completed all kinds of transformations. In Prada, Meryl Streep portrayed the harsh, cold, arrogant, and perfectionist attitude of the editor-in-chief of Project Runway, Miranda. Sigourney Weaver's role as the female boss in Working Girl was nothing special. When people saw her performance, the only thought that came to their minds was Alien Queen. After thinking this through, Eric had even less hope for the 2 nominations for Home Alone. Obviously, the Golden Globe Awards were greatly affected by the public relations. Christ's Last Decoy and The Rookie, the supporting actress of 2 masterpieces, couldn't compete with a commercial film. It was ironic. Also, Eric had never done any public relations for Home Alone. On one hand, he didn't have the connections, and Columbia and CAA wouldn't take the initiative to do so. On the other hand, even if he spent a lot of effort to win an award, the impact on the box office of Home Alone would be negligible. 7 or 8-year-old kids watching movies didn't care if you won an award or not. The people who were affected by the awards were basically adults. End of chapter 71. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.